60/evening break and tail. Taking a rest after the spars and the duel wasn't as easy as I wished it was. My usually cautious mind was at its peak due to the fact I had dueled and defeated a member of a house whose temper wasn't known for being calm and restrained. House Whitehill was known for its volatility and there was no denying that they could be dangerous. I could only rely on the fact that they might not be as foolish as they would be in the game. Otherwise, either they would challenge Rob's authority or they would end in trouble because of doing something akin. But as a result of being nervous, I was jumpy each time I heard a sound. After a short while, I couldn't take it anymore and decided to move around the place, though I wondered what to do next. Going back to the kitchens would be the wisest move. I might need to eat something, considering that I tired myself in 3 consecutive spars. I rose from the bed, feeling the soreness in my muscles. I opened the door and peered out, making sure the corridor of the guest house was empty. The last thing I wanted was an unexpected encounter, especially with someone from House Whitehill. The corridor was clear, so I stepped out of my room and began moving through the halls. As I walked, I passed several servants and guests, their whispers making it clear that word of my duel with Grymt Whitehill had quickly spread. I held back a sigh, aware that any display of unease would only fuel the gossip. So much for staying low or being discreet, I muttered under my breath. I hoped to avoid anyone inclined to scold me for the day's events. As I turned a corner, I almost bumped into a young maid carrying a tray of food. She looked startled but quickly composed herself. "Pardon me, sir," she said. "No harm done," I gently replied, while still amused by the confusion some people still made about my status. She probably didn't know I was a fellow member of the household. That I was still in the guest house must have also contributed to that confusion. Focusing on the young maid, I asked, "Do you know where I might find something to eat? I've had a long day and could use some food." Relief washed over her face. "Of course, sir. The kitchens should have some food ready. Follow me, I'll show you the way." "I thank you for your help. But no need to show me the way. I know it since I have started to work there today." The maid gave a small, surprised laugh. "Oh, you're Roger Bacon, aren't you? The stranger that joined our Lord's service and beat that Whitehill man?" I nodded. "Yes, that's me. No need to apologize for not recognizing me right away. The fact I'm still in the guest house may not help you." She smiled, looking a bit more relaxed. "I'm sorry for the confusion, Roger. I'm Jess Amy, by the way. Jess Amy, it's a pleasure to meet you. I won't keep you from your duties. The pleasure is mine. Have a good evening. Perhaps I'll see you later in the kitchens," she replied. I gave her a small bow. "Have a good evening, Jess Amy." We parted ways, and I moved through the corridor. Finally, I reached the entrance of the guest house and stepped out into the courtyard. The evening air was crisp, and the sky was darkening with the approach of night. As I left the guest house, I saw 3 figures moving toward me. 2 young girls and an older woman. The green hair of the youngest caught my attention, and I recognized them as the granddaughters of Lord Wyman Manderley. The plump woman accompanying them, however, was unfamiliar to me, but it was obvious she was a lady or a daughter of a lord. I offered a polite nod as I passed them. "Good evening, my ladies." The older girl, Winifred, returned my greeting with a courteous nod. "Good evening." The plump woman nodded in acknowledgement but said nothing. Willa, the younger one, looked at me with curiosity before having a mischievous smile, her green hair swaying as she moved. Seeing her reaction, she probably knew who I was or heard about what happened today. But considering she was the one who dared speak out in the 6th book in her grandfather's court while unaware of the latter's true feelings and plans, I could imagine that she might have heard it. It was easy to see her as friends with Arya due to their similar personalities, notably their strong love for their house and the north or their strong personalities. As I walked on, I gave a small shudder, as I remembered an old fanfic, The Duel. Willa had been a little crazy in that story as she had killed Sandor Clegane in a blood sacrifice. Please let her be more normal here. I continued on my way, heading toward the kitchens. The courtyard was less bustling than it had been earlier, though a few groups of people still lingered. Notably, several Mormont bruisers were sparring with some of the guards of Winterfell. Their spiked maces glinted in the fading light, and that they were enjoying themselves was evident in their movements. I wondered if Lady Maege Mormont was present to watch over her men, but I shook my head, not wanting to be distracted. Nevertheless, I was impressed by the sight of the Mormont warriors, a clear reflection of the house they represented. Their equipment was formidable, sturdy armor, vicious-looking maces, and spiked gauntlets. They moved with a precision and ferocity that spoke of countless hours of training and a readiness for battle at all times. I couldn't imagine the number of hours, days, and years it would need to have such a ferocious display of martial prowess. If Grymt was as proficient as those men, I would have been defeated or even cut down in one snap. The she-bears were standing nearby. Sadly, it looked like I would not have a chance to see them in action. It would not be surprising to see Arya pop up and observe these women later. As I crossed the courtyard, I could feel eyes on me. The news of my duel with Gryff Whitehill had clearly spread, and I was now the subject of even more curiosity than before. I kept my gaze forward, resisting the urge to look at the faces around me. The last thing I needed was to make eye contact with someone who might want to discuss the fight. The thought of becoming a topic of discussion among the various guests and lords in Winterfell was not a comforting one, but it was unavoidable. Approaching the kitchen, the smell of roasting meat and fresh bread made my stomach growl even louder. The circular building loomed before me, the maester's turret and bell tower rising above it. I paused for a moment, taking a deep breath to compose myself before entering. The warmth from the kitchen hit me as soon as I stepped inside, a welcome respite from the chilly evening air. The crackling hearth dominated the space, its flames casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Scullions moved about with purpose, and the air was thick with the scents of wood smoke and simmering stews. I stood there for a moment, my eyes adjusting to the dim light and my senses overwhelmed by the bustling activity. Despite my new position in the kitchens, I still felt somewhat out of place, a foreigner in more ways than one. And yet, it was also a comforting thought to know I had a place to work, being the workaholic I was. I knew there were still challenges, especially if I somehow kept on making bold or accidental moves like I did in the duel. Derry Castle was one thing, this duel was another. Seriously, what the hell was going on with me? It was as if the fantasy part that was locked in my mind in my life back on Earth was expressing itself. I shook my head at the thought as I could present different reasons for which I acted that way on those occasions. I spotted Gage, surrounded by some of his scullions and other members of the household, deep in discussion. Part of me wondered what they were discussing while another part suspected the reason, even though I didn't want to feel self-centered. Having that feeling was displeasant because it prevented me from considering that people had lives of their own. I approached them, offering a polite and friendly greeting. "Good evening, everyone." They all turned around, their expressions a mix of curiosity and recognition. I recognized Farlan, the kennel master, Willis, the stably boy, and Barth, the brewer. I had never interacted with the latter but knew his name from discussions with others. Gage was the first to speak, his weathered face breaking into a slight smile. "Ah, Roger. We been talking about you, we have." I nodded, not surprised. I had a feeling that might be the case. A small feeling of annoyance went through me. I started to feel like a Gary Stew, where all people can talk about is me and my accomplishments. Farlan, his rugged face etched with concern and admiration, stepped forward. "That were quite a display in the yard, lad. Talking on that man like that, bold, it were." Willis, his massive frame towering over the others, grinned broadly. "Bold? 'Twere brilliant, I say. Ye should have seen the look on that Whitehill whelp's face when Roger laid him out." Barth, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. "It were impressive, true enough, but risky too. Heard tell the Whitehills ain't known for bane forgiven folk." I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I know it wasn't the wisest decision, but I couldn't let young Benfred fight on my behalf when it could have provoked an incident between his family and the Whitehills. Or worse, deprive his father of a son. And how can I fit in the north if I can't fight my own battles when it is necessary to do so? Gage, standing with a hand on his hip, looked thoughtful. "Well said, lad. But mind yourself. You're making a name for yourself round here, and not everyone takes kindly to that." I held back a new sigh, nodding. I know. People that stand out too much are those who tend to be targeted the most, no matter if the anger and jealousies of others are legitimate or not. After a short moment of silence, Gage cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "Well, Roger, I'm guessing you've come back to your work, eh?" I shook my head, feeling the weariness settling into my bones. "Perhaps, but to tell the truth, I went there to eat something while avoiding having to deal with too many people discussing what happened that afternoon." Gage raised an eyebrow. Fair enough. Let me get one o' the scullery maids to fetch ye some victuals." I thanked Gage, holding back the urge to say it was unnecessary, knowing it would be taken as impolite. Gage turned and barked a few orders to a nearby scullion, who quickly set off to fetch a plate. "Come, settle yourself in," he then said, motioning to a bench near the hearth. I moved to the bench, the warmth from the fire a welcome comfort after the chilly evening air. As I settled onto the bench, my gaze swept over the group. Willis, Farlan, Barth, and two men I now recognize as Garrus and Murch, the huntsman. Their presence piqued my curiosity. "Why are you all here?" I asked, looking at the huntsman and Farlan. "Was it tied to resupplying the kitchens with game?" Farlan nodded, his cap bobbing with the movement. That's part of it. With all these lords and their folk, the kitchens be needin' more meat than usual, they do." Garrus, a weathered man with keen eyes, spoke up. Been a right challenge, I tell yet. The woods, they're quieter now, with all them men stompin' about. The game, it's gone and got all skittish, it has." That there were other lords who also enjoyed hunting didn't as well. I can imagine. It must be quite a strain on Winterfell's resources, I commented. Barth, stroking his beard, chuckled. And with all them lords and their folk, us brewers, we've been working round the clock too. Ain't nothing like a good, stiff ale to keep the spirits high, now is there? Willis, his eyes twinkling with mirth, added, and keepin' them stables clean with all them horses, that ain't no easy task neither. But we're managin', we are. Breathing through my nose, I could agree. There was a small scent of manure. Once again, the idea about soap went through my mind. As I looked at the group, I was reminded of the show Downton Abbey. Even if I grew tired of the show because of the repetitiveness of some formulas, the fact that the characters were more archetypal than they were in the first 2 seasons and the fact that any new challenge and issue was solved in some episodes without any lasting impact. And I knew it was a red-tinted glasses vision marked by nostalgia and aristocratic bias. If GRRM was having the same story, the relations between servants and their masters would have been more conflictual and grimmer, with Lord Grantham wronging his wife with one of the servants or maids, like Daisy. Sybil would have had the same behavior as Arya, or worse Lina, while Mary would have been more like Cersei. The character of Edith, likely in the same situation as Arya, would also have the demeanor of Shireen if she were older. Damn, why was I imagining such a version of that show? And why did it come to my mind? Fortunately, those thoughts didn't last as the scullion returned with a plate of steaming stew and fresh bread, placing it in front of me. Thank you, I said, genuinely grateful. Gage patted my shoulder as he passed by. Eat up, Roger. You've earned it, lad. I gave a grateful nod to the cook before starting to eat. As I was eating, the conversation continued, drifting from the challenges of feeding so many to the latest gossip about the visiting lords. I found myself relaxing, the familiar banter of the kitchen staff a welcome respite from the day's events. For a moment, I could almost forget the weight of my strange situation, losing myself in the warmth of the hearth and the company of these hardy northerners. As I ate, I looked at the goblet before me and saw it was filled with ale. I hesitated but decided to give it a try. As I took a small sip from the goblet of ale in front of me, I winced slightly at its strength. The bitter taste lingered on my tongue, reminding me of my aversion to alcohol. I set the goblet down quietly, hoping no one had noticed my reaction. Idiot, I thought, ils doivent savoir que tu n'as pas beaucoup d'appréciation pour les boissons alcooliques. As I finished the last morsel, Barth was the first to notice. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of approval in his voice. Done already, are ya, lad? Reckon ye must have worked up a right good appetite after all the excitement. The others turned their attention to me, and I felt a flush creep up my neck under their scrutiny. I chuckled weakly at Barth, answering, well, hungry as a wolf for sure. Barth let out a hearty laugh at my words, his eyes twinkling with amusement. He wasn't the only one, as some of the other people present were also amused, chuckling, or laughing. A true wolf ye are! He exclaimed, giving me a friendly pat on the back. But that's the spirit, lad. Ain't nothing like a hearty meal to keep a body goin' round these parts. I let out a small smile, appreciating the camaraderie. Gage stepped forward, his keen eyes assessing my empty plate. Reckon that's to ye keen? Can I get ya anything else? I shook my head. I'm fine. That was good. Thank you. Gage nodded, seemingly pleased with my response. A brief silence fell over the group, broken only by the distant sounds of the kitchen beyond. As I looked around at the faces surrounding me, a thought struck me and the desire to share it came to me. As much as I wanted to avoid speaking too much of the duel, the feeling I felt at the end was worth mentioning. You know. When I dueled young Gryff Whitehill, I didn't expect to beat him, at least not as swiftly as I did. The men exchanged glances, their expressions ranging from curiosity to admiration. Arlen nodded, his expression thoughtful. It were impressive, but luck, she do play a big part in these things. I nodded in agreement. Luck is likely the case. But at that moment, I felt like David defeating Goliath. The group exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unfamiliar with the reference. Murch, his curiosity piqued, leaned forward. David and Goliath? And who might they be, then? Mentally I smacked myself. They are characters of a very famous tale from my home. Willis's eyes lit up at the mention of a tale. A story, yes eh? Well, don't be keepin' us waitin', lad. Let's hear it, then. I chuckled, settling back in my seat. Well, this story happened in a faraway land called Israel, or the Promised Land, a long time ago. The people of this land are called Hebrews, and they settled there thanks to the blessing of Yahweh, God the creator of everything that has ever been made. Barth stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yahweh? Never heard tell o' such a god. Is he like the old gods or them new ones? I shook my head, trying to find the right words. Not exactly. Yahweh is, well, he's believed to be the one true God, creator of everything. The Hebrews have a special covenant with him. Farlan leaned forward, his weathered face edged with interest. A covenant? Like an oath, ya mean? Something like that, I nodded. The Hebrews believe they're chosen by Yahweh to be his people, to follow his laws and divine commandments, and in return, they are blessed and protected by his hand through his chosen champions. Farlan's eyes narrowed in thought. A god is chooses himself a people. Reminds me o' the old gods, but with more direct like, doesn't it? Willis, ever eager for the continuation of the story, urged me on. That's all well and good, but what about the story? What happens next, then? Among the Hebrews, there was a shepherd boy named David, the youngest son of a man named Jesse. During the time he was living, the 12 tribes of Israel were ruled by the first of their kings, a man named Saul. They were also facing people named the Philistines with whom they were rivals for generations. The Hebrews had been once dominated by the Philistines until a man named Samson contributed to free them through his bravery, his strength, and his sacrifice. Ever since, the two groups have been fighting each other. Murch nodded approvingly. Sounds like a right proper mess, them two going at each other for so long. Gage, who had been quietly listening while stirring a pot, spoke up. Sounds like them Starks and Boltons, afore the Starks up and united the North, don't it? Instinctively I looked up, but of course, Roose Bolton would not be in the area. I then continued, one day, a Philistine army went through a valley. Saul and his army went to confront it. But as the two armies faced each other, a Philistine stood out as he went to the middle of the path between the two armies. His name was Goliath. He was armed with a heavy and extraordinary armor, a formidable sword, and stood nearly 10 feet tall. The room erupted in disbelief and excitement. 10 feet tall, yes eh? Why, that's like them stories old Nan tells, 'bout the giants. Willis exclaimed. Farlan agreed, or maybe one o' them giants as lives beyond the wall, Just imagine if he were to face the great Jan Umber, Murch commented, his eyes wide. Nay, forget the great Jan, think o' him talking on the mountain, retorted Garrus. I noticed some unease at the mention of the infamous Gregor Clegane, though I couldn't blame them considering I felt disgust as well. I'd like to believe Greogor and Goliath would have killed each other if they met. And what was Goliath's intent, then? Gage asked. Goliath challenged the Hebrews to send him their best warrior for a duel, I replied. If he won, the Hebrews must submit to his people. If their champion won, his people would yield to them. Farlan shook his head. A dangerous gamble, that. High stakes, to be sure. Murch, his voice gruff with anticipation, asked, and did they accept the challenge? Not immediately, I answered, as you can imagine, no one among the Hebrews felt they were able to face that gigantic warrior. Goliath taunting them for their lack of courage. And twice a day, for 40 days, he repeated the same ritual of coming to the same place and challenging the Hebrews to fight him and mocking as no one dared to face him. The room fell silent for a moment, the gravity of the situation settling over them. Willis, his large frame hunched forward in anticipation, broke the silence. 40 days, yes eh? Bleedin' hells, that's a long time to be livin' in such fear, ain't it? Barth nodded in agreement. It would wear on a man's spirit, that's true enough. Must have been a right heavy burden on the Hebrews, I reckon, Farlan commented. I acquiesced in agreement while inwardly glad to see them so invested in that story. Willis leaned forward, his eyes wide with excitement. And then what happened? He urged. Well, I resumed the tale, the situation changed when David, the shepherd boy, came to the battlefield to bring food to his brothers who were soldiers in Saul's army. When he heard Goliath's challenge and taunting, he volunteered to fight him, not liking the fact that Yahweh was dishonored in such a blatant way. King Saul tried to dissuade him, but David was determined to fight. Gasps and murmurs of disbelief filled the room. Garrus, his eyes wide with surprise, spoke up for the first time. A shepherd lad? Against a giant? That's madness, pure and simple. Gage shook his head, a mix of admiration and concern on his face. Brave the lad might be, but foolish too. What chance did he have, I ask yet? I held up my hand, a slight smile on my face. But you see, David had faith in Yahweh and believed he could win. And it wasn't small talk. As a shepherd boy, David had to watch the sheep and protect them from predators, including lions who were thriving on those lands. And David succeeded in that task in spite of his young age, having faith in Yahweh's protection and his slinger to chase away the beasts. Murch whistled low. Lions, yes eh? That lad, he had a right good measure of guts on him, no doubt. But if he used one o' them slinger weapons, mayhaps he'd have a chance. I've heard tell o' folk from Essos what can do wonders with them things. Farlan leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. If he could fend off lions, then maybe he'd stand a chance against this Goliath fella. That's something, Garrus admitted, nodding slowly. Still, a beast is one thing, but a seasoned warrior, that's quite another matter entirely. True, I declared in admission. Anyway, King Saul finally relented, accepting the young boy as his champion. He offered him his armor and weapons, but David declined, finding them too heavy for him. He only took his slinger and some smooth stones from a nearby river. I noticed the mix of emotions on their faces: respect for David's bravery, concern for his safety, and curiosity about what would happen next. Gage's brow was furrowed in thought, while Willis leaned forward, his large hands gripping his knees in anticipation. As he came to face Goliath, I went on, the gigantic warrior laughed and mocked David, seeing only an unarmed boy representing the Hebrews. But David stood his ground, saying, "You come to me with a sword, a spear, and a javelin, but I come to you in the name of Yahweh." The room fell silent, the tension palpable as the men reacted with a mix of respect and astonishment. Barth let out a low whistle, clearly impressed by the boy's courage. "Brave lad, that one," I continued, my voice dropping slightly for effect. David had a plan. He had the Israelites hold up their shields so the sun was reflected into Goliath's face thanks to his helmet. After removing his helmet, Goliath charged the boy, promising him to give his corpse to the vultures. But David, unafraid, put a stone in his sling, and with a single, precise shot, he struck Goliath on the forehead. The giant fell to the ground, dead. David took his sword and in one stroke, cut off the giant's head. The Philistines were so stunned by this turn of events that they fled, and the Hebrews won the battle. David was celebrated as the hero by his people, and to reward him for his bravery and faith, King Saul gives him the hand of his young daughter Michal. The room erupted in cheers and applause. The men were visibly impressed by the story, their faces alight with excitement. Even Gage, usually the stoic one, had a broad smile on his face. Barth clapped his hands together, a wide grin on his face. What a tale, though. A true underdog story, if ever I heard one. Willis, ever the dreamer, grinned broadly. Just imagine if we had a hero like this David up here in Winterfell, that's a tale worthy of a bard's song, lad, Farlan exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration. You've got a right fine gift for spinning a yarn, I'll give you that. I chuckled, feeling a warm glow of satisfaction. Thank you, Farlan. It's a story that's been passed down for generations. One I know well, and I love stories and history. Gage raised his tankard in a toast. To David, the shepherd lad who slew the giant, he declared. Murch, his eyes twinkling with interest, asked, "And what became o' this David, then? Surely a man as could fell a giant would have more tales to his name." I smiled, pleased by their genuine interest in the story. "Well," I answered, "his story was even more extraordinary. Because of his victory, he became a commander of King Saul, but also someone who can assuage with his music the king, as the young boy was remarkable with a harp. And not only he was married with the king's young daughter, but he was friends with his heir, Prince Jonathan." Willis's eyes widened, his massive frame shifting with excitement. "A warrior and a musician, yes eh? Why, that's like something straight out o' old Nan's stories. A well-rounded lad, then. Sounds like he had the makings of a fine leader, don't it?" said Barth. Farlan nodded thoughtfully. A man o' many talents, it seems. But such fame, it can be a double-edged sword, that." "Indeed," I continued. "Unfortunately, his successes and fame cast a long shadow and increased the fear and jealousy in Saul, especially as the king had been forewarned by the prophet Samuel. It was said his crown would be given to someone Yahweh chose. And David happened to be Yahweh's chosen." Barth shook his head. Jealousy, it can turn a good man into something darker, that's for sure." Gage nodded gravely, his hands clasped before him. It's a heavy burden to bear, bane chosen by the gods, I'd wager." Willis, leaning forward with rapt attention, asked, "And what did this Saul do, then? Did he try to do away with David, is that it?" "Yes, as you can imagine, Saul tried to kill David. But David managed to escape and became a fugitive, even though he could still rely on his friendship with Jonathan. During that period, David had to move through the country like a hunted man. Those who helped him could face Saul's wrath. For example, Saul slaughtered the entire family of a high priest who assisted David," I said with a shudder. Gasps of shock echoed around the room. Garrus, usually quiet, spoke up, his voice tinged with anger. "Slaughtering a whole family, yes eh? Now that's dishonorable, even for a king, that is." Murch nodded in agreement, his face grim. No true leader should be turning on his own people like that, that's for certain." Gage's face hardened. "A dark time for David, then. And yet, he survived it, did he?" "He did," I confirmed. "At one point, David went through Saul's camp and could have easily killed the king if he wanted. But he chose to spare Saul's life, showing mercy. This act made Saul realize what a good man David was. Willis leaned forward, his large hands gripping the edge of the table. He spared the king, even after all that. Barth nodded approvingly. That's true honor, that is. Not many men would be shown such mercy, that's for sure. Merge chimed in, his voice low. A noble gesture, no doubt. But did it change aught between the two of them, then? I shook my head. Alas, they still parted ways. Saul's fate was tragic. The Philistines struck again and trapped Saul and Jonathan on Mount Gilboa. They both met their deaths there. When David learned of their demise, he grieved deeply, composing one of his famous psalms, a religious poem in their honor. The men reacted with a mix of sadness and respect for David's loyalty and grief. Willis looked particularly moved, his large frame hunched forward. A heavy burden for David, that must have been. Yes, I acknowledged. But this was not the end for David. Because he was Yahweh's chosen and due to his exploits, he was made the next king of Israel. His reign was mostly prosperous. He extended the borders of his realm, defeated Israel's rivals, and ruled wisely. He was also a poet and a musician, composing many more psalms. His line was ensured with many sons, as in his culture, he was allowed to have multiple wives. Barth let out a low whistle, his thick eyebrows raised. From shepherd to king, is it? Why, that's quite the tale, that is. Farland nodded, his face reflecting a mixture of respect and curiosity. But no reign is without its troubles, I'd wager that much, at least. Gage nodded, his weathered hands clasped on the table. I leaned forward, my voice lowering slightly. Indeed, Farland. For you see, the end of his rule was a mixed one. It started when he met and fell in love with Bathsheba, the wife of one of his commanders, Uriah the Hittite. He bedded and impregnated her, then tried to make the incoming child pass for his commanders. But it failed, as Uriah was deeply faithful to his king. Uriah slept near the castle and refused to leave his duties to the king, thus never going near his wife. In an act of desperate folly, David tasked his advisors to put his commander at the heat of the next battle. Uriah was killed in the fight, allowing David to marry Bathsheba. Gasps of shock and disapproval echoed around the room. Garrus spoke up, his voice tinged with anger. Dishonorable, that is. To be betraying a loyal commander, even if he is the king, why, that's just unforgivable, that is. Gage's face hardened, his hands clasped tightly before him. A grave sin, that be. And what became of this David then, yes I nodded, acknowledging their reactions. Well, a prophet named Nathan confronted David with a story, speaking of a powerful shepherd having every sheep he wanted and yet desiring the sole sheep of a poor peasant and killing it when the peasant refused to sell her. David reacted by saying the wealthy shepherd should be punished, leading Nathan to denounce David as the wealthy shepherd with what he did to Uriah. Realizing the extent of his sin, David expressed deep regret and expected Yahweh's punishment. Nathan told him that because he acknowledged his wrong, David would be spared, but that his first child with Bathsheba would pay the price. Willis's eyes widened, his large hands gripping the edge of the table. The child? But it were innocent, weren't it? Garrus, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. The sins of the father oft times fall on the children. It's a harsh world we live in, that's the truth of it. Yes it is, I said in a sobered tone before continuing in a softer tone. David and Bathsheba had other children, which assuaged the grief of their stillborn firstborn. However, the last years of David's rule were marked by tragedies similar to what Jahaziel the Conciliator and his son Viserys encountered. Gage leaned forward, interest piqued. How so? David lost many sons, disrupting the succession, I explained. Among the surviving sons, there was Absalom, a handsome prince in his own right. This young prince expected to be the next heir due to the disappearance of his elders, but because David wanted to name Solomon, Bathsheba's eldest surviving son, Absalom rose against his father, rallying many who resented the last years of the king's rule. Willis leaned forward, his large hands gripping the edge of the table while Barth was shaking his head. A son risen up against his own father? Why, that be a grave matter indeed, that is. I nodded solemnly. It is. While initially in a difficult position, David managed to win the war against his son. Absalom tried to flee on a donkey, but his hair was caught in the branches of a tree. David tasked his men to find his son, but ordered them to bring him back alive. However, some of those men found Absalom and went against the king's order, stabbing Absalom who was still trapped in the branches. When David saw the corpse of his son presented to him, he grieved deeply because no matter what had happened, he dearly loved his son. The room fell silent, the weight of the tragedy settling over them. Willis's eyes were misty, his large frame hunched as if bearing the weight of David's sorrow. Farland's weathered face was etched with empathy, while Gage stared into the depths of his tankard, lost in thought. Murch's voice was low and somber. A father's grief, that be a heavy burden to bear, ain't it? I acquiesced to the huntsman's words. It is. However, those painful years were followed by more peaceful ones as David not only brought peace back to his realm, but was appeased in his last years. Even though there were still plots around the succession, his son by Bathsheba, Solomon, finally succeeded him when he was 15, opening a new era for Israel. The men around the table shifted, absorbing the tale. Barth ran a hand through his thick beard, his eyes pensive. From shepherd to king, and then a man broken by his own choices, yes eh? Aye, it be a tale o' glory and tragedy both, that's for sure. Gage nodded slowly, his weathered hands clasped on the table. A remarkable tale, that be, without a doubt. And as I said afore, no reign is without its troubles, that's the truth of it. Garrus leaned forward, his discerning gaze fixed on me. And what became o' this Solomon, then? Did he prove to be a worthy successor, would ye say? I nodded, a small smile playing on my lips. Indeed, he did. Solomon became known for his wisdom and just rule. He expanded the kingdom and oversaw a period of great prosperity and peace. Willis's large hands were splayed on the table, his eyes wide with wonder. Aye, it be a mighty tale, that's for certain. Full o' love and betrayal, triumph and sorrow, all mixed together, like. Farland nodded, his weathered face thoughtful. Aye, and not so different from the tales o' our own lands, when ye get down to it, that's the truth. I smiled, a bit flushed from their attentive reactions and how they found common elements with their own tales and legends. That tale is part of other tales depicted in a book called the Bible, the equivalent of the seven-pointed star to the faiths of my homeland. Gage raised an eyebrow. Your homeland has its own holy book, then, does it? I nodded, my hands gesturing as I spoke. It does. I have been christened in one of those faiths. However, experience and knowledge led me to have a neutral stance on faiths and gods, believing in their existence while considering them as neutral beings. I consider that if they are the creation of all things, why should they care about siding with the tiniest part of their creation? The room fell into a contemplative silence. Willis scratched his beard, his brow furrowed in thought. Farland nodded slowly, as if weighing my words. Barth let out a low whistle. That's some deep thinkin' there, lad. Not sure the Septons would take too kindly to that, though, if any yet asked me. Before I could respond, a massive yawn escaped me, catching me by surprise. Sorry, I said, blinking rapidly. I spoke so much I didn't realize time went by. Gage chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Aye, a good tale can make the hours fly by, that's for certain. But it's gettin' late now, and we've all got work to be gettin' on with come the mornin', don't we? The others began to stir, stretching and rising from their seats. I got to my feet, looking at Gage. I guess I won't be of help tonight. However, I'll be there tomorrow to keep on helping you in the kitchens. Gage nodded, a small smile on his face. I'll be expectin' ya then, lad. Now get yourself off and get some rest. I bowed slightly to Gage, then turned to the others. Have a good night, I said, offering a wave. A chorus of good night to ya, Roger, and sleep well, lad followed me as I made my way to the door. As I stepped out into the cool night air, I couldn't help but feel a warmth in my chest. The day was ending better than I could have imagined, especially with the incident with Gryff. A part of me was so happy and glad to share a story from home with my new companions, even one from the Bible. A part of me felt giddy and euphoric as like for the songs, the perspective of sharing others' tales, real or fictional, was an endearing perspective that spoke so much to me. And that time spent with Gage, Willis, and the others was so good. They might be still learning to know me and to determine whether I could be trusted, but at least, those were bonds that were slowly building. As I left the kitchens, I felt the cold air of the evening on me, but I didn't mind that, too happy to be bothered. I was feeling light, free and optimistic. For some reasons, as I moved through the courtyard that was now almost empty, I started to whistle the Revenge of the Sith version of Binary Sunset theme as it made me think of beautiful and epic hope. But as I was almost back to the guest house, I heard my name being called. An. 1 and here we are, back with Mark after that unexpected duel. Initially, that chapter wasn't intended, but for different reasons, including consistency for another chapter that will come in the near future, I decided to create it as it allows a reprieve from the previous chapter. 2. While it's a minor detail, I realize that the fact that my alternate self being still in the guest house while he is starting to work in the Stark household sounds strange. A reason I can give is that because of the context and of how things are moving, Rob didn't think of that while the SI overlooks that aspect as it would contribute to fuel the confusion and the potential issues tied to his situation. That's why I felt having a scene where a maid that hasn't interacted yet with him that would confuse him for one of the guests was an interesting passage to explore, as short as it is. 3. While a cameo, I felt it was amusing to introduce Wyman Manderley's granddaughters as my beta reader and I discussed the possibility they would be in Winterfell and agreed they would likely be there. For those who won't have guessed, the plump woman is Jonelle Sirwin. Concerning her age, She is 33 years old. She is born in 267 AC in the books, but considering I'm relying on the showverse Prekanon timeline, it means she was born in 265 AC. 4. The kitchen scene allowed me to explore other characters that were only background ones in the books, but also to explore a bit how Winterfell is working. And it allows me to consider the famous question of class gap and interactions with that reference to Downton Abbey. I have watched that show, and while I appreciated a lot the first 2 seasons, I felt that it starts to lose its energy and narrative purpose from the 3rd and even more the 4th season, as the characters tended to become their archetypes with no real evolution in who they are or their interactions, the worst being the Mary/Edith rivalry, as it was overused with no real evolution, and worse, a return on the small evolution that was achieved in the end of the 2nd season and in the 3rd season, not to mention some dubious plot moves, like Anthony abandoning Edith before the altar in spite of all the social repercussions such a move would have been for both sides, or the fact that any challenges the Grantham faced in the late seasons are easily solved with no real repercussions, notably the financial ones threatening the survival of Downton Abbey. And of course, I found it amusing to picture Downton Abbey in a Westerosi style. I think that considering GRRM's habits, he could easily do that. 5. The tail passage was one of the reasons for this chapter, especially because of how I depicted the SI, my, mindset when winning the duel against Gryff Whitehill. It was the David vs Goliath fight that came to his mind. And no matter how we consider the biblical texts, they are fascinating as tales, except some like the Leviticus, which is more a series of laws and customs, but interesting to see the ancient mindset of Hebrews. I had read the whole Bible over a year and a half, from the book of Genesis to the Apocalypse, and I found it interesting and fascinating how those who wrote those texts considered Yahweh/God and how their perception evolved through time. I may be Catholic, but my faith is foremost an individual and personal one, and being someone who both loves history and understanding the world, I do not take for granted the religious dogmas. David is an interesting figure and one whose tale could find its way into Westeros, not to mention the reference to the tale by GRRM through Tyrion pondering the possibility of fighting his trial against Gregor Clegane. Even if his story isn't my favorite one in the Bible, my favorite one is in the book of Daniel with Suzanne and the 2 elders, a story I might mention in a later chapter, and one I feel the Me Too movement could have reappropriated due to its content. For those who read or know that story, they may understand what I mean. 6. The last line was an addition of my beta reader and is tied to one of the characters who wants to speak to Mark. It'll be an off-screen scene, even if it will be referred in a future chapter and would carve the path to another one, and the one for which I also created this chapter. 7. I will publish the updated timeline of that story as we reach a chapter where I can make that update. As you'll notice, the pace is currently slow, but it's because of the SI that is finding his place in Winterfell while the place is busier due to the gathering of the Northerner lords that will discuss the matter of the wildfire at King's Landing. My take is that if the context is denser than usual, the probability of more potential interactions and situations is to consider, especially for someone who needs to find his place, even one having the foresight due to his knowledge of the world through the show and books. 8. Teaser, next time, the hand of the king is helping his ruler and friend to make an announcement. 9. Have a good reading. And as promised, here is the updated timeline of the story. SPOF timeline. Date events. 24/02/298 Jon Arryn's death. 18/04/298 Robert Baratheon's arrival at Winterfell. 08/05/298 Bran's fall. 20/05/298 Departure of the royal cortege, of Ned Stark and his daughters and of Jon Snow. 28/05/298 Murder attempt on Bran. 10/06/298 Jon's arrival at the Wall. 10/07/298 Mark's apparition in the Riverlands. 16/07/298 Mark joins Derry Castle. 23/07/298 The Ruby Ford Incident. 27/07/298 Chapters 1-7 Events. 28/07/298 Chapters 8-14 Events. 01/08/298 Chapter 15 Events. 02/08/298 Chapters 16 and 17 Events. 03/08/298 Chapter 18 Events. 04/08/298 Chapter 19 Events. 11/08/298 Chapter 20 Events. 13/08/298 Chapters 21, 22, and 23 Events. 15/08/298 Chapter 24 Events, Arrival at the Twins. 16/08/298 Chapter 25 Events. 17/08/298 Chapter 26 Events. 18/08/298 Chapters 27 and 28 Events. 19/08/298 Chapter 29 and 37, Ned Stark's Message, Events. 21/08/298 Chapter 37, Dragonstone, Events. 22/08/298 Chapter 30 and 37, River Run, Highgarden. Casterly Rock, Events. 23/08/298 Chapters 31 to 33 and 37, Ari, Pike and Sons Pair, Events. 25/08/298 Chapter 37, Winterfell, Events. 27/08/298 Chapters 34, 35, Stop at Moat Cailin, and 37, Castle Black, Events. 28/08/298 Chapters 36 Events. 29/08/298 Chapter 38 Events. 01/09/298 Chapter 39 to 41 Events. 02/09/298 Chapters 41, Volantis, 42 and 43 Events. 03/08/298 Chapter 44 Events. 06/08/298 Chapter 45 Events. 08/09/298 Chapters 46 to 49 Events, Arrival at Winterfell. 09/09/298 Chapters 50 to 53 Events. 10/09/298 Chapters 54 to 57 Events. 11/09/298 Chapters 58 to 60 Events. 61/Royal Task, Eddard 3. Moving through the corridors of the Red Keep, I was making my way towards the Tower of Hand to tackle some issue. This included the incoming visit to the pyromancers to discuss the matter of how to displace the wildfire jars, especially those beneath the gates. While feeling tired, I knew how crucial the next few days were to plan the future of King's Landing, of its people and of the realm. I suddenly saw Robert approaching me, flanked by Renly and Sir Barristan. Despite the weight of his burdens, my friend seemed changed, less plagued by the demons that haunted him since the revelation of the wildfire caches. His face was less flushed, his movements slightly more confident, and subtle shifts in his demeanor. "Your Grace," I greeted him, thinking he wanted to speak to me about an important matter. My friend's blue eyes met mine, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "How many times do I have to tell you, Ned? It's Robert, not Your Grace. Old habits die hard." I chuckled. Amused, Renly interjected, "Come now, brother. You haven't stopped Ned for protocol details, have you?" Robert grumbled, but his expression softened. "Fair point, Renly. Fair point." While I found some fondness to see my friend and his brother interacting in this manner, I was intrigued of what Robert wanted. "What brings you to seek me out, Robert?" I asked. His gaze grew serious. "I need you with me, Ned. It's time to inform my children of our decision regarding their safety." His words caught me off guard. Robert hadn't yet informed his children of the plan to send them away, except for Tommen's fostering at Winterfell. "Robert," I started, a mixture of concern and curiosity in my voice, "why haven't you told them yet?" My friend's response was blunt, his frustration evident. "Damn it, Ned. I couldn't tell them when the gates and the harbor weren't secured enough to allow them to leave." His eyes turned somber and tired. "Besides, with how their mother screeched upon hearing both plans, I doubt they are totally unaware." I nodded in understanding, acknowledging his reasons. "But Robert, I must prepare for the visit to the alchemists," I reminded him, feeling torn between my duty and my friend's request. Renly interjected before his brother could respond. "It can wait. I intend to come along with you on this visit, so we can discuss the details once we have informed my nephews and niece." Robert cast a pleading look in my direction. "Please, Ned. I need you there," he implored. "Very well," I relented, knowing that his family's safety was paramount. "Let's go." I sighed. With that, I fell into step beside my friend, accompanied by Renly and Sir Barristan. As we made our way back to the royal apartments, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the air. As we walked through the corridors of the Red Keep, the activity around us seemed almost incongruous against the backdrop of the wildfire threat. But I knew it was a facade. Most of the courtiers that were still there were concealing their fear of going up in flames. The actions that were done to preserve the safety of the city contributed to assuage some of the fears, but I suspected that attempting to flatter some of those people was also at play. I turned to Renly and Barristan, breaking the silence with a question I had not looked forward to asking. "Are the preparations for the royal family's departure to Storm's End complete?" I inquired, remembering that Renly was planning the journey for the royal family. Renly nodded reassuringly. "Yes, Ned. Everything is in order. Sir Courtenay Penrose has overseen the preparations personally, and I received a raven from Storm's End confirming that all is ready." I exhaled in relief. "Good," I murmured, grateful for the efficiency of Renly's arrangements. "At least one thing is proceeding smoothly amidst all this chaos." Robert's voice cut through the conversation, his tone bitter with frustration. "So damn true, Ned. If only there wasn't that fucking green shit beneath the gates." I couldn't blame him for how terrible and craven the Mad King plan was. "I know, Robert," I replied. "The safety of your family must come first, no matter the circumstances." Sir Baristan chimed in, his voice steady and reassuring. The Lord Hand speaks true, Your Grace. We must ensure the safety of your family above all else. Robert nodded in agreement, his gratitude evident. I know. And I thank you once again, Ned, for your efforts in securing the gates and the harbour. As we continued our journey towards the royal apartments, Robert turned to me, his curiosity piqued about the departure plans for my daughter and the household. His interest in the safety of my family was both unexpected and heartening. Ned, have you planned your daughter's departure? He asked. Yes, Robert. With the harbour secured by Wendell Manderley's men, I intend to send Sansa and part of the household back to the north by sea. I said, imagining the journey that my eldest daughter would go on. Robert's eyes flickered with interest. Good, he declared in a satisfied voice. I looked at him, my brows furrowing in contemplation. May I ask why you ask it? Robert glanced briefly at Renly before returning his gaze to me. Considering we agreed that Tommen would go to the north alongside your daughter, I need to know when he would leave, he explained. I nodded, understanding his reasoning and remembering that I had told him that his young son would travel back to Winterfell alongside Sansa. Renly interjected, adding another layer to the conversation. What my brother didn't say is that my gracious good sister wanted your daughter to accompany her two other children and her when they would leave for Storm's End, given her betrothal to Joffrey. She believes Sansa would make a suitable companion for her daughter and sees it as a fair demand, considering Tommen's departure for the north. Renly's words gave me pause, as I thought about Sansa's well-being. A knot formed in my stomach at the idea of her accompanying Cersei and her children, especially considering the incident with Arya at Derry Castle and the stories of Joffrey's cruelty. Mark's warning about ensuring her well-being came back with full force. I wanted to outright refuse such a demand, but I was concerned about how Robert might feel. Even with his promise to think about breaking the betrothal, no matter how much he wanted to tie his family to mine, there were still too many risks. For a moment though, I thought about Tommen. Such a gentle boy that had recently acted like his dad would when he defended his sister. Maybe, if the circumstances were right. Glancing at Robert, I voiced my apprehension. Have you conceded to Cersei's demands? Robert's reaction was immediate, his expression clouding with fury. Absolutely not, he declared firmly, his voice laced with resolve. After everything with Joffrey, I refuse to entertain any more of Cersei's demands, even less when she's become more unsettled ever since the wildfire revelation. Relief washed over me at Robert's vehement denial, his loyalty to his son warring with his concern for his safety. Yet, the unsettling notion of Cersei's unease lingered like a dark cloud on the horizon. Hearing once again about how the Queen was turning provoked a shiver through me. I found myself wondering if I should tell Sansa to try to spend less time with the Queen. As we reached the royal apartments within Maegor's Holdfast, my gaze fell upon Mandon Moor. Robert's depiction of the night echoed in my mind, a reminder of the dangers lurking within the walls of the Red Keep. He was among the members of the King's Guards, which made me uncertain. That also made me wonder what was becoming Sir Jaime. With all the ruckus his confession caused and the investigations it brought, I hadn't seen much of him then. I knew that Robert kind of avoided him as much as he could, and I felt it was tied to the same impressions he gave to me when I heard the truth. I looked at Mandon Moor as Robert spoke out to the knight. Sir Mandon, his voice cut through the air, drawing the knight's attention. Are my children within? The King's Guard's reaction was subtle, a barely perceptible shift in his stance. Yes, Your Grace, he replied curtly, his voice devoid of warmth. Robert's response was immediate, his brow furrowing with concern. And the Queen? Mandon's expression remained impassive as he answered, Her Grace is closed within her chambers, Your Grace. Robert's brows turned in a dark scowl. Brooding and drinking. To think I had become that for years. A chuckle escaped Renly's lips, the sound light but tinged with underlying amusement. I suppose that's one way to put it, he remarked, his gaze flickering between Robert and myself. My concern deepened at the mention of Cersei's seclusion and attitude as it proved what had been said of her in recent days. My friend's next words cut through the tension like a blade. Mandon, find my children and bring them to the dinner room, Robert commanded, his tone brooking no argument. The knight's reaction was swift, a silent nod before he turned to fulfill his orders, disappearing into the depths of Maegor's Holdfast. A dutiful knight, wouldn't you say, Ned? Renly's comment was casual, but I couldn't shake the sense of unease that settled over me like a shroud. It felt like corruption in the King's Guard could be as nasty as that rumored of the gold cloaks. Robert turned his glance on us and said in a gruff voice, Let's move to the dining room. I nodded in agreement as he resumed his walk, still a bit awkward and stiff due to his weight. Following him, we joined the room where the royal family took their meals. As we entered it, Robert scanned the area before us. Damn it all, I could use a bit of wine, he muttered. Perhaps I should summon that Lannister squire of mine. His tone carried a hint of longing, a desire to escape his responsibilities, if only for a moment. I stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Robert, you know it's best to avoid indulging yourself, especially given the current challenges we face, I reminded him gently. Robert sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping slightly. I know, Ned, he conceded, a hint of resignation in his tone. But damn it all, it's hard to resist. Renly interjected, his voice light but filled with a hint of admonishment. Come now, brother. You've faced greater challenges than a lack of wine. You know better than to give in to temptation, especially now. Sir Baristan remained silent, his expression unreadable, but I could sense the unwavering loyalty and support he offered to our troubled king. I had noticed how Robert seemed to trust the old knight more than ever, allowing him to attend the small council meetings and express his opinion, something that the knight had never done before. Robert's gaze shifted to each of us in turn, a mixture of gratitude and resignation in his eyes. You're right, Renly. We'll face whatever comes our way, together, he declared, his voice firm with determination. The sound of approaching footsteps drew our attention. Turning, we watched as Mandon Moore emerged from the shadows, flanked by the young Baratheon children, even though Prince Joffrey was trailing behind, shadowed by his sworn shield. My gaze lingered on Joffrey, his eyes fearful as he looked in the direction of his father. The incident between him and his siblings weighed heavily on my mind, and I couldn't help but wonder about the implications for their future. Thinking back on the events of Derry Castle and what I had heard of the incident between him and his siblings as well as the rumors about him, only increased my concerns. I prayed that my friend would make his decision concerning maintaining or breaking the betrothal between Sansa and his son. While I could break it with ease, I rather preferred to see Robert making the final step and to achieve it through a mutual agreement. As my thoughts drifted, I noticed the stark physical differences between Myrcella and Tommen compared to Joffrey. My heart ached slightly in fondness as I watched them rush towards their father, Myrcella with graceful steps and Tommen with an eager haste. Robert's reaction was immediate, his arms opening wide to welcome his younger children. Father! Tommen's voice rang out with youthful excitement as he embraced Robert. Myrcella followed, her movements more composed but equally glad of her father's presence. Robert's response was tender, embracing them both. My dear children, he said with a hint of warmth, how I've missed you. I couldn't help but smile at the sight, relieved to see Robert spending time with his younger ones, much as he used to with Maya Stone. My attention shifted to Joffrey, however, as his frown seemed to cast a shadow over the room. His bitterness and jealousy were noticeable, overshadowed by the love his father now openly showed to his siblings. Father, Myrcella spoke up, breaking the momentary silence, what did you want to speak with us about? Robert's expression turned a bit grave as he looked at his children. Please, settle down, he said. There's something important I need to discuss with you. Myrcella and Tommen obediently took their seats, but Joffrey's reaction was noticeably different. He remained standing, his eyes fixed on his father with a mixture of defiance and resentment. Joffrey, my friend said, without the anger I was getting used to him giving his eldest, sit. The prince's shoulders slumped, and he reluctantly took a seat, his eyes darting around the room, avoiding his father's gaze. Sandor Clegane, standing by the door, watched Joffrey closely, his presence a silent reminder of authority. Looking at the table, I noticed the distance between Joffrey and his siblings. A stark contrast to the warmth shared between Myrcella, Tommen, and their father. If Cersei was here, she'd probably be mothering her eldest more than her other children. Once Joffrey was seated, Robert shifted his attention to Mandon Moore, the King's Guard knight who had been standing nearby. Thank you, Sir Mandon, he said, nodding towards the knight. You can take your leave. After the knight left, Robert focused his attention back on his children. Myrcella and Tommen looked at him with curiosity, while Joffrey's gaze remained fixed on the table, his expression sullen. Robert took a deep breath before addressing his children. You must be wondering why I've called you here. Yes, father, Myrcella said softly, what is it? Robert hesitated for a moment, looking at his brother, Renly, who stepped forward to join the conversation. Children, the young Baratheon began, his tone gentle yet serious, in light of recent events, your father has decided that it's best for your safety to move you outside of King's Landing. Myrcella's eyes widened with realization, and she glanced nervously at Tommen, who looked equally concerned. Joffrey's expression remained unreadable. Where are we going? Myrcella asked. You will be going to Storm's End, Robert answered as he looked at his children. Renly has prepared everything for your stay. Myrcella and Tommen looked relieved, but Joffrey's reaction was noticeably different. His jaw clenched, and his hands tightened into fists. Why can't I stay here? He interjected, his voice almost whining. Robert growled, as he fixed his eldest son with a stern look. Joffrey, he began, you may be a little shit, but you are still my heir as much as it pains me. I won't let you stay here if it turns into ashes. Silence engulfed the room as Joffrey absorbed his father's blunt honesty. His shoulders sagged slightly, the defiance in his posture giving way to a begrudging acceptance. With a resigned sigh, he lowered his head. Myrcella and Tommen exchanged uncertain looks as if they were nervous. From the stories I heard about their brother, who could blame them? Robert's words to Joffrey were harsh, yet tinged with a father's concern. I knew my friend was feeling guilty about letting his children down because of his bitterness over my sister, as well as his conflicted relationship with the Queen. Still, he was at least trying to mend bonds with his younger children. In other circumstances, I would have advised him to do the same with Joffrey, but I wasn't sure it would work anymore. Finally, Robert broke the silence as he turned his attention to youngest son. Tommen, I need to speak with you alone, he announced, his voice gentler now, as if trying to reassure his youngest son. I looked at his children, aware that Tommen would learn about his incoming future. Joffrey's face darkened further, a mixture of jealousy and frustration evident in his eyes as he watched his siblings. What about me? He demanded. Robert sighed, a hint of frustration creeping back into his voice. Hound, he called out, turning to his son's sworn shield, bring Joffrey back to his chambers, he commanded. Sandor nodded curtly, moving forward to escort Joffrey out of the room. The young prince bristled at the command, but under the stern glare of his father, he relented, rising reluctantly from his seat. As he was led away by his sworn shield, I noticed him sending a resentful glare directed at his siblings. Once again, the bad vibes Joffrey was giving me made me more determined to break the betrothal. A prince who harmed his siblings, almost killed Arya in anger and hurt animals wasn't someone I would want for Sansa. For all the resentment and anger I had for the man, even Rhaegar wasn't to my knowledge so blatant in cruelty to Lyanna despite what happened between them. As the door closed behind them, the tension in the room seemed to dissipate slightly, though an undercurrent of unease remained. Robert glanced at Sir Barristan, who stood nearby, his expression unreadable. Sir Barristan, accompany Myrcella, Robert commanded. The old knight's weathered face betrayed a hint of concern, but he nodded obediently. As you command, Your Grace, he replied, moving towards Myrcella. But before Sir Barristan could reach her, Myrcella stood her ground, her emerald eyes fixed on her father. Father, what do you want to say to Tommen? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. Robert's brow furrowed, his gaze flickering between Myrcella and Tommen. He seemed momentarily caught off guard by her question, but then his expression softened slightly. Myrcella, it's not something you need to worry about, he said, he gently told her. I just need to have a word with your brother alone. Renly, who had been observing the exchange silently, spoke up. Robert, surely you can allow Myrcella to stay, he suggested. It wouldn't hurt to have her present. Robert looked at me as if seeking confirmation. I met his gaze with a nod, indicating my agreement with Renly's suggestion. After a moment of consideration, Robert sighed, relented to the combined pressure. Very well, he conceded, turning back to Myrcella and Tommen. Myrcella, Tommen, you may both stay, he said. Myrcella smiled gratefully, her eyes shining with appreciation. Tommen, ever the eager boy, looked relieved at the prospect of not being left out. Seeing those two kids having such a strong bond reminded me of how Arya bonded with Jon or how Jon and Robb were close. I quickly frowned at the thought, both glad that Jon was away at the wall, safe from the hazard of being found out for who he really was. I wished I had stepped forward to refuse him taking the black, but at the same time, with how Kat felt about his presence and with my current situation, it was not the best of circumstances. This was the only secret I ever withheld from Robert. I would wish no others. Tommen, Robert began, his voice carrying a mixture of seriousness and affection, I've been thinking about you, my boy. Yes, father. Tommen replied, straightening up. His voice tinged with a hint of apprehension. This was a moment that would change everything for the boy. Robert took a deep breath as if gathering his thoughts. I've seen something in you, Tommen, he continued, his tone grave yet sincere. A spark of something I don't want to see snuffed out, especially by Joffrey or your mother. Tommen's brows furrowed, confusion etching his young features. What do you mean, father? He asked, in a small voice. Robert glanced at me briefly, as if seeking confirmation, before turning back to Tommen. What I mean, son, is that I want to send you to Winterfell for fostering. The young prince's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth opening slightly in disbelief. Winterfell. He echoed, his voice barely a whisper. Beside him, Myrcella looked equally shocked. But father, why? Robert's gaze softened as he looked at his daughter. Because I believe it's the best place for him, Myrcella, he explained. Winterfell is a place where you can learn and grow, surrounded by people who will help you become the man you're meant to be. And who better to guide you than Ned's family? He said while looking at Tommen. I felt the eyes of the two children on me, full of hopeful but concerned innocence. I caught Sir Barristan's eye and saw him look on approvingly. I could imagine he didn't expect such a decision from the king, but the fact he was approving the choice was heartwarming. I knew that Sir Barristan was a loyal and honorable man. With the endeavors Robert was achieving in recent days, I could imagine he earned the old knight's approval, no matter his past loyalties. Turning my attention to Renly, I noticed a dark glint in his eyes, as if the news of Tommen's fostering had soured his mood. It was a reminder of the caution I needed to exercise around him, especially given his closeness to the Tyrells. There was something amiss that I couldn't put my finger on. I wondered if Renly had second thoughts about having his brother's family at Storm's End. It felt wrong to think such things of Robert's brother, but between those playing the game and the wildfire threat, I couldn't help to be further paranoid than I would have been without Mark's warnings and advice. Tommen's eyes widened in realization. "I won't go if it means leaving Marcella behind," he declared, his voice wavering with emotion. I looked fondly at this little boy standing up because he didn't want to leave his sister behind. It reminded me how Lyanna felt when I left for the Eyrie. I also thought about how Arya reacted when she learned she would go to King's Landing. It pained me to think how similar and yet different the situation sounded. Robert's heart swelled with pride at his son's loyalty, but he knew he had to be firm. "Tommen, this is for the best," he insisted, his tone gentle yet resolute. "And I know you will get along with Ned's sons," he confidently declared. I loved the faith Robert had in his young son, but it also reminded me that Bran was now crippled. I hoped that Tommen would be of good company for him once he would be at Winterfell. Tommen offered a small smile at his father and seemed to hesitate, even though he tried to stand strong, earning a small chuckle from Renly. I saw Robert sending a warning glare at his younger brother. I was certain that Renly was amused by the youthful determination of Tommen and didn't mean ill, but Robert was very sensitive despite his straightforward tendencies. Marcella reached out to grasp her brother's hand. "Tommen, if this is what father thinks is best, then we must trust him," she said softly. "We'll see each other again soon, I promise." Tommen hesitated for a moment, then hugged his sister. "All right," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I'll go." With a heavy sigh, Robert gathered them both into a tight embrace, holding them close as if to shield them from danger. The intensity of the gesture struck me and I was once again thinking of the moments he had spent with Maya after her birth. How much time had my friend lost with his children? Marcella's question broke the silence. "Father, when will Tommen leave?" Robert turned his glance at me, a silent plea for support. I met his gaze with a reassuring nod before addressing the children. "Tommen will accompany Sansa back to Winterfell, and it will be soon," I assured them, trying to sound as comforting as possible. He then released his children from his embrace, his eyes reflecting both pride and sorrow. "You can go now," he said softly, a hint of sadness showing. But Tommen hesitated, his small hand reaching out to grasp his father's sleeve. "Father, can't you stay a little longer?" he asked, his voice trembling with emotion. Marcella chimed in, her voice equally pleading. "Yes, please, father. Just a little while longer." Robert relented, as he looked down at his children. "Of course," he said gently, "just a little while longer." Robert turned to Renly and me, a weary resignation in his gaze. "You two can take your leave," he said. Renly and I nodded. Renly seemed a bit moved by his brother's interactions with his children, though there was that glint that unsettled me. He was the first to turn to leave, his thoughts a mystery to me. I bowed to Robert and his children. "Your Grace." "Princess." "My prince." I gave the nod to Sir Barristan before turning around to leave the royal apartments and go back to the Tower of Hand to tackle the other matters that required my attention. Notably the encounter with the alchemists to tackle how to store and evacuate the wildfire. I followed Renly out of the room, as I remembered he wanted to discuss the matter with me. A part of me was glad that Renly was seriously taking his duties, countering in part, some of Mark's words on him. But the glints I had noticed bothered me as it seemed like he had something in mind with the preparations in Storm's End. I considered it was tied to how to welcome his good sister and her children, but I couldn't be certain with everything that was happening. As we stepped into the corridor, a chill ran down my spine, as if I were being watched. Stopping abruptly, I turned around and found Cersei Lannister standing nearby, a goblet of wine in hand. Her green eyes bore into me, showing hostility. "Your Grace," I greeted, my tone staying neutral but tinged with caution. Renly, noticing her presence, turned as well, his feelings masked by a polite smile. "Good sister," he greeted, his voice cordial. The Queen's gaze flickered between us, her lips curling into a thin smile that did not reach her eyes. "You may have managed to win this round," she said, her voice low and dangerous, "but don't think I'll forget." I managed to hold my tongue, knowing that any response would only escalate the situation. Cersei turned on her heel and swept away, leaving a chill in the air in her wake. Renly glanced at me, his expression unreadable. "Don't pay her any mind," he said, his voice casual but tinged with a hint of something I couldn't quite place. "She's just lashing out in desperation." I nodded, though I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the pit of my stomach. As we continued on our way, I mulled over Cersei's words, wondering how Renly's confidence was not overdone. Even if they weren't behind Jon Arryn's death, I knew that the Lannisters could be dangerous. The events of Derry Castle came across my mind and I prayed that the Queen wouldn't dare something dangerous and foolish because of pride. An. 1 And here we are. This time with Ned Stark dealing with the matters of King's Landing, both the wildfire and the royal family issues. 2. The choice to depict him supporting Robert to inform his children about the incoming arrangements for their departure was both because I feel it was good to show how much Robert relies on Ned and how much he tries to catch up with his neglect and mistakes, and of course character development. Of course, it could have been interesting to see how Ned is dealing with the wildfire matter or the investigation on John Arryn's death, but those points will be tackled in due time, not to mention to avoid the redundancy of such topics. That doesn't mean those topics aren't there, as there are the mentions of what Ned had in his schedule when Robert came to him, a schedule he would achieve after that chapter, of course. 3. The discussion moment between Robert and Ned on Robert's children, the planned departure of Sansa, of Cersei's request and of the matter of Sansa's betrothal with Joffrey are elements that came to my mind when I imagined that chapter, as it explores Robert's mindset in this specific context, but also the mindset of his children and of Cersei. And it allows to depict the way the situation and the characters are evolving. 4. Concerning the betrothal, I know it had been commented in some cases about the fact Ned could easily break the betrothal of his daughter. I'm inclined to agree on that matter. However, while he has strong reasons to be wary of Joffrey, he wants to give Robert a chance as he saw his friend is trying his best to do his duty as king, father, and friend. And because the context is less complicated, and tragic in a way, for both men, Ned isn't going solo on that matter, partly because he wants to bring his friend to act responsible, and potentially to let go of his, obsessional, desire of being tied to Ned's family in any manner. Ned is in short giving an opening to his friend to be the man he believed him to be. But because it conflicts with Robert's desire, it is a complicated matter to handle for him. 5. The discussion with the children was interesting to develop, notably with Joffrey, as I wanted to show the very complicated relation between Robert and Joffrey in regard to both canon and the current situation. And having Tommen reacting and protesting his departure for Myrcella's sake was a touching moment that my beta reader suggested, and one that fits his character development from the chapter where he bashed Joffrey. And it helps to develop the sibling interactions between Tommen and Myrcella. And finally, it allows to reveal how Renly feels on the matter of having one of his brother's children away due to his own agenda. 6. The final part with Cersei is one that I wanted to depict to show how low Cersei is falling in the current situation because of the feeling she is losing control, and therefore power and influence, and how she is like a lioness that felt encaged and just awaited an opportunity to lunge on her targets. And of course, it serves as a reminder for Ned that the Lannisters can be still dangerous. 7. Next time, Mark is going to the kitchens for his new day of work and interacts with one of the young scullions. 8. Have a good reading. 62/A new friend. Not knowing if it was dawn, I decided to get out of bed. I stretched myself, feeling aches in my body. I could imagine it was from yesterday's activities. Thinking about the previous day was peculiar. On the one hand, I had been very glad to be able to start to work in the kitchens and to develop ties with Gage and his scullions. On the other hand, the encounter with Roose Bolton and Roderick Reeswell or the duel with Gryff Whitehill left a bitter taste in my mouth. Facing those kinds of people wasn't in my best interests. I also knew that my fight against the youngest Whitehill helped influence how people staying at Winterfell regarded me. It's a good thing I was part of House Stark, otherwise there would be a bigger target on my back. I sighed, considering that this northern house was, in my opinion, far worse than the Lannisters. For all the dislike I had of Tywin, he wasn't a completely ignominious and scoundrel like Lud Whitehill was. That made me wonder how far the man managed to avoid issues, considering he might be another bannerman of Lord Glover. I thought back to a small clip I'd been shown from HOTD before I arrived in Westeros. The Blackwoods and the Brackens would use any slight to duel and kill each other. Just how were things able to stay as calm as they did between the Whitehills and the Foresters? The only reason things went to hell had been because of the Whitehills betraying House Stark during the Red Wedding. Looking back, I went over my actions, I would have changed nothing. Benfred dueling Gryff was out of the question. Still, I made sure to barricade my door in case a member of House Whitehill got ideas and tried to pay a friendly visit. I chased away those thoughts, reminding myself that alongside joining the kitchens, my previous day wasn't full of unfortunate events. Spending time with the Tallhearts, sparring with Sir Creighton, Benfred and Gayred Turtle had been positive. Plus telling the story of David and Goliath had been a new experience. The walks with Maege Mormont and Barbary Dustin were also very unique and peculiar, even though I loved speaking with women, feeling more at ease with them. And as much as I was uncertain of Barbary's intentions due to her complicated story with the Starks, the discussion with Maege Mormont was agreeable albeit unexpected. I still felt grateful for her intervention to prevent Gryff from backstabbing me. You just want a reason to check those two ladies out again. Don't tell me you were not tempted to ogle the she-bears as well. The voice that sounded like Rob teased again. Are you accusing me of having a thing for powerful women that could kick my ass? I asked the voice aloud. I swore I heard a snicker in return. Finishing my warm UPS. I considered what to do. I was tempted to eat my breakfast in the guest house as I had been doing it since my arrival in Winterfell, but on the other hand, Gage told me that sharing a meal with him and his scullions would be a good idea for me. Not wanting to make it look like I thought I was better than everyone in the kitchen, was reason enough. Leaving the room, I came across some people, mainly servants, though some members of the guests' retinues had already awakened. I could feel their eyes on me, probably with how fast the rumors spread. Oh dear, how quickly had Rob heard of them? I doubted he would ignore them. But at the same time, with how busy he must be currently, he might not have the leisure to discuss the potential issues of what happened the previous day, not to mention what those who witnessed the fight might have told him. Leaving the guest house, I felt the cold air passing on me. And yet, in spite of the discomfort I was feeling, it was less bothersome than usual. I wasn't sure if it was due to my body starting to get used to the local climate, and my logical side was thinking that might be the case. The courtyard was almost empty, with only a few guards patrolling the area. I spotted Jallard, one of the Stark guards on duty. Seeing his familiar face, I decided to approach him. "Good morning, Jallard," I called out, my breath forming a mist in the cold air. "How is the day treating you?" The guard's response came with a nod, his expression curious yet friendly. "Morning to ya too. Can't complain much, just the same old watch duty. Ya holdin' up alright after that scrap with Gryff Whitehill?" I couldn't help but grimace slightly at the memory. "I'm alright, as one can be after dueling a scoundrel," I bitterly replied. Good thing Lady Mormont stepped in when she did. Gryff's got a mean streak and that's a fact." He shook his head. "Absolutely. I owe her one for that," I admitted. "There's always your bed." Rob's voice teased again. I shut it out quickly. The conversation took a lighter turn as Jallard chuckled and gestured towards the recent events circulating around me. "Seems like you've been quite the charmer lately, eh? Tor told me he spotted ya with Lady Barbary Dustin yestermorn. And I heard ya were struttin' alongside Lady Mormont after your fight. Yerry makin' a right impression with the lords and ladies." A flush crept up my cheeks at the mention of my interactions with the two ladies. It was fortunate he didn't jest on Arya, though I could understand why, as it would be speaking of his lord's daughter and a child even more. "Ah well, you know how it goes," I replied sheepishly. "Just a man with a maiden's heart and a maester's mind, trying to find his way around here." Jallard laughed, clapping me on the shoulder. Looks like Yerry navigate in these halls with skill, my friend." "It is nice to be able to avoid the wrong people," I said with a kind smile, "but meeting the right people is a better advantage as well. As fickle as it may be, I rather choose friendship with a lord and even more a lady rather than love, especially in a place like the North where reliance on others is important with what you are dealing with every day and every year." Jallard nodded in agreement, understanding the practicality of my words as he moved his hand off my shoulder. "I would like to speak more, but I don't want to interfere with your duties," I said, breaking the quiet. "And I have to get to the kitchens to eat with Gage and the scullions." Jallard offered a nod of understanding. "Of course, Roger. Duty calls us all. Have a good day, and may the old gods watch over ya." "Thank you, Jallard," I replied with a grateful smile before resuming my walk towards the kitchens. As I walked past the library tower, I made a mental note to stop by there later. I had learned so much there that enriched my knowledge on the North, Westeros, their legends and customs. And I felt that in keeping it up, I would notice patterns and trends in the texts, as I was very analytical and attentive to details, especially as I had to remember about the fact more than in France, texts were based as well. I wanted to have a new discussion with Maester Luwin, both to share knowledge with him and to debate with him due to how our respective mindsets and methods would be different. Approaching the rounded building of the kitchens, the savory aroma of cooking food greeted me, filling the air with a comforting warmth. Stepping inside, I scanned the empty tables, my eyes searching for the room where Gage and his scullions would be dining. The hearth softly crackled, casting a flickering glow across the hall as I made my way through. The hall was empty, with only the soft crackling of the hearth breaking the silence. I moved through the hall toward the room where the scullions and Gage ate, the anticipation of a warm meal drawing me closer. Upon entering the room, I found it mostly empty, save for a small blonde pigtailed haired figure seated at one of the tables. As the child looked at me, I recognized Turnip, Gage's daughter. "Good morning, Turnip," I greeted her softly. Her eyes widened in surprise at first. But then, recognition flickered in her eyes as she offered a tentative smile in return. "Where's your father?" I inquired gently, curious about her presence in the empty hall. The last thing one would want would be for her to be in the presence of someone like Roose Bolton. Turnip hesitated before giving an uncertain reply. "He's busy with some tasks. Said he'd join us later." I nodded in understanding, sensing her reluctance to share more. "I see. But if the meal hasn't been served yet, what are you doing here?" I wanted to finish some chores early," she stuttered. I offered a reassuring smile, trying to relax her. I'm not judging, Turnip. I'm just curious. You're quite responsible for your age. Her cheeks flushed. Thank you, Roger. It almost felt like I was watching a young Cinderella. Thankfully without the abuse and with more love and support. While my upbringing taught me about the wrongs of child labor, my analytical and logical sides reminded me that Westeros had its own cultural conventions. It didn't mean I condone them, but I knew there was a time and steps to bring out meaningful changes instead of rushing things or to believe that destroying the ancient order would be the solution to the issues. May I keep you company until your father and the other scullions arrive? I offered kindly. Turnip's eyes widened in surprise once more, but this time, a shy smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Yes, please. Do you need help? As scullions, we help each other, don't we? I offered, hoping to alleviate any reluctance she might have in accepting assistance. Turnip's eyes widened at my offer, surprise evident in her expression. She hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. I suppose I could use a hand, she admitted. What do you want me to do? I asked, eager to lend a hand wherever needed. Turnip's gaze met mine, her expression thoughtful as she considered her options. After a moment, she gestured towards a nearby basket of vegetables. If you could help me with these, that would be wonderful, she replied, a hint of relief in her tone. Reaching for the basket I started to sort through the vegetables with her. After a while, Turnip glanced up at me, a small smile gracing her lips. Thank you for helping me, she said softly. It's my pleasure. I like helping people, I replied sincerely. Turnip paused in her task, her expression first surprised before softening. If you don't mind me asking, how long have you been a scullion? She then asked. Since yesterday, as you can see. I've never worked in a kitchen before and I've only been here at Winterfell for a few days. Lord Robb accepted that I joined the kitchens. I felt I could help there and I know how to cook and don't mind learning new skills and stuff. I didn't mention the need for money as I did not want to sound greedy in front of my supervisor's daughter. Turnip nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer. Her curiosity seemed to be growing, and I could sense her opening up a bit more. Encouraged by her interest, I asked, and how about you? How long have you been working in the kitchens? Turnip hesitated for a moment before answering, I've been helping my father in the kitchens for as long as I can remember, ever since my mother passed away. I nodded, feeling some sympathy for Gage and his daughter. It must be hard work, especially with so many guests in the castle right now. It can be tough, but we manage. My father's a great cook, and we make a good team, we do, she said with pride. I'm sure you do. And you'll work in the kitchen when you're older, I presume? I asked. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought Turnip was related to Arya, as she had a similar spirit. Turnip's expression brightened at the question. Yes, for sure. I want to learn everything I can from my father and be the best cook I can be. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself admiring her determination. I have no doubt you'll achieve that goal, I replied warmly. Turnip grinned, her cheeks flushing at the praise. Thank you, she said earnestly. Not many scullions take time to talk to me. They ain't cruel or nothin', just busy, I guess. She paused, considering her words carefully. They're always caught up in their own tasks, rushin' about without thinkin' much about others. It can be hard to find someone to talk to or spend time with, 'cept my father. I see. I can understand it can be hard for them to be available and for you to find someone outside of your father to spend time with, I acknowledged. Turnip's shoulders relaxed a little. Yes, it can get lonely sometimes, she admitted, her gaze dropping briefly before meeting mine again. I looked at her, genuine concern evident in my expression. If you are bothered in any manner and that your father is not available, don't hesitate to speak to me. If you accept it, of course. I don't want to presume what I can do for you, but if you need a friend, I can be here, I offered softly, hoping to reassure her. Turnip's eyes widened slightly, touched by the offer. Thank you, she said earnestly, a small smile tugging at her lips. I appreciate it. It's nice to have someone to talk to. A sense of relief washed over me as I saw how she responded to my words. Of course, I replied, I'm here whenever you need someone to talk to. Turnip's smile widened, gratitude shining in her eyes. I'll keep that in mind, she promised, her face brightening with newfound confidence. Satisfied, I returned to my task with a renewed sense of vigor. After a short moment, Turnip and I finished sorting out the vegetables. All right, Turnip, I said, wiping my hands on a cloth. What can we do next? We're still on our own now. Turnip looked around, considering our options. Well, she began, perhaps we can prepare the table for breakfast. That way, when the other scullions and father arrive, everything will be ready. I nodded, impressed by her initiative. That's a great idea, I replied. Let's get started then. Together, we set about preparing the table in the great hall, arranging the plates and utensils with care. I made sure to give Turnip space to do things on her own, respecting her potential experience as a scullion while also offering assistance when needed. Once the table was set, Turnip stepped back to admire our handiwork. "Looks good," she said, a hint of pride in her voice. I smiled, pleased with our efforts. "Indeed, it does," I agreed. "Now, we just need to wait for the others to arrive." "I can't wait to break our fast together," she said, a smile lighting up her face. I returned her smile, grateful for the opportunity to share this moment with her. "Me neither," I replied, feeling a sense of camaraderie growing between us. Uncertain of what to do next, I glanced at the vegetables we had sorted earlier, a question forming in my mind. "Shouldn't we store them?" I asked, turning to Turnip. "Of course. Let's do that," she replied, taking the initiative. I followed her lead as we made our way to the storage area, Turnip leading the charge with a skip in her step. She seemed to be in high spirits, perhaps buoyed by our successful collaboration in setting the table. As we reached the storage room, Turnip wasted no time in organizing the vegetables, her small hands deftly arranging them in neat rows. If she had skills in computers, she could have worked my job at the university. Once the task was complete, Turnip flashed me a triumphant grin. "All done!" she exclaimed proudly. "Great job, Turnip," I praised her, feeling a sense of pride in our accomplishments. With the vegetables safely stored away, I found myself at a loss for what to do next. Gage and the other scullions had yet to arrive, leaving us with some free time on our hands. Sensing the lull in activity, Turnip's eyes sparkled mischievously as she glanced around the kitchen. "Hey, Roger! Do you want to play a game while we wait?" she suggested. I chuckled, appreciating her playful spirit. "Sure, what did you have in mind?" I asked, eager to join in on the fun. With a grin, Turnip dashed off towards a nearby shelf, rummaging through the assortment of pots and pans. "Let's play hide and seek!" she exclaimed, her voice echoing through the spacious kitchen. I couldn't help but laugh at her enthusiasm. "Hide and seek it is then!" I agreed, already feeling the excitement building within me. As Turnip counted down from 10, I quickly scanned the kitchen for a hiding spot. Spotting a large barrel tucked away in the corner, I made a beeline for it, crouching down behind its sturdy frame just as Turnip finished counting. The sound of Turnip's footsteps echoed through the kitchen as she searched for me, her voice calling out playfully, "Ready or not, here I come." I held my breath, trying to stifle a giggle as Turnip's footsteps drew closer. Suddenly, her face appeared around the edge of the barrel, her eyes widening in surprise as she spotted me. "Found you!" she exclaimed triumphantly, her grin widening as she tagged me with a playful tap on the shoulder. Laughing, I stood up from my hiding spot, feeling a sense of joy wash over me. "You got me," I admitted, unable to wipe the smile off my face. Just then, we heard footsteps and movements echoing through the hall outside the kitchen, signaling the arrival of Gage and the other scullions. "Sounds like they're here," I remarked, glancing towards the entrance. Turnip nodded in agreement, her excitement undiminished. "Do you think your father and the other scullions are here?" I asked, turning to her. "Yeah, they must be," Turnip replied eagerly, already moving towards the door. "Then, let's go meet them," I suggested, following her lead as we made our way out of the kitchen and into the bustling hall. As we entered the hall, we saw the scullions entering the room, their faces alight with the energy of the morning. Turnip quickly spotted her father among the group and darted towards him, a smile spreading across her face. "Father!" she exclaimed, tugging at his sleeve to get his attention. Gage turned towards her, a surprised expression on his face. "Turnip, what brings ya here so early?" he asked, his voice filled with fatherly concern. "I wanted to finish some tasks," Turnip explained. "And we've already set the table for breakfast." Her father's expression softened at her words. "Well, I'm right glad to see ya taking the initiative," he said, ruffling her hair affectionately. Turnip beamed up at him, clearly pleased by his response. "Thanks, father," she said, before turning to include me in the conversation. "And Roger helped a lot too." Gage turned his attention to me, offering a nod of acknowledgement. "I appreciate your assistance," he said. "Of course, Gage. I'm here to help in any way I can," I replied, feeling a sense of belonging in this bustling kitchen. Gage's gaze lingered on me for a moment, as if assessing my sincerity. Then, with a faint smile, he turned back to his daughter. "Since you're here, how about ya help me finish preparing breakfast?" he suggested. Turnip's eyes lit up at the offer, and she eagerly nodded her agreement. "Yes, father!" she exclaimed, before hurrying off to join him in the kitchen. I watched them go, feeling warmth in my chest at the sight of their bond. I followed them, ready to see what Gage could give me as a task, unless he was ready to break his fast. As I was moving, I thought that the start of the day was promising. While I heard my stomach growling a bit, I knew the reward of the breakfast would be here soon. I was also elated of the time spent with Turnip, especially considering she might be a background character of the books if my memory served me well. Interacting with a child like her, both lively and yet dutiful, was impressive and a refreshing experience. And while I wasn't sure if I would have much time to interact with her with our tasks and my own personal activities, she was an interesting person to make acquaintances with. Part of Turnip's charm, like with her father, was the fact I didn't know much about them. That made the interaction further more enriching for me, even though that also made me as apprehensive as I was with normal people, as I had to feel at ease with them to be able to open up. I knew I would need those interactions to remind myself to be me and not to fall in the Dumbledore or worse Varys figure archetype with how to use my knowledge. Even if I had established how to use it, I was aware that any ripple and change might affect me and bring me to make difficult choices or to think that renouncing my values would be necessary. Such temptations were to be confronted and tackled. I needed to find a new balance, and as much it seemed I was finding it, it was a delicate and susceptible process that could be disrupted at any moment for any reason. And here we go again. Back to Mark as he is still working on settling in Winterfell while also dealing with the potential struggles his feat against Gryff Whitehill could bring, with notably the question and potential issue of being still at the guest house as he is wary of a bad incident. Just because there are guest rights doesn't mean someone who can be overcautious wouldn't dismiss the worst possibility. Too many thoughts of Rob teasing Mark are courtesy of my beta reader, but they are very funny as it adds something, not to mention that having a tendency to visualize many things, it could be something that would happen if I was in this situation. And of course, it serves to both show how the context impacts him and how his actions influences things. My beta reader also includes the HOTD reference on the Bracken and Blackwoods, due to the scene where the young Blackwood heir tries to court Rhaenyra but failed and pissed off by the older Bracken, fought him and defeated him, an inclusion I like as it serves as a mirror to the rivalry between the Foresters and the Whitehills. 3. I'm aware that this chapter might sound needless, considering it is the second time it depicts the kitchens and that menial tasks are shown. However, it allows the introduction and depiction of Turnip, a background character from the books, which serves for the world building but also to depict how Mark is as a character and how his interactions tell of him and display his evolution as a person, not to mention that his interactions also influence, both in good and bad ways, the way he is perceived. Finally, Turnip's introduction would serve for not only the character development, but for a future chapter. No spoiler, but let's just say that a situation will get heated. Consider those chapters are setups for the context, the character developments and the context. My perspective is a character-driven story, meaning that the plot evolves because of the characters' actions and interactions as they influence the situation and the context as the context impacts them, leading them to make decisions. It is an imperfect spiral. 4. Depicting Turnip was interesting because she is both a child, while there is no indication of her age, considering there is the mention of her playing with Big and Small Valder who are 9 in the books. I felt she was around a similar age, making her 9 in the context of this fanfiction, and a scullion, which allows to explore background elements tied in her situation, but also the fact she had a role to play in the kitchens and is still a child who may want to play and have fun at times. 5. Teaser, next time, Mark intends to ask for a complimentary and yet unorthodox weapon. 6. Have a good reading. 63/new weapon to gain. It was afternoon as I was finished washing the dishes that belonged to the main meal. I wished there was soap, as it would lessen the chances of being sick. I was also thinking that sharing with Gage or Rob the fork I had made would be useful as well. I was cursing as I had also forgotten to mention the water filtering process. Sooner or later I would have to talk with Gage, Rob, and Lewin about it. While taking a break, I reflected on this second day of working in the kitchens. It might have been extremely busy with not many interactions, especially with the other members of the household or the other guests. However, talking with Gage, Turnip, and the other scullions was a good moment, but also the opportunity to keep on renewing my cooking skills and starting to develop new ones. Hey there, Roger, Gage said, walking over. How's it going? I've finished my task, I replied. Good work. We appreciate your help round here. He wiped his brow as he spoke from working in what was becoming a heated environment. It's my pleasure and duty to help you, Gage, I told the cook. The man offered me a smile at my words and was about to move when I decided to follow up on my previous thoughts. By curiosity, do we have soap? I asked. Soap? What for? He asked. Where I came from, soap can be useful not only to wash plates but also to help stop the spread of sickness. I explained. Interesting. Can't say we've thought much on that here, but it's worth considerin'. He admitted. Perhaps I can explain it to you when you're more available, I offered. Gage nodded thoughtfully. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for bringing it up. If you don't mind, I'd please like to do one of my other activities, I said, shifting the conversation. I'm feeling a bit sore from yesterday's sparring. Ah, I see. So no new sparring today, then. He winked. I winced inwardly, remembering the bruises from my encounter with Gryff Whitehill. No, not today. I'd be a fool to try it again so soon. Gage chuckled. Fair enough. What's on your agenda, then? I'm not certain yet. Likely a visit to the library, I replied. Gage nodded approvingly. Always good to brush up on knowledge. Well, don't let me keep yet. I'll see ya later for the evening meal. I saluted him with a grin. Count on it. Take care, Gage. See you later. Starting my walk towards the entrance, I stepped out into the crisp air of Winterfell. My gaze drifted towards the library tower nearby. I contemplated the idea of spending some time there, delving into books and perhaps starting to develop my personal reflections. But another corner of the courtyard caught my attention: the smithy. Again I thought about the spars and the duel as I looked at the smithy. I had improved my skills with the hammer, but I knew relying solely on one weapon was risky, especially if my opponents were aware of my fighting style. And I knew a variety of ways to fight could be a strength. I decided to approach the smithy. Reaching my destination, I spotted Mycon hard at work, his muscles rippling as he hammered away at a piece of metal. Good afternoon, Mycon, I said softly. The last thing I wanted to do was startle him and cause an accident. The stalwart blacksmith of Winterfell greeted me with a nod as I approached, his weathered face bearing the marks of a life spent working in the heat of the forge. Good afternoon, Roger. Where've ya been off to? He asked, his brow furrowed with intrigue. Haven't seen yet at meals lately. Sorry about that, I replied with a smile, I've been helping out in the kitchens. Well, good to see ya keepin' busy. But don't forget to take care of yourself too. He advised. I chuckled, appreciating his concern. Don't worry. I've been eating with Gage and his people. The blacksmith softened in relief to my words. How's the work been? I asked him. Busy as always, but I can't complain. Keeps me on me toes, he said as he swung the hammer again. And how about yourself? He asked, turning the conversation towards me. I heard about your scrap with Gryff Whitehill. Yeah, all right. I nodded, a faint smile playing on my lips. I'm fine. As best as I can be, I replied, the memory of the intense spar still fresh in my mind. The blacksmith raised an eyebrow. I heard it were quite a spectacle. Care to share your side o' the tale? I sighed, memories of the confrontation flooding back. I had to fight him, not only for me but because I did not want to have Benfred Tallheart's blood on my hands. Mycon's expression darkened, a frown creasing his brow. I've heard the Whitehills are a nasty lot. Glad to hear ya held your own. Lady Maedge intervened to prevent him from backstabbing me, I added, acknowledging the timely intervention that likely saved me from further harm. And you still have not properly thanked her with a hot night of passion. Rob's voice teased. Damn it. Sadly no one dated in medieval times. I cleared the voice from my head. I must say, Roger, Mycon began, his tone thoughtful, you've got some mettle in yet. Not many would stand up to men like him as ya did. Thank you, Mycon. But there's a reason why I come to see you, outside of asking how you fare. I need your services. I said, getting down to business. Mycon's brow furrowed in curiosity. What do you need? He asked, his interest piqued. I need your help to make an additional weapon. For me, I do not want to solely rely on my hammer, especially as many will assume it to be my main weapon, I explained. Mycon's eyes lit up with excitement as he listened to my request. The prospect of crafting a new weapon seemed to invigorate him. He wiped his hands on a rag, setting aside the piece of metal he had been working on. Well, Roger, you've come to the right place, he said with a grin. I've got a fair selection o' arms and armor, and I can surely help ya find or make a weapon that suits your needs. He led me deeper into the smithy, where rows of weapons and armor were displayed on racks and shelves. Swords, axes, maces, and various other weapons gleamed in the light, each with its own distinct craftsmanship. What kind o' weapon are ya thinkin' of? Mycon asked, his eyes scanning the array of options. Do ya have a preference, then? This made me freeze up for a moment. Knowing I needed another weapon was one thing. But which one? This was not some movie where time would speed up and I could master a sword. I couldn't remember what show it was, but I remembered a sword fight between a hero that had practiced most of his life and a villain who learned to use a sword watching pirate movies. No surprise who won that duel. Sadly, my skills with a sword would be as good as the villain from that show. Spears could work, but I needed the weapon at my side at all times. So the common man's weapon as well as halberds were out of the question. Maces could work, but there were limits with what I could do with them. My eyes then shifted to the axes. I remembered a game a friend showed me. Hellish Court, which dealt with realistic dueling. One character always stood out. Yendrek and his unique weapon. In a game full of swords, he used a focus, or axe cane. I had loved the weapon and had seen that focoses were still made today. In fact, thanks to leather covers going over the axe part, the weapon also doubled as a walking cane. Well, I have an idea for a weapon, I began, prompting Mikan to lean in. He listened attentively as I explained. Back where I come from, there were people who hid their blades in canes they were using for battle and cutting through foliage. That's an interesting notion, he mused. But wouldn't that mean some kind of physical limitation? Not exactly, I clarified. Most of the people using them were woodland smallfolk. And as you can see, I'm not crippled, and whatever issue I had with my wound is now gone. Understanding dawned on Mikan's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. I see. So you're looking for a weapon that offers both concealment and utility. Exactly, I confirmed. There is an axe called a focose. It doubles as a walking cane. Mikan's expression shifted, a hint of confusion creasing his brow. But if you have no trouble walking, why the need for a cane? True, I admitted, but I love walking. When I lived with my parents, we were in the woods. My parents always advised me to always have one to keep balance due to things like loose stones or muddy paths and to protect myself from unfortunate encounters. Mikan nodded slowly, understanding my reasoning. I understand. So it's more about practicality and preparation than necessity, is it? Exactly, I affirmed, grateful for his understanding. So, how exactly would you like this weapon to look? He inquired, his hands now resting on his hips. I thought for a moment, considering the best way to describe what I had in mind. It is like a thin version of an axe, especially for the blade part, I explained. It's so thin it could pass for the pommel of a cane. Mikan's eyes widened slightly in understanding. Ah, I see, he murmured, nodding as he visualized the concept. That's certainly a unique design. It'll take some skill to pull off, but I'm up for the challenge. I trust your expertise, Mikan. Take all the time you need. I encouraged. It might take a bit longer than usual, given the complexity of the design, he admitted. It might take a bit longer than usual, given the complexity of the design, he admitted. But rest assured, I'll keep ya posted on my progress. He said. Of course. Sorry if I don't have the designs outside of the description I gave, I apologized. But I doubt I would be able to draw anything as I'm still practicing writing with a quill. No need for apologies, lad. I've got a clear picture of what you're after, he reassured me. I'll get started right away. As Mikan prepared to start his work, an idea suddenly struck me. I looked at him, a hint of excitement in my eyes. Well, I might at least give an idea of what it looks like if I draw on the ground what I'm hoping for. I watched as Mikan searched for something we could use to draw on the ground. After a moment, he returned with a stick, offering it to me with a nod. Here you go, he said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Thank you, I replied, taking the stick and glancing at it. With a steady hand, I began to sketch out the basic shape of the focose on the ground, drawing from memory and imagination. Mikan watched intently as the design took shape, his eyes flicking between the ground and my hands. When I finished, he stepped closer to examine the drawing, nodding in approval. That's a fine start, he commented, a pleased smile tugging at the corners of his lips. We'll use this as a reference as I work on the weapon. May I stay to see a bit of your work? I then asked, hoping to gain insight into Mikan's craftsmanship. Mikan nodded, gesturing for me to find a comfortable spot in his workshop. Of course, lad. Make yourself at home, he replied warmly, his attention already turning back to his tools. I settled into a corner, out of the way but still able to watch. Mikan started, gathering materials from various parts of his workshop. With deliberate steps, he disappeared for a moment, only to return with something akin to paper and charcoal. I need to draw what you've designed on the ground, Mikan explained, his voice focused as he began to transfer the design from my makeshift sketch to his materials. As he finished, Mikan straightened, his gaze assessing the drawing before him. There, he said, satisfaction evident in his tone. Now, I can begin. He then returned to his work. As I watched him labor over the creation of the axe cane, I couldn't help but marvel at his craftsmanship and dedication. As I observed Mikan working, it struck me that this was the first time I had seen real smithing in action. The rhythmic clang of metal on metal, the dance of fire and steel, it all held a mesmerizing quality. Amid my observation, thoughts of the fork I might ask Mikan to replicate in the near future crossed my mind. The idea of seeing my own designs brought to life by his skilled hands was an enticing prospect. Images of various objects, from weapons to agricultural tools, flitted through my thoughts, each one a potential creation under Mikan's skilled hands. But as I kept watching, other objects came to mind, mainly weapons, but also the tools used to prepare the ground for sowing. It was a stark reminder of the dual nature of the North, where survival often depended on preparing for the unexpected. Most of the memories that crossed my mind were about what I saw in books, videos, museums, or visits to castles. As much as I knew I had to adapt to the context in Westeros, I wasn't keen to feed an infernal system that partly contributed to the toxic status quo in Westeros. I would have to meditate on the matter, as it was one case when the line was blurred. Meanwhile, Mycon continued to work, his movements precise and methodical. After a moment of observation, I decided to leave. "All right. I'll let you get back to your work. When can I come back to see the result?" I inquired, eager to see the finished axe cane. Mycon paused, wiping sweat from his brow before responding, "Give me a few days. I'll send word when it's done." "Thank you, Mycon," I said, offering a respectful nod. "Have a good day. Inform me when you've finished with the axe cane." With a grunt of acknowledgement, Mycon returned to his work, and I took my leave, moving away from the smithy with a newfound appreciation for the artistry and dedication of Winterfell's blacksmith. As I stepped away from the smithy, the cool northern air biting at my cheeks, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Mycon's skill and dedication were evident, and I trusted that he would craft something truly remarkable. If he managed to create needle for area on Jon's indications, he could create other wonders. My only reservation was that he was relying on a peculiar design model and that it would influence the way he would create it even with my indications. Turning my attention toward the library tower, I felt it was best to spend time here again. This would allow me to read more about this world to nourish my knowledge. But before I could make my way there, a somewhat familiar voice called out to me, drawing my attention. I turned around to see Perwyn Frey approaching. "Sir Perwyn. How are you?" I greeted him warmly. Perwyn returned the salutation with a nod, his expression neutral. "Doing well enough, thank you," he replied, his tone polite yet reserved. I tilted my head slightly, studying his demeanor. "Good. Is your stay at Winterfell satisfactory?" I inquired, curious about his experience in the castle thus far. Perwyn's lips quirked into a faint smile. "It's been interesting, to say the least," he admitted, his gaze flickering around the bustling courtyard. "And how are your brother and Sir Valder?" I asked, intrigued to know how Oliver and Black Valder were faring, considering I hadn't interacted with them since our arrival in the Stark Keep. Perwyn's smile widened slightly. "They're both doing well. Enjoying the hospitality of Winterfell," he replied, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. I nodded in understanding, glad to hear that they were faring well. "That's good to hear," I said with a genuine smile. "No doubt Black Valder is enjoying mooching off my family's hospitality." A voice that sounded like Lord Eddard Stark said in my mind. "That's an understatement." I thought back. Perwyn's gaze shifted to me, curiosity evident in his eyes. "You seem particularly interested in Valder," he remarked in an intrigued voice. "I would have expected the contrary with how he treated you. Just because I can't stand your grandnephew doesn't mean I can't wonder what he's up to. It is not in my habit to consider everyone I don't like as some supposed enemy," I shrugged. "Fair enough," he conceded. We observed each other in an awkward silence. While Perwyn was one of the Frey I would feel more at ease, I hadn't interacted with him much. Noticing some people from the Northern Lord's retinues, I couldn't help but wonder how the Frey were handling this unexpected situation and development. "How do you fare with all the Northern Lords coming here?" I asked. Perwyn's shoulders lifted in a nonchalant shrug. "It's been eventful, to say the least," he replied. "I can imagine. A nasty business, that wildfire matter. I hope that Lord Stark will be able to tackle it before it turns the whole legacy of the previous ruler into bitter ashes alongside thousands of people," I commented. Perwyn's expression grew somber at the mention of the wildfire. It's a troubling revelation," he agreed. Silence came back again with a force. I realized I deviated from the discussion with this sensitive matter, and I suspected that Perwyn didn't come to see me to discuss this matter. "I realize we digress a lot, and I'm sure you are not here to speak to me about this matter, no matter how important and crucial it is," I said in an apologetic voice. Perwyn nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I was actually curious about how you've been faring in Winterfell since our arrival," he admitted. I titled my head to his words. "I'm fine. I'm settling well in the place and I've found my place within the household," I answered with a smile. Perwyn's gaze lingered on me for a moment, as if assessing my response. "That's good to hear," he said, his tone genuine. "Though I must admit, I did witness your altercation with Lord Whitehill. Are you all right?" I sighed inwardly, knowing that the encounter with Whitehill hadn't gone unnoticed. "It could have been better," I admitted. "But at least, I held my ground. I do not like fighting, but I won't let anyone else fight my battles." Perwyn nodded in understanding, his expression sympathetic. "I can imagine," he replied, his tone sincere. "Your fight certainly made an impression on many here." I offered a small smile at his words, acknowledging the truth in them. "I can imagine my fight has shown to many that I might be a foreigner," I said, my tone reflecting a hint of resignation. "But I do not hesitate to take risks if needed. And it caught the attention of many ladies." You are becoming a regular James Bond. That teasing voice of Rob joked in my head. I held back a groan at the thought. The last thing I needed was to become the epitome of unsubtle womanizer figure whose mission was to work in the shadows and yet managed to make himself known because of his tendency to say his name and to provoke spectacular action feats in his missions. Perwin's eyebrows raised slightly at my words, his curiosity evident. Indeed, he murmured, seeming intrigued by my resolve. As a comfortable silence settled between us, I found my gaze wandering toward the library tower, its ancient stones standing tall against the backdrop of Winterfell's courtyard. The thought of spending quiet moments amidst the books and scrolls filled me with a sense of longing. However, before I could express my intention to take my leave and perhaps explore the library, I turned my glance back at Perwin, remembering something important. There is something I wanted to speak about to you or your brother, I began. Perwin's expression shifted slightly, a curious glint in his eyes. Oh? What is it? He inquired, leaning forward slightly. Taking a breath, I continued, I met with your sister back at the Twins. And I asked her if she would mind if I exchanged friendly letters. I wanted to speak with you on the matter as I wouldn't want to act behind your back, not to mention how that might sound with my current status. Perwin's features softened at my words, his expression thoughtful. Ah, I see, he said, nodding in understanding. That's a kind gesture, Roger. But then, a shadow seemed to cross his features, and he hesitated before speaking again. Though, I'm not sure if that would be possible anymore. I furrowed my brow, intrigued by his sudden change in demeanor. What do you mean? I asked. Perwin sighed, his gaze turning distant for a moment. A raven arrived from my father yesterday, he explained. It seems that Ed Muir Tully intends to visit the Twins, in recognition of the role our house played in saving and protecting Arya Stark. So, you think your father will present your sister in the hope Lord Ed Muir would notice her and perhaps be interested in marriage? I trailed off, realizing the weight of the situation. I'm not going to make jokes here. She was too young for you. Now Rob's voice was sympathetic sounding. It was out of line, but it was right. I had no romantic feelings towards teenagers. Even if she was 18, it was still too big an age difference. Besides, should it be the case, I would feel like how Roger Moore was in his last James Bond movies. Perwin's expression was a mixture of resignation and disappointment. Exactly, he confirmed. I'm sorry to tell you that. I reached out to place a reassuring hand on his arm while offering him an appeasing smile. Do not feel down. It was perhaps a fool's hope of me to think it could have become a reality. Perwin's eyes met mine, gratitude shining in them. Thank you, Roger, he said softly. Your understanding means a lot to me. I then said, I'd love to speak more with you, but I want to visit the library and I won't have much time before resuming my duties. Perwin nodded, understanding evident in his gaze. Of course, he replied. Take your time, Roger. We can catch up later. With a nod of thanks, I stood up and offered him a salute. Thank you. Have a good day. I hope we can speak again soon. Perwin returned the gesture with a small smile. Likewise, Roger. Farewell for now. With that, I took my leave and made my way toward the library tower, eager to lose myself again in the world of books even if just for a brief moment. I was however happy that a project that grew in my mind after the fight with Gryff Whitehill, was going well and that hopefully, I would have a new weapon. A part of me was a bit disappointed that I wouldn't be able to have some correspondence with one of the kindest characters in the books, but it was something I could also expect. But I was more concerned about Rosalind staying in the Twins until her father decided to make his appointment with death, or should I say, make his final marriage with death. Hopefully, the incoming visit of Ed Muir at the Twins might present an opportunity to her, if this visit truly occurred. I couldn't help but think it was kind of dubious predetermination and ironic that Ed Muir could marry the woman he espoused in canon in the most terrible circumstances a marriage could have. But Ed Muir was also among the men I felt a woman could marry without fearing for their health or well-being. Of course, I might be wrong, as unassuming or kind people could turn out to be the most dangerous. However, if I thought that way, that meant I was also among the most dangerous people in the world. Perhaps one of the top-tier most dangerous ones if I was a boasting man, considering my upbringing. I couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of such a thought, even if the ambushes in the Riverlands proved that I wasn't a total twit when it concerned physical violence, even though it was in self-defense for the most part. I shivered when thinking of what I had inflicted on Ut. No matter how monstrous he was, what I had inflicted upon him was as brutal. I had to be vigilant not to cross that red line again, or I couldn't be certain how my mind and soul would fare. Just as I was about to step inside the library tower, a familiar voice called out to me. Roger. I turned to see Willis, the towering stably boy, approaching with his usual steady gait and warm smile. Good day, Willis, I greeted him with a friendly smile. How are you? I'm well, thank ya, Roger, Willis replied, his voice a deep rumble. And how about yourself? I'm doing fine, Willis, I answered, my tone sincere. Just looking forward to spending some time in the library. What brings you here? Willis shifted the heavy sack onto his shoulder with ease, his movements always surprisingly gentle for a man of his size. I was wonderin'. Are ye ready to tell young Bran one o' your stories? His words brought me back to the conversation I'd had with the stably boy the previous evening after my dinner in the kitchens. Remembering the enthusiasm he shared with me for hearing the tale of King David had been a fond moment. But the most important thing was that he mentioned Bran and the fact he would love my stories. And hearing that made me think of Bran's current situation and what I knew about him from the books and series and how a story could indeed lift his spirits and offer him a new perspective. Even now, a part of me also thought that it would help him should he follow his canonical path, even though I didn't like the way Bloodraven manipulated him and kind of misled him. While I might have a truce with the Green Seer, that didn't mean I agreed with his ideas and stances, especially as his methods were far worse than those some people criticized Albus Dumbledore for. Of course, Willis, I said, nodding thoughtfully. I'd be happy to visit Bran. Do you need me to go now, or can it wait a little while? I was hoping to spend some time in the library first. Willis looked thoughtful for a moment. Bran would love to hear your stories, but there's no rush. Ye can visit the library first if ye like. I nodded, appreciating his understanding. Thank you, Willis. That will allow to think of the story that might captivate Bran's interest. Willis' grin widened. Good, good. Bran will be right excited to hear it, whenever you're ready. A thought struck me then, and I asked, when I leave the library, would you be available to show me where Bran is? I don't know much of that part of Winterfell yet. Willis chuckled softly. I can do that. No trouble at all. I'll be in the stables most o' the day, so just come find me when you're done. I gave him a grateful nod. Thank you, Willis. I appreciate that. I'll see you soon. With a parting smile, I watched as Willis headed back toward the stables, his long strides carrying him easily across the yard. As I turned back to the library, a quiet satisfaction settled over me. The day's tasks lay ahead, but knowing that a simple story could bring a bit of joy to Bran's day made the world feel a little lighter. I turned back to the library tower, my anticipation for the books and knowledge within it now mixed with a sense of purpose. Sharing stories with Bran could not only lift his spirits but also strengthen the bond I was building with the Starks. A part of me was amused that I already managed to meet Ned, Sansa, Arya, and Robb, and would see Bran. The only ones I hadn't met yet were Rickon, Catelyn, and Jon, though the first would be easy to meet due to his presence here while the second would return to Winterfell and the latter was unreachable unless I decided to take a ride to the Wall. But considering that sightseeing wouldn't be exactly the reason why I would go there, it wouldn't be for the near future. Same thing for Benyon, especially as he was likely already in his fateful ranging. With those thoughts in mind, I stepped into the library, eager to nourish my knowledge and prepare for my visit with Bran, wondering which story I would want to share with him. An. 1 And we here go again with our SI. This chapter was one created on a suggestion of my beta reader on me having another specific weapon, partly as a setup for an incoming event we have discussed a lot and that is now bidding its time to come. 2 The soap discussion was something that came to my mind, partly thanks to the discussions and comments on the topics before the time I created this chapter. And I feel it was an interesting idea to tackle, especially in the less conventional way. 3 The Rob's voice teasing me is an addition of my beta reader and one I found very amusing a lot to the C's inner thoughts. But I also decided to add my own pinch of salt, notably with the James Bond reference and in 2 occurrences. The first immediately after the reference made and it expresses how I consider the character as a spy. I love the movies but objectively speaking, James Bond would be among the worst spies you can afford for because of his tendency to present his identity, of his taste for risk and actions, leading to many occurrences of spectacular actions with potential damages that no government would want to pay, and leading me to think he would work as a good decoy to distract the targets from the true spies. And the second one is something I have heard on how Roger Moore felt in the 1980s in the last movies as he thought himself too old for the role, not surprising, considering that when A View to Kill is released in 1985, he was, around 59, especially with some of the actresses that would be young enough to be his granddaughters. The discussion with Per Winfrey was one I took pleasure to imagine, both because depicting new interactions with one of the Frey present at Winterfell is fun and interesting and because it serves to develop the context and to implement a failure for the SI, even though, from an objective perspective, is it really a failure, considering a potential outcome for Roslyn, while announcing a future event to come, and a potential future chapter. 6 The discussion with Willis was the latest addition I made for this chapter for transition purposes with the next ones as my beta reader pointed out the initial ending was too abrupt and created a strange transition to the next one, not to mention that I had changed a bit the chapter order as I created new ones, notably for narrative purpose, having notably creating after this one the one on the tale of David v Goliath. 7 Teaser, next time, a young boy that dreamt of flying will hear a story so beloved by others in another world. 8 Have a good reading. 64/Tales for a Winged Wolf, Bran I. Lying in my bed, I was listening to old Nan's tales. This time about Roga the Hunter, the last of the Red Kings. The Red Kings, aka the ancestors of the Boltons. I tried not to shudder as the Leech Lord himself was a guest here at Winterfell. It felt like being in the presence of a living corpse. Gazing at Summer, my faithful dire wolf, who rested peacefully at the foot of my bed, I tried to think about what was to come instead. Lord Tyrion Lannister's specially designed saddle gave me hope of riding on my own soon. To ride again, with Summer running at the horse's side. It would help me forget about those weird dreams about crows and ravens I was having. I wished my family was together at home. But Father and Sansa were in King's Landing and Jon was at the wall. I thought with some bitterness about Mother's absence, still wondering where she went. Robb did what he could to spend time with me, but he was doing Father's duties and hosting our bannermen, which made him too busy to be available. Rickon was with me more often, but he was on his own with Shadowdog, and probably up to mischief, even with Father's bannermen there. Arya being back in Winterfell brought some peace of mind. Even though she was a girl and was far too protective of me, I was happy for her presence, especially after hearing what happened to her. I was appalled that Prince Joffrey tried to hurt her, and I was glad she was all right. Our only disagreement was about the Reed siblings. I found them intriguing, but Arya seemed to send them the stink eye. A gentle knock interrupted old Nan's tale. The door creaked open, revealing Willis, the towering stably boy who had become a familiar presence in my life. Despite my reservations about my condition, I appreciated Willis's kindness and loyalty. If he had been a warrior, it would be easy to call him my sworn sword. "Hello, Willis," old Nan greeted him warmly, rising from her seat. "Good afternoon, Nan," Willis replied with a smile, his deep voice resonating in the room. He then turned to me. "Good afternoon, Lord." "Hello, Willis," I replied with a small smile. Despite my discomfort with being carried around, I had grown accustomed to Willis's gentle manner. "Why are you here, Willis?" I asked, puzzled as it wasn't time for meals or my lessons. Willis's smile widened, and he explained, "I've got a friend, Lord. Thought ya might like to meet him." Being stuck in my room often made me feel like a prisoner, but I wasn't sure if I was ready to entertain guests. Still, Father taught me to never be rude to those living in or visiting Winterfell. Willis reassured me, "He's a good lad, Lord. Reckon yet take to him, for sure." "Who is he?" I inquired, curious despite myself. "Roger," Willis answered simply. "Roger." The name sparked a memory of Arya's tales about him. She had mentioned him during her arrival at Winterfell, and although I hadn't met him yet, my sister's stories painted a picture of a good man. "Would you like him to come in, my lord?" Willis asked me. "Yes, bring him in," I decided. Willis nodded and turned back to the door. "Roger, come in," he called out. As Roger entered, I took note of his appearance. Dark hair, brown eyes, and a friendly-looking face. He glanced around the room, his gaze finally settling on me. "Good afternoon, my lord," he greeted respectfully. He did the same for old Nan. Her eyes twinkled as she replied, "Well, ain't you the courteous one?" "Perhaps not, but it is courtesy to greet a woman, highborn or not. At least, I regard it as the greatest courtesy," came the reply. Old Nan chuckled for a moment. "Ah, well spoken, young lad. Well spoken indeed, it is." I noticed Summer, my dire wolf, rise from his resting place and approached Roger, sniffing curiously at him. To my surprise, Roger stood straight but seemed unafraid of the large wolf. "Hello, you. You must be Lady and Nymaria's brother." Roger greeted Summer. Summer sniffed at Roger for a moment before finally stepping back, seemingly satisfied with his inspection. The newcomer then turned his attention to me, his gaze earnest. "I hope I did not bother you, my lord." "No bother at all. Welcome to Winterfell," I replied. "Why are you here?" I then asked. "Well, Willis thought I should clear my mind after a big deal that happened yesterday. I've already met your sister for obvious reasons if she told you our journey to Winterfell, and I've talked with your brother Robb. I haven't met your youngest brother, but he's very young and I've heard you love hearing tales." What was big deal he was referring to? But I could use a new story to listen to. Old Nan chuckled softly from her seat. Bran has a heart full of tales, he does. You've wandered to the right hearth if a storyteller you be, my boy." Roger's smile returned. "There is a tale I feel would tell you, young lord. One I could share with other young people, but giving you the honor of being the first to hear it came to my mind when Willis suggested I meet you." "Please, go on," I urged, ready to hear what tale Roger had in store for me. Roger glanced briefly at Willis and old Nan before turning his attention back to me. "Would you stay to hear the tale?" he asked, his brown eyes earnest. Old Nan chuckled softly from her seat, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she acquiesced. "Old Nan would delight in the tale you hold, young one. Pray, share it with us." Willis shook his head regretfully. I'd be right glad, but duty be callan. Farlan needs my help with the hounds, he explained, his tone apologetic. Roger nodded in understanding to Willis. I appreciate your dedication, Willis, he said with a respectful smile. Willis saluted me. Till next time, Lord, he said before turning to old Nan. And to you too, grandmother, he said with a warm smile. Old Nan nodded in response, her smile warm. Take care, Willis, she said fondly. Willis saluted Roger next, his expression friendly. Have a good day, Roger, he said before exiting the room and closing the door behind him. I turned my gaze back to Roger, curiosity burning in my chest. Please, tell me your tale, I said eagerly, motioning for him to proceed. Roger inclined his head in gratitude before glancing around the room. Is there somewhere I can settle? He asked, his tone polite. Old Nan gestured to a nearby chair. Sit there, lad, she said kindly. And find yourself a cozy spot. Roger smiled at her and took a seat, adjusting his posture slightly. Thank you, old Nan, he said with a grateful nod. Roger took a breath and said in an excited voice, far away lay a world where there are people who can master and bend one of the four elements. Water. Earth. Fire. Air. For thousands of years, these four nations lived in harmony. A peace enforced by the Avatar, the only one who can master the four elements and keep the delicate balance of the world. When the Avatar dies, his spirit is reincarnated in the next one from the next elemental nation, perpetuating an eternal cycle. As Roger began his tale, I listened intently, captivated by the world he was describing. The concept of mastering these four elements and the cycle of reincarnation sounded like an old tale I heard of from the Yeti kingdom. I leaned closer, eager to hear more. His voice turned grave. Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked, striking first the air nomads, eradicating all of them, men, women and children. And the Avatar, who was expected and needed the most to stop the Fire Nation and its ruthless Fire Lord, vanished. The idea of such evil was beyond anything I could comprehend. Glancing at old Nan, I noticed the somber look on her face, the opposite to the twinkling amusement from earlier. Roger continued 100 years of war passed and the Fire Nation is coming closer to total victory and dominion of the world, eradicating the waterbenders of the southern water tribes and conquering big chunks of the Earth Kingdom. Everyone believed the Avatar to be gone and the cycle broken. Only a handful of people still believed in his return. Among them, is the last waterbender of the south, a young girl called Katara. My heart sank at the thought of such loss and destruction. How could such devastation happen? I wondered aloud, my gaze shifting between Roger and old Nan. Old Nan's wrinkled face bore a mixture of sadness and resignation. There's often darkness before dawn, child, she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of age-old wisdom. What happened next? I asked, my curiosity burning brighter than ever. One day, while her brother and she were trapped on an iceberg during a fishing party, Katara accidentally broke the iceberg by waterbending, angered by her brother's inconsiderate comments. A huge light suddenly rose to the sky and once it died down, the two siblings saw a small boy in orange sceptre-like clothes and a blue arrowhead on his bald head emerging from the iceberg. While her brother, Sokka, was distrustful, Katara was intrigued and open to this strange boy who introduced himself as Aang. Sokka and Katara also discovered Appa, a 40-foot-long sky bison, an auric-like creature with 6 legs, a big flat tail and a dark arrowhead. And more importantly, they found out that Aang was an airbender. The image of such a colossal creature with 6 legs, a flat tail, and a dark arrowhead sparked a sense of awe within me. I could almost feel the siblings' astonishment at the discovery of such a unique and powerful companion. I felt drawn into the story, eager to learn more about Aang and his journey to restore balance to the world. Roger continued, Sokka and Katara brought Aang to their village despite Sokka's distrust as he had been entrusted to protect his village after his father's departure to war. Aang yet proved to be a fun and optimistic child, albeit ignorant of the war as he found out he was trapped in the iceberg for 100 years. Straightening up in my bed, I listened intently, feeling a pang of sympathy for Sokka, burdened with the weight of responsibility at such a young age, but also intrigued by Aang's character and wondering how he would feel to be in a world totally changed by war. Old Nan's frail voice broke through the silence. It's a curious thing, child, she said, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of the hearth. The twists and turns of fate, the unexpected arrivals that changed the course of history. Roger's voice resumed, recounting the events that followed. Unbeknownst to them, the light that had shone when the iceberg broke attracted the attention of a Fire Nation ship led by the banished Prince Zuko, a young man with anger issues and a big scar marring his face. The prince was accompanied by his uncle, General Iroh, a wise and easygoing old man. Prince Zuko was banished 3 years before by his father and tasked to find the Avatar to be allowed to return home. The sight of the giant light on the polar horizon gave the prince hope of finally finding his target. The looming presence of the Fire Nation and the introduction of Prince Zuko reminded me of the evilness of the Fire Nation and the looming presence of danger. My curiosity was burning brighter than ever. What happened next? My voice was barely a whisper. Ah, my young friend, that is where the true adventure begins, he said. I leaned in, eager to hear more. Prince Zuko found the village and confronted its people, expecting to see an elderly man who had mastered the 4 elements hiding here, Roger said with some emphasis and even making moves with his hands as if to picture the scene. Sokka confronted him but was thoroughly defeated and only saved by Aang's intervention, who revealed himself as the Avatar to everyone's bewilderment. Prince Zuko and Aang fought, but the airbender surrendered for the village's sake. His actions brought Katara and Sokka to leave their village to save him, finding Zuko's ship while flying with Appa, Roger said in a fervent voice. Aang managed to escape the ship, the Fire Nation having never fought an airbender for decades. With his new companions, he first stopped by his home, the Southern Air Temple, where he found out the truth of the destruction of his people. That led him to activate the Avatar state, the ultimate power of the Avatar, provoking a big storm. Only Katara's words assuaged the young boy, allowing him to leave this state. The trio left the Air Temple, accompanied by a winged lemur Aang called Momo. Such bravery, I murmured, caught up in the moment. Old Nan nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with admiration. Lad, but bravery often comes at a cost, she said. And what of Prince Zuko? I asked. What became of him after his encounter with Aang? Prince Zuko was still pursuing Aang and his companions, Lord Bran. You see, the reason why his father banished him was that first he questioned a strategy that implied the sacrifice of new recruits on an incoming battle and the young prince's refusal to fight an Agni Kai, the Fire Nation equivalent of a trial by combat, as he found out he was about to fight his own father. Fire Lord Ozai was also the one who scarred his own son, saying he would learn respect and pain would be his teacher was the explanation. The problems within the Fire Nation's royal family painted a picture of pain and betrayal. I was appalled by the cruelty of Zuko's father. How could a father be so cruel to his son? I knew father would have considered such actions as dishonorable. Did Prince Zuko ever find the redemption he sought? I asked. Roger paused for a moment. He did, and his tale is tied to Aang's journey, as the banished prince was pursuing the young Avatar and his friends after their first encounter. Taking a breath, he went on, if Aang's initial journey was without a clear purpose, an encounter with the spirit world led him to travel to a temple in the Fire Nation to contact Roku, the previous Avatar. During their encounter, Roku revealed that Sozon's comet, a powerful comet that gave firebenders unlimited powers and allowed them to exterminate the air nomads, was coming back by the end of the next summer, forcing Aang to master the 3 other elements in less than a year to stop Fire Lord Ozai from winning the war using the comet. My breath hitched at those words, feeling fear for Aang and his friends and picturing their enemies having powers like dragons raining fire on them with such comet coming through. How could they stop such danger? Old Nan's voice broke through my thoughts. The road to redemption is often fraught with obstacles, young Bran, she said, her tone solemn yet comforting. But it is in overcoming those obstacles that true strength is found. If Aang and Zuko could face their trials with courage and determination, then perhaps there was hope for redemption for us all. Thank you, Roger, I said, turning to him. Please, continue your tale. I wish to hear how Aang and his friends faced the challenges ahead. He smiled at me before resuming. After his stop at Roku's temple, Aang started to learn waterbending with Katara while traveling towards the North Pole, where he would find a waterbending master. During this journey, he saw more of the impact of the war on the people and had to face his own guilt. I furrowed my brows at his words. What would he feel guilty about? Roger looked at me with a solemn glance. Just before the start of the war, Aang was told he was the Avatar because the Air Nomads' leaders were afraid of the Fire Nation's growing threat. Breaking the rule that stipulated the Avatar was revealed when he was 16 while Aang was 12. Aang felt isolated afterwards, and the last straw was when he found out the intention of the leaders to send him away from his mentor to another place. Aang decided to flee with Appa, but he found himself in a storm and nearly drowned. The Avatar state saved him by trapping him in the iceberg where Katara and Sokka found him 100 years later. My heart sank as I listened to Roger's account of Aang's guilt and isolation. The weight of responsibility placed upon the young Avatar, combined with his feelings of betrayal, must have been overwhelming for someone so young. I knew I wouldn't have handled it well. Old Nan's voice broke the silence once again, her words filled with wisdom. Sometimes, young Bran, the greatest battles we face are the ones within ourselves. Aang's guilt and his journey toward self-forgiveness are as important as the physical battles he fights. I turned back to Roger, eager to hear more of Aang's story. Please, continue, I said. Tell us how Aang and his companions faced the trials that awaited them. Roger nodded and was about to speak when a knock could be heard at the door. Roger looked at me and Old Nan with an uncertain look. Who could it be at this hour? I wondered aloud, shifting slightly in my bed to sit up straighter. As the door creaked open, my brother Rickon and Clay Sirwin entered the room. Rickon's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of me, and he dashed over to my bedside, his excitement noticeable. Bran! Rickon exclaimed, reaching out to grasp my hand. I wanted to see you. Clay Searwyn followed Rickon into the room, his expression curious as he glanced between me, Roger, and Old Nan. What's going on here? He asked. Old Nan spoke up from her spot by the hearth. Roger here was telling us a tale of his homeland, she explained. A tale of a world unlike our own, filled with heroes and legends. Clay nodded, understanding dawning on his features. Ah, I see, he said, his gaze drifting to me. You're the foreigner that was riding alongside Lady Arya, aren't you? That would be me, he replied. Rickon, still buzzing with energy, tugged on my sleeve. Tell me more about the story, Bran. He exclaimed, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Roger took the cue and began to recount the tale once more. It is a tale about a world where some people can master and bend one of the 4 elements, he explained, his voice steady and sure. A world plagued by war and whose fate will be determined by a young boy who is the last of his kind and the Avatar, the equivalent of the last hero bringing back hope and balance. Perhaps Roger wouldn't mind telling the start of the tale again later, Old Nan suggested. True, my lady. I've started the tale and I have to finish it, he said before looking at Searwyn and Rickon. Perhaps you can attend. I'm about to speak of the heart of the tale. Would their presence bother you? Roger asked. I shook my head. No, not at all. I would be glad to have them here, I replied. Thank you, my lord, he said before turning his attention back to his audience. Anyway, during their journey towards the North Pole, Ong was captured by a Fire Nation officer called Zhao before being freed by Zuko, who was hiding behind a false identity. Zuko was hurt in the escape, but Ong saved him in return, being kind and generous. Ong returned to his friends while Zuko joined back his ship and his uncle to resume his chase of the young Avatar. Roger continued his tale. After this misadventure, Ong and his friends, Katara and Sokka, made other encounters, including a fortune teller, an inventor who was unfortunately forced to create weapons for the Fire Nation to protect his people that the young Avatar and his companions helped. Due to the urgency of his task, Ong also tried to learn fire bending before the due time, leading him to accidentally harm Katara, causing him to be afraid to learn it while Katara accidentally found out she had healing skills as a waterbender. I could see Rickon's eyes sparkle with excitement, his small hand gripping the edge of my bed as he hung onto every word. Did they fight the Fire Nation? He asked eagerly. Roger nodded, a smile playing on his lips at Rickon's enthusiasm. Indeed, they did. But not without facing their own challenges along the way. Finally, Ong and his friends reached the Northern Water Tribe, Roger continued, his voice taking on a tone of anticipation. Welcomed by its ruler and his daughter, Princess Yu. Ong and Katara found a waterbending teacher with Master Pakku, even though Katara had to challenge the latter to be accepted, as the Northern Water Tribe's traditions prevented women from learning waterbending for combat, something that didn't sit well with Katara, especially as she had to rely on her gift to protect her brother and her friend. Rickon's eyes widened with excitement. I want to learn waterbending too. He exclaimed. Clay chuckled softly, ruffling Rickon's hair affectionately. If I wanted to bend an element, that would be the air. At least, if I couldn't walk, I would be able to fly. Perhaps that was what that weird three-eyed raven was saying to me in my dreams. Roger continued with a sudden solemn voice, drawing us back into his tale. Alas, this welcome break comes to an end when the Fire Nation attacks the North Pole with a gigantic fleet led by Zhao. Attacking the North Pole? That's a bold move, I muttered. Clay nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems like the Fire Nation will stop at nothing to achieve victory. Rickon, sensing the tension in the room, glanced around with wide eyes. What happens next? He asked eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Roger's voice softened slightly as he continued, well, many things happened. Zhao's huge armada attacks the North Pole, even though the waterbenders had the edge during the night with the rise of the moon. Meanwhile, Zuko moves incognito to the North Pole, having narrowly escaped an assassination by Zhao, who found out about his part in Ong's evasion. The banished prince nearly succeeds in kidnapping Ong, but fails, being caught up by Sokka, Katara, and Princess Yu. Roger took a deep breath as if saying something grave. But the greatest threat was to come. To win the fight against the Water Tribe, Zhao decided to deprive them of their bending in killing the moon spirit who incarnated in a mortal form. Ong and Iroh tried to stop him, but Zhao succeeded, provoking the moon to turn red and then to disappear. Rickon's eyes widened in horror, his tiny hands gripping the edge of my bed. No. What will happen to the waterbenders now? Clay's expression darkened, his voice heavy with concern. It means they'll lose their bending abilities. Waterbending won't be possible without the moon. I nodded, absorbing the gravity of the situation. But what about Ong? Can he stop Zhao? Roger nodded solemnly. Well, Ong goes into the Avatar state and merges with the ocean spirit, wrecking the Fire Nation fleet. Princess Yu gave her life to restore the moon, sharing a part of it as she had been saved as a baby thanks to the moon spirit. Her sacrifice allowed her to bring back the moon and for the ocean spirit to free Ong and to return back to its mortal form, not before taking down Zhao. While Ong and his friends helped the water tribe to rebuild after the battle, Iroh and Zuko flee the place and become fugitives, notably because Iroh fought his countrymen after Zhao's stunt. Ricken's eyes shimmered with unshed tears at the mention of Princess Yu's sacrifice, his young heart touched by the bravery of her act. "That's so sad," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Clay placed a comforting hand on Ricken's shoulder, his gaze meeting mine with a silent understanding. "War often brings tragedy. But it also shows us the strength and courage of those who fight for what's right." I agreed, my thoughts drifting to the heroes in Roger's tale and the sacrifices they made for their people. I couldn't help thinking about father and his time to fight the Targaryens as he had barely talked about it. Roger continued, after their stay in the North Pole, Ong and his friends traveled back to the Earth Kingdom to find the Earthbender teacher for Ong, Katara having become his waterbending teacher. Their initial intent was to contact Bumi, king of Omashu and Ong's friend of the time before the war. However, they found out the city had been taken by the Fire Nation and narrowly escaped a confrontation with Princess Azula and her friends, Mai and Ty Lee. Ricken's eyes widened with a mix of fear and curiosity. "Princess Azula sounds dangerous." Roger nodded. She is. She is Prince Zuko's little sister, but more importantly a very lethal and cold enemy capable of creating lightning and blue fire and favored by her father who regarded her as being born lucky while Zuko was considered lucky to be born. Clay's brows furrowed, his voice sounding concerned. "It seems like danger follows them wherever they go. How will they find the earthbending teacher they seek?" "As they have done since the start of their journey, through their determination and the bonds they've forged." Roger grinned. Clay nodded and leaned closer, his eyes filled with curiosity. "And what about Zuko and Iroh? What will become of them?" I was also intrigued, considering what Roger had told us. Roger's smile was tinged with sadness. Zuko and Iroh's journey is a complex one, filled with inner turmoil and redemption. It was even more complex as they were officially fugitives and were pursued by Azula as she had been tasked by her father, Fire Lord Ozai, to capture her brother and their uncle. And to achieve this task as to capture the Avatar, she relied on her friends, Mai being a formidable knife thrower while Ty Lee was an agile girl whose skills rely on paralyzing the body with precise and swift moves. Ricken's eyes widened with concern, his voice filled with worry. "Will Zuko and Iroh be safe? Can they escape Azula and her friends?" Roger's expression softened. "Zuko and Iroh face great challenges, Ricken. They are hunted fugitives, and Azula is relentless in her pursuit. But they are resourceful and they managed as refugees to join Ba Sing Se, the capital of the Earth Kingdom. Ba Sing Se will also be a crucial place for Ong and his friends." That intrigued me. What happened to Ong and his friends? I asked as I leaned as best as I could despite my situation. Roger looked at me and answered with a smile, "Well, after leaving Omashu and some journey, Ong and his friends joined the city of Jailing. It is there where they meet Ong's earthbender teacher." The mention of Ong and his friends reaching Jailing, the city where they would find the earthbending teacher, sparked curiosity and excitement. I could feel how my little brother and Clay Sirwin were excited. Old Nan was silent but attentive. I leaned in, eager to hear more. "Who is Ong's earthbending teacher? What are they like?" Roger's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Ong's earthbending teacher is an extraordinary little girl called Toph Bafong. While born into a wealthy family, she is feisty, stubborn, sarcastic, speaking her mind. More importantly, she is a master earthbender despite her age and being blind. Her unique strength and abilities bring a unique perspective to Ong's training as she joins his journey." As Roger spoke, I couldn't help but marvel at the thought of someone so young and yet so skilled. Her depiction reminded me a bit of how Arya was, and the idea of mastering an element without sight was inspiring. But I also couldn't shake the pang of empathy I felt for Toph, imagining the challenges she must face due to her blindness, just like my own struggles after my accident. She must face many challenges, I mused aloud. But she doesn't let her limitations define her. Just like me. A blind person that is very powerful. That's something I've never heard of before. She must be incredibly skilled. Clay said. "Can she really bend earth without seeing it?" Ricken asked. Roger nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, she can, Ricken. Topha's connection with the earth runs deep. She can feel the vibrations through the ground, allowing her to sense the earth's movements and bend it to her will." Old Nan, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "Sounds like quite the remarkable girl, she does. Reminds me of stories from the old days, tales of heroes overcoming great odds." I nodded in agreement, feeling a newfound sense of respect for Toph and her abilities. It's amazing what people can achieve when they set their minds to it. "Indeed, Lord Bran. And Toph is just one example of the incredible individuals Ong encounters on his journey." Roger beamed. Ricken's eyes sparkled. "Can you tell us more about Ong's journey? What other challenges does he face?" Roger quickly continued. Ong and his friends face different hurdles, including finding information that could help them win the war before Sozan's comet or preventing Agila from capturing Ba Sing Se, Roger continued, his voice steady with storytelling prowess. Before entering the capital of the Earth Kingdom, they discover that the king has been kept ignorant of the war by his main advisor, who uses fear to maintain control. The common speech in the city becomes, "There is no war at Ba Sing Se." Clay's brows furrowed, his voice filled spite. "That sounds like what I've heard of King's Landing. And so dishonorable of this man to keep his king ignorant of the war striking his lands." Roger nodded, his expression mirroring Clay's disgust. "Indeed, Clay. It is a dishonorable act to keep a ruler in the dark about the war affecting their kingdom." Fortunately, Ong and his friends found a way to reveal to the king the truth and denounce his minister who got arrested. However, the fallen minister still had allies and quickly found out that Princess Agila found a way to infiltrate with her friends in Ba Sing Se. He contacted her, hoping to use her to regain power in supporting her coup. I shifted slightly in my bed, feeling frustrated at the situation being described. "It's treason," I murmured, thinking of the responsibility leaders have to their people. Rickon, sitting at the foot of the bed, looked up. "Why would someone do that? Doesn't he care about his own people?" Roger sighed, his gaze thoughtful. "Sometimes, people in positions of power prioritize their interests over the well-being of their people. It's a sad reality. It's not fair to the people who are affected by the war. They deserve to know the truth." I complained. Old Nan, her voice raspy but full of wisdom, spoke up from her corner. "Power has a way of clouding judgment and stirring deception, especially in times of conflict." Roger's gaze softened as he turned to Old Nan, acknowledging her insight. "You speak true, Old Nan. Unfortunately, not everyone acts with honor or integrity. But what happened next? Did they manage to stop Agila and her allies?" Rickon inquired. Roger's tone turned grave as he continued the tale, his gaze serious. "Unfortunately, not. Agila succeeds in taking Ba Sing Se by a ruse. Not only that, but she manages to make Zuko switch back to his desire to return home when she was fighting Ong. And nearly destroys the Avatar by using her lightning. Kataram manages to save Ong with spiritual water she had been gifted in the North Pole as her friends and she fled Ba Sing Se with the king. The news left me feeling dread. The war was far from over, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, but they didn't give up. They kept fighting. But what about Ong? Did he get hurt?" asked Rickon. Roger shook his head solemnly. Ong was injured, but Katara's quick thinking saved him. And despite the danger they faced, they didn't lose hope. Clay clenched his fists, his expression fierce. "They're fighters, every one of them. They won't let the Fire Nation win." Roger's eyes gleamed with admiration. "That's right, Clay. They're determined to stop the Fire Nation's tyranny, no matter the cost." I couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for Ong and his friends. They're facing unimaginable challenges, but they're not alone. They have each other, and they have their allies. Rickon nodded eagerly, his young face set with determination. "And they won't stop until they've won." Roger smiled, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Exactly, Rickon. The war may be far from over, but with their determination, they just might have a chance." Not only was Ong still alive, but his friends and their allies planned an invasion of the Fire Nation that would occur during an eclipse, preventing the firebenders from using their fire. "Did they end the war that way?" I asked, eager and hopeful. "Well, when the day of the eclipse arrives, Ong and his allies strike, but Fire Lord Oze has prepared the day, forewarned by Agila of the plans of invasion," Roger continued, his tone taking on a more serious note. "The invasion was a failure, even though Ong and his friends escaped." I reacted, my hopeful expression dimming slightly at the news. "But they didn't give up, did they?" Roger shook his head solemnly. "No, Bran. Despite the setback, they pressed on. And on that same day, Zuko made a pivotal decision. He cut ties with his father, realizing that his pursuit of power wasn't worth sacrificing his integrity." Rickon's eyes widened at the revelation. "Did Zuko join Ong's side then?" Roger nodded. "Yes, he sought out Ong, determined to teach him firebending to aid in his quest to stop his father. It wasn't an easy path for Zuko, as he had to earn the trust of Ong and his allies due to their past conflicts." Clay clenched his fists, his expression fierce. "So even those who were once enemies can become allies in the fight against tyranny." Roger looked up at him. "Indeed, Clay. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of redemption. And it pays off, though in an unexpected way." He took a breath before continuing. 2 days before Sozan's comet, Ong learns of the last plan of Oze through Zuko, burning the whole Earth Kingdom, as he was uncertain about defeating the Fire Lord before the comet and wasn't keen to kill the man. "Did they manage to stop him?" I asked eagerly. Roger smiled reassuringly. "Well, Ong took a spiritual journey that gave him an answer, allowing him to confront Ozai on the day of the comet when firebending was at its strongest. The fight was epic and difficult, Ong being at a disadvantage at first until he could unlock his avatar state. My eyes widened with anticipation. And did he defeat Ozai? Roger nodded. Yes. And at that point, Ong could have easily killed Ozai, but with a strength of will, he overcame his avatar state and preferred to spare the man's life, giving him a chance. Old Nan, who had been listening intently from the corner of the room, spoke up with a quiver in her voice. Mercy can be a rare gift in times of war. Rickon looked up with wide eyes. What happened next? Ozai, seeing Ong's mercy as a weakness, tried to backstab the young airbender. Roger continued, his tone grave, but Ong neutralized him, unlocking energy bending that allowed him to take away Ozai's fire bending. Clay nodded thoughtfully. A fitting end for a tyrant. Roger tilted his head in approval. Indeed, Clay. With Ozai's fire bending abilities taken away, he was no longer a threat. And on the same day, Ong's friends and allies achieved great success in ending the war. Toph, Sokka and an ally of them defeated on their own the fire fleet that was sent to burn out the Earth Kingdom, while Zuko defeated his sister with the help of Katara, even though the fight was emotionally wrecking, notably leaving the Fire Princess broken in mind as her belief fear was the key was proved wrong and her brother won thanks to love and friendship. As Roger spoke, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me as the end of the tale seemed close. Peace was restored to the world, Roger concluded, smiling warmly at me, and Zuko becomes the new Fire Lord, determined to mend the relations between his people and the rest of the world, while Ong contributed to carving the path to reconciliation. Rickon took in every word. Did they stop the war, then? He asked eagerly. Yes, Rickon, I replied, feeling pride for Ong and his friends. They brought an end to the war and restored balance to the world. Clay nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on Roger. It speaks volumes of their character. Roger's smile widened, and he glanced around the room, meeting each of our eyes in turn. Indeed it does. But let us not forget the sacrifices made and the challenges overcome. It is a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Roger's storytelling was more than just entertainment, it was a window into a world of courage, compassion, and resilience. Thank you, Roger, I said sincerely, for sharing this tale with us. Roger inclined his head graciously. It was my pleasure, Bran. Stories have a way of bringing us together, of reminding us of what it means to be human. And remember, legends are lessons. As his words settled over us, there was a brief pause before old Nan spoke up. Lad, she said, her voice crackling like old parchment. A good tale can teach ya more than all the books in the world. I hope this tale entertains and interests you, my lord, Roger said, addressing me directly. I couldn't help but offer him a grateful nod. It most certainly did, I replied. Rickon's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Roger. I liked it a lot. He exclaimed. Roger's lips quirked into a pleased smile at Rickon's reaction. I'm glad to hear that, Rickon, he said warmly. Clay nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. It was a captivating tale, indeed, he remarked, his tone reflective. Roger's gaze drifted towards the window, where the afternoon light cast long shadows across the room. I think it's time for me to take my leave, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. I hope I'll be able to tell you other tales or this one again. I nodded in understanding, a sense of gratitude washing over me. Thank you, Roger, I said, echoing my earlier sentiment. For everything. With a final nod, Roger bid us farewell, leaving behind a lingering sense of wonder and inspiration. A part of me was fascinated by his tale, especially with the fact children contributed to ending an epic war. And that one of those children was a blind girl who happened to be a powerful fighter also arose within me envy and hope. Envy because at least, she could still move in any manner she wanted, but also hope as it made me wonder if I couldn't do great things on my own even as a crippled. That reminded me that soon, I would have the special saddle, and that made me furthermore hopeful and inspired. An. 1 And here we are. Storytelling Chapter 2. This chapter idea had been discussed between my beta reader and me, with my beta reader inspiring me with the initial premise and the idea of making it from Bran's POV. He had also been helpful with the editing, as writing the perspective of a young child isn't always easy, no matter the way you write it. 3. One of the reasons for this chapter was to explore how the SI could influence Bran's path and bring subtle changes to avoid the worst-case scenario, i.e., his show situation. And what better way to induce those changes with stories? And it is amusing to counterbalance the dreams sent by Bloodraven by tales of beyond that world. 4. On the matter of that worst-case scenario, I know the treatment of Bran by D&D in the last seasons had been controversial. I have also some grief, but mainly due to the fact Bran was absent a whole season, and when we see him back, it is as if Bloodraven and he spent a whole year, according to the show timeline, sleeping and daydreaming when Bloodraven is supposed to teach Bran how to become the greatest Green Seer. No wonder Bran made those mistakes. And don't start with the Jon's parentage revelation, even if I would put more blame on Samuel, as it occurred just before the long night reaches Winterfell. Great job, morons. I have however a grounded explanation for why he became the way he is in the last seasons is because of how he became the three-eyed raven in the show. Because Bloodraven transmits everything in one shot as he is about to be killed, Bran is overwhelmed and overflooded by new powers and knowledge, when he is still around 15 to 16, official show timeline, or around 13, if I consider the fact that at the start of season 5, Sansa is said to be 15, meaning at least 2 years went by since the start of the first season, and Bran was in his 11th year at the start. No wonder he went catatonic in emotions, considering he had been given godlike powers with no training. That is a grounded outcome of such situation. This isn't like Bloodraven who spent dozens of years to develop this ability to handle that knowledge and had in addition his experience of Master of Whispers to help him handle it. 5. The choice of the story to share might be surprising, but A. Showing children being as heroic as knights is an interesting take. B. Considering Bran's incoming status, it was a good choice for me due to the fact like Ong, he will have unlimited powers but isn't ready for them, and C. With Toph as a reference for how disability can be overcome. In my opinion, it was a perfect tale for someone like Bran. And the way it is told is of course a big summary, but one the SI made the effort to make, otherwise knowing his tendencies, considering it is me, he would spend the whole night telling in every detail he remembers what was happening in the show. 6. It was fun to introduce old Nan, but also Rickon, Summer. Concerning Clay Searwyn, I felt that with so many guests, some would interact with the younger Starks, especially people like Benfred Tallheart, story age here, 16 years old, or Clay Searwyn, around 16. And it is fun to have a diverse audience. 7. Teaser, as Mark is making a new day in the kitchens, a friend of his sneaks to meet him. 8. Have a good reading. 65/Sneaky Little Wolf. For morning work, Gage had tasked me to check the food within the kitchen stores. Walking through the hall, I felt some eyes staring at me. I held back a sigh as the fallout from the duel continued. I should have thought more about what position I would have taken at Winterfell with Robb. Since I didn't work all day in the kitchens, some scullions were eyeing me with what looked like envy. I wasn't sure how my duel with Gryff Whitehill had enhanced those impressions, but I knew that at one point, I might have to talk with Gage about how to deal with the issue. Turnip was the one I spent most of the time interacting with, probably because in a way, my childish side was awakened when I was with her. I appreciated her energy and dedication, and she was intrigued by my knowledge and how open I was while also treating her as a person, even though the silly moments she had as a child were still there. Turning my attention to the task at hand, I began checking the food supplies and stocks in the storerooms. Yet, amidst the mundane chore, a sudden disturbance caught my attention. Pausing my inspection, I strained to locate the source of the noise. It seemed to be coming from some nearby sacks of flour. I approached cautiously, staying alert. It didn't take long for me to spot the culprit, a rat, scurrying amongst the provisions. Rats, once considered harbingers of disease, still gave off a primal aversion for many. But here, in Winterfell, they were more than just pests, they were potential threats to the castle's food stores. Quickly checking the room, my eyes fell upon a broom nearby. Slowly, I advanced towards the rat, hoping to catch it unaware. Damn it, even if I wasn't good with a sword, being able to kill this thing in one swing would be nice. Sadly, the rat sensed my presence and darted away. I gave chase, trying to prevent it from escaping. As the chase brought me outside the storeroom and into the corridor, the rat suddenly met its match. In a blur of fur and teeth, a dire wolf, none other than Nymeria, Arya's loyal companion, snapped up the rat. Stunned, I halted at the entrance, clutching the broom, as I watched the wolf swallow the rat whole. Nymeria! I murmured in disbelief. The dire wolf, having finished her unexpected snack, turned to regard me, her eyes bright with recognition. Slowly, I let her approach, happy to be in my furry friend's presence again. Good girl, I said, extending my hand for her to sniff. Nymeria nudged my hand affectionately, her actions speaking volumes. Chuckling softly, I feigned protest as she licked my hand. Nymeria, you rascal, I chided gently, though the warmth in my tone betrayed my amusement. A part of me was slightly uneasy as she had just eaten a rat before my eyes. But my scolding was met with a low growl, almost playful in nature, as Nymeria pressed closer. With a fond smile, I obliged, stroking her fur as she leaned into my touch. Where is your mistress? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Nymeria's presence here could only mean one thing: Arya wasn't far behind. As if summoned by the mention of her name, Arya burst into the corridor. Mark! She exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop me in a tight hug. I nearly stumbled on the ground, my breath caught by the sudden embrace. Recovering quickly, I wrapped my arms around her, returning the hug, forgetting about the lingering concern I had due to her crush on me. Easy, easy, Arya, I chuckled. And remember to call me Roger, I whispered into her ear. As Arya realized what she was doing, she quickly released me, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Sorry, she mumbled, stepping back slightly. It's all right, I reassured her, playfully tousling her hair. I just didn't expect you to tackle me like that. Arya shot me a sheepish grin before her expression turned serious. I'm glad to see you, she admitted. I'm glad to see you too, I replied sincerely, before curiosity got the better of me. But how are you here? Don't you have any lessons or activities? She shrugged, a mischievous glint in her eye. I may have rearranged my schedule a bit, she admitted sheepishly. I raised an eyebrow in amusement while also inwardly shaking my head at her stunts. Did you? Considering all the lords and their people here or the fact your brother would want you to have your lessons, I assumed that wouldn't be easy, I commented while a part of me was suspecting how she managed it. The young Stark girl rolled her eyes playfully, a mischievous glint in her gaze. You should know better by now, Roger, she teased me. You forget, I can be as discreet and swift as a wolf hunting in the dark of the night. I suppose I should, I conceded, matching her playful tone. I forgot that you can be very discreet. You silly man, she teased me affectionately. Sneaky girl, I retorted in a playful voice. Arya grinned. Well, it's a good thing I'm on your side then, isn't it? She replied. I shook my head in amusement, but another part also remembered what her book self did in Bravos or what her show version achieved, especially with the unbelievable stunt of sneaking past the whole army of the dead and the White Walkers to strike at the Night King. No, I wouldn't want her on her bad side, even though I knew that this path was likely over before even having started. A good thing indeed. But that's what friends are for, aren't they? I replied. Arya's expression softened at my words, and she nodded in agreement. Yes, friends stick together, she said gently. And I'm grateful to have you as a friend, Roger. I felt a bittersweet pang in my chest at her words. Friend. It was a word that held both comfort and a tinge of sadness. Our connection was undeniable, and yet it was also complicated by the unrequited feelings she harbored for me. Arya's gaze held mine for a moment as if searching for something, before she glanced away, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I've missed you these past few days, she admitted. A pang of guilt pricked at me. I'm sorry for that, I apologized, reaching out to gently touch her arm. But I didn't want to cause any issues, especially with all the lords and their retinues here. You know how people can be quick to jump to conclusions. Arya's face had a brief look of frustration. I suspected she was now fully aware of that, considering our discussions, our clashes with Black Valder or even the incident in Moat Cailin with Mira and Hojin. I know they shouldn't, she murmured. But it's still frustrating. I just wanted to spend time with you. I sighed softly, squeezing her arm in reassurance. I understand, Arya. Believe me, I do. But we have to be careful, especially with all the eyes watching us. I know, she finally conceded, her gaze meeting mine once more. I don't want to avoid you because of some foolish fear. I know, Arya. But for now, it is complicated. I have had talks with Roose Bolton and Barbary Dustin and they are not the kind of people I want questioning our friendship. They are the kind of people that would seize the opportunity to exploit it to their advantage. Arya's expression softened, a flicker of worry crossing her features. You're right, she conceded. I don't want anything to happen to you because of me. Don't worry. Winterfell is very welcoming as you've told me. And working in the kitchens is helping me to further build ties with the people of the place. I reassured her. At this rate my sister will disguise herself as a boy and join you in the kitchens. Rob's voice teased. He wasn't wrong. Ignoring the voice I looked at Arya as her brows furrowed. You're always putting others first, she remarked softly. I shrugged lightly, offering her a small smile. Just doing what I can to navigate this new world. Did you manage to interact with some of the guests? I asked with curiosity. Arya grinned at my question, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she began recounting her recent encounters. Well, I've met quite a few interesting people since we returned, she said, a hint of pride in her voice. I smiled, intrigued by her experiences. Oh? Anyone in particular that stood out? Arya's eyes lit up with excitement as she began to recount her encounter. Oh, Roger, you should have seen them. The she-bears of House Mormont. Her voice was filled with awe and admiration. They're just as fierce and brave as the stories say. I saw them training in the courtyard, and it was incredible. I nodded, a smile playing on my lips. I've seen them too. They're quite impressive, aren't they? Now my imagination shifted from Arya working the kitchens, to borrowing armor and training with the she-bears. In another universe, Arya would have easily been a proud member of House Mormont. You've seen them. Arya's eyes widened with surprise. Of course you have. Especially after that duel with Gryff Whitehill. Her tone shifted, a mix of concern and admiration coloring her words. Of course my daughter has seen that fight, Ned's voice spoke in my mind. How much did you see? I asked out of curiosity, hoping Arya would not get angry. The young princess could be fiercely protective, and I worried about how her witnessing such violence might affect her. Everything, she answered, pride and concern crossing her features. You were really good, the way you stood up for yourself and that squire. You didn't let that dumb arse walk all over you. Hearing her words would have made me flush under different circumstances. And once again she showed her mastery of curse words. Where the hell did she learn them? From John, of course, Catalin's voice whispered in my mind. But then her expression shifted, her brows knitting together as she looked me over with a more critical eye. And you did it without any armor, she pointed out, her voice now tinged with both admiration and concern. You could have been killed. What were you thinking? I blinked, realizing the gravity of what she said. The memory of the fight replayed in my mind how I had thrown myself into the fray without a second thought, without considering the risk I was taking. A chill ran down my spine as I realized how easily it could have gone the other way. Gryff could have easily struck a blow that would have done permanent damage. My stomach twisted at the thought, even more as I visualized all the possibilities. Losing my hand, an arm, gutted down, beheaded. Damn, I literally made a David or Oberyn move even if it was unintentional. I really needed to wear the brigandine for the future spars. Roger. Arya's concerned voice snapped me out of my thoughts. I looked at her and saw she was watching with the concern a child of her age would have. It made my heart melt to see I made her so worried. Sadly, it also reminded me of the issue of her crush on me. I chased away that nagging feeling, not wanting things to become awkward. Sorry, I was lost in my thoughts, I answered. And you're right, I didn't think about that. It was either stand up for myself and Gayred or let young Benfred fight in my place, and risk Sir Tallheart losing his son. That could have led to a feud between two houses, something your brother doesn't need right now. I moved my hand from her hair to her shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze before letting go. But I didn't think about the danger I was putting myself in. I just acted. Arya bit her lip, her grey eyes darkening. Her fingers twitched slightly at her side as if she was struggling not to react more strongly. Nymeria, sensing her human's pensive mood, padded closer and brushed against Arya's leg, offering quiet support. Just, don't do anything reckless again, okay? I reached out and ruffled her hair gently, trying to lighten the mood. I'll do my best, I said, my voice soft and kind. As I looked at her, I recognized the look on her face. One of a nervous yet brave person. Unfortunately, it was also the look she had when she stabbed Ut in the groin. Heaven help the Whitehills if she had needle while around them. Arya nodded, a flicker of relief now crossing her features. Good. I don't want to see you get hurt. You're important to me. I knew she was sincere, but because of the whole situation, I couldn't be sure whether it was her loyal side to her friends and family that spoke out or the one expressing her crush or both. I didn't want to lead her on, knowing how she looked up to me, but I also didn't want to hurt her. You're important to me too, Arya. And I'll always do my best to keep it that way. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips, and she relaxed slightly, her tension easing. I still thought of how lucky I had been, to defeat Gryff in a well-timed move with what Arya told me. I couldn't help but wonder why others didn't point it out. But perhaps that was because it was so all of a sudden that neither Sir Illifer, Sir Creighton, Gayred Tuttle, or Helman Tallheart raised that point. And considering how quickly the fight was over and how Gryff tried to backstab me, that detail had been overlooked. Breaking the silence, I asked, deciding to go back to our original subject. Outside of the she-bears, did you meet Lady Maege or her daughter Daisy? Arya's eyes lit up again, though she shook her head. Not Lady Maege, but I did meet Daisy. She was something else. Her voice held a mix of admiration and something more, a kind of recognition that often came from meeting a kindred spirit. I see. How did it go? I inquired, genuinely curious about her experience. Arya wasn't one to be easily impressed, and Daisy was no ordinary noblewoman. Then again, the Mormonts were not a traditional noble house in the first place, alongside most of the north. Oh, it was wonderful. Arya exclaimed. Daisy showed me some moves with her mace. She's so strong and skilled. And we talked about Bear Island. She even said I reminded her of herself when she was younger. I chuckled softly, the sound bringing a smile to her lips. I guess you've found someone else you can confide in, I said, half teasing, half serious. Another flush of color crept up her cheeks as she looked away, a shy smile playing on her lips. She's strong, she murmured, her tone almost reverent. And she didn't treat me like a child. My heart warmed at her words, understanding how much that meant to her. But the way she looked at me, I mentally heard her unsaid words, just like you. Nymeria, who had been quietly observing our interaction, chose this moment to nudge Arya's hand, causing us both to laugh. After giving Nymeria a quick pat, I turned back to Arya. Any other encounters? I asked, curious about her other experiences during this busy time at Winterfell. Yes, actually. I met the Manderley sisters, Winifred and Willa. They're quite different from each other but in a good way. And different but as interesting as Daisy, she admitted. My curiosity was piqued further, especially when she made that comparison with the Mormont women, considering the fact she was likely admiring them. I've heard about them, I said. How did you get along with them? Arya's face softened with a hint of affection as she spoke about the sisters. Winifred is very dutiful and kind. A bit like Sansa, but less dull and smarter, and she seems to understand a lot about the responsibilities of her house. Willa, on the other hand, is more spirited and adventurous, a bit like me. She even dyes her hair green, she added with a chuckle. I felt it was a real good sign, especially for her to see things in a different way compared to what she had been used to. Sounds like they make quite a pair. How do you feel about spending time with them? Arya bit her lip, a habit I'd come to recognize when she was deep in thought. It's nice. They don't treat me like a little girl. They respect me, and that's refreshing. That's good to hear, I replied sincerely. Having friends who respect you and see you for who you are is important. Arya nodded in agreement. Yes, it is. And it's different from Sansa and her friends. They always seemed more interested in courtly things, but Winifred and Willa, they're more genuine, I think. I could sense a hint of sadness in her tone when she mentioned Sansa. I considered both the fact she might miss her in spite of their rivalry and the fact that outside of feeling overshadowed by her eldest sister, it was the fact she didn't have a relationship, like the ones she seemed to start having with the Manderley sisters, that was within her mind. Perhaps I was overinterpreting, but between what I knew of her thanks to the stories and to our interactions, I felt it was a close possibility. And I was glad she had people like Winifred and Willa who could help her to become who she was in a different manner and to find her own path. I also suspected both the Manderley girls to be playing the social game, albeit Willa might be the sincerest one due to how she was in the books. I couldn't judge how Winifred was. Just because she had been trained and had been likely molded by her grandfather didn't mean her sincerity was false. And even if it was the case, remembering how Wyman was in the books, I felt that sincerity and cunning could be merged by the Manderley when it concerned people they considered as friends, allies, or people they could trust. And the Starks were in that category. Besides, being cunning didn't mean you couldn't be sincere. Political field was a messy playground where everyone was playing a role and deciding when and where they could show their true face. It was unfortunate that the books did not delve into her character. Hopefully, things had changed so she would never be engaged to Rhaegar Frey. I'm glad you found friends like that, Arya. Everyone needs people who accept them for who they are. I told her. A small silence settled between them as Arya and I were looking at each other. Arya's brows then furrowed in a mix of curiosity and concern as if she was thinking of something else. You visited Bran, didn't you? She asked, her sharp gaze meeting mine. I nodded, a slight smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Yes, I did. As I said that, a small frown creased her brow, her gaze distant. It was a subtle shift, but one that didn't escape my notice. Sensing her unease, I gently prompted her. Is something on your mind, Arya? Her eyes flickered back to mine, a mix of curiosity and something else I couldn't quite place shining in their depths. Rickon told me a story, she began, her voice hesitant. A tale so vivid and captivating, I knew it must be one of yours. But it's one you haven't shared with me. I blinked, caught off guard by her revelation. Ah, I see, I murmured, feeling a pang of guilt at her words. Sorry about that, I offered sincerely. I shared it with Bran when I visited him, and Rickon happened to be there at one point during the story. I thought Bran would enjoy the story, considering. Considering what? Arya interjected, her voice tinged with hurt. I wanted him to feel that being crippled is not a fatality, I explained gently. And I didn't expect Rickon to be there. Arya's expression softened at my explanation, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes as her gaze was searching mine. You didn't think I would want to hear it. It's not that, I explained. I simply wasn't sure if I could do the tale justice during our journey. And besides, I've only given your brothers a summary of the story so far. Arya's brows furrowed slightly, but she seemed to accept my explanation, albeit reluctantly. I suppose that's fair, she conceded, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her tone. Hey, don't worry, I said gently, offering her a comforting smile. You'll have plenty of opportunities to hear that tale. And I have others in mind, just for you. Thank you, Roger, she murmured. Before I could respond, Nymeria padded over to us, going to the side of her mistress. Arya's expression softened further as she reached out to stroke the direwolf's fur. In a manner of speaking, the separation of Nymeria from Arya symbolized the path the young girl took in canon, a Stark but alone and struggling to find her way in the world when those she was tied to were dead or too far away. The fact that Arya wouldn't go down this tragic path was a victory for me, even though I knew that other challenges would arise. Focusing back on the present, I looked at Arya and Nymeria. With a small smile, I commented, I assumed that she is your accomplice in mischief alongside Rickon and Shaggy Dog. Arya's eyes sparkled mischievously as she glanced at her dire wolf, who was sitting next to her. Oh, definitely, she replied with a grin. Nymeria is always ready for an adventure, aren't you, girl? The dire wolf let out a low, rumbling growl as if in agreement, her tail wagging happily. Laughing softly, I turned to Arya. You little rascal! I teased affectionately, giving her a playful nudge. She rolled her eyes playfully but couldn't hide her smile. Guilty as charged, she admitted. I just hope you don't forfeit all your lessons for fun. Outside of your current antics, I mean, I said with a chuckle. Arya's expression turned thoughtful for a moment before she nodded earnestly. Don't worry, she assured me. I won't let the fun distract me too much. I know the importance of learning. Good, I replied, relieved. I know lessons can be difficult and boring, especially for someone as spirited and feisty as you. But they are here to help you understand the world you'll be navigating in the future. Arya looked back at me, her eyes searching mine for a moment. Thank you, she murmured gratefully. My pleasure, Arya, I replied warmly, giving her shoulder another reassuring squeeze. Her expression softened, but there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. You know, she began, your tales and advice are far more interesting and helpful than most of what I've been taught. She paused, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Perhaps you should keep teaching me what you know. I chuckled softly, touched by her words before looking at her with a sorry glance. Well, I would love to, I responded, a hint of regret in my tone, but you should know that for now, I can't. Not only is there the fact I have to prove my worth for your people, but they would also raise questions why a complete stranger can teach you anything when you have Maester Luwin or Septim Ordain. At the mention of her tutor, Arya's expression soured. I know, she muttered, bitterly. She's always trying to mold me into something I'm not. I nodded sympathetically. From what you told me, true. And I think part of the issue is that she doesn't understand how you think and feel. She's limited to what she and others believe a lady should be like. Arya's gaze met mine, a hint of curiosity sparking in her eyes. What do you mean? In my homeland, I explained, ladies were taught many things, but they were also given the opportunity to explore their interests and passions. They were encouraged to contribute to their families and communities in various ways, from the obvious domestic duties, to charity works that imply helping people, research, arts, and music and even governance when the situation demands it. Arya's eyes widened slightly, clearly intrigued by the notion. So, ladies could do more than sew and curtsy? She asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. I smiled, glad to see her interest. Exactly. And if it is still not for you, here is some advice I can give you for the time being. Broaden your mind with Maester Luwin's lessons and by going to the library to read everything you can. That will help you understand the frames in which you will evolve in the future and how to move within and outside the boundaries to find the balance between the restraints of society and who you are. Arya nodded, seeming to consider my words carefully. I'll keep that in mind, she promised. You know, she began, a sly grin forming, I've heard you've been spending quite a bit of time in the library lately. Perhaps I could join you sometime and learn a thing or two. I chuckled, impressed by her cleverness but also feeling a twinge of concern, given her crush on me. But it wasn't something I could forbid her from doing for a number of reasons. And if by chance I could keep on helping her carve her own path, one that would be different from canon, then so be it. Just don't get your hopes too high. You might find yourself on your own at the library more often than you'd expect. I told her. I'll take my chances, she quipped. Roger. Turnip's voice suddenly called out, her voice carrying a hint of urgency and echoing down the corridor. Arya and I turned around to see the young scullion approaching us. Meanwhile, Turnip's eyes widened as she spotted Arya and Nymeria by my side. Good. Good day, Arya, she stuttered as she offered a greeting, standing still in shock. Hello, Turnip, the young Stark girl replied, her tone neutral but not unfriendly. I noticed Arya's demeanor with Turnip and wondered if it was tied to her lack of interactions with other girls or simply a result of their different backgrounds. It was clear that while they knew each other, their interactions had been limited. I glanced at Turnip, offering a friendly smile. Hey! What brings you here? My question got the young girl out of her flustered moment. My father sent me to see why it took you so long to return, the young scullion explained. I nodded understandingly, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. I lost track of time talking with Arya. You've been spending a lot of time with Arya before, haven't you? Turnip asked, her curiosity evident. Arya intervened before I could respond, coming to my defense. Roger's my friend, she stated firmly. Thankfully it was not the tone she used on people like Black Valder. That's right, I affirmed, stepping in to provide some context. Long story short, I helped Arya, she persuaded her father to accept me into his service, and that's why I can work in the kitchens with your father and you. Turnip nodded slowly, absorbing the information. It was clear that Arya's words had confirmed some rumors for her, but they also seemed to cast a shadow on her own bond with me. I see. Well, I'm glad Arya has a friend like you, she said. I smiled warmly at Turnip, grateful for her understanding. Thank you. And I promise, I'll try not to delay my duties too long. The young scullion nodded. I then asked gently, have you work or do you have some time off? She hesitated, shifting on her feet. I have some chores to attend to, but nothing urgent. Why do you ask? Well, I was just thinking about spending time on a common activity with you and Arya at one point. If Arya has no problem with your presence, I added, glancing at Arya for her reaction. The young Stark girl's eyes lit up with excitement. That sounds like fun. I don't mind at all. Turnip smiled at Arya's enthusiasm before turning back to me. I'd like that, she replied. Great, I said, relieved that the young scullion was receptive to the idea. I'll discuss it with you and your father. As she nodded in agreement, I turned to Arya. I guess duty calls. Try to be swift and discreet when returning back to your lessons. Arya nodded, determination flashing in her eyes. I will. Thanks, Roger. I smiled back at her before turning my attention to Nymeria. Keep an eye on your mistress, I said with a playful glint in my eye, sending a mischievous glance at Arya. The young Stark girl rolled her eyes but chuckled. She always does. Nymeria huffed, her tail wagging as she trotted over to Arya's side, clearly understanding the command. With a final nod to Arya and Nymeria, Turnip and I watched as they took their leave, disappearing down the corridor. Turning back to Turnip, I gestured toward the direction of the kitchens. Let's go back, I suggested, leading the way. As we walked, Turnip glanced at me curiously. So, what exactly do you have in mind for Arya and me? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. I smiled at her, appreciating her interest. Games and sharing tales and experiences with both of you, I explained. Turnip's eyes lit up. That sounds wonderful, she said earnestly. But, I continued, a touch of concern creeping into my voice, I don't want to interfere with your work or cause any trouble with your father. I understand if you have responsibilities. She nodded, a small frown forming on her brow. I do have chores, but I can make time, she assured me. And my father, he'll understand. He knows how important it is for me to have friends. Relief washed over me. Thank you, Turnip. I appreciate your willingness to join us. As we reached the kitchens, the young scullion glanced at me with a hint of curiosity. So, when do you think we can do this? I paused, considering. Perhaps in a few days, once we've had a chance to plan and find a suitable time, with your father's consent, of course, I suggested. She nodded in agreement, a smile playing on her lips. I'll look forward to it, she said sincerely. We resumed our tasks in the bustling kitchen. While a part of me was disappointed with myself for having been distracted from my task, speaking with Arya and seeing how well she fared was a good moment. Still I hoped I had not made her crush on me increase. Approaching the entrance of the kitchens, I straightened myself, prepared to talk with Gage and to apologize for the delay. As much as I disliked and feared disappointment, I needed to face my responsibilities and the consequences for my actions. I also wondered if Gage would really allow Turnip to tag along in the activities that came across my mind. While I didn't remember anything about her father and her, I suspected that Turnip was the kind of child that could be both invested in what they were doing, but also ready for fun. The main challenge would rather be how available Arya would be for such activities and how to handle it with the current presence of the Northern Lords. The last thing I needed was to create a situation where everyone assumed I had nefarious intents. Once again, Marin Trant and a long line of disgusting people crossed my mind, sending me a shiver down my spine. But the idea to share stories and knowledge with Turnip and to keep on doing so with Arya was something that motivated me. My logical side reminded me that I would need to discuss it with Rob, as I wouldn't want to accidentally create a clashing issue between the need to bring Arya out of her crush on me and the time she could share in my presence. And of course, that could only work if Gage didn't have issues with the idea. But that would wait, as work was paramount to achieve. I preferred to settle well in Winterfell rather than rushing things that could backfire on me. Damn, why did it sound something like Varys, Palpatine, or Long Feng would do? Shaking my head, I moved back to the kitchens, focusing on resuming the work and to take accountability for the delay I had provoked for Gage. An. 1 and we go again. Back to Mark for another day in Winterfell. 2. Exploring a bit of the work at kitchens and of some of the challenges, here rats, is always an interesting take to explore, not to mention how the situation of the SI is due to his actions and demeanor. 3. This chapter was in a way to happen sooner or later because of Arya's character. Even with the presence of numerous guests, she wouldn't stay still too long before trying to distract herself or to have fun or to interact with her friends and siblings. I mean, she did leave a lesson by Septa Mordain to look for Jon in the first chapters of the Game of Thrones tome of ASOIAF. And due to the bond between her and Mark, that is something that would happen, which also allows to see how the current situation is affecting her and how she is faring back in Winterfell. That notably allows to introduce in another way the Manderley sisters, both on a suggestion of my beta reader and in the continuity of Wyman Manderley's moves as mentioned in his POV chapter back in chapter 15. And of course, it explores the challenges of such bond in such specific context, plus of course the sea's inner turmoil as he feels he's walking on a thin line in such a situation. For exploring how Arya interacts with other people of the household, especially the youngest ones, is also interesting as it is an intriguing paradox in regard to canon. On the one hand, Arya is depicted as being able to befriend people from the small folk. Yet, on the other hand, in Winterfell, outside of her siblings, there isn't any interaction shown with any of the background characters, and I don't consider Gendry in the late season, considering he is more a friend and ally than a member of the Winterfell household. Of course, there are potential good reasons why it hadn't been done, outside of GRRM not thinking it for different reasons, notably to avoid to overload the first chapters. But I found it interesting to explore that side, especially as Turnip and Arya would be close in age. 5. For those who would be worried, there won't be any thin line situation in the future concerning the interactions of the SI with those characters. On another note, it will set the path to an incoming event whose idea had been suggested by my beta reader and would shake Winterfell. 6. Teaser, next time, Mark is going to the library and has to arbitrate an intellectual debate. 7. Have a good reading. 66/Library Divide. As expected, my little delay resulted in a verbal dressing down from Gage. Even though the man was rather tempered and understood once I explained that Arya had been there. It helped that I had been trying to kill a rat as well. I agreed to double the work to rectify the mistake I had made, even though I knew it would affect how I would spend the rest of the day. Perhaps I was overestimating the time constrictions I would face as I took my leave from the kitchens near mid-afternoon. As I was heading toward the kitchen entrance, I thought of going to the library to continue learning about the local history and to practice with a quill in order to write on my own without feeling any more pain in my hand. The only regret I had was that I wouldn't be able to finish my writings, including the Renaissance alternate history timeline I had developed. But those losses were not a big deal, compared to how much refreshed I now felt. Even if Westeros remained one of the most uncertain places I had known in fiction, the medieval setting had the advantage of freeing me of the technological habits I had taken. At least, I wouldn't be like a helpless Targaryen that lost his dragon. Joining back the courtyard, I noticed some activity there, though I wasn't sure if it was sparring or something else. I didn't mind it as much as I moved toward the library tower. Thankfully, no one with a Whitehill sigil was around. Since the duel with Gryff, I had noticed a certain shift in how people were regarding me. Climbing the stairs, I joined the heart of the library, ready to read further about the North, its history, legends, and customs. I wondered how my manners and behavior set me apart and yet contributed to the assumption I was a higher status than I said I was. But as much as I had realized how much my upbringing made me so different from a commoner in a medieval-like reality, I wasn't keen to lie and claim something I wasn't. Pretending to be a lord when I didn't know the protocol had never crossed my mind and I had assumed that being a foreigner would have been enough. But it seemed that this world was already so mythical that being a wealthy commoner that was not a merchant wasn't something that would cross the mind of some of those people. As I entered the main room, I heard two people loudly arguing in the library. Intrigued by the ruckus, I hesitated for a moment, not sure if I should intrude. Stepping closer, I recognized the voice of Simon Blackmire, as he delved into the intricacies of magic. Magic isn't merely the stuff of legend, Maester Luwin, he insisted definitely. You cannot deny the evidence right before your eyes. Magic is a relic of the past, a superstition clinging to the fringes of reality, Maester Luwin's voice countered. Hearing those two people debate was amusing and unusual to me. Outside perhaps the episode where Samwell tried to convince the Citadel of the reality of the White Walkers and the dogmatism of the Maesters in the place, there were no real intellectual debates in Westeros that were depicted in the stories from what I remembered. However, as much as I appreciated Maester Luwin, I had to side with Simon Blackmire. Not only because of the obvious incoming events tied to the White Walkers, the return of the dragons, the warlocks, or Melisandre's powers, but also because of my presence. Even if I wasn't still certain of how I found myself in this world, there was no doubt something supernatural had occurred. Especially now that I was certain I was not within the universe as depicted by GRRM or the showrunners, but one that existed on its own, even if canonical elements were still depicted. The last action hero phenomenon was the one that came across my mind quite often due to the fact the last thing I remembered before awakening in Westeros was the fact I was starting to rewatch the show. But I couldn't be so sure, considering the fact I was in a reality that looked more like the books, but with show features and other elements that would be tied to the semi-canon details. I took a breath to focus on the present time and as I saw the two men facing each other in an alley of the library, I cautiously asked, "Excuse me, am I disturbing you? Simon Blackmire chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Ah, well, it seems our debate has drawn an unexpected audience, he remarked, gesturing towards me. Maester Lewin inclined his head, his demeanor courteous yet reserved. Indeed. Your presence is most welcome, Roger, he said. Returning their greetings with a polite nod, I felt a surge of anticipation. I couldn't help but overhear your discussion, I admitted, my curiosity piqued. May I inquire as to the nature of your debate? Simon Blackmire exchanged a knowing glance with Maester Lewin before turning back to me. We were just discussing the nature of magic and its place in our world. Maester Lewin nodded in agreement. Indeed. Simon here believes that magic is still a potent force, while I maintain that it is a relic of the past, a superstition that has no place in our modern understanding of the world. Simon stepped forward, his face slightly red. No need to try to sway our young guest, Lewin. Roger had discussed with me the ways of my people and my position as a hedge wizard. He is aware that magic is part of the fabric of our world, intertwined with nature itself. Maester Lewin interjected, his tone firm. But Simon, is he aware of the fact that what you present as part of the world is only a tale or can be explained by logical reasons? You cannot deny that the age of magic is long past. The children of the forest are gone, the giants are but a memory and the dragons have not been seen for centuries. What evidence do you have to support your claims? Simon met the maester's gaze, undeterred. I may not have the ancient texts of the citadel to cite, but I have my own experiences. I've witnessed healing that cannot be explained by mundane means, and I've felt the power of the old gods in the depths of the neck. Magic may be rare, but it is not extinct. All right. I understand. Both of you have a very different opinion of the matter, I said, trying to diffuse the tension. The last thing needed was a brawl in the library. I jumped out of the way as the two began to swing chairs at each other. Both chairs smashed into each other. Lewin kicked Simon in the gut and went for a power bomb. But Simon reversed it into a facebuster. Holding back a snort and shaking my head, I went back to the discussion. But perhaps there is merit in considering both viewpoints. After all, isn't it possible that the truth lies somewhere in between? Maester Lewin's expression softened slightly, considering my words. An interesting notion, Roger. But without concrete evidence, it's difficult to say for certain. Simon nodded in agreement. Indeed. But perhaps that's the beauty of it. The mystery of magic, the unknown waiting to be discovered. I knew the debate would go nowhere. It was like watching two politicians square off on stage. One needs to acknowledge that no knowledge is set in stone, as it can always be challenged if you analyze each fact to try to understand them, I remarked. What we know of the truth and the world is like looking outside your home from a window. Simon Blackmire nodded in agreement. Well said, Roger. And what is your perspective on the matter? I hesitated, not wanting to answer anything that could be too close to my current experience, before replying, me? I'm not knowledgeable enough to have a reasonable perspective. The only thing I know is that I don't know, and that's the reason why I try to understand the world as it is. If there is such a thing as magic, so be it. If there's not, so be it too. It is a part of the world, either as a fact or as a belief. Denying it won't mean it doesn't exist in any form. Maester Lewin's expression softened slightly, though skepticism still lingered in his eyes. You presented an interesting perspective indeed, Roger. But without concrete evidence, it's difficult to be assertive about it. Simon leaned in, but isn't that the beauty of it? And Roger presented a unique way to tackle that topic on the mystery of magic. Well, my intent is not to prove who is right or wrong, I replied, seeking to look neutral. Only you can achieve that. Simon nodded in agreement, but Maester Lewin seemed unconvinced. I held back a sigh, aware that the Maester meant well, but he had been taught in that manner, and there lay the issue. The Citadel had much more to share with the Bene Gesserit from Dune than with the historical church or the universities, notably because of how long the institution had existed and how it influenced Westeros. All the way from the lowest level to the highest in a rigid monopoly that was a threat for everyone, including those who were playing knowledge guardians. I looked at Maester Lewin with a serious expression. Having concrete evidence is a good approach, Maester Lewin. But what is using said method if the restraints and the rules defining how to discover knowledge and understand the world are trapped within a sole lens of perspective? Knowledge is a sea, an ocean, and nothing can trap it in a designed manner, I told him. A part of me was tempted to mention Qyburn in an indirect way, but I stopped myself. Not only that would put me at odds with Lewin, considering how ill-reputed Qyburn was, but that would also beg the question of how I knew about the man. Even in considering my foreign status as an excuse to justify a potential encounter with the man, that wouldn't be any good in the circumstances. Simon seemed to be contemplating my words, while Maester Lewin shook his head in disagreement. But the Citadel has safeguarded knowledge for centuries, he countered. It ensures that knowledge is disseminated responsibly and accurately. According to whom? I asked firmly. The issue with the Citadel is that no matter the noble cause it had been founded for, it is a sole place keeping knowledge. Meaning that those supposedly protecting knowledge can also be the ones who would abuse it, restrict it, or manipulate, sometimes out of spite. Simon's expression grew thoughtful, while Maester Lewin appeared defensive. The Citadel's role is to preserve knowledge, not manipulate it, he argued. But who safeguards the safeguarders? I questioned, meeting Maester Lewin's gaze. Without checks and balances, there's always the risk of corruption, intentional or not. If kings can betray their duties for their own games and desires like the Mad King, what prevents men whose purpose is to seek the truth and to advise others not to do the same? As I spoke, I remembered a fan theory from House of the Dragon. The so-called Maester conspiracy. Maester Lewin sighed, his expression tense. The Maesters take an oath to serve, to advise, and to safeguard knowledge. It is a sacred duty. I nodded, even though I knew that Pycelle was one counterexample that showed that even Maesters could be flawed and corrupted. Of course, I couldn't say this detail as no one except Tywin Lannister and perhaps of his closest allies knew. Instead, I answered, I understand. I'm aware of how much oaths and duties are the golden rules here. But if a king like Aerys Targaryen can break his vows of protecting his people and keeping the peace of the realm, if a king's guard like Jaime Lannister can break their oaths, or knights like Amory Lorch and Gregor Clegane can have the right to commit murder, a maester can also break his oath and turn his back on the sacred duties of his order. Maester Lewin's eyes narrowed as he listened to my words, his expression growing more defensive. I assure you, Roger, the maesters are bound by their oaths and their commitment to knowledge. We have ways to ensure that our duties are upheld within our order. I held his gaze, my tone firm but respectful. I do not doubt the sincerity of your words, Maester Lewin. But history has shown us that even the most trusted and respected institutions can falter. It is not a reflection of the entire order, but rather an acknowledgement that individuals within any organization can succumb to temptation or become influenced by personal biases. As I finished my statement, images of scientists being prosecuted by churches of my world went through my mind. Meanwhile, Simon's thoughtful expression hinted at a brewing agreement, while Maester Lewin appeared torn between defending his order and acknowledging the validity of my points. Simon then chimed in. Roger makes a valid point, Lewin. It is not a matter of placing blame on the entire Citadel or its maesters. It is about recognizing that a system of checks and balances is necessary to ensure the integrity of knowledge and prevent the abuse of power. Maester Lewin's thinning hair seemed to bristle slightly as he absorbed Simon's words. He glanced at me, then back to Simon. The Citadel's role is vital in preserving knowledge, ensuring its dissemination responsibly, he reiterated, his voice softer now, lacking its earlier conviction. But at what cost? I pressed gently, meeting Maester Lewin's gaze with empathy. We've seen how power can corrupt even the noblest intentions. Without checks and balances, any institution, no matter how revered it is, risks succumbing to its own hubris. And this is without considering how some people may believe your order has a secret agenda to control Westeros and to define it in their own image and desires. I bet some might believe your order is the reason why the dragons died out, I said as I again thought about the conspiracy theories from the fandom and Marwyn's claims in the last book. Maester Lewin's expression hardened at my mention of conspiracy theories and the potential suspicion surrounding the maesters. Such claims are baseless and unfounded, he retorted, his voice tinged with frustration. The maesters have served the realm faithfully for centuries, and we have no hidden agenda to control or manipulate Westeros. I raised an eyebrow, feeling like Spock from Star Trek. I understand that those claims may be unfounded, but perception matters. The maesters' monopoly on knowledge and their close ties to the ruling elite can give rise to such doubts and speculations. And when a maester serves a more powerful house, how much does the house's behavior influence his decisions? A sigh escaped the old man's lips, his features tense with inner conflict. The maesters take an oath, he insisted, though his tone held a hint of uncertainty now. I nodded, acknowledging the weight of tradition and duty that Maester Lewin carried. I understand the importance of oaths, I replied, my voice softening. But as I've pointed out, oaths alone cannot guarantee integrity. It's the actions we take, the choices we make in upholding those oaths, that truly define us. It was unfortunate that Marvel Comics did not exist in this universe. I thought about the Watcher, and his people's vows of non-interference. And yet he found a way to bend or sometimes had to break his vow and take action. All because he loved Earth and its inhabitants and tried to do everything to keep them safe. Simon nodded in agreement. Roger is right, he affirmed. The Citadel's monopoly on knowledge is a double-edged sword, one that demands scrutiny and accountability. I was glad that the hedge wizard understood my stance, even though his background and situation also helped him to have another perspective. While I could understand Maester Lewin's stance and the desire to defend the institution that trained him, he needed to be aware of the hazards tied to the way the Citadel developed itself. Remembering what Old Town was about to face in the books and thinking of the fate of the Library of Alexandria, I decided to add the last important argument about the dangers of knowledge being restricted to one institutional like temple. Not only that, but having one institution of knowledge focused in one place means it is vulnerable if anyone decides to strike it. If Tywin Lannister can sack King's Landing, who can say if someone wouldn't do the same to Old Town and the Citadel? Should it happen, Westeros would lose far more than anyone would expect or assume. Far more than the Iron Throne being destroyed because your order made itself as indispensable to the Seven Kingdoms as dragons were for the Targaryens. Simon's eyes widened, a mix of concern and realization crossing his features. You make a valid point, Roger, he said, his voice tinged with urgency. The concentration of knowledge in one location puts it at risk. If the Citadel were to fall, the loss would be catastrophic. Maester Luwin's gaze shifted from Simon to me, his earlier defensiveness replaced with a somber acknowledgement. I hadn't considered the vulnerability of the Citadel in such a way, he admitted. But changing the structure and traditions of the Citadel is not a task to be undertaken lightly. It would require significant upheaval and there would be resistance from within. I looked at the Maester with a comprehensive glance, aware of the challenge and issue posed by the age and tradition of the Citadel. I know, and I'm not really asking for that, as it would need both a generation of Maesters and an Archmaester ready to tackle it, and unless a complete disaster strikes, it won't be for a while, I told the old man. Somehow I was able to appear neutral, even though an image of Old Town burning because of Euron Greyjoy flashed in my mind. Maester Luwin mulled over my words, his expression reflective yet still guarded. Simon Blackmire and I shared a silent moment of understanding, knowing that change within such ancient institutions was a slow and arduous process. I then pondered on what could be done within the restraints of the social frame Westeros was built on. A part of me wondered about the challenges for the Starks and their bannermen handling their lands, even while relying on their bannermen and sworn houses, considering the size and the climate of the north. An idea came across my mind, and while my cautious side was wary due to how it could turn counterproductive or be opposed to how bold it would sound, it might be something worth exploring. Just as I was lost in thought, Simon noticed, and asked, "What's on your mind, Roger?" I met his gaze, a thoughtful expression on my face. Just because I don't think the Citadel is ready for reformation because of the current context doesn't mean we can't lay the groundwork to allow other people to thrive, I answered earnestly. Maester Luwin listened intently, his earlier defensiveness giving way to contemplation. What kind of groundwork are you talking about? He asked with guarded curiosity. I'm talking about teaching people how to read and write so they can help not only House Stark or you and your successor in the future, but also their fellow countrymen, I continued, emphasizing the importance of education and empowerment. Simon Blackmire's brows furrowed thoughtfully as he absorbed my words, while Maester Luwin seemed to consider the implications of such an endeavor. You are talking of experience? Simon asked me, his voice full of intrigue. I titled my head in agreement. My homeland thrives partly because there was an educated population whose skills were refined thanks to the education they have received, I explained. And people who read and write are less likely to fall for some of the tricks lords or merchants try to pull on them, I added. Simon's gaze shifted between me and Maester Luwin, a sense of hopefulness evident in his features. Maester Luwin's expression softened, a glimmer of understanding shining in his eyes. He nodded slowly, indicating his willingness to entertain the idea further. Perhaps there is merit in what you propose, Roger, he conceded. But such an undertaking would require significant resources and support. How would we go about implementing such a system? Gathering my thoughts, I finally answered, this is something that needs to be planned, but more importantly to be discussed with Lord Robb. Of course, should this discussion occur, you have the leading role due to your position. As much as it is my suggestion, my current status would bring doubts. And I'm certain some issues and details need to be addressed in depth, and that is something that can't be done here in a debate. I apologize if you have believed I was looking down on your position or the institution that formed you, I addressed Maester Luwin directly, seeking to alleviate any potential tension. My sole purpose was only to raise points that a wise man like you can ponder on. Anyone in any institution always needs to better itself and to change if it wants to still thrive and survive. Maester Luwin's demeanor softened slightly at my words, and he nodded in acknowledgement. I have to admit that your perspective is valuable. Simon's weathered face reflected his deep contemplation. Change is inevitable, especially in the pursuit of knowledge and growth. But as you said, it must be approached with care and respect for the foundation upon which we stand. Exactly. The key is how to balance the needed changes to avoid sudden shifts in traditions that would provoke strife, while at the same time, denying it for the sake of traditions. Knowledge is a tool and a gift, and it's a tragedy when it's wasted because of biased views and some traditions that haven't been reinterpreted. Maester Luwin stroked his chin, deep in thought. Indeed, striking that balance will be crucial, he acknowledged, his tone softer now, more contemplative. But it won't be an easy task. No, it isn't, I conceded. But life is full of challenges, no matter how many shields, many fences and walls we try to build to prevent or to overcome them. Indeed, Roger. Change is the constant companion of progress, but it must be approached with prudence. Simon agreed. A comfortable silence settled among us, the crackle of the hearth providing a gentle backdrop to our thoughts. I speak a lot and I almost forget I came here to read and resume my writing exercises. I hope I wasn't too bothersome with my thoughts, I remarked, breaking the silence with a self-aware chuckle. Not at all, Roger. Your insights are valued, and your presence here enriches our discussions. Lewin said, given a small laugh. Simon chimed in with a reassuring smile. Indeed, your perspective sheds light on matters we might not have considered otherwise. Don't hesitate to share your thoughts. Grateful for their understanding, I nodded, a sense of warmth spreading within me. Thank you, both. I'll make sure to dedicate more time to my studies and contribute in any way I can. Maester Lewin leaned forward slightly. Speaking of your studies, how is your progress with writing coming along? I straightened up, eager to share my achievements. As good as I can be. Hopefully, it won't be long before I will be able to write with ease. Maester Lewin's eyes sparkled with genuine interest. I look forward to seeing your progress, Roger. You may have strange views, but your thirst for knowledge is evident, and it is a quality to be admired. Maester Lewin's gaze held a warmth that belied his usual reserved demeanor. Despite our differences, he seemed to appreciate my perspective and my eagerness to learn. Simon's nod of approval only reinforced the sense of camaraderie that had been slowly growing between us. Well, have a good day, gentlemen. I hope the next time I see you, the discussion will be as interesting, albeit perhaps less controversial for all of us. I declared. The two exchanged a knowing glance before Maester Lewin spoke. Indeed, Roger. Thank you for your contributions today. We look forward to our future discussions. Farewell for now, Roger. May your studies be fruitful. An encouraged Simon said. With a nod and a warm smile, I bid them farewell. Thank you both. Until next time. Leaving the area of the library where they were, I moved to another alley, determined to find a place where to read and more importantly to keep on training with a quill. Searching for a suitable table, I finally found one near a window. I decided that writing with a quill was far more important than reading at the moment. Looking for a quill and parchment, I moved through the library to look for the place where Maester Lewin guided me during one of my first visits. I heard the Maester and the hedge wizard talking, but I decided not to intervene again in whatever debate was occurring between them. A part of me wondered if they were discussing me and my peculiar situation, but it wasn't something relevant to me, as it would distract me from my lessons. Finding the place, I looked for ink, quill, and parchment. It took me a couple moments, but in the end, it was a success. Settling into my seat, I took another deep breath, steeling myself for the challenge of writing with the quill. The familiar yet foreign tool felt awkward in my hand, and I carefully dipped it into the inkwell, ensuring the nib was coated evenly. As I began to write, I focused intently on forming each letter, the movement of the quill requiring precision and control. While it was still hard and a bit painful, the previous day's efforts helped me to develop a pattern for writing with such a tool. My hand ached with the effort, but I persisted, determined to master this new skill. Lost in concentration, I scarcely noticed time go by as I practiced my writing. The faint crackle of the hearth nearby provided a soothing backdrop to my efforts, and I soon found myself immersed in the rhythm of the task. Hours passed, the steady scratch of the quill against parchment the only sound in the alcove. Maester Lewin and Simon Blackmire must have left during the meantime as silence was ruling the place. Despite the physical strain, I felt a sense of satisfaction as my writing gradually improved, each word flowing more smoothly from the quill. It would still take some time before I could claim mastery in the field, but hopefully, I would be able to be autonomous with writing anything from messages to leisurely writings like poetry. The time spent in Winterfell awakened back the thirst for rhymes and verses. Even though I knew it would be in French, because it was still within my mind to work on my mother tongue and because it would be one of the key elements that would remind me of home in this other world. An. 1 And here we go again with Mark. 2 Due to a discussion with someone that follows me on AO3, I had tackled a bit the fact that my / C's demeanors and manners would contradict his words being a commoner, even if it is a cultural qui pro quo on the one hand and the reluctance of the SI to lie on something he feels he can't really play out because of how fake it would sound to him. And of course, because of the context of the initial premissa, I felt it was amusing to make a fourth wall break tied to the longing of home and of the works of writings, including a certain TL some of you might have read at least by curiosity. 3 I felt that going back to the library was interesting as it shows the diversity of activities of the SI. It was also the result of discussions between my beta reader and me as we discussed how funny it would be to make Simon Blackmire, the wedge wizard from the neck and depicted in Game of Thrones, Winter is Coming game, debate with Maester Lewin due to their different ways to knowledge and seeing the world. 4 For the debate, the ideas exposed by my SI are ideas that were from how I considered the topic due to the context, for the magic, and how I consider the matter of knowledge. And of course, considering that Maester Lewin had been formed in the Citadel, even if he is among the most open-minded people of his order, he wouldn't necessarily outright agree with everything the SI is saying, as the comments of the latter could be seen as a challenge of the place that made him who he is, even if he would be likely among those who would ponder on the issues. 5. Concerning the reference to the Library of Alexandria, it is tied to two of the main incidents that affected it. The first one occurred in 48 BC when Caesar found himself embroiled in the dynastic strifes of the late Ptolemaic members, between Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy XIV. During the unrest that occurred in Alexandria, in which the Romans had to fight Ptolemy's loyalists, fire happened and ravaged the library. The library throve again, however, until the Arab invasions of the 7th century, as the library was sacked when Alexandria fell. And considering the agenda of Euron Greyjoy, that would make the outcome of the destruction of Old Town, if it occurred, rather similar, even if Euron had obviously other reasons to stir Old Town than conquest. 6. Teaser, next time, a dwarf stops by an inn. 7. Have a good reading. 67/Little Lion and Healer, Tyrion, I. The chilly wind whipping off the trident bit through my worn cloak. It reminded me of the north I'd left behind. I looked towards the ruby ford, the glint of the setting sun catching on the water like a spilled bag of rubies. It was beautiful, but it was overshadowed by the disquieting rumors Merritt Frey had shared with me a few days ago. Wildfire. King's Landing. Jaime. So much had occurred in the time I had been traveling to the Wall and now on my way back to King's Landing. What else could have happened that led to Lord Stark sending his youngest daughter back to Winterfell? I suspected my dear sister and nephew to have played a part in the situation. And this stranger who was supposedly a guard protecting Lady Arya was an intriguing figure. His face shield was obviously there to hide his face, though I wasn't sure if it was for intimidation, hiding it by shame, or to avoid being recognized. And I had noticed how fluent and mannered he was for a guard. He was obviously a new addition to the Stark household, and I noticed the dynamic between him and Lady Arya despite the short time I had with them. Those thoughts weren't as prevalent as they had been before the encounter with Sir Merritt Frey when I was riding through his father's lands after the passage through the Neck. I held back a sigh and shook my head, wondering why Jaime had been too stubborn to tell the truth about why he killed the kings. I suspected it was something with how he wanted to be a knight, but this was beyond anything I could have imagined. If only he had told me. I was his brother and I could have thought of something to help him. Lost in thought, Lord Imp. Yoren's gravelly voice cut through my reverie. I glanced at the grizzled Night's Watch recruiter, his face showing his usual scowl. Just pondering the day's journey, I replied. Those Frey gossips and those rumors we've heard. Yoren wasn't easily fooled. Just pondering the rumors, my friend, I replied, deflecting his concerns with practiced ease. Lack of a good meal and decent wine can do that to a man. Truth be told, a good flagon of Arbor Gold and a plate of something more substantial than hard bread and cheese would be welcome. It wouldn't hurt either, especially with everything I had to think about. Yoren snorted. A humorless sound that sent a shiver down Marek's spine, who bounced uncomfortably in his saddle. Well, the Crossroads Inn shouldn't be far, he said, urging his horse forward. I cracked a smile, a genuine one this time. Praise the Seven. My belly is growling louder than a lion at a feast. Yoren chuckled to my jape as he was holding the reins of his horse. As we neared the inn, I saw the tension on JYCK's face. His brow furrowed, his grip tight on the reins. It was clear he too was troubled by the rumors that had reached our ears. JYCK, what's on your mind? I inquired, turning to face him as we rode. It's those whispers, my lord. About the wildfire in King's Landing. I've been there once. To think I had been so close. His voice trailed off, but I understood. Jaime's confession, the revelation of the wildfire, hung heavy in the air. I couldn't imagine how the city was, and I wondered how many lords had answered Lord Stark's call. I could easily imagine Father answering it to ensure his legacy was secured. I could also imagine him scowling and shaking his head in disappointment because Jaime had preferred to keep secrets instead of revealing them, which would have spared him years of scorn. Not to mention that my brother's silence put everyone in danger. He might have prevented a disaster that day, but he should have thought about the consequences his silence could bring, especially to our dear sister. How did it not cross his mind? A grunt from Marek broke the tense silence. Not exactly comforting news, traveling to a city that could erupt into green fire at any moment. I gave a humorless chuckle. Better wine and horse than crisping like a roasted pig, wouldn't you say? JYCK cracked a flicker of a smile, and even Marek managed a weak snort. Yoren, however, remained impassive, even though a glint was in his eyes. The silence stretched, broken only by the clopping of hooves against the hard-packed earth. Just as unease began to affect me again, Yoren pointed ahead. There it is, lads. The Crossroads Inn. Let's hope they have something left to fill our bellies and our ears, I said, urging my own horse forward. We'll find more than just food and drink at the inn, my lord. I reckon we'll learn a thing or two about those rumors as well, Yoren remarked. Indeed, Yoren. It seems we're in for an interesting evening, I replied. As we drew closer to the inn, Yoren voiced his concerns about recruiting for the Night's Watch in the current climate. I'm not sure I'll find many willing recruits in King's Landing, not with the city in such turmoil, he mused regretfully. Nonchalantly I shrugged. While I considered the wall as a pitiful thing only useful to send those the realm didn't want, be it criminals to bastards. Yoren was a good road companion and I couldn't blame his concerns about the difficulty of finding new recruits or even asking the crown for more help for whatever the watch was currently facing. It might be Snarks and Grumpkins, but Georg Mormont was deeply concerned the time he spoke to me and asked me to ask my dear sister to convince Robert to send help. Considering that Lord Stark was the current hand, it would have been best to ask for help from him, but with the recent developments, this endeavor risked being a failure. You'll find who you can, Yoren. I'm certain the hand would help you despite the situation, I finally replied. As the inn loomed closer, the scent of wood smoke and roasting meat filled the air, stirring my appetite. Yoren dismounted his horse with practiced ease, and I followed suit, the ache in my legs reminding me of the long journey we had undertaken. We reached the stables, a low building with a thatched roof. The cold air nipped at my cheeks, but the promise of warmth within the inn spurred me on. JYCK, tend to the horses, I instructed, turning to my loyal guard. JYCK nodded, his expression serious as he dismounted, moving swiftly to secure our mounts to the stable. Marek, on the other hand, bounced nervously in his saddle, casting a worried glance around. Relax, Marek, I reassured him with a wry smile. The inn may be crowded, but surely they won't turn away a dwarf, a grizzled recruiter, and a skittish servant, will they? He feebly nodded as he moved by my side as Yoren and I left the stables. As we entered the inn we came across a motley crew inside the common room. Men at arms, their sigils jumbled on their worn gambesons, mingled with weary travelers. Looks like the rumors of Lord Stark's call to arms have reached far and wide, Marek observed, his voice laced with a hint of surprise. A cynical snort escaped my lips. Of course they have, I replied. Lords hungry for power, or simply terrified of wildfire, are flocking to King's Landing like flies to dung. Yoren, uncharacteristically quiet, grunted in agreement. If only the wall had such unwavering support, he muttered, his voice laced with a touch of longing. I cast him a side eye. While Yoren's dedication to the Night's Watch was admirable, the thought of the wall manned by an army of selfing lords sent shivers down my spine. Scanning the hall and the bustling activity within, I saw a plump woman with a round face but a grave expression standing behind the bar, wiping down a mug. A room for the night, good woman. I boomed, my voice cutting through the din. The plump and kindly woman with teeth stained red from sour leaf, bustled over to us. I'm afraid we're full up tonight, my lord, she replied apologetically. I felt my shoulders slumped in disappointment. I see, I muttered, looking around the room. Is anyone here so kind as to offer a humble dwarf a room for the night? I called out, putting some charm in my voice. A smattering of laughter rippled through the room, quickly extinguished by a sharp reprimand from a grizzled man with a missing eye. You can have my room, a woman suddenly said through the murmur, her voice soft yet had an unfamiliar accent. Turning my gaze towards the source of the voice, I spotted a young woman, perhaps around 20, sitting alone at a nearby table. Her exotic features caught my eye. She had dark hair tied in a braid and olive skin, a striking contrast to the usual faces I encountered in Westeros. Approaching her table, I met her gaze. Thank you for your generosity, my lady, I said. But she waved off my thanks with a dismissive gesture. I am used to sleeping in more modest places if need be, she replied, matter-of-factly. Her words struck a chord within me. For a moment it was like when I met Ty. No. Best not to think about her. Nevertheless, I am grateful, I insisted, reaching into my purse and withdrawing a handful of gold dragons. Please, accept this token of my appreciation. She hesitated for a moment before meeting my gaze again. I appreciate the gesture, but it is not necessary, she replied firmly. I understood her silent message. I'm not a whore. I couldn't help but be intrigued by her attitude and her unwavering resolve in the face of my offer. May I inquire as to your profession, my lady? I asked. Her lips curved into a small smile. I am a healer, she answered simply, her eyes reflecting the depths of her knowledge and experience. A healer. The word resonated within me, igniting a spark of admiration for her selflessness and skill. A noble profession, I remarked out of genuine respect. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to take a chance. Would you mind if I joined you at your table, my lady? I owe you a debt of gratitude, and a Lannister always pays his debts, especially to a lady such as yourself. She regarded me with a thoughtful expression, weighing my words carefully before finally nodding. Very well, she said softly. You may join me. As I settled into the seat opposite of the women, I glanced towards Yoren, JYCK, and Marek who were standing hesitantly by the entrance. They had endured the journey just as well and looked fatigued. A pang of guilt flickered within me. I asked quickly, gesturing towards them. I hope you wouldn't mind if my companions join in. They would be most grateful for your hospitality as well, I'm sure. Before the young woman could respond, Yoren interjected with a chuckle. No need to apologize, Imp, he rumbled. We can manage with some bread and cheese. But a hot meal wouldn't be refused. With a nod towards the innkeeper, Yoren barked out an order for enough food to feed a small army. The innkeeper, her smile strained from the overwhelming number of guests, scurried away to fulfill his request. Yoren then turned to Jyck and Marek, his voice gruff but not unkind. You two, find yourselves a table nearby. The two guards exchanged a hesitant look before moving towards a table on the periphery of the common room, close enough to keep an eye on us but far enough to give us a semblance of privacy. The young woman watched the exchange with a hint of amusement dancing in her dark eyes, though she also furrowed her brows. Don't worry, she said. I don't mind company, especially if it means more interesting conversation. I chuckled dryly. Indeed, I replied. The company of a healer on the road is far more preferable than the usual assortment of sellswords and cutthroats one encounters in such establishments. Her lips curved into a faint smile, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of something in her eyes, a hint of a story untold. Perhaps a memory of a particularly harrowing encounter on her travels. You wouldn't believe the things I've seen, she said, her voice quiet but laced with a hint of dark humor. Traveling healer or not, some sights are enough to turn a man's stomach, let alone a woman's. My interest was piqued. Such as? I inquired, genuinely curious about the experiences that had shaped this intriguing exotic woman before me. She slightly shrugged her shoulders. Let's just say some people have a rather morbid definition of entertainment. There was a weariness in her voice, a hint of the toll her work had taken on her. Yet, despite the darkness she'd witnessed, there was a spark of resilience in her gaze, a determination that refused to be extinguished. But enough about me, she said. What brings you to this particular crossroads inn, Lord? A beat of silence followed as she trailed off, a playful glint in her eyes. Lannister, I supplied with a wry smile, realizing I'd forgotten the basic courtesy of introducing myself. Tyrion Lannister, at your service. I raised a hand in a mock salute, the gesture more self-deprecating than formal. Well met, Lord Tyrion, she replied, returning the gesture with a slight nod. May I inquire as to your name, my lady? I asked, genuine interest shining in my gaze. Her smile widened slightly, and she inclined her head. I am Talisa, she replied simply, her voice carrying a musical lilt. Talisa, I repeated, testing the name on my tongue. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. A faint blush colored her cheeks at the compliment, but she didn't look away, meeting my gaze with unwavering confidence. Thank you, my lord, she said, her voice soft but genuine. As I looked at her, I felt something was captivating about her, something that transcended mere physical beauty. Perhaps it was the strength in her eyes, the resilience in her demeanor, or the hint of vulnerability that lurked beneath the surface. Breaking the silence, Talisa spoke again. So, Lord Tyrion, she began, her gaze steady. What brings a Lannister so far from the comforts of King's Landing? I chuckled softly, amused by her directness. I took a long swallow of my ale, the bitter taste oddly comforting. Actually, I began, lowering my voice slightly, I was returning from the wall when news reached me of unpleasant developments in the capital. Her nose crinkled slightly. You mean the wildfire? I nodded solemnly. The wildfire, I confirmed, the word heavy on my tongue. That's why I'm here, Talisa revealed. I was at Fairmarket when word reached it. With the panic and all the people that would go there to help, I felt my skills would be best served in King's Landing. This woman, with no duty or obligation, was willing to risk her life to help others. There was a nobility in her actions that transcended social standing or titles. A noble cause, I remarked, genuinely impressed. But a dangerous one as well. There's always danger on the road, she countered. But some dangers are worth facing. She met my gaze then, her dark eyes steady and unwavering. Her words resonated with me, stirring respect and curiosity. She was unlike anyone I had encountered before, with a strength of character that demanded acknowledgement. Before I could respond, the innkeeper arrived with our meal and ale, setting them down with a weary smile. Here you are, lord, lady, she said, her voice tinged with the weariness of someone who had seen too much in too short a time. Thank you, I said, offering her a polite nod of gratitude. The plump woman's gaze lingered on us for a moment longer before she turned to address Yoren, Jyck, and Marek, who were seated nearby. With the distraction gone, I turned my attention back to Talisa, raising my mug of ale in a toast. To courage, in the face of adversity, I said, a slight smirk playing on my lips. Talisa's lips quirked into a small smile as she raised her own mug in response. To face the unknown with unwavering determination, she added, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of warmth and mischief. I drank deeply from my ale, the bitter taste doing little to dampen my spirits in the presence of such company. As I set down my mug, I noticed Talisa watching me closely, a curious expression on her face. Enjoying your meal? She asked, nodding towards the food laid out before us. I glanced down at the spread, suddenly aware of how hungry I was after today's journey. Indeed, I replied, reaching for a piece of bread. Though I must admit, the ale is more to my liking. I'll make a note of that for future reference, she teased. As we ate, I couldn't help but notice Talis's occasional looks in my direction, her gaze lingering on the dwindling contents of my mug. It was a subtle observation, but one that didn't escape my notice. Is something the matter? I inquired, raising an eyebrow in mock concern. Talis's cheeks flushed slightly, but she met my gaze head-on. Just making sure you don't drink yourself under the table, she replied, giving a playful smirk. I chuckled, raising my hands in mock surrender. Not to worry, my dear healer, I said, giving her a lopsided grin. I know my limits, even if they may be a bit flexible at times. She then recomposed herself and leaned forward slightly. Forgive me if I'm prying, but I couldn't help but wonder. What took you to the wall? I've heard a bit of it and it's not exactly a place most lords seem eager to visit. I paused, considering her question before responding. Ah, the wall, I began, recalling the towering structure of ice and stone. I was curious, you could say. It's one of the marvels of the Seven Kingdoms, after all. A structure that stretches for 100 leagues, supposedly built by giants in a forgotten age to keep out the wildlings. Quite the feat, wouldn't you say? A marvel, perhaps, she conceded, but a cold and lonely one. Why the sudden interest, Lord Tyrion? I felt a slight heat creep up my neck. Perhaps I had been a bit too eager to deflect attention away from my drinking habits. Well, I stammered, clearing my throat, truth be told, a visit to the wall was on my agenda for some time. A chance to see this wonder for myself, to perhaps, well, to take a piss from the top of the wall, I finished lamely. Talis's lips twitched in amusement, but there was a flicker of something else in her eyes. I suppose that would be quite the view, she replied, her tone tinged with a hint of amusement. A genuine laugh escaped my lips. This woman was quick-witted, and I found myself enjoying our conversation more and more, punctuated only by the clatter of cutlery and the murmur of voices around us. It was a rare moment of peace in the chaos of our surroundings. May I ask where you hail from originally? I ventured, breaking the quiet. Talisa hesitated for a moment before answering, her expression guarded. Volantis, she replied simply, though there was a hint of reluctance in her tone. I nodded, respecting her privacy. A long way from here, I remarked, trying to lighten the mood. Talisa smiled faintly, her gaze distant. Yes, it is, she agreed softly. But Westeros is my home now. Finding a home in a land so different, I mused, swirling the remnants of my ale in the tankard. That takes courage, Lady Talisa. I gave her a name, a small token of respect for the woman who offered me a glimpse into her past and offered me her room without any hesitation or expectations. One doesn't always choose where they find solace, she replied, her dark eyes meeting mine with an intensity that sent a jolt through me. Sometimes, fate has a way of leading you to unexpected shores. Perhaps, I said, my voice a low rumble. But sometimes, a helping hand can ease the journey. The Lannister gears in my mind were already turning. This woman, skilled in healing and far from her homeland, could be a valuable asset. But how to offer her aid without appearing selfing? Talisa raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion flickering in her gaze. Are you offering assistance, Lord Tyrion? She inquired, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. It was clear she wasn't naive to the games of power often played by highborn lords. She interacted with them in the past either as a healer or perhaps as one of them, considering her demeanor and the way she spoke. I met her gaze squarely, a small smirk playing at the corners of my lips. Indeed, Lady Talisa, I replied, choosing my words carefully. It just so happens that we are both bound for King's Landing, are we not? I arched an eyebrow, leaving the question hanging between us. We can travel together. The road to King's Landing can be treacherous, especially with the rumors I've heard. You mean the sellsword attacks against that young lady? I've heard of them, Talisa remarked, her voice tinged with concern. Few are the sellswords that still dare to be there. Following her glance toward a nearby table, I observed the lone figure seated there, tall, thin, and with an air of hardened resolve about him. A sellsword, perhaps? Very brave or very foolish of him, considering that the Riverlands had become a dangerous place for such men, hunted down by the lords seeking retribution for the ambushes against Arya Stark's escort. Talisa's voice drew me back to our conversation. With the lords determined to deal with sellswords and bandits alike, and the numerous men in arms sent to King's Landing to help find the wildfire, the road should be safer from here to King's Landing, she commented, her gaze returning to mine. Indeed, the situation seems to be improving, I conceded, my mind already formulating a plan. However, should you wish for additional company on the journey, Lady Talisa, I would be more than willing to oblige. My words were offered with a hint of genuine warmth. I wouldn't mind your company for the end of the journey, Lord Tyrion, she replied, her voice holding a note of sincerity that resonated with me. In fact, I find it rather intriguing. Her dark eyes held mine, and for a moment, the bustling inn faded into the background, leaving only the two of us in its wake. I raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at the corners of my lips. Intriguing, you say? I echoed, returning her amusement. Is it my sharp wit, or perhaps my undeniable charm that compels you, Lady Talisa? The question was a light-hearted jab, a way to gauge her reaction and lighten the mood. A laugh escaped her lips. Perhaps it's a bit of both, she countered, her voice laced with amusement. But more than that, she continued, her gaze flickering down to my form for a fleeting moment, a moment I couldn't help but notice, it's the fact that you don't seem like the other highborn lords I've encountered. Her words struck a chord deep within me. A lifetime of mockery and prejudice had left its scars. I was the imp, the grotesque reminder of my mother's dying throes. For years, I had long grown accustomed to the stares, the whispers, the mockery. Yet, here I was, a dwarf engaging in a conversation with a beautiful healer, and for the first time, I wasn't being dismissed or ridiculed. A flicker of something akin to acceptance warmed my chest. A part of me was however soured as another young woman's face came to my mind and my father's words echoed into my mind. My usual bravado faltered for a moment, a vulnerability threatening to crack my carefully constructed facade. I cleared my throat, pushing down the unfamiliar emotion. Indeed, I replied, a touch of wryness in my voice. My stature leaves little room for delusions of grandeur, wouldn't you agree? It was a self-deprecating remark, a shield I used to deflect unwanted scrutiny. Talisa's gaze softened, a hint of understanding flickering in her eyes. Perhaps not, Lord Tyrion, she countered gently. There's more to a person than their height. What matters is the size of one's mind and the strength of their spirit. Her words hung in the air, a challenge that resonated deep within me. Years of mockery had left their mark, but perhaps, just perhaps, there was truth in her observation. Maybe, just maybe, there was more to Tyrion Lannister than the grotesque figure the world saw. Thank you, I murmured. Your words mean more to me than you know. Talisa leaned back slightly, a playful glint in her eyes. But surely, Lord Tyrion, she countered, her voice laced with amusement, a clever mind like yours must dream of more than just defying expectations. The challenge was subtle, yet undeniable. She wanted to know the real Tyrion, the man beneath the cynicism and self-deprecating humor. A part of me was very hopeful but another was wary, remembering Tisha and what father did to her. What I did to her. I met her gaze, a slow smirk spreading across my face, chasing away the dark thoughts from my mind. The firelight danced in my mismatched eyes, a flicker of mischief igniting within me. Perhaps, Lady Talisa, I conceded, my voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Perhaps my dreams involve witty conversation, stimulating company, and a healer who can appreciate a sharp mind as much as a well-crafted flagon of ale. The playful jab elicited a soft laugh from Talisa, the sound like wind chimes on a warm summer night. But for a short instant, I thought she was startled, as if speaking to her with such respect was either a surprise or unexpected. That was intriguing and added more to her and what kind of person she was. Either she didn't expect such respect or she was a disguised or former highborn who didn't want to be recognized or perhaps gave it up. That didn't take away the fact she was fascinating and not like anyone, regarding me not for what I was, but for who I was. Well, Lord Tyrion, she replied, a hint of flirtation dancing in her voice, as long as the ale doesn't dull that sharp mind too much, I suppose I could offer some stimulating company on the journey to King's Landing. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Was this really happening? A beautiful woman, a skilled healer, engaging in conversation with me as if I were any other man? The thought sent a jolt of exhilaration through me, a feeling I hadn't dared to hope for. Raising my tankard in a mock salute, I winked at her, my usual bravado returning in full force. Then consider it a deal, Lady Talisa, I declared, my voice brimming with mock seriousness. Together, we shall conquer the road to King's Landing with wit, good conversation, and perhaps a flagon or two of ale for good measure. A grin stretched across Talisa's face, as captivating as the firelight itself. Conquer it we shall, Lord Tyrion, she replied, clinking her own tankard against mine. Though, she added with a sly smile, I wouldn't underestimate the persuasive power of a skilled healer when it comes to acquiring additional flagons of ale. A blush crept up Talisa's neck, mirroring the warmth that bloomed in my chest. The air crackled with unspoken possibility, a stark contrast to the grim news that had shadowed the inn these past few days. The commotion from a nearby table shattered the comfortable silence. Yoren, his face flushed with drink, was regaling a group of weary travelers with a bawdy tavern song. JYCK rolled his eyes in exasperation while Marek stifled a smile. Talisa's smile faltered for a brief moment, then returned, tinged with a touch of amusement. Seems some find amusement in even the most vulgar stories, she remarked, her voice soft. I shrugged, a playful glint in my eyes. Perhaps laughter is a balm for these troubled times, my lady. Even the crudest jest can provide a momentary escape. There was a truth to my words, a cynical observation honed by years of navigating a world that often seemed determined to mock me. She tilted her head, studying me with a curious intensity. And do you find solace in laughter, Lord Tyrion? I met her gaze, a wry smile twisting my lips. Sometimes, yes. But more often, I find solace in the company of intelligent and stimulating conversation. A rare commodity in these parts, I'm afraid. The words tumbled out, laced with a hint of self-deprecation, a defense mechanism I'd perfected over the years. A flicker of understanding softened her features. Then perhaps you won't find the journey to King's Landing entirely wearisome, she replied, her voice a gentle caress. The compliment sent a jolt through me. A beautiful woman, a skilled healer, engaging in conversation with me as if I were any other man? It was a heady sensation, a taste of something I had long craved but never dared to hope for. Raising my tankard in a mock salute, I winked at her, the playful bravado returning in full force. Then consider it a deal, Lady Talisa, I declared, my voice brimming with mock seriousness. Together, we shall conquer the road to King's Landing with wit, good conversation, and perhaps a flagon or two of ale for good measure. A grin stretched across Talisa's face, as captivating as the firelight itself. Conquer it we shall, Lord Tyrion, she replied, clinking her own tankard against mine. Though, she added with a sly smile, I wouldn't underestimate the persuasive power of a skilled healer when it comes to acquiring additional flagons of ale. We fell into a comfortable silence once more, the unspoken promise hanging heavy in the air. My heart, still pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, gradually settled into a steady hum. A sense of hope, fragile yet persistent, bloomed in my chest. Perhaps, just perhaps, this journey wouldn't be so bad after all. Suddenly, Talisa rose to her feet, brushing a stray strand of hair from her eyes. If you'll excuse me, Lord Tyrion, she began, her voice apologetic, I should retrieve my belongings. You must be weary from the journey. The disappointment was a bitter pill to swallow, yet I understood. We had a long road ahead, and sleep was a necessity. Of course, Lady Talisa, I replied, forcing a smile. Thank you for the stimulating conversation, she added, her dark eyes twinkling with amusement. A warmth spread through me at the unspoken implication. The pleasure was entirely mine, I countered, rising to my feet with a groan that was more theatrical than genuine. She offered a small curtsy, the firelight glinting off the silver embroidery of her dress. Good night, Lord Tyrion, she said, her voice soft. Good night, Lady Talisa, I replied, my voice husky. May your dreams be pleasant. With a final lingering look, she turned and disappeared into the throng of people milling about the common room. I watched her go, a strange mix of emotions churning in my gut. Hope, trepidation, and a flicker of something akin to happiness. It was a feeling I hadn't experienced in a long time, and the novelty of it sent a shiver down my spine. Settling back into my chair, as I raised the tankard to my lips, the image of Talisa's smile lingered in my mind, a beacon of warmth in the cold and uncertain path ahead. Just then, a low chuckle rumbled from beside me, startling me out of my reverie. I lowered the tankard, peering through the haze of ale at the source of the sound. I saw the lone tall, thin man who had been seated nearby eyeing me with a hint of amusement in his dark eyes. A skilled tongue you possess, little man, he rumbled, his voice gravelly and seasoned as he took the seat that had been occupied by Talisa. Not often one encounters a dwarf who can charm the words right out of a woman's mouth. A wry smile played on my lips. Perhaps it's not my tongue that holds the charm, but the novelty of someone treating me as more than just a walking monstrosity, I countered, my voice laced with a hint of self-deprecation, a defense mechanism honed over the years. He chuckled, a low, throaty sound. Monster? You look more like a clever imp to me, though perhaps a touch on the short side. He gestured to the empty seat opposite me. Care to share another tankard with a fellow traveler? The name's Braun. My eyebrows shot up. It was really a sellsword as I suspected. That made me curious, considering the rumors I had heard since I was traveling through the Riverlands. Braun, is it? I echoed, raising a skeptical eyebrow. You seem to be a man of good fortune, finding yourself a comfortable seat in a crowded inn. He chuckled again, a wry sound. More like misfortune, he corrected. The brave companions, those bloody fools, messed things up for the rest of people like me. Now every lord in the Riverlands is hunting sellswords like rats. Knowing that sellswords attacked Lady Aria's escort was one thing, but I wasn't sure about who did the deed. But now, it changed everything and made me further suspicious of what happened. I knew the Brave Companions was the very sellsword company my father had been negotiating with. A cold anger simmered in my gut. Could Cersei be behind this? Knowing my sister and how she thought herself smarter than she was, I wouldn't be surprised. I wondered again why. The idea that it was tied to the reason why Lady Arya was sent back to Winterfell alongside both her sister and her dire wolves grew stronger in my mind. And what? I asked, leaning closer, have you heard of these attacks? Bronn raised an eyebrow, a calculating glint in his eyes. Heard whispers of two, he finally said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. One at an inn, the other on Frey lands. Seems the Lannisters might be behind it all. My breath caught in my throat. I already knew from the encounter with Merritt Frey that the sellswords struck in their bannermen's lands and theirs, and I knew they wouldn't take kindly to any attack on their lands. And the fact my aunt's husband was killed during the second ambush made things worse, considering he was the second son of Lord Valder. And now, hearing that my house was said to be behind the attacks made the whole situation more tangled than ever. I was tempted to curse my sister as now there was no doubt she was behind the sellswords attacking Lady Arya. What was she thinking? Attacking the Hand's daughter, the daughter of one of the most powerful houses in the Seven Kingdoms and the daughter of the man her husband considered as his friend and brother in all but blood was not only stupid but suicidal. I prayed to the Seven that the king didn't hear the rumors, because I knew how well he would react, considering what Jaime told me of the relation between our dear sister and King Robert. What rumors, specifically? I pressed, leaning in further. There must be more than just whispers if people are convinced my family is involved. Bronn leaned back, appraising me with a shrewd gaze. There's more to it than just idle gossip indeed, he said, his voice low. Whispers of a foreign commoner who stood up to the prince and the queen, defending the Hand's daughter with nothing but words when she was accused by the prince of attacking him. My curiosity piqued, I leaned in further, eager to hear more. A commoner, you say? What did he do? Bronn chuckled, a low, throaty sound. This fellow, he wasn't just any commoner. He had a tongue as sharp as Valyrian steel and a wit to match. Stood right up in the hall of Derry Castle, he did and tore apart the accusations with naught but his words, even convincing the king of an inspection of the prince's wounds to prove his claims. The idea of someone outsmarting both Cersei and Joffrey, publicly humiliating them in the process, was a delicious thought. The audacity of it both appalled and strangely impressed me. Joffrey wouldn't take such an insult lying down, especially not in front of his mother and even less from a peasant. And the inspection? Pressed, picturing Cersei's face contorted in fury. Did it reveal the truth? Bronn raised a sardonic eyebrow. Seems the king wasn't entirely convinced by his son's tale. The commoner fellow, clever as he was, had planted a seed of doubt. And sure enough, the examination revealed no marks on the prince, just a bruised ego, I imagine. A flicker of a smile played on my lips despite the grimness of the situation. This commoner, whoever he was, had managed to do what even the most seasoned diplomat might struggle with, exposing Joffrey's lie and, seemingly, getting away with it. A part of me, the part that loathed both Joffrey and Cersei, couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for the man. The image warmed me from the inside, a stark contrast to the chill of the alehouse. A spark of amusement ignited within me. Joffrey, exposed as a liar in front of the entire court? And what became of this clever commoner? I queried, genuinely curious about the fate of such a bold soul. Bronn shrugged, taking a long swig from his own tankard. Word said he joined the Stark's party and went north with the Stark girl, the one the prince accused. My heart skipped a beat. The Stark girl? Could it be? A memory surfaced: the encounter with Lady Arya and her escort in the Barrowlands. The mysterious hooded figure who rode alongside them, the one whose face remained concealed. So that was the reason why Lady Arya was sent back? Because of that incident with my nephew? And the concealed man by her side? Could it have been him, the commoner who had defended Lady Arya in Derry? The timing certainly fitted. And the courage it would take to stand against Joffrey and Cersei. The implications were staggering. It meant the rumors were true, at least in part. If this foreigner was indeed the one who protected Arya, it cast a whole new light on the sellsword attacks. Were they truly random, or was there something more to it? Perhaps Cersei, outraged by the stranger's bold move, decided to eliminate him. A wave of anger washed over me. This was a new low for my sister. Attacking a young girl and her protector, all because they dared to defy her? It was a sign of desperation, and a foolish one at that. Interesting, I murmured, swirling the ale in my tankard. The more I learned about this situation, the less clear it became. One thing was certain, though, I needed to find out more. Perhaps a visit to Winterfell, though with what was happening in King's Landing, that could wait. And if the Starks heard those rumors, they would greet me with even less warmth than they did when I stopped by to give the design of the saddle for young Bran. Besides, I felt that hearing from Jaime what had happened in Derry Castle would be more satisfying. Bronn nodded in agreement, his eyes lingering on me for a moment longer before he reached for his tankard. It is. But enough about rumors and intrigue, my friend. Let's focus on more immediate matters, shall we? Actually, I began, a sly smile tugging at the corner of my lips, there might be a way to combine our interests. I leaned forward, my voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, careful not to be overheard by the other patrons crammed into the bustling inn. These attacks by the sellswords, they've put a strain on your profession, haven't they? Braun's expression hardened, and he let out a sigh. Indeed, he conceded, his voice guarded. Being hunted by paranoid lords isn't exactly conducive to good business. A triumphant smirk played on my lips. I had him. Well, I continued, my voice dropping to an even lower register, perhaps I could offer you employment. Not the kind that involves butchering some highborn lady's escort, mind you. I punctuated the last sentence with a sardonic wink, hoping to lighten the mood a touch. Braun's eyes narrowed further, scrutinizing me from beneath his bushy brows. I could feel he was a shrewd man, this sellsword, and I knew he wouldn't be easily swayed. Employment, you say? He echoed, his voice rough with suspicion. With a Lannister, no less? Considering the rumors swirling around these attacks, wouldn't that be a tad risky? Risky, yes, I admitted, taking another swig of ale, the bitterness mirroring the situation in King's Landing. But then again, isn't that the nature of your profession? Besides, I added, my voice firm with conviction, I'm not like the rest of my family. My beloved sister may be impulsive, to say the least, but I value loyalty and discretion. And let's face it, I continued, leaning forward again, my voice a conspiratorial murmur, with the wildfire situation in King's Landing, I could certainly use someone I can trust by my side. Someone not beholden to my father or sister. A flicker of something akin to interest sparked in Braun's eyes. He knew the weight of my words. The wildfire was a powder keg waiting to explode, and King's Landing, with all its chaos and potential for chaos, was a ripe plum for a sellsword like him. Protection, you say? He rumbled, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. And what exactly would I be protecting you from? Angry mobs with pitchforks, or perhaps, disgruntled people with a grudge? I couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, the tension momentarily broken. Perhaps a bit of both, I admitted, wiping a stray tear from my eye. But let's be honest, Braun, you wouldn't be bored. And with the way things are going in King's Landing, a skilled sellsword with a sharp wit could be worth his weight in gold, or wildfire, as the case may be. Braun leaned back, considering my offer. Well, then. It seems we have ourselves a deal, Tyrion. But remember, if you ever betray me, you'll regret it. I offered him a lopsided grin, relief washing over me. I wouldn't dream of it, Braun. After all, what's a Lannister without his loyal sellsword? Braun chuckled, raising his tankard in a mock toast. A Lannister without a head, most likely. But fear not, little man, I'll keep my end of the bargain as long as the gold keeps flowing and the danger doesn't outweigh the reward. We clinked our tankards together, sealing our agreement. It was a risky proposition, aligning myself with a sellsword, but desperate times called for desperate measures. With the turmoil in King's Landing and the looming threat of war, having a skilled and loyal companion like Braun by my side could prove invaluable. As our conversation concluded, I couldn't help but glance over at the table where my two guards, JYCK and Marek, were seated with Yoren. They were eyeing Braun warily, no doubt assessing the potential risk he posed to our group. I made a mental note to speak with them later, to ensure they understood the necessity of Braun's presence. My thoughts then turned to Talisa, the healer from Volantis who had joined our group. I wondered how she would react to Braun's presence. Would she be wary, like my guards, or would she see the practicality of having a skilled fighter among us? Regardless, I was eager to learn more about her. Something was intriguing about her, something that set her apart from the others. Her decision to settle in Westeros, her unique perspective on life. I suspected there was more to her than met the eye and I wanted to discover more. An 1 and here we are. First Tyrion's POV chapter. 2 This chapter was the result of the interest to depict one of the most famous characters of ASOIAF through his perspective, especially to show the difference of path with the ripples that had occurred since the first chapter. And it was also due to my beta reader suggesting an idea as the core element of this chapter, his encounter with a character not usually associated with him, especially in fanfictions. 3 Due to the fact he had encountered Arya and her escort in the chapter 39, it was important to settle what Tyrion had found out or not before his arrival at the inn, and it was interesting to consider how both Yoren and him react to the wildfire news. 4 You may have noticed the indirect reference to the canonical scene where he enters the inn in the canon, as I feel it was like for Catelyn's chapter. Something familiar and yet everything is different. And speaking of differences, Talisa Magur's presence is obviously the biggest one. It was partly the beta reader's idea, but I accepted it because it works well with my idea of this Westeros not being exactly like the canonical one, book or show. While I have already mentioned it, my rule concerning the mixing of elements of canon is that if those elements present enough differences and don't necessarily contradict each other, then they can coexist. In this case, even if they aren't mentioned, the Westerling house is still existing, but because Talisa is A, from Volantis and B, has a backstory that made her distinct from Jane. I consider those characters can exist in parallel. To make a comparison, I'll use the case of the original Planets of the Apes movies. In the third one, it was revealed how the apes rose against the humans when a gorilla named Waldo said no and became the leader of the revolt. However, with Cornelius and Zira being in the past and with the birth of Caesar, this context didn't occur in the same way. And yet, that doesn't prevent Waldo from appearing in the last movie as Caesar's rival and as the symbol of how the future can occur. In short, to come back to Talisa and Jane, they embody two similar yet different potential paths for Robb if the events had unfolded as in the canon, paths that would have depended on whether Robb encountered Talisa after the Battle of Oxcross or not. Of course, those paths won't occur due to the ripples. And I feel that someone like Talisa would have gone to help the people despite the danger. I mean, disregarding the Lannister spy theory on her, she went on the battlefield of Oxcross to take care of the wounded despite the fact her presence could be considered as suspicious by both sides. 6. Concerning Talisa's whereabouts, I considered that she was already in Westeros before the start of the WTF. Even in considering the 1 season equals 1 year rule the producers and showrunners stated for Game of Thrones, a rule I disagree with due to the mentions of Sansa's age in the 1st and 5th seasons, I doubt that she arrived in Westeros when hearing about the war. My take is that she was settled in the Riverlands after her arrival and was a traveling healer. I consider that for her age, she was around 21 years old. I know that Geraldine Chaplin was around 25 in 2011, but considering I'm considering an ASOIF context, I know she would be younger. I know that makes her older than Robb, but I can't imagine a 16 years old woman, or less, coming from Essos going on her own on the battlefield, not to mention once again the fact she needs training to become a good healer and that she was 12 when the incident that opens her eyes about the slavery issues occurred. Maybe I'm biased, considering I don't know how long it would really take to be a decent healer, but considering that Zarella joined the Citadel, disguised as a man, when she was around 18 to 19 in the books, I'm considering a similar reasoning for Talisa and imagine her joining Westeros as a trained healer before that age. And I don't consider the peculiar case of Daenerys because the circumstances are very specific. Talisa doesn't have the same survival issue as the exiled Targaryen princess. 7. Exploring the interactions between Tyrion and Talisa was very fun and interesting as one is an outcast who wants to prove himself worthy of his house and has been influenced in many ways, and not for good, by his relations with his father while the second is in a way an outcast but by choice as she chose that path to find her own way in life and not to depend on her birth status and trying to do the right thing. She's exotic due to her origins but also someone unique, especially with her personality in her work or how she interacts with him. And of course, more than Robb, Tyrion would read between the lines and would want to know more about that person. 8. The end of the chapter brings Bronn. This presence was a suggestion of my beta reader but I find it interesting to explore it because Bronn can embody how sellswords regard the whole situation with the brave companion's ambush and how it affects them. It is also amusing to depict situations that are both similar and yet different from the canon as here, Bronn joins Tyrion to have a job and escape his complicated situation. Besides, Tyrion and Bronn are a pair so amusing to explore. I admit, part of it is tied to the beta reader's suggestions who loves the RPG parties, even if I always work to transcribe it in the most grounded way possible and to make the suggestion mine in the sense it is my interpretation that prevails. 9. Teaser, next time, Mark is working in the kitchens, but having unexpected but welcome help. 10. Have a good reading. 68/kitchen pastime. Quickly, I sprinkled galantine sauce on some lamprey before passing it over to be put in the oven. With the number of lords and people that were now in Winterfell, the hustle in the kitchen was at its fastest. I didn't realize this in my first days, partly because of how I was trying to balance the different activities I did outside of the kitchen. At least I was learning new cooking skills. For a moment, I imagined all those gamer fanfictions. All that was needed was for a level up sign to appear by me. Looking at Gage, I saw he was the one finishing the cooking of the meal. Him teaching me the duties of a scullion was a good thing, but a part of me couldn't help but think it was also the result of my delay yesterday due to my discussion with Arya. If Gage intended to push me harder, I welcomed the challenge. As I worked alongside him and the other scullion, Drake, I found a sense of purpose in the bustling kitchen of Winterfell. With practiced ease, Gage sliced some venison into smaller portions, the rich red meat glistening under the flickering firelight. Meanwhile, sweat beaded on my forehead despite the chill that clung stubbornly to the stone walls. Drake, the other scullion, a wiry man with perpetually dirt-streaked cheeks, grunted in exertion as he wrestled a massive kettle over the flames. "Here, Roger," Gage said, tossing me a hefty cleaver. "Mince those shallots. Nice and fine, like winter snowflakes." He winked, a rare flash of amusement in his usually stern demeanor. A grin tugged at my lips. He wasn't the easiest man to know, but there was a grudging respect there, a recognition of my willingness to learn. I began having the shallots, the sharp-smelling sting of onion momentarily clearing the drowsiness from the long hours. Drake, meanwhile, wrestled the lid off the kettle, steam billowing out, carrying the scent of garlic and simmering broth. Hours went by quickly. We chopped, stirred, and seasoned, while hearing slightly muted conversations from the distant Great Hall. My arms ached from the exertion. Finally, with a flourish, Gage slammed the lid on the final pot. He wiped his brow with the back of his forearm, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Well done, lads," he rumbled. "Looks like a feast fit for a king. Lord Rob and his guests will be happy to taste it." I almost blurted out that the king in the north would love the meal, but stopped myself in time. While happy to be done, I did not want to slip up about possible future events in front of the kitchen staff. Gage clapped Drake on the shoulder. "You, get the bread from the ovens. We'll need enough to feed an army." Drake grunted in acknowledgement, his lanky frame disappearing through the swinging kitchen door. He then looked at me for a moment. "There's some root vegetables that need peeling. They'll be for tomorrow's stew." He pointed towards a large basket overflowing with muddy potatoes and carrots. As I worked, focusing on the repetitive task, my mind drifted. The kitchen buzzed with activity around me, but I found solace in the usual motions. Just as I was nearing the end of the basket, I heard a familiar voice. "Hi, Roger." Startled, I turned my gaze and saw Arya standing nearby, accompanied by Turnip. I was not expecting to see her for the second time in 2 days. Was Gage aware of her presence? And why was Turnip with her? "Arya, what are you doing here? And how did you enter the kitchens?" I asked. She met my gaze with that familiar mischievous glint in her eye. "I have my ways, Roger," she replied cryptically, a smirk playing on her lips. Turnip chimed in before I could press further. "Gage let her in. Said she's allowed to visit," she explained matter-of-factly. "Does it mean your brother is aware of your visit and allows it?" "I wouldn't want you to skip your lessons, even to see you," I remarked. Rob and Catelyn marched into the kitchen. Without a word, Rob grabbed Arya by the wrist and pulled her away. Catelyn started slapping me across the face before calling 2 guards to hold me down. She started stuffing carrots into my mouth, muttering about corrupting her little girl. Clearing my head, I saw Arya shrugging. "I'm not stupid, silly. I've spoken to Rob and he accepted. Besides, I've already finished my lessons for the day," she replied. "Whew. That Rob allowed her to go to see me meant he trusted both of us, though mainly me considering my situation in our talks. Well, in that case, I'm glad you're here," I said sincerely, offering her a warm smile. "So, what are you up to?" she asked, leaning casually against the nearby table. I gestured towards the basket of vegetables. "Just finishing up here. Seems there's always something to be done in the kitchens," I replied with a chuckle, glancing back down at the remaining carrots. Arya grinned. "Mind if I help?" she offered, already reaching for a spare peeling knife. "Of course not. The more, the merrier," I replied, scooting over to make room for her at the table. As Arya settled in beside me, Turnip hovered nearby, watching with curious eyes. I turned to her with a friendly expression. "Do you want to join in or do you have something else to do?" I asked as I didn't mind spending more time with her and feeling that her presence could throw off potential rumors, even though my logical side also considered the fact another sort of rumor could arise. Turnip fidgeted, her cheeks flushing a light pink. I finished my chores for father," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I wouldn't want to intrude." "Nonsense," I interjected, gesturing towards the stool opposite us. "There's plenty of room. Pull up a seat and tell us about your day." Turnip's shyness seemed to melt away. She shuffled towards the stool, a hesitant smile gracing her lips. As we continued peeling vegetables, a comfortable silence settled between us. Occasionally, a scullion would cast a curious glance our way, their eyes lingering on the sight of a highborn lady working alongside a foreigner and a scullery maid. I could practically feel the whispers forming on their lips. I tried to focus on the task at hand, pushing the burgeoning gossip to the back of my mind. Yet, a sliver of unease gnawed at me as the reminder of the awkward awareness of Arya's crush on me was embarrassing. Suddenly, Arya's voice broke the silence. "What's the matter, Roger?" she asked, her brow furrowed in concern. "You seem a bit distant." I met her gaze, surprised by her sharp observation. "It's nothing," I mumbled, forcing a smile. But she wasn't easily fooled. Her gaze held mine. "Is it because of me?" she pressed gently. My heart skipped a beat. "No, of course not," I stammered, perhaps a little too quickly. Fool of a French. If I hadn't accidentally fueled her crush or her perception of me with that quick answer, then luck would have been with me once again. Arya's lips curved into a knowing smile. I felt Turnip's glance at us. I looked at her and I saw her resuming her peeling as if nothing occurred. A part of me however considered that she might feel a bit awkward. As Arya and I continued our conversation, I noticed Turnip's demeanor, her gaze darting between us. "Turnip," I began gently, "you seem a bit quiet. Is everything all right?" She shifted on her stool, her cheeks flushing slightly as she glanced between Arya and me. I, I'm fine, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. You don't need to be shy around us, I said softly. We're all friends here. Never hesitate to speak if you feel the need. Turnip's eyes widened slightly at my words, her shyness beginning to melt away under the warmth of my reassurance. She offered a tentative smile in return, her shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. Arya, noticing the interaction, chimed in with a supportive tone. Roger's right, Turnip. He's a good listener, she said, her gaze meeting the young scullion's eyes with a reassuring nod. See, Turnip, I said with a gentle smile. You're always welcome to join in our conversations. We value your presence here. She nodded, her smile growing more confident as she relaxed into the conversation. It was a small victory, but one that filled me with a sense of satisfaction. As Arya and I resumed our task, Turnip joined in. Soon we neared the end of the basket. I noticed Arya's expression growing distant, a longing look in her eyes. Sensing her distraction, I gently nudged her shoulder. What's the matter? I asked softly. Arya blinked, tearing her gaze away from the vegetables. She hesitated for a moment, then met my gaze with a hint of sadness. I miss them, she mumbled, her voice barely audible. My heart ached for her. Not only was Sansa still far away in King's Landing, but her mother, Lady Catelyn, was somewhere in the Riverlands or worse, the Vale. I rather hoped the latter possibility wasn't the case because of the trouble involved. It would mean I had failed, even if it wasn't something I could control. I suspected Arya also missed her father, but that was rather obvious. The same applied to Jon. Taking a deep breath, I looked at her with understanding eyes. Do you want something that would remind you of them? I cautiously suggested. Arya's eyes widened with a spark of interest. How about lemon cake? She asked. Mother always loved them, she recalled. And Sansa, well, Sansa adores lemon cakes as well, but she's also quite fond of pigeon pie. A grin stretched across my face. Excellent, I declared. Let's see gauge about what we'll need for preparing those meals. Turnip nodded eagerly, her shyness momentarily forgotten in the excitement of the task at hand. Yes, he's likely in the main kitchen, she replied, her voice growing more confident as she spoke. I gestured for Turnip to lead the way, following her through the bustling kitchens of Winterfell. As we made our way, a trail of curious glances followed our wake. Rumors were likely already swirling about Arya and me spending time together, but I pushed the thought aside, focusing on the task at hand. Finally, we arrived at the main kitchen, where Gage was overseeing the preparation of various dishes. He was amidst the flurry of activity, barking orders at his underlings and overseeing the various tasks at hand. His weathered face, normally creased with a gruff concentration, softened slightly as he caught sight of me. Ah, Roger, he boomed, his voice warm despite its imposing volume. Finished peeling those vegetables already, have we? Indeed, Gage, I replied. And it seems Lady Arya here has a bit of a request for the kitchens. A flicker of surprise crossed Gage's face, his lips twitching as if he were suppressing a grin or a concerned expression. I wasn't sure, but perhaps it was a mix of the two. I wouldn't be surprised if he heard about the interactions between Arya and me. I was glad I spoke of Arya with reverence in his presence, as otherwise, it could have raised needless questions. Gage shifted his gaze to Arya. He dipped his head in a respectful bow. Lady Arya, what can I do for you on this fine day? She took a step forward, her chin held high. Gage, she announced clearly, I would like to make some lemon cakes and pigeon pie. It's time to have some of my family's favorite meals. Clearing his throat, Gage addressed Arya directly. Lemon cakes, you say, Lady Arya? An excellent choice. Though I dare say it'll take some effort to whip up a proper pigeon pie as well. We don't usually have pigeons on hand in the kitchens, you see. A frown creased her brow. But surely we can find some, can't we? She pressed. Stubborn as your father, that's what you are, Lady Arya, he teased good-naturedly. It might require some hunting. I'll ask Murch or Garrus to find some. Gage chuckled. The young Stark's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of preparing the dishes. Thank you, Gage, she said. May we have the list of ingredients for the recipes? Or would you help us gather them? I do not want to disturb you with your task, I asked, hoping to assist. The cook acquiesced to me, his expression thoughtful as he considered my request. I can give you the list, but perhaps it'd be best if you helped me gather them. We've got most of what you need here, but there might be a few items we're running low on, he replied, his voice gruff but accommodating. Together, we made our way to the storerooms, where sacks of flour, barrels of sugar, and crates of fresh fruits awaited us. I found it amusing that it was the second time I went there in 2 days with Arya nearby. Fortunately, she didn't try to prank me with flour. As funny as it could be, that would have brought its own set of issues. As we gathered the ingredients for the lemon cakes, I couldn't help but marvel again at the efficiency of Winterfell's kitchens. However, as we checked the inventory for the pigeon pie, Gage furrowed his brow, noting a shortage of a particular spice needed to enhance the flavor. We seem to be running low on brown lard, Roger, Gage remarked, his tone tinged with concern. I furrowed my brow, considering our options. Will you send someone to find those ingredients? I asked, hoping to resolve the issue quickly. Gage hesitated, contemplating the best course of action. I'll send someone to fetch it. But it might take some time, he replied, his tone indicating the urgency of the matter. Before I could respond, Arya stepped forward. Why don't we go and find them ourselves? She suggested, her gaze meeting mine. I hesitated, uncertain of the implications. Venturing outside the safety of Winterfell's walls could expose us to potential dangers, especially with the presence of so many northern lords and their retinues, not to mention I wasn't certain if it was usual for a lady to venture in that specific context, at least as if she was Cinderella of that needless Disney Toon sequel. What was surely not usual would be a scullion, a foreign one even more, venturing in the company of a lady for shopping. And with the rumors and words on the interactions between Arya and me, things could easily go awkward or tense. Thank God that no one really suspected Arya's crush, because the situation would be far worse to handle. Gage considered the young girl's proposition, weighing the risks and benefits. It's not a task to be taken lightly, Lady Arya, he cautioned, his expression grave. But if you're determined to do it, I won't stand in your way. Arya nodded, her resolve unwavering. We'll be careful, Gage. Arya, I began gently, perhaps it would be best to. You'll need to get to know Wintertown at some point, won't you, Roger? Arya interrupted, her voice surprisingly firm for her age. Besides, she added, a playful glint in her eyes, isn't it about time I start to be a lady in the way you defined it? You did mention I should learn about the domain. I looked at her fondly and was impressed by how she used our last discussion to make her point. I suspected it wasn't her first reason, but if I could help her to learn some tips that could help her to be a lady in a grounded way, not the disconnected way of Westeros, it could be a win. I knew that Arya would need someone who could show her what being a lady truly meant, even if it complemented her passions. I knew that Arya should thrive as her own person, not as a soulless copy or in reaction as a rebellious nonconformist who would likely face isolation, pain, scorn, and mockery, unless she made her way to Dorne. And that was not even considering how things turned out in canon. Turnip suddenly spoke up, addressing her father. I haven't visited Wintertown in a while, father, she commented, her voice tinged with excitement at the prospect of heading out. Gage stroked his beard thoughtfully, his weathered face etched with contemplation. Wintertown, you say, Turnip? It wouldn't be a bad idea for you to accompany Lady Arya and Sir Roger. It's been too long since you've... His voice trailed off, but the unspoken concern for his daughter was clear. Arya's eyes lit up at the prospect of exploring Wintertown, and she grinned at Turnip. It'll be fun, Turnip. We can show Roger around and maybe find this brown lard ourselves. A smile tugged at the corners of Turnip's lips as she looked at Arya. I could feel some sense of complicity between the two girls in the instant. A part of me was glad as I would likely not handle two bickering children should we move through Wintertown. That also reminded me how easy it was for Arya to build friendships with people among commoners. I looked at Gage who was hesitant and I couldn't blame him. Even if Wintertown was possibly among the safest places in Westeros, that didn't mean letting his little girl wander there with the numerous people that were now at Winterfell was something he would allow with ease. And while I appreciated and admired Arya's eagerness to help, to spend time with others though possibly my presence, and her desire to discover new perspectives and things, I was still concerned because between the rumors, the fact she had recently returned to Winterfell after 3 near-death experiences and the strong presence of the Northern Lords, such venture couldn't be decided on a whim or unplanned. Such an idea would need Lord Rob's approval, I interjected gently, hoping to steer the conversation towards a more cautious approach. It would allow us to prevent some misunderstanding and misinterpretation if we visit Wintertown to find some brown lard. Arya's expression softened as she considered my words, her lips pressing into a thoughtful line. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. You're right, Roger. It's better to have his approval, she conceded. Gage nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting between Arya and me. I'll discuss the idea with Lord Rob, he assured us, his tone indicating his support for our venture. Relief flooded through me, grateful for his understanding and willingness to ensure our safety. Thank you, Gage, I said sincerely, offering him a grateful smile. Arya and Turnip exchanged a glance, their excitement tempered by the realization of the need for caution. We'll wait for your word, then, Arya said, her voice filled with determination. As Gage turned to leave, I caught Arya's eye, offering her a reassuring nod. She returned it with a determined expression, her mind already churning with plans and possibilities. Let's focus on the lemon cakes first, I suggested, hoping to divert our attention to the task at hand. Gage reacted with a nod, his bushy eyebrows lifting slightly in acknowledgement. That sounds like a good idea, he agreed, gesturing for us to follow him. Arya's eyes brightened at the mention of lemon cakes, her excitement momentarily shifting to the prospect of cooking. All right, Roger, she conceded, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Lemon cakes it is, then. Turnip followed close behind, her small frame practically vibrating with anticipation. Me too. I'm great at cracking eggs, she chimed in, a hint of pride in her voice. Gage chuckled at their eagerness, the sound rumbling in his chest. Come, let's find a place to cook these cakes, he said, gesturing for us to follow him. Lead the way, Gage, I said to him while looking with amused eyes Arya and Turnip with their enthusiastic eagerness to cook. He turned and strode purposefully through the labyrinthine kitchen, his weathered face etched with a hint of amusement. I followed close behind, carrying my basket of ingredients with a newfound sense of purpose. Arya and Turnip trailed after us, their excited chatter filling the air. Finally, Gage came to a stop before a sturdy wooden table positioned near a large, open hearth fireplace. The heat radiating from the fire sent a welcome wave of warmth through my body, chasing away the lingering chill of the northern winter. This should do nicely, Gage remarked, gesturing to the table. Now, let's get started. I nodded eagerly, setting down my basket and joining the cook at the table. What can I do to help? I asked, eager to contribute to the culinary endeavor. Gage gave me a grateful smile, appreciating the assistance. If you could start by preparing the flour and butter mixture, that would be a great help, he suggested, handing me a bowl and the necessary ingredients. As I began to measure out the flour and butter, Arya and Turnip joined in, their small hands deftly cracking eggs and adding them to the mixture. The kitchen quickly filled with the scent of butter and spices as we worked together, each of us focused on our task. Careful not to add too much saffron, Gage cautioned, watching over us with a keen eye. We want just a hint of flavor, not an overpowering taste. I nodded, taking care to measure out the delicate spice with precision. Arya and Turnip exchanged a glance, their determination evident as they focused on the recipe. Once the flour and butter mixture was ready, Gage took over, expertly folding in the eggs and sugar while Arya and Turnip assisted him. Together, we formed the dough into small squares, ready to be baked in the oven. Gage placed the lemon cakes onto trays lined with parchment paper, carefully sliding them into the warm oven. As the sweet aroma filled the air, Arya and Turnip exchanged a satisfied smile, proud of their contribution to the culinary creation. Now we wait, Gage announced, leaning back against the table with a contented sigh. But not for long. Those lemon cakes won't bake themselves. I chuckled, a warm feeling spreading through my chest. Witnessing Arya and Turnip, so close in age and yet so different in station, collaborating with such ease was a testament to the unifying power of shared goals and delicious treats. Wiping my brow with the back of my hand, I turned to Arya, curiosity dancing in my eyes. So, Arya, I began, my voice lowered slightly, what did you have in mind for these delectable lemon cakes once they're golden brown and ready? Arya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, I think we should share them with the guests. They'll love a taste of Winterfell's finest. I glanced at Gage and Turnip, seeking their approval. The cook nodded with a smile. A splendid idea. The lords and ladies will surely appreciate the gesture. His daughter's face lit up with a shy but eager expression. Can I help carry them out? She asked, her enthusiasm evident. Of course, Turnip, Gage replied warmly. Your help will be invaluable. I looked back at Arya with fondness and approval of her move, sensing she would likely earn good points from many people with such a gesture, and titled my head in approval of her. She grinned widely at me saying, since these lemon cakes are technically considered a gift. She trailed off, letting the implication hang in the air. My eyebrows shot up in amusement. A gift, you say? I played along, feigning innocence. Indeed, she declared, a wide grin spreading across her face. And gifts deserve a special presentation, wouldn't you agree? I couldn't help but laugh at her enthusiasm. Her playful spirit was infectious, and even Turnip, usually reserved, cracked a shy smile. I wholeheartedly agree, I said, glancing at Gage and Turnip to gauge their reactions. What do you think, Gage? Any objections to a bit of creative delivery? He boomed, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. As long as it doesn't involve any acrobatic maneuvers near the oven, Lady Arya. We wouldn't want any burnt offerings. Arya's smile faltered slightly at the reminder of her less than graceful escapades in the kitchen. Of course not, Gage, she mumbled, a hint of mock offense in her voice. We wouldn't want to disappoint the esteemed baker, would we? Well then, I said, turning back to Arya, enlighten us. What grand presentation do you have in mind? A mischievous glint returned to her eyes as she launched into a detailed plan, her voice animated with excitement. She envisioned a basket adorned with fragrant winterberries, nestled amongst a bed of soft hay. As Arya elaborated on her ideas, I listened intently, occasionally throwing in a suggestion or two. Turnip, emboldened by the light-hearted atmosphere, even chimed in with a shy suggestion about using some of the colorful wildflowers she'd gathered earlier. By the time the last lemon cake was golden brown and fragrant, a delightful plan had taken shape. The sound of the oven timer ringing startled us momentarily. Gage, with a practiced ease, retrieved the trays, his weathered face creased in a satisfied smile. The aroma of freshly baked lemon cakes filled the air, a tantalizing reward for our collaborative efforts. As we carefully transferred the cakes to cool on a rack, Arya bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement. "Let them cool quickly," she urged, her voice filled with anticipation. "We have a presentation to prepare." I chuckled, watching her with a mixture of amusement and affection. Her youthful energy was a welcome change from the ever-present tension that seemed to grip Winterfell. "Patience, young Arya," I teased gently. "The cakes won't disappear any faster." "But the opportunity to surprise Robb and his guests with a taste of home might," she countered, a hint of a challenge in her voice. Gage nodded in agreement, wiping his hands on his apron. "Indeed," he chimed in. "Let's not keep them waiting too long." As the lemon cakes cooled, Gage guided Turnip, Arya, and me on how to decorate them for the presentation the young Stark girl had envisioned. With delicate hands, we adorned each cake with winterberries, arranging them in a basket lined with soft hay. Turnip's suggestion of using wildflowers added a colorful touch, enhancing the presentation. Once the final touches were in place, we all stepped back to admire our handiwork. The basket looked like a work of art, a testament to our creativity. "Excellent work, everyone," Gage praised, his voice full of pride. "These lemon cakes will surely delight our guests." Turnip beamed at the praise, her eyes shining with excitement. "I can't wait to see their faces when they see this," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm contagious. Arya grinned, a sense of satisfaction evident in her expression. "It's going to be a memorable surprise," she remarked. I turned to Gage, gratitude swelling in my chest. "Thank you for guiding us through this, Gage," I said sincerely. "Your expertise made all the difference." He nodded, his gaze warm. Arya, eager to see her plan come to fruition, glanced around the kitchen. "When do you think we should bring out the lemon cakes?" she asked, her excitement palpable. Gage considered for a moment before replying, "I think once the main course is served, it will be the perfect time. We'll make sure they're placed on the table where Robb and his guests can't miss them. Let's make sure they have a taste of Winterfell they won't forget," Arya declared. I looked at the lemon cakes that had been prepared. I was glad and proud to have created them alongside my friends and Gage. A part of me hoped that wouldn't create problems and that it would be more of an opportunity to show a new side of Arya while allowing me to further find my place in Winterfell. But even with this apprehension, sharing this fun activity with Arya and Turnip was gratifying. I was also thinking about the project of going to Wintertown. I wasn't sure whether Robb would allow it or not, but considering that Gage would discuss it with the young Regent Lord and that Arya would likely want to persuade her eldest brother to give consent. If Robb accepted it, then I'd see when I would go to Wintertown for shopping and visiting the place. Discovering the small settlement might be an intriguing experience after all. And here we are. Another time in the kitchens but with a guest star. 2. This chapter allows to explore how the SI is settling into the kitchens, but also to set up an incoming event that would shake and unsettle Winterfell. 3. It was amusing to depict the presence of Arya, considering it is something she could do, not to mention depicting her interactions with Turnip was something I find interesting to explore. And being a bit sadistic to the characters, including myself, it was always interesting and funny to depict the unease and uncertainty of the SI on how to interact with Arya in a public area. On that matter, the thought passage where Robb and Catelyn enter the kitchens is an idea of my beta reader. 4. The lemon cake cooking was an idea that my beta reader and I discussed and decided to explore, partly because it is fun to explore such a recipe, especially when it is a known fact that it is one of Sansa's favorites. The pigeon pie is an idea that came in unexpectedly but that was also an interesting opportunity to set up the Wintertown subplot. 5. Teaser, next time, Mark is having some spars. 6. Have a good reading. 69/sparring with a bear and a wolf. The rest of the day went on after cooking with Arya, Turnip, and Gage. While the moment we shared had been noticed by the scullions, Gage's presence helped to alleviate some potential negative reactions and rumors. A part of me was smugly thinking about the ironic situation I was facing. For many years, I considered myself an individual who unconsciously avoided being the center of attention. And now, since the events of Derry Castle, I was tied to the Starks and at the heart of rumors. The gods of this world might have found their answer to my presence by burdening me with things I would have avoided under most circumstances. Chasing away those thoughts as I was leaving the kitchens, I was moving back to the guest house, determined to train myself a bit and to spar. The courtyard was as bustling as usual with the guards, servants, lords and people of their retinues moving, or sparring. That sight made me want to train myself again while hoping not to deal with another second Gryff Whitehill incident. I made it to my room and quickly changed into my brigandine. It felt like a second skin. I realized that I had not worn this since the first meeting with Rob. It might be light armor, but some protection was better than none. Leaving my room, I made my way to the forge. I had remembered that I had asked Mikan to create a unique design for an axe that was both a mix of Foucault's and of Hercule Poirot's cane as depicted in Agatha Christie's Poirot. I wondered if he had finished this work or if he had been busy with other requests, notably from higher-ranked people of Winterfell or the Northern Lords. I made my way into the forge, the clang of metal on metal filling the air around me. Entering the bustling space, I scanned the area until I finally spotted Mikan. "Mikan!" I called out, catching his attention. As he turned towards me, a warm smile spread across his weathered face. "Roger." He greeted me with a nod, his voice booming over the sounds of the forge. "Good to see you. How fare you?" Returning his greeting, I replied, "I'm doing well, thank you. And yourself?" Mikan shrugged. "Can't say I have much to grumble about," he said. "Always busy, but that's the way I prefer it." With a nod of understanding, I got straight to the point. "I'm here about the axe I had asked from you," I said. "I'd like to see how far you've come along." The smith's eyes brightened with recognition as he remembered our previous conversation. "Ah, the axe cane," he said with a spark in his eye. "It's shaping up well. Quite plain in its design, truth be told." "Really?" I echoed, eager to see the progress. "That's great to hear. Can you show it?" I waited patiently, anticipation building with each passing moment. Finally, he returned, a gleaming object in his hands. Presenting it to me, Mikan said, "Here it is." Taking the axe cane from him, I marveled at its craftsmanship. The blade was thin and sleek, resembling the pommel of an elegant cane, while still retaining the sharpness and utility of a traditional axe. It also came with a leather cover, which allowed me to hold the axe head like a cane. The weight felt perfect in my hand, and I couldn't help but admire the attention to detail in its design. "It's perfect," I breathed, a sense of satisfaction washing over me. Mikan smiled, his pride evident in his expression. "Glad you like it," he said. "Took some doing, but I reckon it turned out well enough." "Thank you, Mikan," I said sincerely. I couldn't be happier with the result. He chuckled, his calloused hand scratching the back of his neck. "No worries, lad. Always ready to take on a new task." I gripped the axe cane firmly and tested its weight, swinging it gently through the air. The balance was impeccable, and I could already envision its effectiveness as both a weapon and as a walking aid. It felt like an extension of my arm, perfectly weighted and easy to maneuver. I swung it experimentally, feeling the satisfying swish of air as the blade cut through the space. It felt surprisingly light for an axe, yet purposeful and deadly. And the best part was, when grasping the leather cover, it came off with almost a flick of my wrist, turning it into an instant weapon. Mikan watched me with a keen eye, his expression reflecting a mixture of anticipation and pride. As I shifted the axe cane from hand to hand, testing its versatility, he nodded approvingly. "Seems it suits ya well enough," he remarked, his voice gruff but warm. I looked back at Mikan, a wide grin spreading across my face. "It's even better than I imagined," I admitted. Mikan's smile widened at my enthusiasm. "Good to hear," he said. "I put a fair bit of work into getting it just right." Feeling a rush of excitement, I couldn't resist asking the question that had been lingering in my mind. "Can I take it?" I inquired eagerly. Mikan chuckled, a twinkle in his eye. "Of course," he replied. "Thanks. How much do I owe you?" I asked, reaching for my coin pouch. Mikan scratched his beard thoughtfully before responding. "Well," he began, "considering the uniqueness of the design and all the toil I put into it, I'd say 35 gold dragons. Seems fair to me." If I had been drinking I would have done a spit take, even though I knew it was fair considering the unique design. It was far beyond what I could pay with my current means, and I didn't want to beg anyone, even Rob and his family. I felt a deep pang in my chest at the thought I was led astray by a foolish idea. But giving it up was a waste of time. What to do? "I do not know if I could purchase it, even though I asked you to create it, and I do not want to ask you to give it to me for free when you put so much effort into it. Perhaps it's better to leave it here," I confessed. "There's no need to fret, lad," he said reassuringly. "I ken the price might be steep for ya, and I appreciate your honesty. Here's what we'll do, take it with ya now and pay me what ya can, when ya can." "Thank you, Mikan," I replied. "I truly appreciate your kindness and flexibility. I promise I will repay you for your craftsmanship as soon as I am able." He smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "I trust ya, lad," he replied. "I've seen your dedication. Just remember, honor your word when the time comes." "I will, Mikan," I assured him. "You have my word." As I was about to leave the forge, a sudden thought struck me. A part of me was cursing myself for forgetting such an idea. Then again it could help to repay the blacksmith and the Starks. I may have an idea to share with you, I said, turning back to face Mycon. He arched an eyebrow, curious. Oh? What's weighing on your mind? When I was at Derry Castle, I asked their blacksmith to create a tool from my home, first for my use and then as something his lord can use, I explained. Mycon stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames in the forge. Interesting, he muttered. What kind of tool was it? It's called a fork, I explained, gesturing with my hands. Imagine a small tool with 3 prongs, used for eating. A slow smile spread across Mycon's face. A fork, yes eh? He chuckled. That sounds right peculiar. How was it used? In my homeland, I continued, it was used at the table. It was a more refined way of eating than using your hands. I reached behind my ear, scratching absently. Back home, forks were actually used by highborns. Highborns, eh? Used for eatin' instead of fightin'? That's a new one for me, he mused. Well, I said with a shrug, it's a matter of practicality and refinement, I suppose. The idea sparked a fire of curiosity within me. If you discuss the topic with Lord Robb, he might be interested, I suggested, hoping to plant the seed. Not only could it potentially be a new, interesting tool for House Stark, but it would also be practical. Mycon pondered my words for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. Lord Robb? He's always keen on fresh ideas, especially if it helps the North. He scratched his beard, a thoughtful look settling in his eyes. Here's what I'll say, he rumbled. I'm curious about this fork of yours. Why don't ye show me one when ye get the chance? Maybe ye still have the one the blacksmith made for ye at Derry. As a matter of fact, I do, I replied, surprised at my own resourcefulness. It's in my room. Next time I see you, I will give it to you for study. Mycon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I look forward to it, he said. Thanks for the suggestion. I smiled at him with modesty, feeling less guilty. My pleasure, Mycon. With a final nod of farewell, I left the forge, feeling a sense of satisfaction and excitement with what had occurred. Not only did I now possess a unique second weapon that would help me protect myself, but more importantly, I could share something practical with Robb, his family, and the other northern lords. Arya was already aware of the fork, like most of the people in our escort, but I knew it would be the first time that the rest of Winterfell might discover it. Looking at my axe cane while I walked, I decided to use it as it was supposedly aimed for and handled it as a cane. It reminded me of the sticks I used for walks and reminded me of the moves and gestures I did with them when I started to walk. The urge to train with the axe cane was strong, but discretion was paramount. Now wasn't the time to reveal my new weapon. I wasn't sure if others were aware or not, but I did not want to reveal it so quickly, especially as I needed to familiarize myself with it. And the fact I had to find how to pay back Mycon made me unwilling to test it now, as I felt I would be like a thief using an ill-acquired tool. With a silent promise to myself to practice later in secluded areas, I turned my steps towards the guest house. As I was moving, the use of a cane brought back memories of David Suchet's Hercule Poirot. A part of me was tempted to whistle one of the themes. But my hampered mood made me hesitate, or tempted to whistle the saddest ones, like the ones at the end of 3-act tragedy or redemption, the finale theme of Murder of the Orient Express. But I shook my head. I couldn't allow myself to drown myself further in a low mood. Taking a breath to chase away the pang in my body, I began whistling The Belgian Detective, the famous theme Christopher Gunning created for the first seasons of Agatha Christie's Poirot. Entering my room, I put my axe cane against the wall and rummaged through my belongings until I found my hammer. I retrieved the weapon and moved out of my room, determined to practice my skills. Just because I had good moves against Gayred Tuttle, Benfred Tallhart, and Gryff Whitehill didn't mean I could rest and believe those current skills were enough. And the other advantage was that it would likely distract any curious people from my new acquisition. Hopefully there wouldn't be as many people as there had been during the duel of the previous day. As I approached the entrance, a female voice called out to me. Roger. Turning around, I saw a tall and slim woman approaching me, her presence commanding attention. She was clad in a simple leather jerkin and breeches, her dark hair pulled back in a no-nonsense braid. Despite her imposing stature, she carried herself with an air of quiet confidence. I couldn't help but think she was a beautiful and formidable woman, a bit like Meg but in a different way. She was around my age, though I would never ask her how old she was. That would be ungentlemanly. I inwardly chuckle, imagining within my mind Sansa's voice commenting on it while Arya would like huffing. As she stopped near me, I noticed something that sounded familiar, even though I couldn't pinpoint it. I then suddenly remember seeing her near Maege Mormont after her discussion with me. So, she was one of her daughters, obviously the oldest ones, otherwise that would mean that Lyanna Mormont was from Mercury. Daisy was the likeliest. I saluted her with a small bow, my lady. May I ask your name? I asked, feigning ignorance while also being curious. You seem to know me. My mother spoke of you and I've heard the whispers of your presence here, she said, her voice steady and sure. I'm Daisy Mormont. It's a pleasure to meet you, I answered back with a respectful smile and an intrigued glance while also being glad to have guessed rightly who she was. Looking at her, she looked more like my edged sister instead of daughter. Damn. Nature was generous to Mormont women. Her gaze held a hint of curiosity as she regarded me. A pleasure indeed. You made quite an impression in the courtyard with your recent sparring matches. I flushed slightly at the reminder. It was nothing, my lady. Luck and owing your mother for her aid, I admitted. Daisy's lips quirked in a faint smile and her eyes gleamed with amusement, but there was also a hint of something else there, perhaps respect. Luck or not, you handled yourself well. I nodded, grateful for her kind words. Thank you, my lady. She then straightened up, especially as she took note of my hammer. Are you planning to spar again? She inquired. Yes, I simply answered with a small tilt of my head. Daisy's eyes gleamed with a hint of challenge. Would you be interested in a sparring partner? I blinked in surprise. You want to spar with me? I asked, taken aback by her proposition. Daisy met my gaze squarely. Why not? It could be interesting. I flushed, feeling excitement at the prospect of sparring with someone as formidable as Daisy Mormont. I'm just surprised you would want to spar with me. I'm more like a cub in the fighting arts than an adult. My skills wouldn't be good against you. She shrugged, a playful glint in her eye. Only one way to find out. Damn it. Arya would be laughing if she could see this. Well, if you insist, I don't mind, my lady, I replied with a sheepish grin. Daisy chuckled, a sound that was surprisingly warm coming from such a formidable woman. All right, Roger. Let's see what you're made of. With that, we made our way to the training yard, where I prepared myself for what promised to be a challenging sparring session with Daisy Mormont. Why do you want to spar with me? Is it only a friendly spar or is this your way to greet new people? I ventured to ask. A bit of both, I suppose, she replied, her tone casual yet sincere. I've heard about your skills from my mother, and I'm always interested in testing my mettle against worthy opponents. I see, I nodded, feeling a bit more at ease with her straightforward answer. Well, I hope I will earn the expectations you have of me, my lady. Let's drop the formalities, shall we? She suggested. Call me Daisy. I blinked in surprise at her casual request. All right, Daisy, I agreed, a small smile playing on my lips. Your mother asked me the same when we met. Daisy raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did she now? Mother doesn't mince words, that's for sure. As we reached the entrance to the training yard, I couldn't help but wonder aloud, it doesn't bother you to associate with a foreign commoner? Daisy shrugged. Not at all, she replied. My mother told me about your encounter with Gryff Whitehill. Your actions spoke volumes about your character. I felt myself getting a little flustered again. Thank you, Daisy, I said. A hint of a smile played on her lips before she spoke. My pleasure. Curiosity seemed to cross her mind as her brows furrowed slightly. You know, your manners are far too refined for a simple low-born commoner. My cheeks flushed again, this time with a mixture of self-consciousness and a strange sense of validation. Saying I was a commoner, especially in this world, felt increasingly awkward with every passing day. Well, I stammered, grappling with the right words, I couldn't claim something I or my family didn't have. A fair point, she conceded. As we continued on our way, I couldn't shake the feeling that despite being a foreign commoner, I was slowly finding my place among the northern lords and ladies in Winterfell. A part of me however remained cautious, remembering my interactions with Barbary Dustin, Roose Bolton and Roderick Riswell. But the fact that Robb was trusting me, that lords like Galbart Glover, Helman Tallhart or Maege Mormont didn't mind interacting with me with no seemingly preconceived biases brought peace to my worries. As we moved across the courtyard toward the training yard, I felt the gaze of servants, guards, lords, and members of their retinues falling on us. Daisy noticed my unease, and with a reassuring smile, she said, Don't mind them. I do not mind, I assured her. That would be very hard for me if I let myself be bothered by all the stories that have been told since the whole duel with Gryff Whitehill. I would be crushed. Daisy gave an approving nod. It takes strength to ignore such trivialities. I suppose, I replied, acknowledging her words. You know, she said, the whispers and rumors about you are far more numerous than you might realize. I sighed, knowing she spoke the truth. I'm aware. I know some people assume I'm a knight and others consider I'm what I said to be. And I'm not blind to the fact that my recent arrival within House Stark's service and my ties to Lady Arya are likely at the heart of many rumors. But then again you'll have the chance to discover more of me. I started, a wry smile tugging at my lips before stopping myself as I realized how it might sound. Does that sound inappropriate? I asked. Not at all, she reassured me. Relieved by her response, I smiled gratefully. Thank you, Daisy. My pleasure, she replied, her gaze steady. Let's focus on our sparring for now, shall we? As we entered the training yard, I noticed familiar faces among the Stark guards like Harwin, as well as some guards from other northern houses. As Harwin caught sight of me, his expression brightened, and he called out a greeting. Roger. Good to see you here, he said, approaching with a friendly grin. Harwin, I replied warmly, returning his greeting. Looking at Daisy standing beside me, Harwin raised an eyebrow teasingly. Got yourself a new sparring partner, I see. Seems you're moving up in the world, he nudged me playfully with his elbow. I chuckled, shaking my head. What? Of course not. I retorted, feigning offense. The jest elicited chuckles from those nearby, and even Daisy couldn't suppress a smile at our banter. Well, now you've piqued everyone's curiosity, she remarked, her eyes dancing with amusement. I shrugged, grinning. Let them wonder. It's all in good fun. Shall we? She asked, gesturing toward the center of the yard. I nodded eagerly, following her lead. As we moved into position, the murmurs of the onlookers faded into the background, replaced by the sound of our breath and the steady thud of weapons. With a steady hand, I readied my hammer, steeling myself for the bout ahead. Daisy mirrored my stance, her focus unwavering as she drew her sword. Don't go easy on me, I said, meeting her gaze. Daisy's lips curved into a questioning smile. Is that an order, or a request, Roger? She countered. My cheeks must have been crimson, by now. And neither, truly, I stammered. After those words, she made the first move. I reacted swiftly, parrying her strike with the hammer, feeling the impact reverberate through my arms. The spar ensued, with the sound of our weapons echoing in the yard. Harwin and the other Stark guards watched intently, their eyes following our every move. Despite my disadvantage, I relied on my left-handedness and the principles of Aikido to defend myself against Daisy's skilled attacks. Each movement was calculated, my footwork precise as I attempted to anticipate her next move. Daisy's strength and experience were evident as she pressed the attack, forcing me onto the defensive. But I refused to yield, determined to hold my own against her. With each exchange, I focused on maintaining my balance and conserving my energy, waiting for the opportune moment to counter. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the beginning lyrics of Queen's Princes of the Universe began to play in my head as if this was something out of the Highlander franchise. At one point, I pivoted slightly on my left foot, allowing the force of her swing to carry her past me. As she overextended, I used my right hand to grab the wrist of her sword hand, applying pressure to redirect her momentum. With a slight twist and a hip throw maneuver, I managed to unbalance her, sending her stumbling back a few paces. I found myself wishing I had also taken judo. Then I could have completed flipping her and ending this match. If only there were internet connections to take online lessons for other martial arts here. Daisy, surprised by my unexpected move, recovered quickly. A flicker of respect, tinged with a hint of surprise, crossed her features. This wasn't the brute force style of fighting she had anticipated. There was an element of finesse and strategy to my movements, a calculated fluidity that intrigued her. Interesting technique, Roger, she remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice as she resumed her guard position. No wonder you managed to hold against your other opponents. I grinned, a surge of confidence coursing through me in appreciating her praise. Using your opponent's strength against him, or in your case, her, can be the greatest weapon in a fight, I replied, my voice carrying more conviction now. Daisy's initial surprise transformed into a mixture of curiosity and a growing sense of challenge. She regarded me with a newfound respect, recognizing that I possessed a different approach to combat, one that emphasized technique and strategy over raw power. Her eyes sparkled with a competitive fire as she nodded in acknowledgement of my words. As the spar continued, I maintained my focus and composure, realizing that Daisy was adapting her approach. She became more cautious, probing for weaknesses in my defense. I knew I had to stay one step ahead, continuing to rely on my training and intuition. Daisy launched a series of feints, attempting to throw me off balance. I anticipated her moves, sidestepping and jabbing the hammer at her to make Daisy keep her distance. I gritted my teeth, sweat stinging my eyes as I still had to block and counter. My muscles screamed in protest, the unfamiliar strain of wielding the heavy hammer for so long taking its toll. If only I had been able to practice with the focus and use it, things might be different. Suddenly, Daisy feinted to the left, but instead of following through with a swing, she lunged low, aiming for my legs. With a gasp, I stumbled back, momentarily caught off guard. Seizing this opportunity, Daisy whipped her sword around in a swift arc. The clang of metal echoed through the training yard as her sword met the head of my hammer, the force of the blow nearly knocking the weapon from my grasp. My arms shook, the blow resonating through my body. I stumbled to the ground from the strength of her strike. Yield, Daisy called out, her voice calm but firm, the tip of her sword hovering near my chest. My chest heaved with exertion, and for a moment, I could only stare at the point of the sword. Defeat washed over me, tinged with a grudging respect for Daisy's skill. Raising my hands in surrender, I managed a hoarse, I yield. She lowered her sword and extended a hand towards me. She helped me to my feet, her grip firm yet reassuring. As I dusted myself off, she offered a few words of praise. You fought well, Roger, she remarked, her tone genuine. You have impressive skills and remarkable stamina, especially for someone not accustomed to fighting. I grasped her hand, relief washing over me as I allowed her to pull me back to my feet. A wave of dizziness momentarily threatened to overwhelm me, but I straightened up, forcing a smile onto my face. Thank you, I managed to reply, my voice hoarse but full of gratitude. It has been an honor to spar with you. Daisy's expression softened, a hint of warmth in her eyes. The honor was mine, she said softly, her tone sincere. I restrained myself from commenting on her beauty and strength, such thoughts best left unsaid. Daisy's gaze met mine, her expression unreadable for a moment. As we stood there, catching our breath, our eyes met, a silent understanding passing between us. Daisy grinned and took me to the hot springs inside Winterfell. In an instant I found myself kissing her in the spring. Suddenly there was a tap on my shoulder. I turned and saw Madge, grinning like a predator, rising out of the water slowly. We Mormonts always share, she said as a saxophone started playing a steamy tune. I blinked and internally slapped myself as we and Daisy were still looking into each other's eyes. Before either of us could speak, a voice cut through the air, drawing our attention. Turning, we saw Robb Stark approaching, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Well, it seems you dare to challenge my bannerman once again, Roger, Robb teasingly remarked. I swallowed hard, unsure if Robb was serious or merely jesting. My lord, I didn't mean. I began, my words trailing off uncertainly. Daisy interjected before I could finish. Actually, Robb, I asked Roger to spar with me, she explained. Robb raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering between me and Daisy. A hint of a smile played on his lips. I just knew he was thinking something dirty like I had been. Is that so, Daisy? He asked, his tone teasing. Seems our guest here keeps himself busy. Indeed, my lord, Daisy replied, a playful glint in her eyes. He has proven himself a formidable opponent. Robb's gaze flickered between us, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Ah, I see. Testing your mettle, are you? He quipped, a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. It was just like the ones Arya had. I relaxed slightly, realizing Robb was indeed joking. Something like that, my lord, I replied in relief. Daisy nodded in agreement. Roger proved to be a worthy opponent, she added, her tone respectful. I'm sure he did. Your duel with Gryff Whitehill certainly stirred up some commotion, Robb remarked, now sounding more serious. I sighed, acknowledging the inevitable consequences of my actions. I expected it, but I won't cower. Gryff Whitehill had been disrespectful to both Lord Forrester's squire and me. I bet he didn't refuse the fight with me because of misplaced pride, I explained, in frustration. Robb nodded, understanding evident in his eyes. I've heard about the incident from several sources. You handled yourself well, Roger, he reassured me. Robb then turned his attention to Daisy. I'm grateful for your mother's intervention, he said. Stopping Gryff from any further foolishness was a wise move. Daisy inclined her head, acknowledging the compliment. House Mormont stands with House Stark, she affirmed, her voice unwavering. And attacking a guest, even more after a defeat, is dishonorable. Robb nodded in agreement before looking back at me. I've warned the Whitehills about this misstep. Hopefully, they'll heed my advice, he stated. I nodded, grateful for Robb's intervention. Thank you, my lord, I said, sincerity coloring my words. Let's hope they do. Daisy glanced between us, a thoughtful expression on her face. I have no doubt they will, she added, confidently. I felt her hand hold mine for a moment. I was surprised by her gesture, but I focused on Robb, not trying to jerk to her move or to express any discomfort. A part of me suspected it was her way to show solidarity and support to me. Though the saxophone playing adult video music starting to play again in my head did not help things. Are you here for a specific reason, my lord? I asked Robb, curious about his sudden appearance. Robb's blue eyes twinkled with amusement as he responded, actually, I was hoping to find a sparring partner. Perhaps I thought I might join in the sparring if you'll have me. I looked at him, feeling a mix of eagerness and apprehension as I thought about how such a spar could go wrong due to the presence of the Northern Lords, or that Rob might feel the need to prove his worth to his father's bannerman. With all due respect, are you sure? Even a friendly spar doesn't seem fair between you and me. And I do not want to accidentally embarrass you if I won against you by luck. I also looked around quickly to make sure Cattleton Stark had not returned. I appreciate your consideration, but I assure you, I'm not easily embarrassed. Besides, it's not about winning or losing, but about the exchange of skill and camaraderie. Rob stated. As I pondered his response, Harwin stepped forward, his sturdy frame exuding quiet confidence. Lord Rob's skills with a blade are impressive, Roger. You'll learn much from him. All right, then. As I said this, there was a small doubt that crept into my head. All those videos about his father not being that good at swordplay as well as the truth about the duel with Arthur Dane. Rob's lips curved into a small smile, pleased by my acceptance. Excellent. I must admit, I'm intrigued by your fighting style. I chuckled softly, acknowledging the uniqueness of my approach. I can imagine my style is not what you usually see, even if I had to rely on how to fight with a hammer. I prepared myself mentally, reminding myself it was a friendly spar. I had no intent to defeat him, only to test how far I progressed and how good he was. But considering he had been trained by Sir Roderick Castle, I had no uncertainty he was quite good, even though the fandom tended to make specific distinctions between John and Rob about their strengths and sometimes making John an Arthur Dane in the making, even though there was nothing in the books and show that could prove that point as far as I remembered. As I took a breath and began to warm up, I noticed Rob doing the same. The sound of approaching footsteps drew our attention. We watched as a small group of Stark bannermen, drawn by the sight of their current leader, began to gather around the training yard. Seems we have an audience, Roger, Rob remarked. Are you ready to show them what you're made of? I met his gaze, a surge of determination replacing my earlier nervousness. Squaring my shoulders, I gave him a firm nod. I'm ready. With a deep breath, I hefted my hammer into a fighting stance, the familiar weight of the weapon grounding me. Despite the lingering fatigue from my spar with Daisy, a spark of anticipation ignited within me. The chance to test myself against a skilled opponent like Rob was an opportunity I couldn't afford to miss. Rob mirrored my movements, drawing his long sword and assuming a practiced stance. As we circled, I couldn't help but admire Rob's fluid movements, his confidence evident in every step he took. It was clear that he was a seasoned fighter, honed by years of training under Sir Roderick Castle. But I refused to let doubt creep in. I had my own strengths, and my own unique approach to combat, and I was determined to prove myself. Rob suddenly lunged forward, his sword flashing in the sunlight. I reacted instinctively, sidestepping his strike and countering with a swift swing of my hammer. The clang of metal echoed through the yard as our weapons collided, sending vibrations up my arms again. The spar had begun in earnest now, each of us testing the other's defenses, probing for weaknesses. Despite my fatigue, I pushed myself to match Rob's pace, relying on my left-handed stance and the Aikido moves I'd learned to evade his strikes and counter with my own. Rob's movements were precise, his strikes calculated and powerful. But I refused to back down, meeting each blow with resilience. The sound of our weapons clashing filled the air, drawing the attention of the growing crowd around us. Again I saw the limitations I had as I can only use the head of my hammer. As the spar wore on, I could feel the burn of exertion in my muscles, the strain of pushing myself to keep up with Rob's relentless assault. Fatigue began to take its toll. My movements grew sluggish, and my defenses faltered. There was also no way to grab Rob's arms. With a swift maneuver, Rob disarmed me, his blade coming to rest at my throat. Yield, he said, his voice firm but not unkind. I raised my hands in surrender, a breath of relief escaping me. I yield. Rob lowered his sword, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Well fought, Roger, he said, offering me a hand up. You held your own against me, and that's no small feat. As the bannermen around us broke into applause, I accepted his hand, feeling a sense of pride swell within me. Thank you, I replied, catching my breath. I did what I could, but you're a good fighter. Whoever taught you has done your house proud. Rob's smile was genuine as he clapped me on the shoulder. High praise coming from you, he said, the tension of the spar melting away. You're welcome to spar with me anytime, Roger. I think we could both learn a thing or two from each other. Despite the exhaustion creeping through my limbs, I felt a sense of camaraderie with the young Stark heir. And I felt I was further earning his trust. A part of me was pondering on the irony that I was earning the trust of the people around me through a field where I wasn't at ease or good enough. But at the same time, I felt it was like some kind of blessing as it allowed me to truly develop this personal philosophy of how being polyvalent could help someone to approach a certain ideal of individuality, balancing intellectual skills with physical ones. I knew I would be more brains than brawn, but if I could have some strength that would help me to defend myself and hold my ground without depending too much on others, that would be a win. Rob's expression shifted slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes as he absorbed my response. He seemed to understand the underlying message, the unspoken acknowledgement of our evolving dynamic. That's good, he said after a moment, his tone warm yet serious. I want to speak with you further. I'm glad to hear that, I replied, though a hint of uncertainty lingered beneath my words. I gestured toward myself, acknowledging my sweaty and fatigued state. But I think I could use a break first. Maybe a chance to refresh myself. Rob nodded in understanding, his gaze sympathetic yet determined. Of course. Take all the time you need. A sudden idea sparked in my mind, prompted by the embarrassingly hot fantasy from earlier. If you don't mind, I continued, may I use one of the hot springs? I don't know if a person like me can use them, but I want to discover them and experience them once with your permission. Rob's brows furrowed in consideration before his expression cleared with a nod. You're welcome to use the hot springs, he agreed. They're open to all who reside in Winterfell. Relief washed over me at his consent, grateful for the opportunity to unwind and rejuvenate in the warmth of the springs. Rob turned to beckon Harwin. Harwin, he instructed, show Roger the way to the hot springs. Harwin nodded with a dutiful and yet happy demeanor. Of course, my lord. Rob clapped me on the shoulder, his grip surprisingly strong. Think nothing of it, he said. We can talk more later after you've had a chance to rest. I tilted my head in agreement, of course. I'm sure you'll know where to speak with me. I'll find you, he assured me. Just ask for me, and someone will guide you to where I am. With a grateful nod in Rob's direction, I turned to Harwin. Lead the way, I said, my tone conveying appreciation for his assistance. Harwin nodded again, a small smile touching his lips as he gestured for me to follow him. With a few swift strides, he began to lead me out of the bustling training yard, his presence providing a sense of security amidst the activity. As we made our way through the courtyard, I couldn't help but notice the curious glances of some of the other Stark bannermen. Their expressions ranged from curiosity to subtle intrigue, no doubt piqued by Rob's interaction with me. However, I saw something else in a select few. Some seemed to suspiciously hang back in the crowd. Just as we were about to exit the sparring yard, Daisy Mormont called me out, Roger. Yes? I inquired, turning around and meeting her gaze. Daisy's expression softened slightly as she spoke, her words carrying a hint of playful challenge. I hope to have another spar with you, she said, her tone laced with genuine interest. A smile tugged at the corners of my lips at her request, appreciating her willingness to engage in further combat. Of course, I replied, a playful glint in my eyes. But are you truly ready to face my wits and fists? Rob, Harwin, and some of the surrounding onlookers reacted to my jest, amusement flickering in their eyes as they observed the exchange between Daisy and me. Unfazed, Daisy crossed her arms over her chest, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. We'll see about that, Roger Bacon, she countered, a spark of determination gleaming in her eyes. In that case, I continued, my voice filled with mock seriousness, may we have another round, my bear lady? The playful nickname brought a smile to her face. As you wish, she replied, raising a hand in a mock salute. I mirrored the gesture, my heart warming at the unexpected camaraderie. I turned back to Harwin, indicating my readiness to depart. Lead on, Harwin, I said, falling into step beside him as we made our way toward the exit of the training yard. As I followed him out of the training yard, I stole a glance back at Rob, who was already deep in conversation with a group of bannermen. I knew I would have time to discuss whatever he wanted to know or speak with me. I knew it wouldn't be the Whitehill as he had already mentioned them, and I doubted it was the Wintertown visit. I wondered when Gage would be able to discuss it unless Arya managed to relay it to her brother. I could totally imagine her doing so if it allowed her to spend time elsewhere with her friends. As we ventured through the bustling courtyard, the prospect of rejuvenating in the hot springs filled me with a sense of anticipation. Despite the lingering unease about revealing myself in such a vulnerable state, the promise of a relaxing soak in steaming hot water outweighed my apprehension. And here we go for a new sparring chapter, but one friendlier than the previous one. The core ideas were partly from my beta reader's suggestions, notably for Daisy Mormont, and some passages, notably some fantasies, are his signature additions. To the start of the chapter was both a fourth wall comment on the situation in regards to how the SI/I would be in real life, but also the payoff for the creation of the Facos, whose style is a suggestion of my beta reader who had loved the first chapter so much that having a Poirot reference/reminder was something he wanted to include, and something I agree because A, it's fun, and B, loving Agatha Christie's Poirot with David Suchet, any small references and Easter eggs are like sweets for me. And it was a good opportunity to tackle the financial issue, considering that I would freak out if the balance between resources and expenses is negative, making an interesting challenge in that case. 3. But the true main meal is the sparring moments with Daisy Mormont and Robb Stark. The first one was something I felt would work out after the passage of her mother intervening to stop Gryff from backstabbing. For information, and that may surprise many of you, this Daisy is 25 years old, initially, it was about mid-30, but thanks to some people who gave me logical points on the matter, I amended this age to a more consistent one with the rest of her siblings. A big thanks to those people, especially at Grymt, whose messages were well developed and with the informations I either missed or didn't know allowed me to amend the age matter. So no Daisy/Rob on the table for example, and it is not as if she was a wealthy heiress anyway. And it's fun to imagine the interactions with her, partly because I rely on my soft spot for women and their company, or like I love to say, a man with a female sensitivity, and appreciate as much a soft-tempered character as much as a strong one, as long as the former isn't too naive to the point of sheer blindness or stupidity and the latter isn't too strong to the point of being unbearable, unlikable, and confrontational. The whole fantasy part is as mentioned above my beta reader's inclusion, and I like it partly because we have discussed the matters of relations and pairings in this story, and making fun of one of the fanfiction genres, the lemon fanfiction, is very funny, considering how in real life, or in plays supposedly grounded as Westeros, such thing would turn out. And finally, having this spar allows to show the evolution of the C's skills while keeping it plausible, due to Daisy's skills. For Rob's spar was an interesting and bold one to imagine, considering how it would sound in other circumstances, but considering the context and the fact he is working to include the SI as part of the household on a different position in the future, testing the latter is another way for him to test the person. And it allows me to explore differently the SI trope with both the grounded way and how the person evolves due to his skills, his personality, and his environment. SI can be very interesting to develop if they considered as characters and not only a projection of ourselves. But to achieve that, the biggest challenge is to either accept to take a peg down to our own flaws and limitations, or in, more rarely and less likely case for those who made SI focused on their flaws and weaknesses, to acknowledge where we have strengths. Good SI are characters that shows the self-reflections on ourselves, both the good, the bad, and the potential. 5. Next time, a time in the hot springs sounds cool, until having unexpected situations one wish not to witness. 6. Have a good reading. 70/Hot Springs Discovery. Following Harwin toward the hot springs was peculiar, as it brought me to corridors in the main keep that I hadn't explored yet. I was being led beneath the ground of the castle. I felt deeply honored to be allowed by Rob to discover and use them directly instead of using hot water for a bath. A part of me felt guilty as I had the impression I would spoil water that was used for the whole castle for thousands of years. Plus how many of the scullions or lower-ranked members of House Stark were allowed to use these springs. My rational side was reasoning that it was a one-time occurrence or that the hot springs were for personal uses, though in that case, it was really a privilege to have access to them. The topic of my recent spar with Daisy Mormont lingered in the air, and Harwin wasted no time in teasing me about it. His voice carried a jovial tone as he remarked, "Seems you've caught the eye of the Mormont lass, Roger. A regular lady killer, aren't you?" I flushed slightly at his jest but responded with a self-deprecating chuckle. I was also trying to forget that earlier fantasy I had of Daisy and her hot mother. "Just good camaraderie, Harwin," I replied, attempting to downplay his teasing. "Unless I possess some magical charm I'm unaware of, I doubt I have such sway over the ladies." Harwin's grin widened more. "Ah, but don't sell yourself short, lad. You've got a way about you," he reassured me, slapping a hand lightly on my shoulder. Despite his reassurance, I couldn't help but feel a pang of concern about potential rumors spreading. "Thanks," I said, though my tone betrayed a hint of worry. "The last thing I need is gossip about charming every lady I meet." Stopping in my tracks, I realized the implications of my words and winced inwardly. Harwin's reaction was immediate, his expression shifting to one of understanding. "Don't fret over it, Roger," he said, offering a reassuring smile. "Folks around here know you're a man of honor. They won't take idle gossip too seriously." Inwardly, I gave a sigh of relief. I did not want to be portrayed as a Gary Stu with a harem thanks to rumors. The last thing I wanted to come off like was John Smith, and his fake tales of Pocahontas and being the object of affection of multiple women. Relieved by his words, I steered the conversation toward our destination. "Where exactly are these hot springs, Harwin?" I inquired, eager to experience the famed waters of Winterfell. Harwin gestured ahead, leading the way with a knowing smile. "Just a bit further down, lad," he replied. "And as for your question about the springs, well, some are indeed reserved for personal use. But worry not, you're in good company. Rob wouldn't have offered you a soak if it weren't meant to be enjoyed." I followed him with renewed anticipation, eager to immerse myself in the legendary hot springs of Winterfell. As we descended further into the depths of the castle, the warmth of the waters seemed to beckon with a promise of respite from the chill of the north. A sense of awe tinged with a touch of unease settled over me. I was, after all, venturing into a part of the castle unseen by most, a hidden artery that pulsed with the lifeblood of Winterfell's warmth. It felt like a privilege, a secret trust bestowed upon me by Rob. "These are some grand tunnels," I remarked, my voice echoing slightly in the close confines of the passage. "Must be a marvel of engineering to keep them from collapsing all these years." For a moment it almost felt like being back at Moat Cailin. Thankfully there was not an interrogation coming again, or at least I hoped so. Harwin chuckled, a deep rumble that resonated in the narrow space. That it is. Built by Brandon the Builder himself, some say. Winterfell's been standing for thousands of years, and these tunnels have kept us warm through every blizzard. I almost feel bad using the hot springs just for myself, I admitted. Seems like a waste for such a resource, something that benefits the whole castle. Nonsense, lad. The springs are vast, enough to warm the entire keep and have plenty left over. Besides, Lord Robb wouldn't have offered it if it were a burden. He laughed. Still, I persisted, it feels like a lordly privilege, not something for a scullion. You've earned a bit of privilege, haven't you? Your actions to protect Lady Arya, your determination to understand our ways and to help House Stark are good enough. And your duel against Gryff Whitehill earned you the respect of many. Harwin argued. I tilted my head in acknowledgement, aware he was right. I was glad I could build up my reputation in the north, but I knew that dealing with highborn people was like taming a lion at a zoo or a circus. As long as you knew how to handle it, you were safe. But if you made a misstep, overlooked something, or because of unexpected circumstances, it could end badly. We continued walking through the corridors. As we continued our descent, I noticed a subtle shift in the temperature, the air growing warmer and more humid. We rounded a bend, and a faint plume of steam emerged from around the corner. Here we are, Harwin announced, gesturing ahead. We emerged into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in the shadows above. Pools of steaming water dotted the uneven floor, shimmering like scattered jewels in the dim torchlight. The air hung heavy with the smell of sulfur and minerals, a scent that was strangely invigorating. Wow, I breathed, captivated by the sight. This is incredible. Indeed, Harwin agreed. Though most of the hot springs feed the castle's heating system. These smaller pools are for personal use. Personal use? I echoed, surprised. Robb hadn't mentioned anything about individual hot springs. Does everyone in Winterfell have access to these? Harwin shook his head. Not exactly. These are more for the Stark family and their honored guests. The guards have their own communal baths heated by the mainsprings, but these. He gestured around the cavern, these are a privilege. It wasn't just a chance to bathe in comfort, it was a token of trust, a mark of acceptance into the heart of House Stark. It was such a strong privilege from Robb. I might have asked him, but I didn't expect him to grant me that request. A part of me was however glad he did it, as otherwise, the likeliest case would have been Arya as she had mentioned it. But as much as I appreciated spending time with her, that would have been so wrong, considering how some people could assume things. Internally, I chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. My gaze drifted back to the basin before me, the swirling steam creating an ethereal ambience. Here, in this hidden sanctuary, a sense of relief washed over me. I reached out, tentatively dipping my fingers into the water. It was pleasantly hot, but not scalding. A satisfied sigh escaped my lips. Will you be all right on your own, lad? Harwin inquired, his voice a low rumble in the cavernous space. I turned to face him, a smile playing on my lips. I'll be all right, Harwin. Thank you for bringing me here. Harwin gave a curt nod, his expression unreadable for a moment. Then, a hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Very well, he rumbled. If you need anything, just call out. There's a guard stationed not too far from the entrance. I will, I assured him. Lost in thought, I found myself pondering where I might find Robb. Harwin, I called after him, realizing I hadn't asked earlier. Where do you think I would meet Lord Robb? Harwin paused, considering my question before responding. Likely in his solar, or perhaps the Great Hall, he replied, gesturing back the way we came. I wouldn't be surprised if he sought you out there. Thank you, I said, grateful for his guidance. Harwin nodded curtly. Enjoy yourself, Roger. You deserve it. He then resumed his walk, disappearing from view, leaving me to enjoy the solitude of the hot springs. Left alone in the cavern, I took a moment to soak in the tranquility of the surroundings. The soft bubbling of the hot springs mingled with the distant echoes of the castle above, creating a soothing melody that eased the tension from my shoulders. Stripping off my armor and clothes and leaving them in a neat pile on a nearby rock, I gingerly dipped a toe into the steaming water. A sigh of relief escaped my lips as the heat soothed my tired muscles. Settling back against the smooth rock at the edge of the pool, I closed my eyes and let the tension of the past few days melt away. The sound of dripping water and the distant rumble of voices from the castle above were the only sounds that disturbed the peaceful serenity. For the first time in a long time, I allowed myself to relax and enjoy the moment. All worries seemed to fade away in the warmth of the water. No arguments, no spars, no work, no plans. I was reminded of that scene from Avatar, The Last Airbender, when Iroh was relaxing in a hot spring before being taken by surprise by Earthbender's soldiers. Fortunately, I wouldn't face such an embarrassing situation, though I shouldn't think that way as karma could be tricky, even more so in Westeros. A part of me couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of being taken by surprise in a hot spring in one of the safest places for the time being. Not only would it be too much like Iroha's situation, but that would have elements of Mara or Agamemnon's deaths, even though in my case, I would have as much chance to be taken down by a man as by a woman. The relaxing impact of the water made me overlook those thoughts, and other more pleasant though a bit uncomfortable memories came to my mind. Particularly the scene between Brienne and Jaime in the baths of Harrenhal, or the famous cave scene between Jon and Ygritte. Ugh, once again I thought about that embarrassing fantasy I had about the Mormont women. Fortunately, being relaxed and at ease also inspired me to sing on my own. At least, there wouldn't be anyone in the area to notice it. I rather not want to have someone to eavesdrop on me as Arya did during the journey. As much as I didn't mind my little friend doing it, I was more wary of others. Guided by this desire, I started to sing Let It Go in all the versions I knew and loved, but in a relaxed and soft voice, not wanting to disturb the moment or the place. Liver s install dousement dans la nuit. La neige est reine au sun tour. Un royaume de solitude. Ma place est la portugers. The melodic notes danced on the steam-filled air, blending with the soothing ambience of the hot springs. I didn't sing too loud in case others might show up. Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. And while this song wasn't my most favorite, it belonged to the special club of songs I wouldn't mind singing in any circumstance, partly because it spoke to me. I could understand why some people were tired of how Disney abused the success of the song to the point of fatigue, but the song was so strong, especially in the narrative of Frozen. Was ich wal als maken kan? Die Kraft in mir tribe mich voran. Was hinter mir liegt ist vorbei, endlich free. But in the end, why this song enticed me like others was both the emotion and how it spoke to me. Feeling apart and uncertain about finding my place, especially as I was sometimes having self-confidence issues and a tendency to be deeply harsh on myself. But like Elsa, I had found my peace and balance. At least, till I was thrown into Westeros and had to deal with preserving myself while finding a new place to live, as I couldn't fathom how to return home. Koretatu no Jibun Suki ni nat. Koretatu no Jibun Shinjite. Hikari abi nagara Uruki desu. Sukashi mo Samyuku now wa. As I ended singing the last verses of the Japanese version, I let out a long exhale as singing took my breath away. The soothing ambience of the hot springs had eased away the tension from my shoulders, leaving me in a state of tranquility. But that moment of peace was abruptly broken by the sound of footsteps retreating away from the cavern. My senses immediately sharpened, and I jerked up, realizing someone had been nearby. With a quick glance around, I scanned the cavern for any signs of movement, but there was nothing to be seen except the stillness of the steaming pools. From the nature of steps, that couldn't be a child, something I was relieved and glad. But it was as if there had been two people, which didn't assuage my worries. Had someone been watching me? Eavesdropping on my private moment? Should that be the case, I hoped that whoever was nearby had only eavesdropped on me. Being heard singing didn't bother me, especially in such an area, but being seen at my most vulnerable and private moment was an unsettling prospect. After a few moments of tense silence, I sighed inwardly, realizing that dwelling on the possibility wouldn't do me any good. If someone had indeed been nearby, they were likely gone now. Standing up from the edge of the pool, I felt a slight chill in the air as the warmth of the water faded from my skin. I realized I had likely spent more time in the hot springs than I should have. Cautiously I moved around the pool, mindful of the slick stones beneath my feet. The cavern's cool air enveloped me as I emerged from the warmth of the hot springs, but I tried not to let it bother me as I made my way to the pile of clothes I had left on a nearby rock. After a few moments spent drying off as best I could, I began to dress, feeling the rough fabric of the brigandine armor against my skin. As I glanced back at the hot spring basin one last time, a pang of reluctance tugged at my chest. Leaving this hidden sanctuary felt like leaving heaven. With a final, wistful look, I turned away from the pools and made my way back to the corridor leading to the floor of the Great Keep. Just as I was about to peek around the corner, a sound stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a series of grunts, muffled at first, but growing louder and more distinct. Was someone actually being attacked in the hot springs? My logical side was wary of assuming the worst, as the grunts I was now hearing near my position could also be those of people having sex. But while that situation would be less aggravating than someone being attacked, I wasn't exactly more enthusiastic due to the risk of becoming a voyeur. Who was so bold or disrespectful to use the hot springs in such an outrageous manner if it was some people getting it on? Taking a deep breath, I cautiously moved forward but pressed myself against the rough stone wall beside the alcove. I wanted to stay unnoticed at all costs. I stopped by the corner, ready to pass before the entrance of the alcove to move on. By curiosity and vigilance, I however decided to take a quick look to be certain it wasn't someone attacking someone else. Peeking around the corner with bated breath, I was met with a sight I could have done without seeing. In the flickering torchlight, I saw Tansy sprawled on the cold floor of the alcove, her body partially submerged in the warm waters. Her back arched in an inhuman curve, her face contorted not in pleasure, but in something far more primal. It was a feral, animalistic expression, her lips pulled back in a snarl, a feral display of bared teeth and locked jaw, utterly devoid of human emotion while her eyes glazed over with a crazed intensity. Above her, thrusting with a primal urgency that mirrored hers, was none other than Theon Greyjoy, deep in the basin and his lover. Tansy's moans morphed into a series of guttural gasps, her pale hair plastered against the dark stone floor like a beacon. Theon, his face flushed with exertion, had his eyes squeezed shut in a primal snarl, a feral growl erupting from his throat with each brutal thrust. A wave of unease washed over me, causing me to recoil. Tansy's bestial expression, combined with the explicit scene before me, left me feeling deeply uncomfortable and repulsed. Heat, but this time laced with a cold dread, flooded my neck and face. I was an accidental voyeur, yes, but also an unwelcome intruder in a scene ripped straight from a nightmare. My stomach lurched as I cursed silently under my breath, muttering a string of incoherent French phrases that would have been unintelligible to anyone within earshot. La meilleure position à Westeros. Stupid. De toutes les choses que Georges et compagnie pouvaient se focaliser sur, I mumbled to myself as I thought back to how the books and show depicted certain things. Seriously, had Theon no decency or common sense? In any spy story, he would be easy prey for any femme fatale or female spies using their charms to their advantage. The picture of a British WW2 propaganda I once saw in a book on the conflict came across my mind. While I doubted Tansy was a spy, she was also part of the Bolton retinue. I wasn't sure Theon was aware of how easy it would be to use him or blackmail him in the right circumstances. And people said Ned and his family were fools. Seriously, there were far more idiotic people in Westeros. I mentally kicked myself for the inappropriate thought, the absurdity of the situation only adding to my discomfort. It also reminded me of the second season scene of Theon on the ship before he arrived at Pike, and for some reason, it reminded me of something else. That look on Tansy's face was one I'd seen on the show. I could not remember when, but deep down I knew that when that expression was shown, something terrible had followed. But what? Swallowing hard, I knew I had to get away from there. The last thing I needed was to be caught spying on Theon Greyjoy getting it on. I wasn't sure what kind of reaction I'd get from the young Greyjoy, but I wasn't eager to find out. He could tease me about my discomfort or be riled up by my presence. Or worse, that woman might try something. I just wanted to be away from her more than Theon. Turning on my heel, I moved away as discreetly as I could, my steps silent on the cold stone floor. Once again, the comparison with how Arya was generally unnoticed by the household when she was moving through Winterfell or in Harrenhal in the books and the show came to my mind. I hoped to disappear back into the corridor before Theon or his companion noticed me, praying they were too engrossed in their activities to be aware of my presence. The last thing I needed was to get tangled up in some sort of lover's spat, or worse, be accused of spying unless Tansy used my presence to rile up both Theon and me. Ugh. Just thinking that made me crawl. In earlier fantasies I had thought more about lovemaking, but what I saw with those two was the polar opposite. Thankfully, my escape went unnoticed. As I rounded a bend in the corridor, I emerged near the main entrance I had used to access the hot springs. A guard, a familiar face I had seen a few times around the Great Keep, stood by the doorway, his helm resting beneath his arm as he surveyed the hallway with a bored expression. Relief washed over me at the sight of a friendly face. I straightened my posture and gave him a small, polite smile. "Have a good day," I greeted him in a friendly tone. The guard, a burly man with a thick salt and pepper beard, glanced at me with a flicker of surprise before returning my smile with a curt nod. "Good day to you as well," he rumbled in a deep voice. With a silent sigh, I continued through the labyrinthine corridors of the Great Keep, retracing my steps back toward the familiar areas. The encounter with Theon had left me feeling unsettled, and the image of him and Tansy intertwined played unbidden in my mind. And that feral look was one I wanted to forget. Pushing the unwanted thoughts aside, I focused on finding my way back. As I rounded another corner, a new voice suddenly stopped me in my tracks. Well, Roger Bacon. I must say, you look rather flushed. Spending a pleasant time down by the hot springs, were we?" Turning around, I was stunned to see that the voice belonged to Lady Barbary Dustin, her tall, imposing figure framed by the flickering torchlight behind her. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't expected to see her within the keep. Barbary's dark eyes seemed to bore into mine, and for a moment, I felt as though she could see right through me. She had a way of exuding both curiosity and suspicion simultaneously, making it difficult to gauge her intentions. A hint of a smile, more like a smirk, played on her lips. "Well, Roger Bacon," she drawled, "that much is evident. I had a brief encounter with young Robb as nearly all the lords are now gathered." I nodded, grateful for the explanation yet wary of her sudden appearance. I was a bit surprised she spoke to Rob, considering her resentment of his family, but I suspected she was testing him as he was on his own, without his mother or father to support him. I was slightly worried she would attempt foul play in one way or another. Bitterness and revenge were like pleasure poison that gave you the illusion of fulfillment once you achieved what guided those feelings, but also tainted your heart, mind, and soul, especially if you gave in for too long. However, Barbry's keen eyes narrowed further. You haven't answered my question, Roger, she pressed, a hint of amusement laced in her voice. Were you enjoying the hot springs, or perhaps something, or someone else entirely? I held back a gulp, her words sending a shiver down my spine. I felt some kind of trap in her question. Was she implying I was sneaking around for a clandestine meeting? But considering how my recent days were, it shouldn't surprise me she made those assumptions. Taking a steadying breath, I decided on a more honest, yet evasive, approach. I had been enjoying the hot springs on my own. Lord Rob granted me that. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by a sardonic smile. Rob, is it? She drawled, her voice dripping with skepticism. Granting such a favor so quickly to a newcomer, a foreigner, some might find that curious, wouldn't you say? Her tone was laced with subtle skepticism, as if she was testing the waters to see how much I would divulge. Lord Rob just expressed the trust he has in me, I replied evenly, meeting Barbry's gaze with as much confidence as I could muster. And it is not a favor he gave me. I asked him if I could experience them, well aware he could have refused it due to my recent situation in his household or the fact it may have been a restricted area. Barbry's brows raised ever so slightly at my response, seemingly intrigued by my explanation. She leaned in slightly, her voice lowering. So, you asked him, did you? How bold of you, Roger Bacon. And what was your intention in seeking out the hot springs? A moment of relaxation, perhaps, or were you hoping for something more clandestine? It was clear that Lady Barbry was determined to uncover something, to test the boundaries of my loyalty and intentions. I knew I had to tread carefully, choosing my words wisely while displaying the truth when it wouldn't be abused in any manner by her. It was quite a game the two of us were playing. The 007 theme started to play in my head. Rather annoying as I did not want to be trying to seduce the lady at the moment. My intention was purely for relaxation. I replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. I don't know how much you heard of Whispers of the Day, but I had sparred twice, including Lord Rob himself. Barbry's dark eyes narrowed slightly at my response, her lips curling into a faint smile. Oh, I've heard plenty of whispers, she said, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. Rumors tend to spread like wildfire in Winterfell, especially after an eventful day such as yours. I sighed softly, unable to suppress the weariness that crept into my voice. I'm sure you heard a lot about that fight with how I brought down Gryff or that Lady Maedge saved me from being backstabbed by that sore loser whose ego had been bruised like a punch in the jaw. Barbry's smile widened slightly at my remark, a glint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Indeed, I did hear about that, she admitted, her tone tinged with mild amusement. It seems your skills have garnered quite a bit of attention, Roger Bacon. I looked at her with a serious and dubious glance. You and I are well aware my skills are not what created the attention, but the fact that I took a risk to challenge a son of a northern house when I'm now part of the Stark household, even if it was within my rights to do so. Barbry's gaze seemed to sharpen as she listened to my words, her amusement fading slightly. Yes, it was certainly a bold move on your part, she acknowledged. But tell me, Roger Bacon, why did you feel the need to take such a risk? What compelled you to challenge a guest of House Stark within Winterfell? I raised an eyebrow to her question. I'm sure you've heard the why with the rumors or anyone you spoke with. But I'll answer you nevertheless because I'm not really in mind games and I'm very amateurish and dull at courting or flirting, I answered with a slight boldness in my last words. Barbry's lips quirked into a half smile at my response, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Very well, Roger Bacon, she said. I'll indulge your straightforwardness. Do tell me, why did you feel compelled to challenge Gryff Whitehill within Winterfell? And please, spare no details. A part of me was wary of her desire to know it, at least from my own words, and part of me was amused against myself for what seemed to be some eagerness and desire to know. While I shouldn't assume, I was certain Barbry wasn't the kind to be a gossiper. And I knew she was someone with a strong mind despite the whole bitterness and resentment trapping her. Well, I replied while taking my time to answer her, Gryff Whitehill insulted Lord Gregor Forrester's squire and me after a spar. Sir Tallheart's son, Benfred, challenged Gryff to the duel, but I decided to take the fight because it concerned me. After all, I know how laying down could be considered as being craven here and I wasn't going to let Benfred Tallheart fight for me when it could have created new issues or even feuds. And I'm fully aware my presence raises questions, especially about my ties with the Starks or my origins. Barbry's expression softened slightly at my words, a flicker of understanding crossing her features. I see, she murmured, her tone thoughtful. So it was a matter of honor and principle, then. Admirable qualities, to be sure. I nodded, feeling a sense of relief at her understanding. Indeed, I confirmed, a small smile playing on my lips. I may be new to Winterfell, but I understand the importance of standing up for what is right, regardless of the consequences. Barbry regarded me for a moment longer, her dark eyes searching. Then she straightened slightly, her demeanor becoming more composed. Thank you for sharing your reasons, Roger, she said, her voice carrying a note of respect. It sheds light on your character and motivations, and I must say, I find them intriguing. I met her gaze steadily, returning her nod with a small inclination of my head. You're welcome, Lady Barbry, I replied, my tone sincere. As much as I was vigilant and wary of her presence, that didn't mean I couldn't display my sincerity and respect, especially when it was due and legitimate. A thoughtful silence fell between us for a moment, broken only by the soft crackle of the torch behind her. Barbry's gaze drifted upwards, seemingly lost in thought. She then turned back to me, a question forming on her lips. And speaking of consequences, Roger, she began, her voice low and thoughtful. Have you considered the potential repercussions of your actions? Gryff Whitehill may not take kindly to his defeat, and the Whitehills are known for holding grudges. Especially against those they see as outsiders. Her question gave me pause. I hadn't necessarily considered the long-term implications of my duel with Gryff. Sure, I knew there was a chance he wouldn't be happy about losing, but I hadn't thought about the Whitehills potentially coming after me in some way. I hadn't truly considered that, Lady Barbry, I admitted after a moment's hesitation. I was more focused on standing up for what was right at that moment. Barbry's lips pursed slightly. A commendable impulse, she conceded. However, sometimes honor requires a touch of pragmatism as well. The North can be a harsh place, Roger. It's best to be prepared for all possibilities. She was right, of course. I needed to be more careful, to think not just about the immediate situation but also about the potential consequences of my actions. Thank you for your warning, Lady Barbry, I said sincerely. I will take your words to heart. I suppose I still have much to learn about navigating the intricacies of life in the North. A hint of a smile played on Barbry's lips again. Indeed you do, Roger Bacon, she replied. But you seem to be a quick learner. Just be mindful of the shadows, and those who lurk within them. I'll be careful, I said while furrowing my brows. But why do you care about that? I'm a stranger for you, not a highborn, someone to the service of House Stark. I trailed off, not wanting to comment on her resentment toward Eddard and to some extent his family, notably because that would put me in dangerous waters. The topic of her complex relations with the Starks wasn't really an open secret. More than ever I had the feeling she had something in her mind but I couldn't pinpoint what. Was it mere curiosity? Or was she trying to use me to reach the Starks unexpectedly? Even considering the fact she interrupted the uneasy discussion I had had with her father and Roose Bolton, I couldn't dismiss the possibility of a foul game. In other circumstances, I wouldn't mind discussing and interacting with a woman as I felt more at ease with them. Damn, between young people like Arya or Turnip, or the Mormont women, I was in a way more myself than in some other circumstances. But due to Barbry's backstory, I was always on the edge, torn apart between strong vigilance and being my usual self when interacting with her. Barbry's gaze flickered away from me for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, she turned back, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. We all have our reasons for looking after certain individuals, Roger, she said finally, her voice a low murmur. Some reasons are clear, others, not so much. Her answer did little to quell my unease. In fact, it only deepened the mystery. Was she genuinely concerned about me, or was there something else at play? Was she using this conversation as a way to get closer to the Starks, to glean some information through me? The thought sent a cold jolt through me. Despite my suspicions, however, I couldn't deny a flicker of something else in Barbry's eyes, a hint of vulnerability, a glimpse of a past hurt that she was keeping tightly guarded. Strangely, it made her seem less formidable, a little more human. Seeing that made me want to feel sympathetic to her, knowing where she was coming from and saddened, she was imprisoned by the past. Despite myself, the Central Park theme from 2005's King Kong came to my mind in this instant. Barbry's sharp eyes seemed to have caught the shift in my demeanor as her lips thinned slightly, a hint of suspicion returning to her gaze. Is something troubling you, Roger? She inquired. Hesitation gnawed at me. Should I voice my conflicting thoughts? A part of me wanted to maintain a courteous distance, to avoid getting tangled in whatever web Barbry was weaving. But another part, the more empathetic part, felt a strange urge to connect with this woman burdened by her personal misfortunes. Taking a deep breath, I met her gaze with a troubled expression. Lady Barbry, I began slowly, my voice barely above a whisper, each time you speak to me, there are moments when I feel empathy for you. Empathy? Barbry suggested, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Yes, I breathed, relieved to finally find the word I was searching for. When I look at you, I see a woman, strong and beautiful, yet trapped and weighed down by whatever torments you. I see the pain in your eyes, my lady, and it both affects me and stirs a deep desire within me to understand. A part of me felt bad as I knew full well what was gnawing at her. The loss of her husband, Rickard Stark, preventing her from marrying Brandon or Eddard, the first because he intended to marry his heir to Catelyn, the second probably because he saw the Roosewell as gold diggers while contributing to making her spoiled goods in matrimonial perspective. Idiotic and dogmatic traditions. And what saddened me more was the fact that like other people in Westeros, she let her bitterness and grief poison her heart and mind. Like Robert, like Baelish, like Viserys. So many people turned down and wrecked apart because of greed, dogmatic traditions, selfish needs, the temptation to dodge their personal pain. There was also the loss of her favorite nephew. There was no doubt that the poor boy was killed by the bastard ogre of the Boltons, Ramsay. And there was much suspicion that Ramsay had killed Barbri's sister as well. So much that contributed to this poor woman's pain. As dangerous and unpredictable as she was, Barbry was someone who paid a needless price because of others. Brandon, Rickard, Rhaegar, and Lyanna, Aerys, Arthur Dayne and his companions. They all contributed in one way or another to build this ground. While Eddard made the mistake of only returning her husband's horse, his part was the least wrong among others, but he was also the one who faced her and was still alive to take the blame. Barbry's gaze softened for a brief moment, a flicker of something akin to gratitude crossing her features. Then, she straightened again, a mask of composure settling back on her face. Your words are curious, Roger Bacon, she finally conceded, her voice a low murmur. Empathy. It is a rare thing to find here, especially for a foreigner in the unforgiving North. I held her gaze, trying to project sincerity and respect. The North may be harsh, Lady Barbry, I replied, but compassion knows no borders. All people feel pain, all people deserve understanding. A hint of a wry smile played on her lips for a fleeting moment. High ideals for a lowly foreigner, she remarked, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Though perhaps that's why you stand out so much from the rest. You are not like the others, content with their simple lot or craving for more than their position can offer. Perhaps, I admitted with a shrug, but everyone has their own story, Lady Barbry. Even a foreigner washing dishes in a northern castle. Her smile faded, replaced by a guarded expression. Indeed, she murmured, her gaze flickering away from me for a moment. And some stories are best left untold. Whatever is said here will remain between us, my lady, I said gently, hoping to ease her apprehension. I'm not a gossip monger. And I'm just a member of a household, not a knight or a lord. Whatever I would say wouldn't really matter for most people. Barbry's eyes narrowed slightly, searching mine for any hint of deception. After a long moment, she seemed to accept my sincerity. A faint sigh escaped her lips. You may be in service to the Starks, Roger, she said finally, her voice softer now, but you speak with a surprising eloquence for someone of your assumed station. Do you think everyone deserves respect, from the highest lord to the lowest servant? I consider every person, from the lowest rank to the highest, with the same regard, I answered honestly. I consider no one as an enemy but am not blind that some would consider me as such. I do not know what you want or desire with me, Lady Barbry, but in the end, it doesn't really matter as long as you do not see me as a threat. Her gaze held mine for a beat longer, then she gave a curt nod. Very well, Roger Bacon, she said, her voice regaining its usual strength. Perhaps you are more than just a foreigner in a borrowed skin. We shall see. With that, she turned and began to walk away, her black skirts whispering against the stone floor. Lady Barbry, I called out hesitantly, stopping her in her tracks. She turned back, a questioning eyebrow raised. Yes, Roger. I took a deep breath, wrestling with the urge to remain silent. You may be a formidable woman, Lady Barbry, I said finally, choosing my words carefully, but even the strongest walls can crumble under the weight of the past. You are not my enemy. Just a complicated person with scars beneath that facade. A flicker of emotion crossed her features, a complex mix of surprise, sadness, and perhaps even a hint of gratitude. Then, as quickly as it came, it was gone, replaced by her usual mask of composure. Or at least, I thought it was as her hips suddenly swayed slightly in a way that seemed entirely out of character. For a moment, I was speechless, caught off guard by this unexpected display of boldness. Was she toying with me? A blush crept up my neck, a mixture of confusion and something else, a warmth that I couldn't quite define, blossoming in my chest. Barbry's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile as if she reveled in my fluster. With that, she continued down the corridor, her black skirts whispering against the stone floor, leaving me wrestling with the unexpected encounter. I stood there for a moment longer, still stunned by her subtle move and the weight of the conversation settling on me. Despite the tension, a strange sense of connection lingered. Perhaps it was naive, but I couldn't help but feel a flicker of empathy for the woman beneath the stern exterior. Barbry Dustin was a product of her past, a woman hardened by loss and grief. Whether she would ever find peace, I didn't know. But one thing was certain, the North had a way of etching its mark on everyone who came within its grasp. And I, like Barbry, was no exception. A part of me was confused and uncertain by how the discussion had gone, even wary of how much she played me and how much she had been really affected by my words and manners. I really hoped I didn't create my personal headache with Barbry Dustin because that would make the situation very difficult. And was she doing this subtle move? Was it her way to have the final say? Was it her way to test me on another ground? I couldn't fathom why she was doing it, but I couldn't dismiss it. Whether it was a trick or a sincere gesture, it wasn't something depicted in canon. But I also knew that outside of her backstory and the peculiar circumstances in which she first appeared in the books didn't give much on her outside of her astute mind and the bitterness that had poisoned her mind. I had to consider I was both a stranger and a commoner from my words and to the service of the Starks. All those elements should be considered if I wanted to understand her intentions toward me, whether it was a political move to destabilize the Starks without sounding that way or sincere interest or both or something else. I chased away the thought as I decided to move forward to find Rob and have this discussion he was expecting with me. At least that would help me to think of something else instead of the accidental scene in the hot springs or this discussion. Talking with Rob to help him carve his own path was something that ignited the fire that could fuel my being. As I went to find Rob, I paused as I saw a portrait with a dire wolf on it. Seeing the wolf brought back the unpleasant feeling I had at the hot spring. Why was I having trouble getting that look on Tansy's face out of my head? An. 1 and here we go. A bit of exploring Winterfell and some unexpected occurrences. 2. This chapter was the result of the discussions between my beta reader and me, both in further exploring the settlement phase for the SI with mundane situations and to set up some elements for future plots, even if through unusual and unorthodox manner, or as some would say, perhaps gross manner. 3. Imagining the famous hot spring pools from Winterfell was interesting, and more importantly, it gave me a pretext to make some kind of ellipse through the use of songs. Or rather one song in different languages. I'm sure many would find very classical and corny, considering how Let It Go had been displayed by Disney since the release of Frozen, but it's a song that spoke to me a lot. And one I love so much that I knew the English, French, and Deutsch versions and have a preference for the Japanese one. So, having a display of 4 different parts of the song, but in the different versions I know and love, was an interesting way to show how much time went by. Besides, singing on my own is something I love. For the key moment, perhaps the most controversial one so far in that story, albeit fitting in an ASOIF context, is the accidental voyeur moment. For a reminder, Tansy is the young servant from House Bolton retinue who flirted and interacted shortly with Mark during the chapter where he attended the feast celebrating the return of Arya to Winterfell. So, you can already have some ideas on her, especially with her being with Theon. This scene not only serves for a potential setup, but also shows the discomfort of the SI and also what he thinks of Theon's lack of awareness on his actions. Some small clues present in that passage are courtesy of my beta reader. 5. And what better way to escape an uncomfortable moment to find another one of a different nature? The discussion with Barbry Dustin is a gimmick in a way decided through my discussions with my beta reader, but one I found interesting to explore because of the complexity of this character. And while she is resentful and bitter and dangerous, part of her life had been screwed because of others. For those who may not be familiar with that cultural element, in the past, when a woman, even more a woman from high social classes, slept with a man before marriage and didn't end up marrying him afterwards, she was considered as spoiled good. Many could mock Rob for breaking the deal with the phrase, but in a way, he was in the right, because Jane could have had trouble to find a husband if he hadn't married her. Only the context and the fact it is a ploy by Jane's mother to screw the Starks to help her liege lord in addition of the loose deal with the phrase and the social situation of the Westerlings contributed to make things worse. Barbry didn't have that chance or luxury. Would she have turned out differently if some of the events and situations she went through had gone differently? Perhaps, but that would have also depended upon how she would have reacted and handled those situations. Even if there are situations we can't predict or control, what matters is how we deal with it, as it could help us grow in the best or the worst way of ourselves. 6. In any case, I wanted to explore the ambiguities and complexities of Barbry Dustin throughout those encounters. And the fact it is mentioned she met Rob was a different way to develop her character as she is testing the young wolf. And considering that both Rob's parents are absent, to quote a phrase, while the cat's away the mice will play. Rob is a target for any of the lords who would want to test the next Warden of the North, after all. 7. Next time, a new discussion with Rob with some roller coasting moments. 8. Have a good reading. 71/roller coasting discussions. The walk toward the solar where Rob was supposedly at was quiet, but it allowed me to assuage the strange and uneasy discussion with Barbry Dustin. I wasn't keen to encounter the woman again. I rather interact with Arya, Turnip, Daisy, or even her mother than with the Lady of Barrowden. Are you sure you don't want to see those swinging hips and thighs of Lady Dustin again? Came Rob's teasing voice. I would have groaned, but it was better to think about that little detail, as it helped me forget about that disturbing look on Tansy's face. Yet as a person, perhaps I was biased towards Barbary. I knew I couldn't be complacent with her due to her complicated backstory. I was wondering why she came to Winterfell when in canon she ignored her liege lord's call. She had done the bare minimum to support Robb when he called for all his bannermen to fight the Lannisters. I scoffed at myself once again, as I wasn't sure that was exactly what happened in canon. Barbary Dustin was far subtler in expressing her resentment when she wasn't seizing the opportunity of the aftermath of the Red Wedding. But considering she also lost men because of that treachery despite being supposedly close to the Boltons, I wouldn't be surprised if she would have let the Manderleys turn all the fray in her vicinity into pies. I shivered when I pondered on that and immediately dismissed that dreadful thought. Yet I acknowledged that she would have done that, especially with the interactions I had with her in recent days. After all, she kind of warned one of the frays that the North remembers, meaning it could imply her. Pushing the unsettling thoughts aside, I decided to focus on the immediate task at hand, finding Robb and having that long-awaited discussion. Finally, I arrived before the heavy oak door of the solar, my heart pounding against my ribs. A sliver of uncertainty gnawed at me. Was Robb even there? A part of me was reasoning that he should be there, considering Barbary went to speak with him. Taking a deep breath, I banished the doubt. There was only one way to find out. With a light rap on the door, similar to how Anna knocked on Elsa's door in Frozen, I waited patiently. As I waited with bated breath, the melody of "Do You Wanna Build a Snowman" came across my mind. Even lyrics I invented came across my mind. Do you wanna hear my knowledge? Come on, let's go and tell. Robb's voice broke the stillness from within the room. Yes, he called out, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. Relief washed over me at the confirmation of his presence, grateful that I wouldn't have to search for him elsewhere in Winterfell. It's Roger, I replied. Even though I was alone in the corridor, I wouldn't dare say my true name when someone could accidentally eavesdrop. Enter, came Robb's reply, followed by the sound of papers being shuffled. Making sure my hammer was secured in my belt, I pushed the door open and stepped inside the solar. Robb stood at the far end, his posture relaxed yet attentive as he turned to face me, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Roger, he said, gesturing towards a chair across from him. Come in, have a seat. I approached the table, my boots thudding softly against the worn flagstones. As I settled into the chair, the scent of parchment and leather filled my senses, a familiar combination in this world of ravens and written messages. I set my hammer against my chair. How was your time in the hot springs? He asked. I felt a flush creep up my neck at his unexpected question. Thinking back on it was agreeable, but I also knew that the next time I visited them, I would never bathe in the spring where Theon and Tansy had been doing their dirty deeds. I held back a grimace at that thought, not wanting Robb to be intrigued and to lead to an embarrassing discussion. It was relaxing, thank you, my lord, I finally replied, trying to sound composed. And a remarkable place. Your ancestors knew how to choose the location to build Winterfell. Robb's expression softened with a hint of pride. They did indeed, he agreed, a small smile playing on his lips. The hot springs are a blessing, especially during the long, cold winters. I tilted my head in agreement, I can imagine why. Robb then asked with intrigue. Does your world have hot springs? It does, I answered while feeling some glee to share a piece of my own world with him, one that wouldn't put him in too much disarray. But no castles had been built on them. It is a rather thermal bath where people can swim and wash. Hot springs are reputed to be beneficial for health due to the elements within the water, not to mention the comfort of warm water. Really? And what elements are these? Came the response. I hesitated for a moment, unsure how many details I could divulge without overwhelming him. There are many, I said carefully. Minerals mainly from rocks and earth, and many of those have properties that can soothe muscles and aches. Robb nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Soaking in the hot springs after a long day of training certainly does seem to ease someone's stiffness. A comfortable silence settled between us for a moment, broken only by the crackling of the fire in the hearth. I stole a glance at Robb, studying his youthful face edged with the beginnings of worry. He was a young man burdened with a heavy responsibility, yet his eyes still held a spark of idealism. Looking a bit around the room, I noticed the absence of Grey Wind. Perhaps he was strolling with his siblings. So, I began cautiously, is there anything you would like to discuss? I'm sure you didn't want to speak about water properties when you asked for my presence after our spar. Robb's expression shifted slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes as he absorbed my words. Actually, he began, his voice steady yet tinged with intrigue, I had an unexpected visitor earlier. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his statement. Oh? Who might that have been? Robb leaned forward slightly, his gaze meeting mine. It was Gage, he revealed. He came to discuss a visit with my sister, his daughter, and you to Wintertown. I acquiesced to his words, glad that Gage managed to discuss the topic with Robb so quickly. Yes. We spoke about it in the morning, though I should mention the fact it was your sister's idea to visit to find spices for a recipe. Rob's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze thoughtful. Gage mentioned that when we discussed this project. He also told me about the presence of Arya and of his daughter alongside you. I tilted my head before asking, and, what is your final decision on the matter? I think you can make this visit in Wintertown. I almost did a dance after hearing his decision. I just knew Arya would be ecstatic at the news. Thank you, Rob, I replied, a grateful smile tugging at my lips. I won't let you down. Rob stared into the crackling fire. I wondered what was going on in his mind, but respected the silence both because of the protocol and because I didn't want to interfere with his solitary moment. And yet, I felt that Rob had more to discuss, something beyond the matter of Arya's visit to Wintertown. But as the moments stretched on, punctuated only by the crackling of the hearth, I took a breath and gathered my courage to venture, is that all? He looked at me, no. We need to discuss the whole matter of you getting into fights with my bannerman, he replied with a serious tone. I stood up uncertainly. You mean Gryff Whitehill? Or do you mean all those I sparred in the courtyard? Gryff Whitehill, he replied, I know that the other spars were friendly and that you answered a demand from them. But I can't help but wonder why you do that when we agreed that you needed to stay low for the time being. I sighed, aware that his concern was legitimate and fair. To be ho. No, that would imply I am hiding things from you. Rob looked at me with a bemused eye as if saying and you don't, which had the gift to unsettle me, feeling there was something else in his mind. I take a breath before answering. I didn't consider how a polyvalent approach would contradict the intent of staying low when I suggested you make me work in the kitchens for the time being. Rob was looking at me a bit confused. Polyvalent. I inwardly facepalmed myself as I realized I used a word not very common in Westeros. It means being able to do many things in different fields, having a diversity of skills not solely tied to one area. Rob tilted his head before saying, and you didn't consider it could bring you into trouble. I stayed steady, not wanting to feel more unsettled and fearing his disappointment. Ironic considering the age gap, I thought. Of course not. Just because I'm older than you and have a certain perspective doesn't mean I can't make mistakes, as much as I loathe making them. Rob's brows furrowed. You could have refused to fight or allowed someone else to do so. I held back a sigh. It wasn't my intent to fight Gryff Whitehill. While his words were irritating, it was my intent to stay low. But Benfred Tallheart demanded a duel on my behalf and I couldn't allow myself to see a feud between two of your bannermen start up when you needed everyone focused on the matter of the wildfire. Rob's expression shifted as he absorbed my explanation. The crackling of the fire filled the brief silence, its warm glow dancing on his thoughtful face. So, you did it to protect my bannerman from a feud and to defend your honor, he asked, leaning back slightly and folding his arms, the skepticism not entirely gone from his gaze. Yes, that's it, I replied, meeting his gaze with sincerity. Not only that, but I noticed that Sir Illifer was ready to act on my behalf. And while I appreciated both Benfred's move and Sir Illifer's intents, I didn't want any of them ending up badly hurt or worse, considering the lack of restraint and experience of the former and the age of the latter. As self-deprecating as it sounded, I felt that between a bannerman's son or a hedge knight and a mysterious commoner that arrived recently, the consequences wouldn't be the same. Rob shook his head, both in exasperation and appreciation. I appreciate what you wanted to do and I am grateful you wanted to avoid conflicts between my bannermen. But have you ever thought that in doing it, you challenged a highborn? And if you had lost, that House Whitehill would have to deal with me because they struck a member of my household? Have you thought of how Arya would have reacted if you had been hurt or killed? I winced at his words, remembering how Arya expressed her admiration, concern, and admonition for what I did. And knowing how she was when losing friends and loved ones, it wouldn't have been a good sight. And hearing Rob pointing out those possibilities was like having an icy shower dropped on me. I berated myself for having overlooked those facts while also reminding myself that I couldn't have considered them at the time. I felt guilty, uneasy, and a bit tense. I didn't, my lord. I was so focused on the problem that those notions didn't come to my mind. Arya already dressed me down on that matter and made me realize how lucky I had been against Gryff. But to quote a phrase from my homeland, hell is paved with good intentions. People will always make mistakes. Rob's gaze held steady on me as I finished my explanation. A long, measured breath left his lips. I understand your intentions, Roger, he began, his voice carrying a weight of consideration. But you must realize that when you step forward like that, you also carry Winterfell's honor, my father's name and now, my own. His voice softened slightly, though the firmness remained. I nodded, recognizing the truth of his words. I was reminded of the beginning of Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes' Romeo and Juliet, where the Montague boys are out and about declaring that the fight between the Montagues and Capulets is also fought through us their servants. I also thought of Lord Cornwallis's words to Tavington in The Patriot, you serve me and the manner in which you serve me reflect upon me. Thanks heaven I wasn't like that cruel sociopathic person Tavington was, especially when a place like Westeros would be the perfect mold for such people to thrive like demonic monsters or warlords. I can see that now. I acted out of instinct, but I know I should have considered the broader consequences. My actions, well-meaning as they might have been, could have ended badly. I confessed. Rob seemed to consider this for a moment, his gaze drifting to the fire. He was silent, thoughtful, almost as if wrestling with a decision. Then, finally, he spoke again, his eyes narrowing slightly as they returned to mine. Do you know what Arya said after your fight? He asked quietly. No, my lord, I replied honestly, stopping myself from gulping. I mean, yes, considering she spoke to me, but I didn't know she spoke to you about it. Well, she was both impressed and furious, Rob said, a small, rueful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. She said you were as reckless as Grey Wind when he chases a scent, and that I should have given you a better warning to keep out of trouble. The mental image of Arya lecturing him with such passion nearly made me chuckle. Was she standing on a chair, looking her brother in the eye? But I kept my expression serious, nodding in acknowledgement. I wouldn't expect less from Arya. She's quite perceptive and protective, even if she doesn't always show it that way. Rob leaned back, studying me with an intensity that left little room for misinterpretation. You see, Roger, what concerns me isn't just the risks you were taking for yourself, he continued. You've earned a place here, whether you realize it or not. Arya trusts you, and by extension, so do others. But that also means if anything were to happen to you, he paused, the words catching slightly as he ran a hand through his hair. If anything happened, it would be more than just your loss. I felt a pang of guilt mixed with a strange warmth at his words. I understand, I softly replied. I won't take such risks so lightly again. Rob's expression softened, the hard lines around his mouth easing. Good. Because I can't afford any more unknowns, he said, though his voice was gentler now. And don't worry about the Whitehill, I already warned them about what would happen if they ever do anything to you. A quiet settled over us, the air thick with unspoken understanding. Rob's shoulders eased slightly as he leaned back, his fingers running over the carved wolf's head on the chair. You know, it's rather unusual to hear someone admit to overlooking such matters so freely, he said finally, cutting off silence. I offered a slight, self-deprecating smile. In my experience, my lord, pretending to be infallible only leads to greater mistakes. And while I understand the importance of maintaining proper decorum, especially given our respective positions, I believe honesty serves us better in private conversations such as this. Indeed, Rob replied, rising from his seat to pace near the hearth. The movement seemed to help him process his thoughts. And speaking of honesty, there's something else that's been weighing on my mind. I waited, watching as he gathered his thoughts. The crackling fire filled the silence between us. Do you remember our first discussion? His question caught me off guard, his tone carrying a hint of something more serious. My brows furrowed in thought as I nodded slowly. I do. Just because I've been very busy in recent days, doesn't mean I forgot that kind of discussion, even less when I have a good memory. Rob's reaction was subtle, a flicker of acknowledgement crossing his features. Good, he replied, his voice measured. Because there's something I need to discuss with you. Unease settled in my stomach as I braced myself for what was to come. Why do you ask? I inquired cautiously. Rob's next words confirmed my suspicions, his voice tinged with urgency. I'm aware you promised to reveal who pushed Bran, but I can't wait any longer. I sighed inwardly, knowing this conversation was inevitable but dreading it nonetheless. My lord, you know I can't tell you now, I admitted, trying to remain steady under his penetrating gaze. His reaction was immediate, a mixture of frustration and impatience evident in his expression. Why not? He pressed, his voice edged with tension. Is it because you don't trust me? Because it is a matter of timing. I still understand your desire and that you mean well, but I also know that the moment I reveal that information, you will be tempted to immediately inform your father at King's Landing, I explained carefully. And every big player there would know rather quickly, and that could lead to big trouble for everyone, especially your father and your sister. Saying those words, I thought again about the fates of Eddard and his household in King's Landing because of the revelations. I had a headache thinking that the situation had changed so swiftly in some weeks because of my actions and words. Thank God I wasn't a control freak like I used to be, because I would likely have a breakdown due to the fact I couldn't foresee what could happen next. And considering how I could turn when I felt everything was going out of control, that would have been messy. Rob's jaw clenched, frustration evident in the way his knuckles turned white as they tightened around the armrest of his chair. But you know what happened, and if we have proof, he began, his voice tight with barely suppressed anger. I held up a hand, interrupting him before he could get too worked up. Hold on, Rob, I said gently, but firmly. What kind of proof are you talking about? If what happened to your brother had occurred in my world, then perhaps you would have ways to pinpoint who had pushed him. Here? All you have is one golden hair and the fact that the queen and her brother weren't on the hunting trip with your father and the king that day. And that was circumstantial evidence, not enough to incriminate them or even to prove who did the deed. Do you really want to accuse Cersei or Jaime Lannister of trying to kill your brother based only on that? Rob's reaction was swift, a mixture of frustration and realization crossing his features. So, you know Mother's suspicions are true, he said, his voice tinged with urgency. I do, I admitted, in a low murmur. But accusing someone, especially someone as powerful as Cersei Lannister, without solid proof is a recipe for disaster. Remember your uncle Brandon? He barged into the Red Keep demanding Rhaegar's head with even less proof and died for it at the hands of the Mad King, not to mention the fact his actions led to his father's death the same day he was killed. A flicker of pain crossed Rob's features at the mention of his late uncle and grandfather. He knew I was right, but that didn't make it any easier for him to swallow. I just want justice for Bran, he said, his voice barely a whisper. And you will get it, I assured him, meeting his gaze with a sincerity that I hoped would penetrate his anger. But right now, we need a plan, a well-thought-out strategy. Accusing anyone, especially the Lannisters, without proof could make the situation worse for everyone, especially for your father and Sansa. I took a deep breath, preparing to show how revealing too much to him now would do more harm than good. If I reveal to you the truth or even confirm whatever suspicion you have, you would have to tell your bannermen that your brother may have been pushed by a member of the most powerful and destructive houses in the Seven Kingdoms. And then guided by righteous anger, you would go to war against the Lannisters, which would put your house and the whole North in the role of aggressor, even more as you would have no proof to show. The only thing you would obtain wouldn't be justice, but at best the embarrassment of your family and you being depicted as a madman. At worst there is a civil war within the Seven Kingdoms with your father, your sister, and even your mother caught in the crossfire and possibly killed in retaliation. And this is not even considering Tywin Lannister, who would be determined to render your house to the state of the Tarbecks and reign for your bloody stunt, and he would be once in the right. At least in the views of the people of Westeros. Robb remained silent, absorbing my words. I could see the conflict warring within him, the desire for justice and vengeance battling against the need for caution and strategy. It was a heavy burden for a young lord to bear, but I knew he had to make the right choices for the sake of his family and his people. He finally stammered, his voice trailing off. He seemed to deflate slightly, the fight momentarily draining out of him as he slumped back in his chair, his hand running through his hair in frustration. I hadn't considered all of that, he admitted. Look, I said gently, I understand your anger, your need for justice. But trust me, there's a way to get it. Once your mother is back here, I'll tell you about who did the deed, as we need as many minds as we can get to tackle that issue without putting your house or the whole realm at risk. You promise? He asked, his voice wavering slightly. I promise, I replied firmly, meeting his gaze with determination. All right, he conceded, his voice heavy with defeat. But you better be right about this, Mark. My family deserves justice, and I won't wait forever. He said, slipping up and using my real name. I instinctively looked around to be sure there were no prying eyes around. A part of me was wary as I knew his suspicions of the Lannisters had been strengthened by the quarrel, even though I didn't outright tell him that. I knew I needed to show him why planning and thinking out the implications of any move was crucial, especially in the case of his brother being pushed, even more so now that Jaime had been pardoned. I however knew that harming the host lord's son when you were his guest was a grave wrong and a total disrespect of the guest's rights from those who asked for bread and salt. A part of me wondered how to tackle the perilous issue of why Jaime did that without falling directly into the most problematic revelations, considering my personal reservations on the issue of the parentage of Cersei's children or the fact I would never present the sword or the rope that would end their lives or made them miserable and outcasts, especially Tommen and Myrcella. No matter how easy it was, children weren't responsible for the crimes of their parents, especially when they suffered as much as anyone else. You sound like Oberyn, came a sultry voice that sounded like Indira Varma, Elaria Sand's actress. Damn, that mess was now a level higher than in canon. Somehow I felt like Julian Assange and others when they dropped revelations in a bombshell manner. Those people might be well-intended, but their obsession with transparency of the authorities also made me wary of their methods because all they were managing to cause backlashes. Not to mention opportunistic possibilities were made for those who would love to see their rivals weakened, even when they were worse when it came to corruption and greed. Taking a breath to chase away those thoughts, I considered how to tackle the current discussion to help Robb to have further grasp on the issues of his demands. And considering the topic he brought back, my memory brought back something I knew would make him understand in a far more concrete manner why the delivery of information was as crucial as acting on it. Would you like to know why I told your father about Joffrey being behind the catspaw sent to murder Bran? Robb shifted in his seat, his expression a mix of curiosity and resignation. Yes, he replied, his voice subdued. It is tied to what happened in the stories about your world, I began, choosing my words carefully. And it's about an event I'm sure has likely happened by now, even with the wildfire revelation. Rob's brows furrowed at my words as he leaned forward. What event? He asked, his voice firm but not unkind. I nodded, taking another breath to collect my thoughts. When your mother first arrived in King's Landing, she was discovered by both Varys and Peter Baelish, I began, keeping my voice low and even. Both men have extensive networks of spies, and your mother, well, she's not exactly hard to recognize. Rob let out a snort of humor at that, a flicker of his old spirit returning for a brief moment. A part of me was glad he let some steam off with how tense our discussion had been, but I focused on what I was about to say. Baelish took her in, I continued, officially to protect her from those who might wish your house harm. He also, however, provided her with information about the dagger used against Bran. He claimed it was once his, lost to Tyrion Lannister in a wager. Your mother assumed it was Tyrion that sent the catspaw. So when Baelish brought your father to see your mother, she not only informed him of what happened in Winterfell but also relayed the revelation made to her by the man. Rob frowned, his brow furrowing in concentration. But Tyrion presented a new saddle design for Bran. Why would he? He suddenly stopped, his brow furrowing in thought as if he was pondering my words. Are you saying that Baelish misled my parents by framing Tyrion Lannister? I am, I said, nodding. Your mother trusted Baelish. He was a childhood friend of hers and the one who kept her presence in King's Landing a secret, only allowing your father to meet with her after his arrival. And since your father trusts your mother and that she trusts Baelish, he trusted his word, at least in the stories. Rob leaned back in his seat, his expression thoughtful. But why would Baelish do that? What does he gain from framing Tyrion? 3 reasons, Rob, I replied, counting them off on my fingers. First, Tyrion was far in the north when your parents received this information. There was no way for your parents to check the facts with him. And even if they wanted to send a message to inform you, by the time you receive it, Tyrion might have already left Winterfell, not to mention that Baelish pointed out that Tyrion would deny the fact, which is true regardless of the truth of his innocence or guilt. Rob grimaced, likely picturing the impish dwarf and how he would have reacted. Second, I continued, Tyrion is widely seen as a weak target within the Lannister family, not only because of him being a dwarf but also thanks to some people in his family. You had likely noticed he had only 2 guards, hadn't you? That's courtesy of his father, but in doing so, he made his son easy prey for anyone who would want to make him a scapegoat or a victim, though some people of mind would say that is perhaps Tywin's intent to make his son disappear, which isn't something I wouldn't be surprised about. Considering how obsessed the man is to retrieve Jaime Lannister, even though the King's Guard's oaths are like those of the Night's Watch. Old obsessive moron, I inwardly thought, once again considering how a dangerous fool Tywin was. His sigil should have been a blind badger digging deeper into its grave with so much emphasis that the hole could swallow anyone around. As Rob processed my words, his brows furrowed deeper, indicating his growing understanding. And the 3rd reason? He prompted, his voice filled with a mix of curiosity and frustration. The 3rd reason, I replied, is power. By framing Tyrion, Baelish is expecting to sow further discord between your house and House Lannister. The man thrives in chaos, as chaos provides him with opportunities to rise and manipulate those around him. By creating a divide between your house and the Lannisters, he strengthens his own position and increases his influence. Rob's expression hardened, his jaw set with determination. If what you say is true, then Baelish is a dangerous man. He is, I confirmed, everyone dismissed him or ignored him because he is a minor lord. But the man is over-ambitious because of his position and because he felt personal injustice. And he has personal reasons to resent your house, reasons that fuel his desire to sow discord. Intrigue flickered in Rob's eyes. Personal reasons. Let's just say he held a rather significant torch for your mother back when he was fostered at Riverrun, I revealed, keeping my voice neutral. So much so that he challenged your uncle Brandon when he arrived to see Lady Catelyn. Your uncle of course defeated him, but because your mother intervened on his behalf to avoid him being accidentally killed, Baelish took it as some kind of token of her affection. Rob's eyes widened in surprise, and his expression shifted from curiosity to a mix of disbelief and understanding. Wait, you mean? Baelish has been manipulating events all this time because of his feelings for my mother? That's beyond twisted. I nodded solemnly. Indeed, Baelish's actions have been driven, at least in part, by his obsession with your mother. His desire for power, revenge, and influence has clouded his judgment and led him down a treacherous path. He saw an opportunity to exploit your parents' trust in him and manipulate them for his own gain. Silence descended upon the room, thick and heavy. Rob clenched his fists and was looking for words, processing this new information. So, you told father about Joffrey to prevent him from being misled? He finally asked, his voice literally growling. That's one reason, yes, I admitted. There were 2 other reasons, though. The first one was to make him wary of Baelish and to prevent being snared in his manipulations. And that he is also behind the death of Jon Arryn to create the conditions for a conflict between the Lannisters and the Starks, I inwardly added, even though I wouldn't mention that as it wasn't relevant in the current discussion. Rob acquiesced his head in understanding as he was trying to calm down. And the second reason, he asked. It is tied to the hope I could have reached Winterfell before Tyrion's arrival. But alas, the 2 ambushes your sister and I faced delayed us so much that we encountered Tyrion after he left Winterfell, I answered, feeling again the regret, the dread, and the anger of not having been able to reach Winterfell faster. Inwardly, I cursed Cersei and myself at the same time for this shortcoming. Rob's gaze sharpened with interest. And what reason is that? I was hoping that if I had arrived at Winterfell before Tyrion, I would have been able to prevent you from treating Tyrion with such coldness and disrespect, I admitted. No matter whether his family was implied or not to be behind Bran's fall or even the assassination attempt, you let your feelings overcome the duty and hospitality you should have displayed at the moment. Not only was that disrespectful and spoke ill of your house's sense of hospitality, but to quote a saying from my homeland, Tyrion benefited from the presumption of innocence. Rob was both unnerved by the reminder of his failings as a lord that day with Tyrion and intrigued by the notion I presented. Presumption of innocence. It means that until concrete proofs are presented, any person is considered innocent of the deed they are accused of, I elaborated. Understanding dawned on Rob's face. So, if I had been more composed, Tyrion would have likely stayed a bit longer at Winterfell before departing south, I finished. Not to mention the fact he wouldn't have assumed something happened in Winterfell or that it might be tied to his house. Rob looked surprised and disturbed. Really? That's the strongest possibility, considering who he is, I answered. He may be a dwarf, but he drove through his mind and he has learned how to read people to determine their potential intent or interests. His expression softened, and he let out a sigh. I see. I acted rashly that day, and I regret it. I should have shown more composure and extended the presumption of innocence to Tyrion. It was a mistake on my part. It's understandable, I reassured him. You were fueled by anger and suspicion, and it clouded your judgment. But recognizing our mistakes is a sign of growth and wisdom. Learn from this experience, and strive to be a fair and just leader. Rob nodded, a determined look in his eyes. I will. But how does letting him stay here longer have anything to do with Baelish lying to my parents? I took a deep breath, realizing the gravity of what I was about to reveal. What I'm about to tell you is the event from the story that I had hoped to prevent in delaying Tyrion. You see. Your mother left King's Landing and rode back to the north. She made a stop by an inn, hoping no one would recognize her. Rob's expression tightened, sensing the weight of the revelation. And did someone recognize her? Unfortunately, I said with a sigh, by the worst of coincidences, Tyrion arrived in the inn shortly after your mother and recognized her. And considering he had been told by people, including your friend Theon, that she was sick, he was wondering why she was there. Rob's eyes widened in shock, and his voice trembled with a mixture of concern and anger. You're saying that Tyrion encountered my mother on her way back to the north? What happened? In the stories, I nodded solemnly while reminding him it wasn't something that happened. Hopefully, I inwardly added. I took another breath, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. Your mother was dealing with a situation with only bad choices and worsened by the fact she believed Tyrion to be behind the murder attempt on Bran. She however knew that if she did nothing, she would have brought her husband and her daughters in potentially grave danger and would let the man she believed to be guilty move free. She decided to arrest Tyrion on her own initiative, relying on the presence of knights of her father's bannermen to make it sound official. Rob's jaw clenched, and his hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword hanging at his hip. The color had drained completely from his face, replaced by a cold fury and disarray. I couldn't imagine what was going on in his mind, but I felt it was a terrible turmoil. No. He finally choked out, his voice barely a whisper. Yes. I said softly. The moment Tywin hears his son has been captured, he goes into his stupidly predictable mood. He sent Gregor Clegane to raid the Riverlands in retaliation and in the hope of attracting your father to capture him as a hostage. And that situation, added to other factors, contributed to creating the conditions of a terrible war that wrecked Westeros and your family. Rob slammed his fist on the armrest of the chair, the sound echoing through the silent room. 7 hells! He roared, his voice raw with a mixture of anger, regret, and despair. I winced at his outburst, but I understood. He was a young man burdened with a heavy responsibility, and the perspective he would doom his own family because of his mistakes was pressing down on him. A part of me wanted to put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him, but I couldn't do that, unwilling to interfere with his personal space. But I couldn't let him sink into despair when I was responsible for the situation. Do not fret about something that may not happen. Arya is here and not at King's Landing. And while I wasn't able to arrive in time to delay Tyrion's departure, there is still hope. With the wildfire revelation, your mother would have likely left King's Landing quicker than in the stories, I finally said, trying to offer a sliver of hope. And considering the ambushes your sister and I faced, she might have heard of them in one way or another and would rush to come back at Winterfell to ensure Arya is safe and all right. Rob's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. You think there's a chance my mother will return to Winterfell? It's a possibility, I replied, carefully choosing my words. Given the circumstances and the urgency to protect Arya, it's likely that your mother would have made haste to return home. She may have taken precautions along the way to avoid detection. Rob's grip on the armrest of the chair loosened slightly, and he leaned forward, his voice filled with anticipation. Then we must be prepared for her return, he declared, his voice firm. And we must ensure that Winterfell is ready to weather whatever storm may come. I acquiesced in approval. Good. Let's just hope the only storm we have to deal with now is the issue of the wildfire. And that potential civil war and the inevitable coming of the White Walkers as soon as possible, I inwardly thought. Silence stretched between us for a while, the weight of the impending storm palpable in the air. I pondered a bit and remembered that Barbary told me she encountered Rob earlier in the day. That allowed me to discuss some topics and to help him to plan some ideas. Speaking of preparing for the storm, I began, I assume you have already interacted with some of your bannermen. Rob nodded, his eyes flickering with a mix of weariness and resolve. Yes, I've been meeting with them, discussing our next steps and preparing the great gathering to discuss the wildfire problem. Good, I replied, offering a nod of approval. Communication is crucial, even more so for rulers. You may be part of a very ancient house, but you should know that power is a concrete illusion. Rob looked intrigued by my words, his brow furrowing slightly in thought. What do you mean by that? While you can affect a lot of things and people with power, I explained, it also relies on the support you can have from the people you are ruling, very often through influential people but sometimes both with influential people and numerous crowds. Rob's expression remained thoughtful. The North is different, he said carefully. The houses here are fiercely loyal to the Starks. True, I conceded. But why do the northern houses hold so much loyalty towards your house after all this time? Rob looked at me a bit confused. We have fought together for generations, protecting each other from threats both within and beyond the wall, Rob answered with certainty while looking at me as if daring me to question his belief. Exactament, I said with a triumphant voice. He looked at me a bit confused but also proud. I agreed with him on the matter. What you have just said is at the core of why your house earned the loyalty of the other houses. Your ancestors managed to build up their legitimacy as a ruling house both by submitting their rivals like the Boltons and by offering protection and support to others, like the Mormonts. They knew how to balance firmness and mercy in regards to the situation, not hesitating to topple houses that were a clear threat to them and the stability of the North, delivering by the same occasion clear messages. Rob nodded thoughtfully, a hint of understanding dawning in his eyes. That's true. My father always taught me the importance of justice and mercy in ruling. Exactly, I affirmed. That's what your ancestors did with the Grey Starks and the Boltons. They erased the first but showed mercy to the second. In doing so, they showed they weren't neither pushovers nor blind-sided bloodthirsty idiots. I then continued, however, just because your ancestors managed to build up that legitimacy doesn't mean you should rest on it. Legitimacy is a perpetual construction that is either fortified or weakened by your actions. A flicker of recognition crossed Rob's face. His eyes widened slightly as if my words had unearthed some memory. My father said something similar once, he admitted. He spoke of the weight of responsibility and the importance of every decision. Then you have even more reason to understand why it is something you should always remember, I declared with conviction. The way you handle situations and how you handle your own missteps and mistakes is where the difference between building up your legitimacy as a leader or destroying it or worse threatening the legacy you embody. As I spoke, a horrifying image flashed through my mind, a vision of Rob being slaughtered with his men at the Red Wedding. I felt a strong pit in my stomach at that reminder and my breath was strained for a short instant as I thought about what brought that fate into the canon. So much would have to be said to Rob at one point to emphasize the lessons his father and his advisors imparted to him and to offer him a new perspective on the matter. Rob's brow furrowed slightly at my words. Fair enough, he conceded after a thoughtful pause. But how can I be sure I'm always making the right decisions? You can't, I admitted honestly. No one can. But what you can do is learn from your mistakes. You now know how crucial it is to think carefully before acting or making a decision. Analyze the situation, consider the potential consequences, and most importantly, listen to your advisors and the people you lead. Once again Roose Bolton came to mind. However, this time I envisioned Rob listening to the Leech Lord and not losing men or certain battles. Making mistakes is not a problem in itself, I added, hoping to ease the tension that seemed to be building. Everyone makes mistakes. It's how you handle them that matters. Learn from them, Rob. Bounce back from them. Rectify what you can, and use them as opportunities to grow as a person and as a leader. Rob seemed to ponder my words for a moment, his expression thoughtful. So, I need to learn from my mistakes and adapt my actions accordingly. Precisely, I affirmed, a relieved smile playing on my lips. It seemed I was getting through to him. Your father, for instance, is known for his wisdom and his ability to make difficult decisions with fairness and justice in mind. People respected him not just for his lineage or his honorable reputation but for his actions and the way he treated them. As I said those words, I was thinking of the fandom elements and the fanfiction stories that managed to depict him fairly without falling into the predictable cliché of the honorable fool that knew nothing of the political field or the coward hiding himself behind his honor when it concerned Jon. I scoffed at the notion. Even if he made mistakes with Jon, the refusal to groom him as a future king wasn't one for many reasons, most of them tied to the issue of legitimacy and of course to the idiocy of Rhaegar and Lyanna. If Lyanna did willingly flee with Rhaegar, did she really think that her father would accept with open arms her so-called elopement with a man who was already married and having children when she was betrothed to another man? As flawed as the matrimonial system was, Lyanna and Rhaegar's situation was problematic, no matter how you presented it. They literally created the conditions of a second matrimonial slight to the Baratheons. Didn't Rhaegar read up on his family or did he just ignore or forget that his family nearly faced a Baratheon uprising during his great-grandfather's time? Moron. A thoughtful expression settled on Robb's face as he pondered my words. He always said that a ruler needs to listen to his advisors, but in the end, the final decision is his, he recalled, his voice tinged with a touch of sadness. Indeed, I agreed, but a wise ruler also knows how to choose his advisors carefully. Surrounding yourself with people who will tell you the truth, even when it's not what you want to hear, is crucial. Yes, men will only sing praises to their lord, but true advisors will point out potential flaws in a plan or a decision, offering alternative solutions or highlighting potential risks. Robb considered this for a moment, his jaw clenched in thought. He looked at me, a question flickering in his blue eyes. You think you can be one of those advisors, Mark? I looked at the young man with a confident and firm glance but also felt moved by his question, considering how the discussion had passed through nearly all the shades of emotion and tension. I felt it was some kind of test as a straightforward answer, while expected, could also be the sign I was lurking for such an opportunity, which was in a way true and yet I disliked the idea as it sounded too opportunistic. Taking a breath, I finally replied, I hope I can be one day for your family, for your father and you. I may not have experience in the ways of Westeros, but I can offer a different perspective, a fresh set of eyes, as long as your father and you accept me and trust me. Your family's trust is far more important to me than trying to give you all the advice in the world. Robb regarded me silently for a moment, his gaze searching. Then, a small smile tugged at the corners of his lips. I appreciate your honesty, Maharaja. He said quickly, correcting himself. If you're willing to offer your perspective and advice, then I would be glad to have you as one of my advisors. Thank you, my lord. I added with my voice having a mix of serious tone and amusement, but obviously, we can't do that now with all the northern houses present. Can you imagine how your father's bannermen would react if they saw me, a foreigner now working as a mere scullion giving you advice as if I were Maester Luwin? That would be ridiculous and problematic for both of us. You can't imagine how many rulers were discredited or fell because they started to rely on people that weren't of the expected status, no matter how competent or not those people were. For a moment an image of Robb knighting me in front of the northern lords went through my mind. I could see Lud Whitehill frothing at the mouth as I then stood up and gave him the finger. Robb's face flushed slightly, a flicker of amusement battling with a touch of embarrassment for a moment. He cleared his throat, running a hand through his auburn hair. You're right, he conceded with a sheepish grin. I was a bit amused by his reaction but held back my reaction. As much as I wanted to interact that way with Robb, I needed trust to be certain between us and I didn't want to make reactions that would have sounded misplaced. But if we keep on having those discussions in the current time, perhaps I can deliver some insight that can open you some perspective and possibilities, I ventured cautiously, choosing my words carefully. Relief washed over Robb's features. That would be excellent, Mark, he said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. Thank you. By the way, I began cautiously, after a few moments of silence. Have you considered how you plan to address the upcoming gathering of the Northern Lords? Robb straightened in his seat, his expression turning serious. I have, he replied curtly. I plan to be completely transparent with them. I will need their support if we are to find a way to deal with it and to help Father. I nodded with great approval. Excellent, I praised him genuinely. But also use this gathering to learn how to interact with your bannermen and what it means to rule and lead. Speak with them about their current situation and consider how to answer issues in which you can help without interfering with their own authority or needlessly burdening yourself. Discuss with them about the situation in the north and the realm to reflect upon what you could do for the future and what it can teach you about forming yourself as the next lord in the north. Robb pondered my words for a moment, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. You make a good point, he finally admitted. I haven't really thought about it that way before. I suppose I was so focused on the immediate problems that I hadn't considered the bigger picture, or how I could use this gathering to learn and grow as a leader. Exactly, I affirmed, a smile playing on my lips. This can be a valuable opportunity for you. Not just to address the wildfire issue, but to establish yourself as a capable leader in the eyes of your bannermen. As loyal as they are, they will test you as much as you are testing me, perhaps even more, considering the expectations they would have on you being the next Warden of the North. A new silence settled between us, but it was a comfortable one, devoid of tension or uncertainty. It seemed we had reached a mutual understanding, and I was relieved by that. Quarreling was tiring and not really helpful for anyone, especially for someone who disliked conflict and tried to be understood. As the silence lingered, I felt a question bubbling within me, one that I couldn't help but voice. "Do you want to speak of something else?" I asked gently, watching Rob closely for his reaction. Rob's expression softened, and he shook his head slightly. "No, Roger. Thank you for your insights," he replied, his tone appreciative. "All right. Then I'll join back the kitchens," I said, rising from my seat. "I'm certain Gage would want to speak to me on the incoming visit at Wintertown, considering you validated it." Rob nodded, understanding evident in his eyes. "Yes, that sounds like a good idea. And thank you again, Roger." Before I turned to leave, one last question lingered on my mind. "Is your sister aware of your decision?" I asked, curious about Arya's perspective on the matter. Rob's expression shifted, a mix of concern and reassurance crossing his features. "Yes, she knows," he answered. "I've spoken with her about it." I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Arya's reaction. "Good," I remarked with a smile. "I'm glad she isn't here, or I bet she would have jumped to hug me in joy." Rob chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Well, she would certainly be excited," he agreed. Then, his expression turned serious. "Keep an eye on her when Gage, and you visit Wintertown. I want to ensure she's safe." "Don't worry," I assured him, my tone earnest. "While I'm sure nothing wrong will happen there, Gage and I won't let anything happen to your sister. If anyone is foolish enough to do that, I promise you they will regret it." Rob's expression softened with gratitude. "Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it." With that, I offered him a nod in return before making my way out of the room, taking my hammer with me. A part of me felt nevertheless exhausted by the discussion, considering the whole set of topics that had been discussed and the near disaster I almost encountered due to the issue of Bran's fall. A part of me prayed that Catelyn Stark would arrive soon in Winterfell, as I wasn't keen to see her acting in the dark because I requested her husband and because of unexpected incidents that would delay her return. I scoffed at my own apprehensions as it wouldn't help me. As much as I was apprehending encountering her due to her traditional mindset and her overprotective streak, I knew she was an important person to consider and that she could be of relevant advice to her son in the context of Winterfell. As I was moving through the corridors to join the entrance of the Great Keep and the courtyard, my mind then turned to the fact I would soon visit Wintertown. A part of me was giddy and eager to the prospect, and yet my cautious side was also pounding, as the presence of Arya and of Turnip coming along on the visit could bring unexpected incidents due to the presence of the Northern Lords and their retinues. If it were normal times, I wouldn't be too wary of incidents happening, but with some of the lords and people there being unsavory to say the least, I couldn't dismiss the possibility of unfortunate incidents, especially when considering my own situation and how some people could assume I would be easy picking, though that might not be the case after the fight against Gryff Whitehill. An. 1 And we here are. The third official discussion between Rob and the SI. 2 This one had different layers because of the different stakes and issues, and I feel that a discussion can sometimes diverge from one topic to another. It also allows to explore the dynamic and the way both characters interact, not to mention setting up an incoming event. And with many references, especially to some canonical characters, I don't hesitate to take, once again, some digs at them. My beta reader added some cool elements, including fleshing out one detail about the sigil comment. 3 It was amusing and interesting to start with the hot springs moment, as it allows some knowledge to be delivered, but of course going to the other topics was important. And with the comments on the fallout of the duel with Gryff Whitehill, I added as a last addition the part on his dressing the SI/me down due to what we have discussed in the Godswoods discussion. It was very fun to create that part, especially as it allows to show the authority of Rob when he is half the age of the SI. 4 The other big part of the discussion is the famous dilemma of revealing information from canon knowledge or not, and how knowledge is both power and can be used as a weapon or abused in the wrong circumstances. And for a SI/time traveler, that dilemma is even stronger, as his knowledge affects and influences the thread of events. Finding a balance between sharing it and withholding it is paramount. In this chapter context, revealing that Jaime is the one who pushed Bran would be problematic, but informing of how the situation could have unfolded can work because it gives a perspective on the implications of the current context. 5 But my favorite part is the discussion on the political dimension. It is my reflection that is displayed on the matter of the legitimacy and how it can be built and destroyed, notably echoing on some elements of canon. This reflection is born out of my love for history, and ironically, when looking at the events of the canon, my analysis grid works quite well with how the Targaryens screwed things, how Joffrey put himself in a difficult situation, how Daenerys was facing a conundrum, or how the context and Rob's actions contributed to his downfall. I could go on so many examples that came to my mind of why power is a concrete illusion, strong to affect people and things, but fickle like an ejectable musical chair as it relies on the ability to obtain the, tacit or implicit, support and consent of the people, through the strongest influence networks and/or the support of the masses, to be able to rule while skills, abilities, and actions would fortify or weaken that grasp, enhanced by the context and the legacy of the predecessors. Or like I would rephrase an infamous quote, when you play the Game of Thrones, you either survive or die. Power may be a solitary exercise, but it needs people below to bear the throne and to accept the person on it. Otherwise, either you topple or you are only a mere person who happens to sit on a pretty position with no meaning. And this philosophy will be, hopefully, referenced in future chapters alongside the foreknowledge of canon events and the other knowledge and skills the SI/I have. 6. Next time, a white lion is summoned by his queen. 7. I would present below the updated timeline with an additional twist. 8. Have a good reading. Here is the updated timeline of this story within parallel the canonical timeline, Vandal ASOIAF fan timeline references, so far, within italics the events that still occurred in both timelines. Current timeline canonical events. Date events 24/02/0298 Jonaran's death 24/02/0298 Jonaran's death 18/04/0298 Robert Baratheon's arrival at Winterfell 18/04/0298 Robert Baratheon's arrival at Winterfell. August 5, 0298 Bran's fall August 5, 0298 Bran's fall. 20/05/0298 Departure of the royal cortege, of Ned Stark and his daughters and of Jon Snow 20/05/0298 Departure of the royal cortege, of Ned Stark and his daughters and of Jon Snow. 28/05/0298 Murder attempt on Bran 28/05/0298 Murder attempt on Bran. October 6, 0298 Jon's arrival at the Wall October 6, 0298 Jon's arrival at the Wall. October 7, 0298 Mark appears in the Riverlands. 16/07/0298 Mark joins Derry Castle. 23/07/0298 Ruby Ford incident 23/07/0298 Ruby Ford incident. 27/07/0298 Chapters 1 to 7 Events, Derry Castle's trial. 27/07/0298 Derry Castle trial and lady's death. 28/07/0298 Chapters 8 to 14 Events, departure from Derry Castle. January 8, 0298 Chapter 15 Events. February 8, 0298 Chapters 16 and 17 Events. March 8, 0298 Chapter 18 Events. April 8, 0298 Chapter 19 Events. October 8, 0298 Eddard arrives at the Red Keep and made his first small council meeting. November 8, 0298 Chapter 20 Events. 13/08/0298 Chapters 21, 22 and 23 Events. 15/08/0298 Chapter 24 Events, Arrival at the Twins. 16/08/0298 Chapter 25 Events. 17/08/0298 Chapter 26 Events. 18/08/0298 Chapters 27 and 28 Events. 19/08/0298 Chapter 29 and 37, Ned Stark's Message, Events. 21/08/0298 Chapter 37, Dragonstone, Events. 22/08/0298 Chapter 30 and 37, River Run, Highgarden, Casterly Rock, Events. 22/08/0298 Tyrion presents his design of special saddle for Bran at Winterfell. 23/08/0298 Chapters 31 to 33 and 37, Arry, Pike, and Sons pair, Events. 25/08/0298 Chapter 37, Winterfell, Events. 27/08/0298 Chapters 34, 35, Stop at Moat Cailin, and 37, Castle Black, Events. 28/08/0298 Chapters 36 Events. 29/08/0298 Chapter 38 Events. January 9, 0298 Chapter 39 to 41 Events. February 9, 0298 Chapters 41, Volantis. 42 and 43 Events. March 8, 0298 Chapter 44 Events. June 9, 0298 Chapter 45 Events. August 9, 0298 Chapters 46 to 49 Events, Arrival at Winterfell. September 9, 0298 Chapters 50 to 53 Events. September 9, 0298 Samwell arrives at the Wall. October 9, 0298 Chapters 54 to 57 Events. November 9, 0298 Chapters 58 to 60 Events. December 9, 0298 Chapters 61 to 64 Events. 13/09/0298 Chapter 65 to 67 Events. 13/09/0298 Catelyn captures Tyrion at the inn at the crossroads. 14/09/0298 Chapter 68 to 71 Events 72/Twins Quarrel, Jamie 2. The torches flickered as we made our way through the dimly lit corridors of the Red Keep. The damp air clung to me like a second skin, even down in the bowels of the castle. I strode alongside Jory Castle and Maester Pycelle, my mind racing with conflicting emotions over what we had finally achieved after days of research and inventories. We had finally been shown the full extent of the Mad King's insanity. It was a grim reminder of the horrors lurking beneath the surface of King's Landing and a reminder of my failures. No matter how much Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark contributed to my pardon, I didn't feel proud of each discovery that had been made ever since that day in the throne room. Emerging from the narrow, torch-lit passage, I cast a glance at Pycelle, his aged frame shuffling behind us. Inwardly I scoffed, knowing that this old coot's loyalty was a facade, a mask he wore to conceal his true allegiance to my family. I knew he whispered secrets to Cersei even as he whispered advice to the king. Jory's voice broke through my thoughts. 400 jars. Thank the gods that is over, he muttered, his eyes having bags from lack of sleep. I replied, my voice tinged with a hint of weariness. But there's still much to be done. Pycelle interjected, his voice quavering. Indeed, Sir Jaime, he rasped, clutching his side dramatically. Such unpleasant conditions. My old bones protest. I snorted, unable to resist a dig. Perhaps next time you'll forego the spiced wine and join us beforehand, Grand Maester. Pycelle shot me a withering look and let out an outraged reaction, but I knew it was mostly show. The old man was bluffing about his condition and wasn't above a bit of politicking, but underneath the bluster, I suspected he was genuinely concerned. 400 jars. In the Red Keep alone. The sheer quantity was staggering, a testament to the Mad King's paranoia. And that number only represented the caches we'd found so far. Across the city, the relentless search continued. How many jars in total, would you say? I asked, already dreading the answer. Jory grimaced. Close to 2,000, by all estimates. For now, 1983, Pycelle wheezed beside me, his voice strained like a lute string about to snap. The old man shuffled along, clutching a leather-bound scroll to his chest like a lifeline. That's at least what the pyromancers claimed, he added condescendingly. I grunted, my jaw clenched tight. I didn't need that old fool to display his knowledge, even though the numbers mentioned provoked a shiver through me. 1900. Enough to turn the entire city into an inferno. We had come close, terrifyingly close. A spark, a misplaced torch, and the city would have gone up in flames. But I was also thinking with disgust about the pyromancers, remembering well enough their parts in Ares's cruelties. Dirty little rats were too obsessed with their green fire. A part of me couldn't feel but worried about them trying to take advantage of the situation to store the wildfire for their own purpose. Where was that concern over Princess Elia? A voice that sounded like Prince Oberyn said in my head. Elia Martell, if only I had made my decision sooner. I could have saved her from the worst bannerman under the control of my father if I had left the room after slaying the Mad King. What did Dorne think of me? Somehow I knew it was not all positive. Well, Jory said, clapping his hands together briskly, best be on our way. The king will want the report. I silently acquiesced, too burdened by my thoughts. For almost 2 decades, I'd kept Ares's plot secret, not realizing how far he went in his desire to let Robert Ashes or how it could still threaten the people, the king, my sister, and her children. Shame burned in my throat. Father would tell me I was a fool and that the lion didn't care for the opinions of the sheep. But his actions made me become the King's Slayer as much as Ned's words did. At least, that wolf knew how to make amends, even though a part of me was uneasy about the fact he somehow suspected the truth after all this time. How ironic he had contributed to pardon me when I had rendered his son crippled or advised Cersei to send sellswords to deal with his youngest daughter and the peasant that defended her back in Derry Castle. And now, I owed his friend and him. And Lannisters always paid their debts, though I hoped he would never find out what I did to his family. I was sure I could win a fight against him or his friend, but that somehow felt wrong now. That's because of that cursed peasant, my sister's voice echoed in my mind. I scoffed at the idea. How by the gods would a complete foreigner know about a secret that I had never shared for years? The walk back seemed to take an eternity. We were surrounded by red cloaks and stark men, their faces grim under their helms. The silence was punctuated only by the rhythmic clang of their boots on the stone and the occasional cough from Pycelle. Just as we reached the main corridor, Jory let out a low curse. Sir Meryn. The King's Guard Knight stood at the mouth of a side passage, his usual dour expression even more pronounced. His eyes flicked from me to Jory, then back again. Sir Meryn, I said with a fake grin to hide my dislike of the man, I thought you were protecting my sister. And that is where you should stay, I dared not say out loud. There was something off about that man. I never felt Myrcella was safe near him. It always felt like she was near something filthy. Sir Jaime, he rumbled, his voice as pleasant as scraping stone. The queen requires your immediate presence. My stomach clenched. Summoned by Cersei, in her state, couldn't possibly be good news. Especially after everything. The image of her cold green eyes, glittering with a mix of fury and suspicion, flashed in my mind. That and the fact she had been drinking more. Jory and Pycelle exchanged hesitant glances. I cleared my throat, forcing a smile that felt brittle. Of course, I said, my voice too loud in the echoing corridor as I nodded in acquiescence. Lead the way. As I turned to leave, I caught the fleeting expressions of concern on Jory and Pycelle's faces. My apologies, I said, addressing them both. It seems duty calls. I'll report back as soon as I'm able. Jory nodded solemnly, his eyes reflecting understanding. Pycelle offered a feeble smile, his aged features creased with fake worry. Sir Meryn then turned and started walking down the passage. With a silent sigh, I followed him, the unspoken tension thick enough to choke on. As we walked, my thoughts turned to the man before me who was supposed to be a Kingsguard but was now more my sister's sworn shield. What role he might play in the days to come, especially now that tensions within the capital were running high. And my sister was more than ever considering everyone as an enemy. As much as I loved her, my recent interactions with her made me a bit uneasy. I even felt craven to avoid her participating in finding the wildfire beneath the Red Keep, but it was the right thing to do. Even if her ravings were starting to be tiring. If only Tyrion was here. I would have my brother to discuss it with. As we walked, I saw signs of the balance of power shifting subtly, with retinues from different lords arriving in response to Stark's messages in the wake of my confession in the throne room. It was clear that my father would have sent men too, a move to protect our influence and his legacy. I wondered if he decided to personally ride to King's Landing. I rather hoped not, knowing I would feel his cold and disappointed eyes, and imagining how he would admonish me for being a fool when I should have told the truth. As we neared the Queen's ballroom, I turned to Meryn. I know the way from here, Sir Meryn. You can be dismissed. His eyes narrowed slightly, suspicion evident in his gaze. The Queen ordered me to escort you directly, Sir Jaime. I forced a smile. You were also ordered to guard my sister. And considering I'm of the King's Guard, your watch on her is now over. Meryn hesitated, his mouth working silently before he finally conceded with a reluctant nod. Very well, Sir Jaime. He turned on his heel and stalked back down the corridor, his heavy steps echoing off the stone walls. I watched him go, unable to suppress a scoff. The man was nothing compared to the brothers-in-arms I once knew. Sir Barristan would have never left his post so begrudgingly. The wildfire revelation in my confession of killing Ares had undoubtedly affected the old knight deeply. Barristan was a paragon of honor, and though our relationship had always been strained, I always respected him. He was a constant reminder of the chivalry I had once aspired to before the name Kingslayer tainted my legacy. And now? I felt he had aged with the revelations and looked at me with pity and guilt. As much as I didn't need his pity, his interactions with me were more meaningful, as if he was trying to rectify our relationship when he didn't need to do that. I was the one who let down the people. I turned toward my sister's apartments, a sense of dread coiling in my gut. Until the confession in the throne room, there had been a time when I would have eagerly joined her in her bed, but now, between the wildfire threat and her increasingly erratic behavior, my steps were heavy with reluctance. Reaching the ornately carved doors of Cersei's chambers, a disquieting absence struck me. No guards. No handmaidens. It wasn't unusual for us to meet in secret. But the lack of any presence, even the usual pretense, sent a shiver down my spine. The fact she asked Meryn Trant to summon me didn't sit well with me. It couldn't be one of our secret meetings, even though I kind of avoided her as much as I could with my duties. I knew Robert Baratheon once commented on how Cersei turned from a loud harpy to a secluded almost prisoner. So typical of him to insult Cersei and so undeserving of him. And yet, I couldn't help but think there was some truth in it. Some many whispers of those vipers and others on how the lioness declawed herself. For a moment, a memory flickered, a younger Cersei, golden hair cascading down her back, a secret smile playing on her lips. They were the good old days. If only I could come back to that time when everything was so simple for me. With a shake of my head, I pushed open the doors, the heavy oak groaning in protest. The opulent chamber was just as I remembered, yet something was off. There was an unsettling stillness, broken only by the soft flicker of the fireplace. Unease gnawed at me. Cersei. My voice echoed slightly in the stillness. No response. I stepped further into the room, the carpet muffling my steps. I could already smell the scent of wine, and my eyes were drawn to a half-empty goblet on a nearby table. How much had she had, and what would her mood be? Cersei, where are you? I called out, my patience already wearing thin. A slurred reply floated in from the balcony. Out here, Jaime. There she was. Cersei stood at the edge, her loose dress clinging to her like a second skin, billowing slightly in the breeze, another goblet clutched in her white-knuckled hand. Her gaze wandered over the city, her golden hair shimmering under the dying sun of the day, but her posture was slumped in defeat. "Circe," I said softly, approaching her. She didn't react, her eyes fixed on the distant lights. "About time you showed some bloody interest," she slurred, taking another long swig from her goblet, sloshing wine down her throat. "Been spending all your time playing with that green fire, haven't you?" "It's important," I replied evenly, trying to ignore the reeking wine fumes emanating from her. For a moment, I pictured the wildfire taking the form of a woman and taunting my sister. She spun around, her face contorted with rage. "Important? You say that every time. Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you just enjoy talking down to me?" "That's not true," I protested, but the words felt hollow. "You care more about that damned fire than you do about me or our children," she shrieked, her voice cracking. "That's not fair, Circe," I said, stepping closer. "I care about you more than you know." "Do you?" She hiccuped, her voice thick with emotion. "Because you seem a million miles away." I reached out, taking her hand hesitantly. It was cold and clammy. "I'm here now," I said gently. "What is it you need?" She lurched towards me, the wine spilling onto her dress. The sight, which once would have ignited a fire in my loins, now only increased my unease. "Do you remember those sellswords we sent to deal with Arya Stark and her peasant friend?" She mumbled, her words slurring together. "Yes, I remember. Any news?" I asked cautiously. "Haven't you heard the whispers from the Riverlands?" She spat. "Been preoccupied," I hedged. "There's no time for every rumor." Circe's scowl deepened. "Of course you haven't," she hissed, sarcasm dripping from her voice. "I'm sure your new Stark friends would have mentioned it though." Confusion clouded my mind. "What news, Circe? Speak clearly." "The sellswords failed," she spat, her voice trembling. "Not once, but twice. And those slimy, greedy, Freys dealt with them." I felt like palming my face. "The Freys, of course those weasels would get involved." "How do you know this?" I pressed, trying to sound composure. Circe let out a barking laugh. "Pycelle," she slurred. "Apparently, the Freys sent word to Ned Stark himself. And Littlefinger, that greasy leech, came running to me with rumors from his whores. Even Varys Littlebirds knew. Everyone except you, it seems." "Circe," I began, reaching out to her, but she pulled away with a violent jerk. This was worse than I'd imagined. "And what of father?" I asked, dread pooling in my gut. Her bloodshot eyes narrowed, a flicker of something akin to sanity momentarily breaking through the haze of intoxication. "He sent a raven," she slurred in despair. "Blames me for the whole mess, calls me a foolish girl. Can you believe the nerve? As if it wasn't for us, for the family." Surprise washed over me. Tywin suspected Circe's involvement? That was a dangerous game. "How does he know?" I muttered, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. "He's not a fool, Jaime," she snapped, a semblance of her usual sharpness returning for a fleeting moment. "Or have you forgotten he was negotiating with those cutthroat sellswords himself?" Dread gripped my heart. While I knew father held a certain favoritism towards Circe and me, that didn't mean he wouldn't unleash his fury when we blatantly disobeyed his desires. But how could he have found out about the sellswords? I'd thought using them would keep our involvement discreet. "He doesn't understand," Circe continued, her voice rising again, the spark of reason fading as quickly as it appeared. "He doesn't see we did what we had to for the Lannisters." Her grip on the goblet tightened, and suddenly she flung it across the balcony. The metal clanged against the stone railing, echoing in the night air, followed by the sickening splatter of wine. I flinched back, torn between the urge to comfort her and the growing fear of her erratic behavior. "Everything's falling apart," she whimpered, her voice cracking. "Ever since Derry, it's been one disaster after another." "Circe, you need to compose yourself," I said gently. But my touch, as before, only seemed to agitate her further. She shrugged me off with surprising strength, her emerald eyes blazing with a mix of defiance and something else, a flicker of doubt. "Compose myself," she retorted, her voice laced with venom. "Robert's going to ship me off to some god-forsaken castle, cast me aside like yesterday's news, and tear our children apart. And you..." She stopped, her eyes narrowing, a flicker of suspicion replacing the doubt. "You stand there acting like none of this concerns you in the least." She wasn't entirely wrong. I had been distant, consumed by the wildfire threat while Circe crumbled under the weight of her collapsing plans. "And you both don't deserve that," a nagging voice spoke in my head. Strangely it had that weird accent the foreigner had. "Circe, listen to me," I said. "You're letting fear cloud your judgment." "Really?" She slurred again. "Storm's End? Like some serving wench, they're sending me away. Cut off from our allies, cut off from father. Do you understand what that means, Jamie? Anger flared in me, but I forced it down. Now wasn't the time. Cersei, listen to me, I said, somehow sounding calm. She spun on me, her eyes blazing with a manic glint. No, you listen to me. They're tearing our family apart too. Joffrey and Myrcella shipped off to that god-forsaken rock with me. And Tommen. Her voice broke, her whole body trembling. Tommen, sent off to the barbarians in the north, to become one of them. Damn it. I knew about Tommen going to Winterfell. As much as I was distant from the children because Cersei requested me to do so, my concern for them was still there. While I was uncertain about Tommen being sent away, with what happened with Joffrey, it was perhaps the most sensible thing Robert did. I knew father would disagree with the notion, but as much as I had now an uneasy relation with Ned Stark, I knew he wouldn't harm the boy. It's for his own safety, Cersei, I said gently. You know that. She scoffed, her voice dripping with drunken suspicion. Safety? Or another way to keep me from my own son? My oafish husband sends Tommen north while Joffrey and Myrcella are stuck with me. Don't you see what they're doing, Jamie? Cersei, please, I pleaded, reaching out a hand, only to get another flinch. You need to calm down and think. Calm down. She shrieked, her voice cracking. How can I be calm when they're tearing my family apart? You stand there, so smug and collected, while they dismantle everything we've built. I opened my mouth to speak, but she cut me off again. Isn't that what you wanted, Jamie? Us broken and apart? You wanted me away, remember? The accusation hit a nerve. It was true, in a twisted way, all to protect them from the wildfire's potential destruction. But seeing her like this, so vulnerable and broken. That's not what I wanted, Cersei, I said. I trailed off. She stared at me, her eyes narrowed to slits, shimmering with unshed tears and a dangerous glint of defiance. You thought what, Jamie? That you could keep us all at arm's length and it would somehow be better? That by distancing yourself, you could protect us? Yes, I admitted, my voice barely a whisper, the truth finally coming out. She let out a harsh, bitter laugh, devoid of any humor. Protect us? Or protect yourself from guilt? Her voice dripped with venom, cutting straight to the core of my anxieties. Cersei, please, I said, reaching for her again, a desperate attempt at physical connection. You need to calm down. Calm down. She shrieked, her voice cracking with a mixture of anger and despair. How can I calm down when everything is falling apart? When my family is being scattered like autumn leaves in the wind? We can still be a family, I said desperately, my resolve wavering under the onslaught of her words. We can still tackle the wildfire challenge together. Storm's End won't be where you are forever. And what about Tommen? Will you let him be raised by wolves in the north, with people who could expose our deepest secret and use it against us? Against everything we've built. The final words tumbled out of her mouth in a shaky rush, revealing a raw vulnerability beneath the mask of fury. I shook my head, the guilt gnawing at me further. But the truth was a dangerous weapon, and I couldn't risk Tommen's safety with that knowledge hanging over him. That won't happen, Cersei. He'll be safe there. Safe, she spat, the word laced with scorn. You keep saying that, but it sounds hollow coming from you. You're just avoiding the real issue. What real issue? I asked, frustration and concern warring within me. Protecting what is ours, she declared, her voice gaining a sliver of conviction despite the obvious intoxication. Even Lancel, bless his naive heart, has been more proactive than you in trying to deal with this mess. Her words stung, a harsh reminder of my own perceived inaction. The mention of Lancel sent a jolt of anger through me. Lancel? He's a clueless buffoon, Cersei. He'll only make things worse. Since the wildfire was discovered, Robert has been more active. He's given up drinking and whoring, for the time being at least. He's actually ruling. She spat. I stared at her, a horrifying realization dawning on me. You want Lancel to? The sentence trailed off, the implication hanging heavy in the air. I had to do something, Jamie. She cried out, her facade crumbling for a moment, revealing the fear and desperation simmering beneath. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. It's too risky with the wildfire still a threat, I said firmly, trying to maintain some semblance of control. My sister was actually trying to assassinate her husband. Her eyes blazed with a desperate fire. Then what do you suggest, Jamie? Do we simply sit back and watch as they take everything from us? Lancel can't manage to keep Robert drunk enough, and we need each other now more than ever. You promised to protect me, Jamie. You promised. I am trying to protect you, I almost cried. But we need a plan, a calculated approach, not reckless desperation. She glared at me, her face a mask of hurt and betrayal. I can't believe you're refusing to help me. After everything we've been through, after everything we've done for our family. I'm not refusing, I interjected, in a strained voice. I just think this is too dangerous right now. We need to be smarter, Cersei. Lancel can't keep Robert drunk, she repeated, her voice cracking with a desperate plea. We need each other, Jaime. Please. Cersei, please, understand. You're abandoning us, she accused, her voice breaking. Tears streamed down her face now, a raw display of vulnerability that both pained and terrified me. You're abandoning me. That's not the case. I protested. A flicker of something akin to defiance sparked in Cersei's tear-filled eyes. Not the case. She slurred, her voice thick with a blend of accusation and something else. Then prove it, Jaime. Prove you haven't turned your back on us. Before I could respond, she clumsily stumbled towards me. The loose dress, which had clung to her earlier, now hung open, revealing a glimpse of her creamy skin. The scent of her lilac perfume mingled with the cloying sweetness of alcohol. Part of me recoiled from the recklessness of her actions, the potential consequences of succumbing to this desperate attempt at intimacy. But another, more primal part, ached for the connection we once shared, for a semblance of normalcy amidst the crumbling world around us. As her lips met mine in a bruising kiss, her touch igniting a familiar spark, I knew I had to stop this. But I couldn't help myself. Just as her hand fumbled with the fastening of my doublet, a sudden, violent explosion ripped through the evening. The tremor shook the very foundation of the castle, sending a jolt of terror through us. Cersei and I froze, both of our eyes widening in terror. The playful haze in her eyes instantly cleared, replaced by a cold, calculating glint. The wildfire. It had finally ignited. I looked at Cersei, seeing the same fear mirrored in her eyes. We need to find out what's going on, I said. She nodded, her fear momentarily overriding her anger. Together, we rushed out of the room together, the echoes of the explosion still ringing in our ears. One and here we go. For our infamous Golden Lion, though he is having a start of something akin to redemption, but still dealing with family drama. 2. Beginning with how Jaime is faring and how far his task to find the wildfire was interesting, especially to show how much wildfire had been found so far. It also allowed some comedy through Pycelle with both Jaime talking down to the old man or how he was surveying the number of wildfire jars that had been found so far. 3. It was interesting to explore Jaime because there were so many contradictory layers for the character at this point in this new timeline. The fact he is now deemed as a hero, though having to deal with the prize of his silence while also owning to the man who first called him Kingslayer while at the same time Jaime hurt one of his sons and contributed to nearly harming his youngest daughter. Those are so many interesting elements that clash within him. And a good example of what can be complexity, an array of conflicting or contradicting stakes and facets in a situation or person. Complex doesn't necessarily mean complicated. It only means that a straight lecture isn't obvious or easy. Sometimes, complexity implies a notion of complicated context, but in other cases, it is only a converging clashing of elements that blur the lines. 4. Using Jaime was also a good way to explore how A. he was dealing with the whole situation and B. seeing more how Cersei had fared since the last time she was a key character in a chapter. I found it rather ironic and amusing to make Cersei kind of a reverse mirror of how Robert had become in the current context, and it was thought how she felt the situation was slipping through her fingers, that all the work she achieved was counterbalanced and challenged. And because of that, she is more unhinged, especially as Jaime is often unavailable. 5. The discussion between Jaime and Cersei allowed me to explore how the events affect both of them, but also to develop the fallout of the sellswords plot through the mention of Tywin having sent a message to Cersei. And of course, our more likable queen in the Seven Kingdoms is having a fit because she is feeling the situation is getting out of her hands and resents Jaime for his absence, and as much as she resented and hated Robert for his habits, the idea of him being active thanks to someone else is a bitter pill to swallow. 6. The conclusion explores how Cersei tries to keep her grip on Jaime and to test in her disarray whether her twin is still tied to her as her half, while Jaime is confronted by contradictory feelings due to his ties to his twin sister on the one hand and the awareness she isn't thinking straight. Concerning the explosion. That's the topic of the next chapter. 7. Teaser. Next time, one prince is approaching the city and a maid will act in the hour of need. 8. Have a good reading. 73/A Sapphire for a Prince, Quentin/Brienne POVs. A Nightly Snake. I lay there, sprawled on my bunk, finding myself lost in thoughts once again since I had started sailing from Sun's Pair. Outside of the faint voices of the crew, only the creaking of the ship and the faint roar of the waves could be heard. King's Landing. What awaited me in the capital? Would I find the remnants of the wildfire caches Eddard Stark spoke of in his message? Or was it all a ploy, a way to stir unrest in the realm? Jaime Lannister's confession lingered in my mind like a stubborn shadow. On one hand, I couldn't deny the significance of his actions in averting a catastrophic disaster if I saw confirmation. Yet, on the other hand, resentment gnawed at me, knowing that he had failed to save my aunt and her children from his own father. And what knight would keep such a secret to himself when it could threaten so many people? I supposed that was arrogance and pride, the two flaws that plagued his house. It hurt knowing my aunt was doomed that day, whether Jaime Lannister was keeping his oath as a Kingsguard or breaking it to kill Aerys. Either she died because of Tywin Lannister and his dogs while Jaime killed Aerys, or Jaime protected her, but they all died because of the wildfire consuming everything. And now I was sailing to that pit of snakes that was ready to burn at any time. A sudden, sharp rap at the door startled me out of my brooding. "Prince Quentyn," came Jairus' voice. I threw off the covers and scrambled to my feet. "Come in," I called, straightening my rumpled clothes. The door creaked open, revealing Jairus in his usual finery, a wide grin plastered across his face. Sunlight glinted off the polished gold buckle of his cloak. "The captain informs me we are approaching King's Landing. Time to face the music, et." My stomach lurched. I muttered, throwing off the covers and rising. "Time to face the music." I forced a smile as I opened the door. I stepped onto the deck, the sea breeze hitting my face. Jairus, ever the picture of carefree confidence, stood there, his blue-green eyes sparkling. "Finally decided to grace us with your presence, old friend," he teased, stepping aside to allow me passage. Archibald Yeronwood's booming voice interrupted my thoughts before I could answer Jairus. "Jairus, is our prince ready for the grand arrival?" He approached us with Cletus Yeronwood by his side, the latter's lazy eye giving him a perpetually mischievous look. "Ready as I'll ever be," I replied, forcing a smile as I turned to greet them. "How do you fare, Arch?" "Cletus." Archibald's massive frame blocked the sunlight as he stepped closer, his face a mixture of determination and relief. "I'm ready to leave this ship behind. Being on land feels like a distant memory," he said, his eyes fixed on the growing shape of King's Landing. "These waters have had enough of me." Cletus, always the joker, grinned and gave me a light punch on the arm. "Don't let Arch's size fool you, he's been whining about getting seasick the whole way. We'll be on solid ground soon enough." I nodded wordlessly, my gaze lingering on the approaching city. Archibald and Cletus observed me, their expressions showing concern and amusement. "How are you holding up, Quent?" Cletus asked. "I'm managing," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. "It's the unknown that worries me." Jairus chuckled, shaking his head. "Quentyn, we're all in this together. What's the worst that could happen?" Archibald gave Jairus a stern look. "Don't jinx us, Jairus. We've enough to worry about without tempting fate." Cletus leaned in, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "He's right, Quent. What exactly are we walking into? We all heard of Lord Stark's message, but what do you think we'll find?" "I don't know," I admitted. "The wildfire caches Eddard Stark mentioned, if they exist, they could spell disaster for the entire city." "Hey," Cletus said, his voice surprisingly gentle, "we'll face whatever comes together, just like we always have." Jairus clapped a hand on my shoulder. "And remember, you're not alone in this. We're with you every step of the way." Archibald grunted in agreement, his gaze never leaving the city. "Whatever trouble we find, we'll face it together." "For Dorne." "For Dorne," I echoed. I knew they were right. We were in this together, for better or worse. They were my friends, my brothers in all but blood. A grave voice from behind startled us all. "It's not just the wildfire that bothers you, Prince Quentyn." We turned to see Maester Kedry approaching, his robes fluttering in the breeze. We all greeted him as he joined us. I hesitated to answer, but they all were aware of the whole situation. I met Maester Keldry's gaze. "No, Maester," I said quietly. "I'm worried about my siblings and my cousins. It had been a fortnight since they had vanished from Sunspear and I fear the worst. What if they're caught up in something dangerous?" Kedry nodded thoughtfully. "I understand your concern, my prince. But your family is strong. I'm certain they'll know how to take care of themselves, wherever they are." I nodded absently at his words. While I was concerned for my sister and my young brother, I also knew my cousins were some of the strongest of our house. Unbent, unbidden, unbroken. Whatever they were doing, they might have a chance to handle the situation. But as a brother, as a cousin and as a member of a ruling house, I couldn't help but feel worried for them. They had disappeared overnight without anyone being aware of their whereabouts. I felt father knew more about the situation, but he didn't say anything on the matter. But perhaps that was because he didn't want me distracted from my current mission. Jairus stepped closer, his expression serious yet comforting. "Quentyn, I'm sure your siblings and cousins are now sailing to Norvos to see your mother. They're clever and capable, they'll be all right." I looked at him, drawing some solace from his words. "I hope you're right, Jairus." "He is," Cletus piped up, a hint of amusement creeping into his voice. "You Martells are a tough bunch." He shot me a sidelong glance, then leaned in conspiratorially. "Though, I wouldn't be surprised if your sister found some trouble of her own. She might just be enjoying a little sightseeing in Norvos with your mother. Heat flooded my cheeks at the mere suggestion. Unlike Cletus, I couldn't laugh off the possibility. Ariane wouldn't hesitate to use our mother's longing for her children to her advantage, especially if it meant a daring escape to another section of Westeros. Maester Kedry, however, wasn't amused. He fixed my friend with a stern look. Such behavior is unbecoming, Sir Cletus. Princess Ariane is a respected member of the royal family, and such speculation is disrespectful. Cletus, for once, seemed cowed. He mumbled an apology, his eyes darting between the maester and me. Forgive Cletus, maester, I interjected, stepping between them. He means well, but his concern is misplaced. It's not just Ariane who worries me. There are the sand snakes too. With their volatile nature, I fear they might have gotten themselves into trouble. A flicker of sadness crossed Kedry's face. Your cousins are fierce warriors, Prince Quentin. But even the bravest can face misfortune. However, he continued, his voice firm, we can't dwell on speculation. We are in King's Landing now, with a mission to complete. Whatever awaits us here, we face it together. His words held a weight that resonated within me. He was right after all. I straightened my back, a newfound determination settling in my chest. You're right, maester. As the shapes of King's Landing grew closer, the red keep looming ominously over the city, I took a deep breath. Whatever lay ahead, I would face it with my friends by my side. For Dorne. For my family. And for the future we hope to build. Suddenly, Jairus leaned in, his voice low. Look, Quentin. To the left of the harbor mouth. I followed his gaze and felt a jolt of surprise. Another ship, its sails emblazoned with the sigil of a blue seagull sigil, was pulling away, heading back out across Blackwater Bay. Its departure seemed oddly hasty. An errand ship. But what are they doing? I observed, commenting on their pace. They must be departing after delivering their men, Jairus said, his tone thoughtful. Dozens of ships, their masts like a dense forest, filled the water. Many of the vessels were bearing the sigils of countless houses. It was clear to me that many had answered the call for help sent by Eddard Stark. So many houses, I murmured, turning to Maester Kedry. It seems all of Westeros has rallied behind Lord Stark. The maester's face softened. Indeed, Prince. A testament to the threat this wildfire poses, and the unifying power of a just cause. I nodded, while thinking about the Mad King's children. While I did not know much about them, I knew they were currently in Essos. I couldn't help but wonder if they knew what their father nearly achieved here and what it would mean for them. I felt pity for them. They already suffered because of Tywin Lannister and of Robert Baratheon, and they would now suffer because of their father's actions. Quent. It seems we are expected, Jairus suddenly commented, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. I followed his line of sight and saw a group of figures standing tall on the deck of a nearby ship. The unmistakable Baratheon stag and Stark direwolf fluttered proudly in the wind above them. Relief washed over me. At least we wouldn't be arriving without an escort. You're right, I confirmed. No Lannister colors, interestingly enough, Cletus noted, his voice laced with smug satisfaction. Archibald snorted. Small mercy there. The absence of Lannister sigils was indeed a relief, delaying an inevitable confrontation I dreaded. A part of me was nevertheless surprised, considering that the Queen was Cersei Lannister. But perhaps the Lannisters were sending a clear message of how they didn't want our presence. The harbor bustled with activity as our ship drew closer. Sailors shouted orders, ropes were cast and secured, and men disembarked with a cacophony of shouts and greetings. Boom! The ship lurched violently beneath us, throwing me off balance. I saw a monstrous wave rise from the Blackwater rush, making our ship capsize. The deck beneath my feet gave way. The world spun and I found myself plummeting towards the water below. Salt water filled my mouth as I plunged into the depths of Blackwater Bay. My breath caught in my throat, the weight of my sodden clothes dragging me down. Panic threatened to consume me, but a flicker of determination sparked within. For Dorne. For my family. I wouldn't succumb to this watery grave. Somehow I found strength to kick my legs, fighting my way back towards the surface. The Honorable Beauty. Our party stood on the wharf, awaiting the arrival of Prince Quentin Martell. The Dornish ship, its sails bearing the Sun and Spear sigil, slowly approached. I straightened and checked my leather armor to make sure it was steady. It wasn't like the armor I wore training on Tarth, but for the occasion, that was enough. My heart pounded in my chest, a mix of anxiety and determination fueling my resolve. I would do right by Renly and by myself. Renly Baratheon, Master of Laws and Lord of Storm's End, stood nearby, engaged in conversation with Sir Loras Tyrell. Loras's brown curls framed his handsome face, his eyes lively and intelligent. Renly's easy smile was in place, his green eyes sparkling as he spoke. I frowned slightly, recalling the whispers I had overheard about their relationship. Despite my own feelings for Renly, I pushed those thoughts aside, focusing instead on my duty. Denial was easier than facing the truth that pricked at my heart. Renly was a man I would follow, no matter where he would go. He was the only one who showed me kindness outside of father. Jory Castle, the captain of Eddard Stark's guard, stood to my left. He was a solid, reliable presence. I remembered his words about Lady Arya Stark, how she would have enjoyed meeting someone like me, a woman who wielded a sword. The thought brought a small smile to my lips. Lady Arya seemed to be a spirited girl, though I had a feeling she faced the same struggles I did. Especially as I remembered how the Septa accompanying Lord Stark looked down on me the only time I came across her alongside Lady Sansa and Lady Jane. Her demeanor reminded me of Septa role. I had felt Lady Jane's impressions of me, but Lady Sansa's demeanor was more conflicted. As the ship drew nearer, I took a deep breath, readying myself to meet Prince Quentyn. But before I could steady my nerves, a sudden, blinding flash of green light erupted from a nearby vessel. The ship that had left the harbor a moment ago suddenly exploded with a deafening boom, the shockwave rippling through the harbor. The force of the blast knocked me off balance, and I stumbled back, catching myself just in time to see flaming debris hurtling toward us. Renly, Loras, and Jory Castle were also thrown off balance, their expressions shifting from surprise to horror. "Wildfire!" someone shouted, panic evident in their voice. The harbor descended into chaos as people screamed and scrambled for cover. I had seen caches of wildfire during inspections with Jory Castle, Jaime Lannister, and Grand Maester Pycelle, but witnessing its destructive power firsthand was something else entirely. The green flames licked at the sky, consuming everything in their path with a ferocity that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. A horrified thought came to my mind, imagining the same explosion for the whole city. "Get down!" Jory shouted, pulling me behind a stack of crates. "Everyone get back!" Renly ordered, his voice cutting through the din. He moved quickly, ushering those around him to safety. My gaze was drawn to the Martell ship, which lurched violently in the aftermath of the explosion. I watched in horror as it capsized into the bay, throwing men into the churning waters of Blackwater Bay, their cries for help mingling with the roar of the wildfire. Without a second thought, I raced towards the edge of the dock. I couldn't let them drown, couldn't stand by and watch as lives were lost. I skidded to a halt, my eyes scanning the wharf frantically. I finally spotted a rowboat tied up nearby and dashed towards it. As I reached it and climbed in, I heard someone else running after me. Looking around, I saw Jory Castle joining. "You want to save these people?" "I go with you," he declared. I nodded, my resolve matching his. As Jory began to quickly row, I scanned the water, my heart aching at the sight of struggling sailors. The smell of burning filled the air, the acrid scent of wildfire mingling with the salt of the sea. The green flames cast an eerie glow on the water, making the entire scene look like something out of a nightmare. I could hear the chaos behind us: screams, the crackling of flames, the desperate shouts of men trying to maintain order, but I forced myself to focus on the task at hand. Jory steered the boat towards the place where the ship was sinking with practiced efficiency. As we drew closer, I could see the fear and desperation on their faces. My heart clenched at the sight and I prayed to the seven we reached in time. I glanced back at the harbor, my stomach knotting at the sight of the wildfire spreading. Renly was in the thick of it, his voice carrying above the chaos as he directed people to safety. Loras was by his side, his usual grace and poise replaced by a fierce determination. They were holding the line, doing everything they could to control the panic. As we made our way through the wreckage, I suddenly noticed a young man who had resurfaced and was struggling to stay afloat. It was clear he was fighting to keep his head above water. "Over there!" I shouted, pointing towards him. Without hesitating, Jory shifted our course, rowing with powerful strokes. As we approached, I called out to the young man, my voice cutting through the noise. "Take my hand!" The young man turned, kicking furiously to stay afloat. His eyes widened with a mix of hope and desperation as he saw us approaching. I extended my hand towards him, leaning over the side of the boat as far as I could without tipping us over. "Take my hand!" I repeated, more urgently this time. He reached out, his fingers slipping past mine at first. As I stretched further, I feared he would slip away, but then, with a final desperate lunge, I caught hold of his arm. Giving a tremendous heave, I pulled him onto the boat. I lost my balance while holding him, causing him to fall on top of me. Thankfully we both toppled into the boat. As I raised my head, his lips brushed against mine. I froze, trying to figure out what was happening. I had just been accidentally kissed. My first one. "Shut up and wake up," yelled a voice in my head. The young man's face turned crimson as he quickly scrambled to right himself, stammering apologies. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," he began, his voice stuttering in embarrassment. "I'm Prince Quentyn Martell. Please, we need to save my friends." Jory's eyes widened in recognition, his expression shifting from concern to determination. "Prince Quentyn, he acknowledged, nodding sharply before turning his attention back to rowing. I could feel my own face burning with embarrassment. I had just saved the prince we were waiting on the wharf, and he had accidentally kissed me. The absurdity of the situation clashed with the seriousness of our task. "Are you all right?" I managed to ask, my voice steadier than I felt. He looked at me and then seemed more flushed than ever as he glanced at me wide-eyed. I inwardly sighed, realizing he must have seen I was a woman. While I remembered what my septa told me about the Dornish reputation, a part of me was expecting some reaction of any kind. To my relief and surprise, Prince Quentin seemed to recompose as he looked at me, even though his cheeks were still flushed. "Yes, thank you," he replied, though a slight stutter could be heard in his voice. I wasn't sure if it was the shock, our accidental kiss, or the fact he now realized I was a woman. "Please, we have to hurry." I nodded, forcing myself to focus, though I was relieved he was thinking about his companions than me. There was no time for confusion or embarrassment. Lives were at stake, and I couldn't let anything distract me. "Let's get them," I said, trying to conceal my own flush. As we were rowing, I couldn't help but steal a glance at Quentin. His face was edged with worry, and a flush crept up his neck, a stark contrast to his pale skin. Was it from the exertion, or because of our incident? A ragged cry erupted from a man clinging to a splintered mast. "Here!" he called back, his voice strained. "Quentin, over here!" Relief flooded Quentin's face. "There!" he pointed, his voice urgent. "To the left." Jory adjusted his course. "We can only take so many at a time, Prince Quentin," he warned, his voice barely audible over the din. Frustration flickered across the prince's face, but he nodded curtly. "I understand. But please, get them first." As we drew closer, I could see the desperation in the man's eyes. The lean man with sandy hair reached out a hand as the boat bumped against the mast. "Jairus!" Quentin cried, relief flooding his voice. "By the gods," Jairus gasped, scrambling into the boat. He looked at Quentin, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You're alive?" I thought. His voice trailed off, the horror of the situation dawning on him. "I thought too," the prince answered with a whisper. "Where are the others?" he then demanded, his gaze searching the water frantically. Jairus hesitated, his face grim. "I don't know. But Archibald, he was dragged under by a piece of the wreckage." "I couldn't." He choked back a sob, his face crumpling with grief. A strangled cry tore from Quentin's throat. It was a primal sound, devoid of any pretense, that echoed the hollowness I felt blooming in my own chest. Jairus's words hung heavy in the air, a testament to the harsh reality that had just sunk in. I stole a glance at Jory. He steeled himself once more, focusing on navigating the debris-filled water. A cold knot formed in my stomach. The joy of rescue was quickly replaced by the harsh sting of loss. I felt my heart wrench at the sight of the young prince breaking down. The vulnerability he was displaying, the rawness of his grief, made him seem less like a prince and more like a young man who had just lost a dear friend. A part of me remembered the grief father felt when he heard that Galadon died drowning. In this instant, I felt some kinship with the Dornish prince that overcame the awkwardness and fluster I was feeling after the accidental kiss. "Keep going, Jory," I said, my voice tight, trying to ignore the choked sound that escaped Quentin's throat and yet feeling sympathy for him and grief for the friend he lost. "May the Seven preserve his other companions." Jory nodded, and soon after, we worked quickly, pulling as many of the men as we could on board. The boat rocked violently under the weight, and I could see the strain on his face as he struggled to keep us steady. "Thee is getting overweight," Jory shouted to me, his voice tight with worry. "We can't take any more." Quentin's eyes widened with alarm, a stark contrast to the pallor that had overtaken his face. "We have to take as many as we can," he insisted, his voice rising in desperation. The memory of his friend, Archibald, dragged under by the wreckage, was probably going through his head. Jory shook his head, his expression grim. "We'll capsize if we don't head back now." A cold knot formed in my stomach. Leaving people behind to die went against everything I believed in. "Please," Quentin implored, his voice breaking. The vulnerability in his tone echoed the raw grief etched on his face. Jairus, his face etched with shock and mirroring Quentin's desperation, retorted, his voice filled with urgency. "We can't abandon them." I could feel the grief fueling his outburst. "We'll send help as soon as possible," Jory promised, his voice firm. "But we need to get you to safety first." I bit my lip, the decision tearing at me. Jory was right. Yet, the thought of turning away from those who might still be alive gnawed at my conscience. "He's right, Prince Quentin," I finally said in a soft voice, though it pained me to say it. "We can't help anyone if we go down too." Quentin's shoulders sagged as he looked back at the burning wreckage, the faces of his friends still struggling in the water. He wasn't the only one. I felt Jairus and the other survivors we had helped being reluctant to leave the others behind. There might be another way, a grizzled Dornishman with a salt and pepper beard rasped, his voice hoarse. We hold onto the sides and back of the boat, swim with our legs, and you sir, row us back slowly. We can return to land safely. A flicker of hope sparked in Quentin's eyes, mirrored by several of the other survivors. But a knot of worry tightened in my stomach. The men we had just pulled up to were exhausted, and some injured. Holding onto a moving boat while kicking through water seemed a precarious proposition at best. Jory was quick to voice his concerns. It's a risky plan. If one of you loses his grip and goes under, there is a chance he'll die. Jairus, his face pale but resolute, interjected. We can't just leave them to drown, Jory. There are people. A tense silence descended upon us, broken only by the groans of the wounded and the rhythmic lap of water against the hull. Suddenly, Quentin spoke, his voice hoarse but firm. We do it, he said, his gaze fixed on the burning wreckage. We take the risk. We save who we can. He looked at me, his eyes pleading. In that moment, I saw not just a prince, but a leader facing an impossible choice. The memory of my father's grief flickered in my mind, a stark reminder of the cost of inaction. With a heavy sigh, I conceded. Very well, Prince Quentin. But Jory will need complete control of the boat. We can't afford any heroics that might put the entire rescue effort at risk. Relief washed over Quentin's face, a flicker of gratitude replacing the raw grief. Jory nodded curtly, his jaw set in determination. We spent the next tense moments carefully maneuvering the survivors alongside the boat. Many clung on with grim determination, their ragged gasps echoing in the air. Several, the weakest or most gravely injured, were hoisted aboard with a combined effort. Jory looked at the prince. My prince, we can't do more. We need to move. We need to try to row back to the docks. Quentin nodded with a worried and conflicted expression. All right. Let's go. Jory began to row back towards the wharf while half a dozen men were pushing the boat from behind and the sides. I looked at them with concern and admiration. They were risking their lives to save each other. You've done more than anyone could have asked, Jory gently said as he rowed. There had to be more we could have done, I mumbled, the helplessness gnawing at me. Quentin, Jairus, and the other survivors present on the boat remained silent, their faces reflecting a range of emotions, grief, gratitude, and a dawning understanding of the limitations of our rescue effort. Quentin finally looked at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude and sorrow, a hint of something deeper lingering in their depths. I could see how much he felt the absence of his other companions and friends, and I could only imagine the fear of losing another one. Thank you, he said, his voice hoarse. For everything. I met his gaze, a small, sad smile tugging at the corner of my lips. We did what we could, I replied. That's all anyone can ask. As the wharf loomed closer, a chaotic scene unfolded before us. Renly Baratheon's men, alongside the city watch, were working tirelessly to bring order to the pandemonium. Shouts of command echoed across the water, punctuated by the groans of the wounded and the terrified cries of those still struggling in the black water. Suddenly, a commotion erupted further down the wharf. A knot of men, their faces etched with urgency, were pointing frantically towards the distant horizon. My gaze followed their direction, and a surge of relief washed over me. Several sturdy rowboats, their oars flashing in the sunlight, were cutting through the water. Look there! Jairus exclaimed, his voice tinged with a mixture of awe and relief. More boats! They're coming to help. Jory gripped the oar tighter. Good, he muttered, his voice gruff but laced with a hint of satisfaction. The more help the better. I nodded, feeling a newfound hope to see more of the prince's people being saved and by the mother's mercy, his two other companions being found. A glance back towards the burning wreckage sent a shiver down my spine. The emerald flames of wildfire danced on the water, a terrifying reminder of the greater threat still looming over King's Landing. An. 1 And here we are for the first dual POV chapter with two new POVs. This chapter is part of a subplot my beta reader suggested as he has a favorite pairing he wants to see. It takes him a bit of argument discussion to persuade me and give me interest to explore this idea. And this chapter also shows what was happening with the explosion. Introducing Quentin Martell in this story was nevertheless an interesting idea, partly because it allows to explore the Dornish side of this part of the plot, notably on how the revelations in King's Landing affect them, and in introducing some inputs on what happened in Dorne, notably for the rest of the family as setups for the second part of the Dornish subplot. And my beta reader and I, both because of our ideas, agreed that exploring the alternate fate of the prince was amusing and interesting. 3. The mystery of the explosion is solved with what happened. You may be surprised of the circumstances and of the sigil used by the ship, but that is part of the mystery and a setup for both incoming events and on something that would have likely happened during such a period. The only thing I can say is that those who were in that ship were hurried because of the presence of the party that arrived in the harbor to greet the Dornish party, and in their haste, made an accidental move that results in a boom. 4. The second part allowed to introduce and explore Brienne of Tarth. For some information, Brienne is like all other characters 2 years older, and considering that in the books she's born in 280 AC, that meant that she's 20 in this story. And on the matter of her physical appearance, my beta reader pointed out she might be a late bloomer. And for her presence, I considered that the moment she heard about the events at King's Landing, she would move to help, both because of how she is and because of the potential desire to be by Renly's side and to help him. 5. The explosion scene was the idea to spark the subplot tied to Brienne and Quentyn, though the way it occurs was my personal interpretation, as I feel showing the fallout of the wildfire explosion in a new way was interesting. And it allows to explore Brienne in a new manner, as she is rushing to help people because it is the right thing to do. And it allows me to do a reverse mirror of what happened to Quentyn and his friends in canon, with Quentyn surviving and many of his companions dying. 6. The accidental kiss was a suggestion by my beta reader and the spark of something he wants to see blossomed, even if I am working to make it both believable in regard of both characters and to consider the context and their personalities for the development of this plotline. 7. Next time, the visit of Wintertown has an unfortunate and terrible complication. 8. Have a good reading. 74/A Rose Tour, Turnip Eye. I stood at the entrance of the kitchen with Father, my heart fluttering with excitement at the thought of our visit to Wintertown. I stopped myself from bouncing on the balls of my feet. "Do you think Lady Arya and Roger are gonna get here soon, Father?" I asked. Father smiled down at me, his rough hand giving my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "They'll be here soon enough, Turnip. Just be patient now." Suddenly, I saw Arya emerge from the courtyard, quickly coming towards me. Father stepped forward to greet her. "Good day, Lady Arya." She smiled, her expression softening at Father's respectful tone. "Good day, Gage. Is everything ready?" My lady. "We're just waitin' for Roger to arrive," he replied. Arya's eyes found mine, and she grinned. "Excited for our trip, Turnip?" I started bouncing on the balls of my feet again. "Yep, my lady. It'll be super fun to show Roger all around Wintertown." She frowned a bit at my words. "Please, I'm not a lady." While a part of me was still a bit flummoxed by her refusal to accept her status, I felt regretful to have forgotten that. "Sorry," I said. "It's fine. I'm glad you're coming with us," she sincerely said. Just then, we heard movement from the kitchen. Turning around, I saw Roger approaching, carrying a bag and leaning slightly on a strange cane and holding a coat. I noticed he had his armor on as he put the coat over his body. Arya's face lit up even more. "Roger," she called out. "Are you ready?" He returned her smile, a gentle warmth in his eyes. "I am." "And are you prepared for our trip?" Arya nodded vigorously. "Absolutely." She then noticed the cane. "Wow! What's that fancy cane for?" she exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. "Is it what Mycon created for you?" "I guess news runs quicker than light here," he said in an amused voice. "But to answer your question, I used to use sticks when I took a stroll back home. I asked Mycon to create something that reminded me of home." Roger chuckled. "It's quite impressive," she remarked, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings along its length. "Mycon did a wonderful job." "And what about you, Turnip?" he asked kindly. "Are you ready for our adventure?" "Yes, Roger," I replied, my voice filled with excitement. Father nodded in approval. "We're all set, Roger. Ready when you are." Roger gave a final nod, a smile tugging at his lips. "Good. Let's not keep Wintertown waiting, then." Father led the way out of the kitchen. We followed closely, stepping into the courtyard, which was alive with activity. It was the usual sight since the arrival of the first bannermen of Lord Stark, and they kept coming. It reminded me of the royal visit not long ago, but this felt different, more intense somehow, as the number of people gathered was far greater. Just as we were about to pass through the gates, Roger cleared his throat. "So, Turnip," he began, his dark eyes twinkling, "tell me, did anything interesting happen while I was stuck in those stuffy kitchens?" I blushed. "And not really, Roger," I stammered, trying to recall anything. Arya, however, nudged me with her elbow, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Oh, come on, Turnip," she teased. "Don't tell me you didn't get into any trouble while we were gone." My cheeks burned even hotter. Trouble? The closest I came to trouble was accidentally dropping a batch of bread rolls into the fire. But of course, I couldn't admit that in front of him. "And no trouble," I mumbled, my voice barely above a whisper. "Well, that's a relief," he said, his gaze shifting to the bustling activity beyond the gates. "Wintertown seems quite lively today." Indeed it was. The usually quiet road leading to the town was teeming with people. Carts laden with goods rumbled past, their drivers shouting greetings to one another. Men-at-arms, their cloaks emblazoned with the sigils of various northern houses, mingled with farmers and townsfolk. As we were walking, the cold air bit at my cheeks, but the excitement in my heart kept me warm. Father moved ahead, leading the way with his steady stride. Arya kept pace with Roger, who leaned slightly on his strange cane and was recounting a story about a particularly daring escapade with her dire wolf, Nymeria. And then, Arya continued, her voice animated, Nymeria chased a rabbit all the way into the stables. The poor thing was hopping between the horses, causing quite a stir. Still the rascal. She takes it well from you, he laughed while shaking his head. Arya laughed, her eyes gleaming with pride. Nymeria has a mind of her own, she said, her tone affectionate. But she knows when to listen. She's cleverer than most people give her credit for. She glanced at Roger, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Just like me. Roger raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eyes. Of course, Arya. But it's a good thing you've got Nymeria to keep you in check. Arya playfully swatted his arm. As if I need keeping in check. She retorted. I can handle myself just fine. I couldn't help but smile at their banter, feeling a warm sense of belonging in their company. Roger chuckled again and I could sense father's amusement at the friendly banter. Speaking of Nymeria, she said, a playful glint in her eyes, wouldn't it be nice to have some extra protection while we're out here? My heart skipped a beat. I knew she was teasing, but the memory of Nymeria's imposing size sent a shiver down my spine. Arya, I began, a hint of protest in my voice, you know it wouldn't be appropriate to bring. Relax, turnip, she laughed, cutting me off. I wouldn't dream of disobeying Rob. Besides, she added, turning towards Roger with a sly smile, I have you now, don't I? A warm blush rose to Roger's cheeks, and he averted his gaze for a moment. Arya, oblivious to his reaction, simply grinned. It was rather funny and strange for a grown-up to react that way. But perhaps that's why I appreciated his presence. Roger gave Arya a soft glance, a slight fluster crossing his face. Well, let's hope I won't have to play the protector this time, though I'm not sure if it's not the other way around. We'll see about that, Arya said. As we walked, I felt a sense of belonging that I rarely experienced, a feeling that, in this moment, everything was just as it should be. And yet, there was a flicker of something unfamiliar stirring within me. Was it jealousy? The thought startled me. As we approached Wintertown, the sounds and sights of the bustling town enveloped us. The market square was alive with activity, vendors shouting out their wares, and townsfolk hurrying about their business. It was almost overwhelming, the sheer number of people and the variety of goods on display. Roger looked around, his eyes wide with wonder. But suddenly, as we were approaching the main alley, there was a slight discomfort in his eyes as if he had seen something off. I was puzzled, wondering what troubled him. But that was gone as he was looking with a faint smile at the market square that was coming closer to each with each step. Did you visit Wintertown before? He asked Arya. Arya nodded, her gaze sweeping over the market stalls. Yes, a few times. I used to sneak out here with John when we were younger, she sighed. Really? Tell me more about it, Roger prompted. Arya's eyes lit up as she began to recount her childhood adventures. There was this one time, John and I found a secret market hidden in the back alleys. The merchants there sold the most amazing things. Exotic spices, strange trinkets from Essos. It was like discovering a whole new world. Roger's eyes widened in amazement. That sounds incredible. Did you ever get caught? Arya laughed, shaking her head. Not that time. But once, John and I tried haggling with this stubborn old merchant. He had these beautiful wooden toys, carved by hand. John wanted to get one for Bran, but the man wouldn't budge on the price. We ended up sneaking back later and leaving some extra coins for it. John's idea, of course. Roger smiled warmly while shaking his head. John sounds like he was quite the older brother. He was, Arya said, her voice softening. He always looked out for me. We had this game where we'd see who could find the most unusual food. Once, we found this vendor selling candied nuts. I'd never tasted anything like it before. We ate so many we got sick. Roger chuckled. I can imagine. It must have been quite an adventure. It was, Arya agreed, her eyes shining with the memories. Wintertown was our escape. It was the one place where we could just be ourselves, away from all the expectations and rules. It was a side of Arya I hadn't seen before, a carefree girl lost in happy memories. I knew, of course, of her half-brother John and how close they were, but hearing it from her was something else. And I knew of some of the things she was speaking of, remembering the few times I had been there with father. The scent of spices, the beauty of some of the items merchants would sell. Roger smiled at Arya, saying with a fond voice, well, you have a lot of fun there and what you depict to me makes me very eager to discover it. Arya's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at Roger's response, clearly pleased with his interest in her description of Wintertown. You won't be disappointed, Roger, she assured him, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. It's a place unlike any other. The sights, the sounds, the smells, it's all so vibrant and alive, especially during market days. I can hardly wait to see it for myself, he admitted, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Thank you for sharing, Arya. It sounds like quite the experience. Arya grinned back at him, her grey eyes sparkling with excitement. Anytime, Roger. And who knows? Maybe we'll even find something truly extraordinary while we're there. He turned to me. And you, Turnip? Have you been here often? Father answered for me, his voice filled with pride. Turnip's been by a few times, lending a hand with the supplies and whatnot. Roger smiled, his gaze kind. Well then, let's see what we can find today. I nodded eagerly, my excitement bubbling over. Yes, Roger. Father guided us towards the market area, and as we entered, the smells of freshly baked bread and roasting meats wafted through the air, making my mouth water. Stalls lined the muddy streets, their wooden frames adorned with colorful fabrics, fresh produce, and various wares. Vendors called out to passers-by, their voices mingling with the laughter and chatter of the crowd. My eyes widened as I took in the sights and sounds around me. Roger turned to Father, a question on his lips. Where can we find the brown lard? Father scanned the market, then pointed towards a cluster of stalls to our left. Over yonder, by the butcher's stall. They've got the best quality, if you ask me. We made our way through the throng of people, Father leading the way. As we walked, I marveled at the variety of goods on display: bundles of herbs, freshly baked bread, intricately woven blankets, and even small trinkets that sparkled in the afternoon light. Roger glanced back at me, his expression thoughtful. You seem to know your way around here, Turnip. What's your favorite part of the market? I thought for a moment, then grinned. I just love going to the baker's stall. The smells are so yummy, and sometimes, if I'm really lucky, they give me a warm bun. Roger chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. That sounds wonderful. Maybe we can stop by there later. Father led us to the stall he had pointed out, where a stout woman greeted us with a broad smile. Gage. Good to see you. Here for some brown lard, I reckon. Father nodded, exchanging words with the woman as she handed over a wrapped package. While they talked, I looked around, taking in the sights and sounds of the market. People moved about with purpose, their faces animated with conversation and laughter. It felt like a world of its own, separate from the quiet halls of Winterfell. Roger paid for the lard, then turned to us with a satisfied smile. We've got what we came for. Now, how about that visit to that baker's stall? We moved through the bustling alleys of Wintertown, the wooden stalls forming a maze-like path. Roger walked beside Arya, acting like a big brother to her. I could not understand why some were trying to say Roger had something sinister planned for my friend when it was clear he truly cared for her. As we walked, a sudden commotion nearby caught our attention. Roger stopped in his tracks, his expression turning serious as he listened intently. What's going on? Father asked, turning to Roger with a concerned look. Roger frowned as he listened to the sounds. You go on ahead to the baker's stall. I'll join you soon. It's probably nothing, he replied. Arya and I exchanged a worried look, and I felt a pang of unease. Father hesitated, his instinct to protect me wanting to help look for Roger. Are you sure? Father asked, unable to hide his concern. Roger nodded, a reassuring smile on his face. Don't worry. I'll be fine. You go ahead and enjoy the market. I won't be long. Father relented, though he was still nervous. All right, but be careful. With a final nod, Roger turned and made his way toward the source of the noise. Father guided us through the throng of people, his grip on my hand firm, not wanting me to go anywhere near trouble. As we approached the baker's stall, the delicious smells of freshly baked bread filled the air, momentarily distracting me from my worries. The aroma of warm bread hit me like a hug, washing away the chill of the winter air. Stalls piled high with golden loaves and flaky pastries lined the narrow alley, each one a promise of deliciousness. My stomach was already rumbling. But as we reached the baker's stall, a tall, hooded figure was just leaving. He moved with a weird walk, and an overpowering stench wafted towards us. It was the kind of smell that made you think of dirty animals, old garbage, and something deeply unpleasant hidden beneath. I wrinkled my nose instinctively, trying to place the unfamiliar, sickly sweet odor. Arya gagged, covering her mouth and nose with her hand. What is that smell? She exclaimed, her voice muffled. I could barely respond, the scent making my eyes water. I don't know, but it's awful. Father's grip on my hand tightened protectively, his expression darkening as he watched the hooded man disappear into the crowd. He muttered something under his breath, his eyes following the man's retreating form. The baker, a rotund man with a flour-dusted apron, greeted us with a broad smile. Gage. Good to see you. What can I fetch for you today? Father greeted the baker with a smile, though I also saw he was still a bit discomforted. Hello, Arn. We are here for buns. The baker nodded but noticed our discomfort and frowned in concern. Oh dear, did you run into him? He asked, shaking his head. That one's always hanging about, causing trouble with his stench, but not much else. Arya managed to lower her hand, still looking disgusted. Who is he? The baker sighed. I don't know his name, but I've seen him with one of the Lord's retinues. Father nodded, his grip on my hand finally loosening. I see, he said, turning to us with a forced smile. Come on, let's get those buns. The baker nodded and moved to find them. Arya and I looked around, our eyes wide and our tongues licking our lips at the sight of the pastries and bread on display. We quickly forgot the mysterious disgusting man as I was almost drooling to eat the buns. The baker handed one over, and I eagerly took it, the warmth seeping into my cold hands. Thank you, I said, taking a bite and savoring the delicious taste. Arya, however, seemed distracted. Her gaze kept going towards the direction where Roger had gone. The look on her face was the same one father always had when he became protective. After a moment, she made up her mind. I need to see what's happening, she declared. Father's head snapped towards Arya, his brow furrowing. Arya, it would be unwise. Let Roger handle it. She became that lovable stubborn person I knew when she spoke next. Roger might need help. You should have his back. Father sighed, knowing better than to argue. Just be careful. And don't wander too far into that alley. Arya nodded and slipped away into the crowd. I hesitated, torn between staying with father and following Arya. My curiosity and concern for Roger, combined with not wanting to leave my friend alone, pushed me to act. I'm going with her, I said quickly, darting off before father could stop me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the baker duck underneath his stall, reaching for something as he said something to father. I weaved through the crowds, my heart pounding. Arya was just ahead and I caught up to her as we neared the source of the commotion, the noise growing louder. Turnip, you didn't have to follow, Arya said, glancing at me in surprise. I couldn't let you go alone, I replied, my voice shaking a little. What do you think is going on? I don't know, but we'll find out soon, she replied, her eyes narrowing as we approached a nearby alley. In the alley I spotted Roger facing two men, holding his cane tightly. One had blonde hair and a sullen and uptight demeanor, the other was a monster of a brute that made me shake with fear. A red-headed woman around Roger's age stood nearby, looking fearful. Arya's eyes widened in recognition. That's ROS, she whispered, her voice tinged with concern. I glanced at Arya, confused. Who's ROS? She's someone Theon talks about, she replied, her eyes narrowing. I frowned, confused by the situation. Why is your friend getting involved? Oh no. That's the same look he had when he defended me from sellswords, she answered with an edge of pride in her tone. I looked at her with awe. Just then, the blonde man took notice of our presence. His eyes glinted with malice. Well, what do we have here? He sneered. Perhaps you don't want to pay for the whore because you already have two in your service, he told Roger. Arya bristled, her face flushing with anger. How dare you? I grabbed her arm, trying to hold her back. Don't. I noticed Arya reach by her waist and stop. An annoyed look appeared on her face. She must have wanted to draw that sword of hers, but sadly it was back at the castle. I also felt confused and angered. The man's words sounded foul and wrong, but their full meaning eluded me. It made me feel filthy. Roger's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with fury and his grip on his cane tightened even more. What did you just say, Sailchien Gaylor? That last word was foreign, but I instinctively knew it was something I should never say around father. The blonde man smirked, doubling down. I said maybe you didn't want to pay because you've already got these two little whores keeping you company. And everyone knows how close you are to that Stark girl. Sneaking into her tent to have fun with her. Ros's face turned pale, and Arya's eyes blazed with rage. She looked ready to rush them, but I held on to her. I could feel the heat radiating from her. Just then, the blonde man sneered, stepping closer to Roger with a menacing glint in his eyes. Look, he drawled at Roger, his voice dripping with mock sympathy, it seems these little ones are a bit more spirited than you bargained for. Perhaps you wouldn't mind if we took them off your hands for a bit of entertainment. Roger's jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth might shatter. A low growl rumbled in his throat, and his entire body seemed to tremble with rage. Ros gasped, her eyes wide with anger and disbelief. Torin, stop. This is so wrong. The man's smile widened even further, revealing a disturbing glint in his eyes. He reached into a pouch at his belt, his fingers fumbling for a moment before emerging with a handful of coins. They were dull and tarnished, the cheapest one could find in Wintertown. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the coins flying through the air, aiming for us. Here's some payment. Let us have a round with you. I winced, feeling a sharp sting as one of the coins struck my eye. Blinking away tears, I saw Arya's rage ignite even further. Her entire body went rigid. Her face turned an alarming shade of red as her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "You filthy!" she screamed, her voice shaking with fury, as she was ready to pounce. Before she could finish the sentence, I grasped her arm with all my might while painfully blinking my hurt eye. I wanted to scream, to cry, but I knew I had to keep hold of Arya. "Let me go, turnip!" Arya shouted at me as she struggled against my hold, her eyes burning with a fire I'd never seen before. It took every ounce of my strength to keep her from launching herself at the men. Just then, I heard the familiar booming voice of my father echoing down the alley. "What's going on here?" I saw him arriving and his face was a mask of fury as he caught the tail end of the man's vile suggestion. "Sale fills depute pervers!" Roger screamed. His cane connected with the blonde man's head, the loud crack echoing in the narrow alley. He then swung it to the side, smacking the other man's head. His cane went back and forth, landing blows on both men's heads, arms and sides. "How dare you say that about my daughter?" Father roared. He charged down the alley, his foot flying up and kicking the blonde man between the legs. I could hardly believe my eyes. Roger's face was almost purple, his eyes blazing as he held the blonde man by the collar with his cane pressed against his face. "Give me one more reason to turn you into a punching ball, Sale malade mental." He seethed, his voice low and dangerous. He was so unlike the kind and soft person who interacted with me or Arya. Father was equally furious. He drew his meat cleaver and held the gruff man against the wall, pressing his tool onto the man's neck. The brute's eyes widened in shock, too stunned to react. "Father!" I squeaked, my voice trembling at the sight. It was terrifying and strangely thrilling to see my father so fierce. Arya cheered beside me, her eyes bright with excitement. "Get him, Roger!" ROS approached us, looking concerned. "Are you both all right?" she asked. Arya's eyes flicked towards ROS, her expression a bit guarded. "We're fine," she replied curtly, her gaze fixed on Roger and the commotion around him. I hesitated, feeling unsure about interacting with a woman like ROS. But the pain in my eye and Arya's presence beside me made me relent. "My eye hurts," I admitted as I blinked away tears. ROS knelt down beside me, as she inspected my eye. I flinched instinctively, not used to being scrutinized so closely. But her touch was surprisingly gentle, and her concern seemed genuine. "It looks like you've got a bit of a bruise," she remarked softly. "But it should heal with time. Try not to rub it too much." ROS stood up, her gaze landing on Roger and Gage as they were holding the brutes. "You're lucky to have such strong protectors," ROS remarked, a hint of approval in her voice. Arya's reaction was immediate, a surge of pride evident in her eyes. "We are," she agreed, her voice filled with admiration. "They always know what to do." I nodded eagerly, adding, "And Father is the bravest person I know." Suddenly, Arya's attention shifted, and she tensed. "Listen," she whispered urgently, her eyes scanning the alley. "Do you hear that?" ROS's head snapped towards Arya, her brow furrowed in confusion. The urgency in Arya's voice broke through the initial shock of seeing Roger and Father's rage. "Someone's coming," I whispered back, my heart racing even faster. I saw ROS nod, and as we turned around, we saw the baker and a group of townsfolk emerging from the main street, brandishing clubs and makeshift weapons. The baker must have told others that there was trouble afoot. "What's going on here?" the baker demanded. Roger and Father let the men down, the two of them trying to recover from the blows while looking at the crowd with a mix of fear and anger. The gruff man glared at Father, while the blonde man, Torin, sneered, though his eyes betrayed his unease. Father took a deep breath, his voice trembling with fury as he pointed his meat cleaver at Torin and his gruff companion. "These men were trying to harm the children," he shouted, his eyes blazing again. "Yes," Roger agreed. "They even tried to pay them." "Is that true?" the baker asked with a barely composed voice as he looked at Arya and me with concern. Arya stepped forward, her voice loud and clear. "They called us whores and her turnip." I was rubbing my eye as she said those words, the pain still throbbing, and I felt something swelling on my face. ROS nodded with a serious expression while looking with a disgusted and angry face at the two men. "They did," she confirmed as she picked up some of the coins on the ground and showed them to the crowd. "Here's the money they tried to pay with." The crowd's reaction was immediate. Shouts of outrage spread through them, and several people tightened their grip on their makeshift weapons. The baker's face darkened with anger. "You filthy cur," he spat at Torin. Torin quickly yelled, "I'm a guest, you can't lay your hands on me," before taking off alongside his gruff companion. The crowd roared and surged forward, charging the two men. My heart pounded as I watched the scene unfold. Arya, caught up in the fury, raced forward with the crowd. "Wait!" I cried out, but my voice was lost in the angry shouts. ROS lunged after her, reaching out to grab her arm, but Arya was too quick. Thankfully, she didn't get far enough to get lost in the mob. There! Ros exclaimed, pointing towards the edge of the crowd where I could just make out my friend. Relief washed over me as I realized she wasn't completely out of sight. All four moved quickly, pushing through the bustling crowd to reach Area. The winter town, usually so calm, was close to a riot. Area! Father called out, his voice booming above the noise, catching her attention. She stopped in her tracks, turning to see us approaching. The crowd's movement seemed to halt abruptly, and the only sounds were the brutal thuds of fists connecting with something. It was easy to guess who was being hit. Roger reached Area first, hugging her. Area! You shouldn't run off like that. He scolded, his voice trembling slightly. She looked up at him defiantly. They hurt Turnip and called us names. I couldn't just stand there. Roger took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. I understand, but Gage and I are responsible for your care. What do you think would happen if we fail to look after you? I just wanted to help, she mumbled, looking down. Father stepped forward, his voice softer but still firm. We know what you did, Area. But running off like that can get you hurt. We need to stay together. Roger put a hand on Area's shoulder. And I wouldn't forgive myself if something happened to you. Area's eyes had tears, and she bit her lip. I'm sorry, she said quietly, looking up at Roger. I just didn't want them to get away with it. He smiled gently, his anger finally giving way to relief. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. I know, Area. But we have to be smart about it. Remember, think before acting. She slowly nodded to his words. The noises of shouts were heard and the beating stopped as a voice suddenly rose. What's going on? The baker's voice cut through the tumult. Those two men hit and tried to molest Lady Area and young Turnip. The sight before us was chaotic. Townsfolk milled about, some nursing minor injuries, while the Stark guards stood firm, keeping order. Torrin and the gruff man lay beaten on the ground, their faces bloodied and bruised. The baker stood nearby, stepping away from the beaten men. As we reached the edge of the crowd, I saw a flash of recognition in the guard's eyes when he spotted Area. He stepped forward, his face serious. Is it true what the baker says? Did these men try to molest you and your friend? She nodded quickly. They did. They thought we were whores. The guard's gaze hardened as he shifted on me. I felt a surge of anger at the memory of Torrin's cruel words. They did, I said, my voice small but angry while wincing at the pain in my eye. They called us names and hurt me. A furious glint was in his expression before he turned to Roger and Father. And you too, you corroborate this? Father nodded, his face a mask of controlled fury. They insulted the girls and tried to lay hands on them. We couldn't stand by. Roger took a deep breath, his face still red with anger. Yes. That piece of crap dared to say those words then hurt Turnip, he growled, pointing at Torrin. The guard's expression further darkened, his eyes flickering with indignation. Ros stepped forward, her face set in a fierce scowl. They did, she confirmed. These men have no honor. The guard looked at her, then back at the two beaten men, his eyes narrowing with a new determination. Lord Rob will be informed of this immediately, he declared, his voice cold. With a solemn nod, he turned to his men. Take them into custody, he ordered. I saw him clenching his fist, trying to stop himself from hitting those two men. They took away the two men, forcing them to get up and then walk with a shove. The townsfolk returned to their stalls and shops, their murmurings of outrage fading into the background. Though some walked slower, looking at us, making sure we were okay first. Amid the dispersing crowd, I noticed a scullion rushing towards Winterfell, his small figure darting through the people. My eyes followed him for a moment before turning back to Roger, Father, and Ros. Roger's anger still simmered beneath the surface, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, but I could see the strain of holding back. His face, flushed from the confrontation, now showed signs of exhaustion. He looked as if he might break down at any moment. Father, on the other hand, appeared more composed, though the worry etched on his face mirrored my own. Area stood nearby, her face a mixture of defiance and exhaustion. She bit her lip, her fists clenched at her sides. Ros had a look of fierce protectiveness that seemed new and unexpected. Father, are you all right? I asked. He looked down at me, his expression softening. He knelt to my level, placing both hands on my shoulders. I'm fine, Turnip, he said gently. Don't worry about me. I nodded, feeling a bit better but still uneasy. I glanced over at Roger, who was now speaking to Area. Are you all right, Area? He asked, his voice strained but caring. She nodded slowly, her fierce expression now showing a hint of concern for him. I am, but are you okay, Roger? She asked, her voice small and worried. He shook his head slightly, his eyes tired. I don't know, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I watched as Arya's gaze lingered on Roger, her worry deepening. She seemed to understand the weight he was carrying. Father stood up, his eyes scanning the bustling town. We need to take a break, he said firmly, looking at Roger. Roger nodded, his shoulders slumping further. You're right. What do you think we should do? He asked. Father glanced around, his eyes thoughtful. Let's stop by the tavern, he suggested. A warm drink and a moment to sit will do us all some good. Roger hesitated, clearly pondering the suggestion. Before he could speak, Arya intervened. It's a good idea, Roger. I nodded eagerly, wanting to support the idea. Yes, please, Roger, I said, looking up at him with wide eyes. He sighed, a small smile breaking through his exhaustion. All right, Gage. That's a good idea. Let's go, he agreed. Ros, who had been silent, stepped forward. I'll come with you, she said, her voice steady. You all look like you could use the company. Roger glanced at her, surprised, but then nodded. Thank you, Ros. We appreciate it. His eyes widened as Ros gave him a small kiss on the cheek. For standing up for me, Ros said as Arya growled for a moment. With that, we began to make our way toward the tavern. The noise of Wintertown buzzed around us, but for the first time since the confrontation began, I felt a sense of calm returning. And here we go back to Winterfell, but with a new POV in the first where my SI is present, though not the central character. To this chapter and the subplot it is tied to had been discussed a lot between my beta reader and me, as the subplot it is tied to was a suggestion of his. I was a bit wary because of how it could be received and how it would fit into the context and of how balanced it could be made. In the end, my beta reader's arguments assuaged my apprehensions, and like for others of his ideas, like the one tied to the two characters of the previous chapter, I transcribed this idea through how I would have envisioned it. 3. It is in this context that the idea of having other characters having their POVs even when my SI is present is born, something I was a bit uncertain at first, because I felt it kind of breaks the dichotomy settled at first in the storyline. But in the end, making this SI as much a part of that world as the canonical characters is a good call. For the idea to explore Wintertown was something I was totally fine with it, especially considering the context tied to the visit of the Northerner lords and of their retinues. And it was the payoff of Arya's idea about the recipes she wanted to make in the kitchens in the chapter 68. It was also a good way to explore the other characters on what they did off-story, or in the case of Arya, before the canon. 5. The different characters present in one way or another during this chapter are tied to the books, to the show, one redhead specifically, or to the game's lore. 6. The main clash of this chapter is one of the main reasons why I was initially very reluctant to implement this subplot, because I couldn't envision any of the potential characters that would fit the bill to make such a stunt, especially those finally chosen. What makes me decide to tackle it is that the context around what make those characters that way and the idea to explore how the bond between Arya and my SI could be used and how it would snap my SI. The canning was something my beta reader had in mind since we had started our discussion, i.e. after the first chapter, an idea I was fine with because I remember that Poirot did knock with his cane Carmichael in the ITV adaptation of Halloween Party with David Suchet playing the detective. And the reason behind why the axe cane was created. Another source of inspiration is a gag from the Blue Brothers movies, sister/mother Mary Canning Elwood, and Jack, each time they say swears and insults. 7. For the background of the clash that led to that big incident, there will be 2 chapters on the trial of the 2 characters where the people that took part in the events would witness. Those chapters would also shed light on why those characters crossed the red line. However, one thing must be clear here, Torrhen wasn't aware of Arya's presence, not recognizing her, even less as her name had never been said during the scene of the clash. 8. Next time, trying to take a reprieve from the awful incident in Wintertown, Mark finds himself embroiled in another mess. 9. Have a good reading. 75/A Tavern Brawl, Area 2. Turnip clung to my side, her small face pale and puffy from the blow to her eye. If I hadn't left Needle in my room, I would have stabbed that pervert like the bastard that tried to molest me back in that village. Those men had been scary, but Mark and Gage had jumped in to help without a second thought. With Mark, it was like having John helping me. And Gage? Well, he worked for my family, and Turnip was there too, but I didn't really picture him charging into a fight. Still, seeing how Mark and Gage stood up for me made me feel better. Mark's face was still flushed with anger, and his grip on his cane was tight. And for some reason, it was as if he was holding back tears. I knew he was struggling, and it pained me to see him like this. He was always so strong, so sure, so kind. I wanted to comfort him, to tell him it would be all right, but the words seemed forced. Seeing him like that, so vulnerable, was so unusual. The only time he was that way was after that awful fight with those bandits. I shivered when I once again thought of the man who wanted to molest me if it had not been for my friend. I glanced at Turnip and noticed she was still bothered by her swelling eye. "Are you all right, Turnip?" I asked. Turnip looked up at me, her eyes watering slightly. It hurts a bit, she admitted, touching her eye gently. But I'll be okay. Those men were awful. I'm glad they got what they deserved. I nodded, my jaw tightening. Me too. I hope Rob punishes them properly. They can't just get away with it. They won't. Rob will see to that. Turnip said with a small blush. Ros's voice rose from behind us. Your brother is a fair man, Arya. He'll make sure justice is served. You really think so? I asked. Ros nodded, a slight smile on her lips. I've heard a lot about Rob from Theon. Besides, this is your brother we are talking about. I felt a flicker of hope at her words, though I also frowned a bit, as her words also reminded me of Theon saying too much to her. Especially when he was mocking Jon on one occasion. I also wondered what had been happening when Turnip and I arrived when Mark was defending Ros. Ros, what happened back there? Why were they bothering you? Turnip shot me a look, her eyes widening slightly. I could tell she thought I was being too blunt, but I needed to know. Gage, walking slightly ahead, turned and gave me a stern look. Arya, there are times to ask questions and times to hold your tongue. I felt a twinge of guilt but held my ground. It felt like Gage was trying to be Septa Mordain or my mother. Ros intervened before I could respond. It's all right. It was a matter between Torrhen and me. Roger's voice broke the tension, as he calmed down. If Ros allows me, I can tell you what happened. I looked between Mark and Ros, waiting for her response. She nodded, permitting him to continue. Mark gave a small nod in return. To make it short, he started as if he was searching his words. Those men were threatening her because she wanted money they owed her, and that rat, Torrhen, was trying to get a free pass from her. I intervened to prevent them from crossing the line. That was my friend. He was always stepping in to help others, whether it was defending me against Joffrey's accusations, protecting me from sellswords, or standing up to those men in Wintertown. Are you all right, Roger? I blurted out. Mark stopped abruptly. He met my gaze for a brief moment, his eyes filled with a flicker of pain before he quickly looked away. I don't know, Arya, he admitted. I know those men were awful, but I feel awful for having snapped like that. Ros, who had been walking slightly behind us, spoke up now, her voice calm and soothing. She's right, Roger. You did what was right. Those men deserved what they got. That is a noble act. Thank you for your kind words, Ros, he murmured. Gage, who had been observing the exchange in silence, placed a heavy hand on Roger's shoulder. A good meal and a strong drink will do you the world of good, lad, he rumbled. Come on, let's get you settled in the kitchens. Mark offered a weak smile in response. Thank you, Gage, he said. I appreciate it. As we reached the entrance of the smoking log, the noise inside hit us full force. The air was thick with the smells of roasting meat, baking bread, and simmering stews. Several serving girls hustled past, carrying laden trays. We settled into a corner booth, thankfully away from the prying eyes and loud conversations. Gage bellowed his order for food and drink, his voice easily cutting through the din. While we waited, I couldn't help but steal glances at Roger. He seemed to relax, which was reassuring. His anger was cooling, but the weariness in his eyes was unmistakable. We settled into a corner booth, thankfully away from the prying eyes and loud conversations. Gage bellowed his order for food and drink, his voice easily cutting through the din. While we waited, I couldn't help but steal glances at Mark. His shoulders seemed less tense, but I could see the turmoil in his eyes, a war of emotions he was trying to control. Turnip, her eye still swelling, looked around wide-eyed. Have you ever eaten here, Arya? She asked. I nodded, recalling my time with Jon. Once, with Jon. We snuck in during one of our visits. Turnip giggled. Did you like it? The food was good, I said, smiling at the memory. We had roast chicken and some kind of stew. It was nice to be away from the castle for a bit. Turnip's face lit up. I've been here a few times with Dad. I love the meat pies they make. They remind me of when my mother used to bake. I smiled back at her, feeling a warmth in our shared stories. Sounds delicious. Maybe we can have some today. Turnip's eyes sparkled with excitement. That would be wonderful. I loved her enthusiasm. Being a scullion seemed fun and reminded me of the time Jon and I poured flour on ourselves and frightened Sansa in the crypts. Turnip turned to me, her expression serious. What do you think of Ros? She asked quietly, her gaze darting towards the other side of the table. I glanced back at Ros, who was leaning slightly toward Mark, a teasing smile playing on her lips. She said something that made Mark look down, a faint smile tugging at his own lips despite his evident weariness. A pang of something twisted in my chest, but I pushed it aside. Ros seemed genuinely kind, and it was good to see Mark responding to her. She's all right, I said finally, trying to sound casual. She's been kind to us. She's pretty, Turnip said, her voice filled with awe. Mark shifted slightly, meeting Ros's gaze. She raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, her voice dropping to a playful murmur. A playful glint entered Mark's eyes. You know, Ros, you have the grace of a dancer, navigating this crowded room. Ros snorted, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. And you, Sir Roger, have the wit of a maester and the heart of a knight. I couldn't help but roll my eyes playfully, a smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Oh, please, I muttered, shaking my head. Suddenly, the air grew thick with the clatter of plates and the murmur of approaching footsteps. Gage's booming voice cut through the din, "All right everyone, settle down. Food's coming." A young serving girl carrying a laden tray navigated her way through the throng towards our table. Her steps faltered slightly as she reached us, her eyes wide and a hint of pink dusting her cheeks. "Careful there, Kyra," Gage rumbled good-naturedly, his voice warm. "Don't want to spill the stew all over these fine folks, now do we?" Kyra, the serving girl, jumped slightly, a startled gasp escaping her lips. Her fluster deepened as she met Gage's gaze. "And no, Gage," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. Gage chuckled, a sound that boomed through the tavern. "No need to be nervous, child. Just be careful, all right." He reached out and patted her shoulder reassuringly. As she placed a steaming bowl of stew in front of Mark, she stumbled ever so slightly. The bowl tilted precariously, threatening to spill its contents. "Whoa there!" Mark reached out with lightning reflexes, grabbing the bowl and setting it upright on the table with a gentle thud. Kyra let out a squeak, her face flushing a deep crimson. I am so sorry, sir," she stammered, her voice barely audible. "I didn't mean to." Mark's smile was warm and reassuring. "No harm done," he interrupted gently. "These things happen." He glanced up at Kyra, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Though perhaps next time, a bit more haste, and a bit less fluster." A ghost of a smile flickered across Kyra's lips. "Why yes, sir," she mumbled, her voice still barely a whisper. I noticed the way Kyra seemed to linger a moment longer than necessary, her gaze lingering on Mark before she scurried away to serve the other patrons. There was a curious shyness about her, something that reminded me faintly of Sansa, but without the arrogance. As Kyra hurried off, a voice cut through the bustling tavern, drawing my attention. I turned to see Theon striding toward us, a blonde young woman on his arm. My eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of him, his cocky smile rubbing me the wrong way. Theon always seemed to find everything amusing, but to me, he was little more than a spoiled lordling trying too hard to impress. He was walking as if he was fumbling. Looking at the girl that was on his arm, I felt I had seen her but wasn't sure when. Perhaps she was one of the people who had arrived recently in Wintertown or even a servant who had accompanied one of the Lord's retinues. Her presence felt weird and I didn't like the way she looked at us, especially at Roger or Ros. There was something gross about her that unsettled me. Beside me, I noticed Ros's reaction, a flicker of something in her expression as she glanced at Theon. There was tension there, that didn't go unnoticed by me. And Mark, well, he seemed uneasy. Theon sauntered up to our table, his steps uneven and his grip on the blonde girl's arm a bit too tight. "Ros, you finally made it," he slurred, a smirk playing on his lips. His gaze shifted to Roger, and a jealous look flickering across his face. Ros, keeping her composure, offered a polite smile. "I was delayed by two men who thought they could force their way with me. If it wasn't for Roger and Gage here, I wouldn't have made it at all." Theon's smirk faded slightly, replaced by a scowl. "Two men, you say? And Roger here saved you? How convenient." The woman with Theon looked at Ros with a glint that unsettled me as it reminded me of Joffrey. Nonchalantly she said, "This one's a keeper." Ros's reaction was immediate and fierce. She turned sharply to the woman, eyes blazing. "Shut up," she hissed, her voice low but filled with an intensity that left no room for argument. The blonde blinked, momentarily taken aback, her smirk faltering. I glanced at Theon, who seemed more amused than anything, his cocky smile still plastered on his face. My hands clenched into fists under the table, the urge to slap that grin off his face nearly overwhelming. Turnip, oblivious to the trouble, watched with wide eyes, her earlier excitement now replaced with confusion. "Why did she say that?" she whispered to me. I shook my head, trying to keep my voice steady. "Some people just like to stir trouble," I muttered, my gaze fixed on the blonde woman. Gage, sensing the growing tension, stepped forward with a warm but firm voice. "Settle down, Theon. We're all here to enjoy a meal, not start a fight." Theon ignored Gage, his focus entirely on Mark. "So, Roger, is it? You seem to be quite the hero. Or are you just trying to impress someone as I have Tansy here?" He pointed at the blonde. "Mark, his demeanor calm but his eyes betraying a hint of anger, met Theon's gaze steadily. I only did what anyone else would have done, he replied. Let it go. But Theon, in his drunken state, wasn't willing to relent. Oh, but there is. You see, I don't like people meddling in my business. Especially not some upstart from who knows where. I clenched my fists, ready to step in if needed. Mark seemed to be holding back, his anger barely contained. I could sense he was unsettled and that bothered me. Gage and ROS exchanged worried glances, knowing this could escalate quickly. Theon, I said, my voice firm, you're making a fool of yourself. Just sit down and enjoy your meal. He turned to me, a sneer on his face. And what would a little girl like you know about it? Stay out of this area. That did it. I'm not a little girl, I snapped, stepping forward. And I know when someone's being a bully. My friend has done nothing but help, and you're just jealous. Theon let out a harsh-sounding laugh. Jealous? Of what? This foreign nobody. Mark's composure slipped for a moment, his jaw tightening. Listen to me, you little squid, he said. Oh no. I had heard that word used to describe Theon before, and it was always an insult. I have already dealt with two bastards out there. I don't want to waste time with a drunken fool with daddy issues. A gasp escaped ROS's lips, and even Gage sent a worried look in Theon's direction. I could practically feel the heat radiating off Roger. It was like a switch had flipped inside him, transforming him from the kind, quiet man I knew into a force of barely contained anger. Tansy, seeing an opportunity, leaned in closer to Theon, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Are you going to let him talk to you like that, Theon? I thought you were stronger than that. ROS's face flushed with anger, and she turned on Tansy once more. I said, shut up, she snapped, her voice shaking with rage. You're only making things worse. Tansy gave a catty grin, leaning back in her chair with a satisfied look. Why so angry, ROS? Just enjoying a bit of fun. ROS was seething and I thought she would jump on Tansy as I did on Sansa when she lied about what happened on the Ruby Ford. Why, you little. But she was cut off as Theon, swayed by that blonde harlot, lunged for Roger, his face contorted in rage. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's mine? He slurred, his words thick on his tongue. ROS is no one's to claim, but she certainly isn't yours. Roger sidestepped Theon's clumsy attempt at a punch. Your woman. He scoffed, his voice laced with disbelief. I didn't know you labeled ROS as yours. And a woman or a girl is a person to be respected as her own, not some toy you can play with for the night before throwing away. Theon sputtered, his face turning an alarming shade of red. You think you can lecture me, you foreigner? You don't belong here. ROS is mine, whether she knows it or not. Mark's eyes narrowed dangerously. Just because you are a squid doesn't mean you can put your tentacles in every hole you find. Seriously, a eunuch would be more of a man than you. My jaw dropped. I'd never heard Mark speak like that before. But seeing the fury in Theon's eyes, the way he seemed to shrink under Roger's biting words, I understood. My friend was hitting a nerve, exposing Theon's insecurities for everyone to see. Theon's face flushed with rage, his fists clenched at his sides. A eunuch, you say? I'll show you who the man is here. He roared, lunging forward once more. He was so quick that Mark met him head-on. The two collided with a force that sent them both crashing into the table, upending it and sending plates and mugs flying. Mark was pushed toward Tansy. Trying to right himself, Mark's hand touched a money pouch hanging from Tansy's thigh. He snatched it and swung it upward. The pouch smacked Theon between his legs, coins flying everywhere. Theon's eyes crossed for a moment, but his drunkenness must have dulled the pain because his right hand caught Mark in the jaw. Turnip and I jerked back as the table overturned, scrambling to get out of the way. The other patrons in the inn moved quickly, creating a wide circle around the two fighting men. Some watched with wide eyes, others whispered among themselves, and a few even cheered. Mark and Theon were now grappling on the floor, their fists flying. Mark's face was a mask of fury, his movements fueled by a primal anger I'd never seen in him before. He shouted French curses at Theon, each word laced with venom. Gage pulled Turnip and me back, his face pale. Stay back, he warned. This has gotten too ugly. I wanted to help Mark, but ROS grabbed my arm, pulling me away. Stay out of it, Arya, she urged, her voice strained. It's too dangerous. I struggled against her grip, my eyes locked on Mark. I have to help him. I protested, trying to break free. He needs me. ROS tightened her hold, her expression fierce. No, Arya. You'll only get hurt. Let them handle it. Gage moved to help ROS, his strong hands guiding us toward the exit. Listen to ROS, Arya, he said firmly. We need to get out of here. As we left the inn, the sounds of the fight continued to echo behind us. I could hear Mark's shouts, the clash of bodies, and the gasps of the onlookers. My heart pounded in my chest, a mixture of fear and frustration swirling inside me. Once we were outside, I turned to Gage and ROS, my eyes blazing. "Why did you stop me? Roger could get hurt." Gage's expression was grim. "He's a grown man, Arya. He can handle himself. Our job is to stay safe." ROS nodded, her face still tense. "He's right. Roger wouldn't want you to get hurt trying to help him. He can take care of himself." I clenched my fists, anger and helplessness roiling inside me. Gage placed a hand on my shoulder, his touch reassuring. "I know you do, Arya. But sometimes, the best way to help is to stay out of the way." Turning my gaze back to the inn, my heart ached for Mark. I hoped he would be okay, that he could handle Theon and come out of this unscathed. The noise from the fight seemed to intensify, echoing in my ears like the pounding of my own heart. Then, suddenly, the door burst open. Folks scrambled to get away from the fight, and my eyes widened as I saw Theon and Mark, rolling around on the ground like wild animals, still locked in their heated brawl. The sight of Mark, his face flushed and contorted in a snarl, his clothes ripped and dirty, was a punch to the gut. The playful teasing, the easy smile, they were all gone, replaced by a primal fury that mirrored the one I'd seen when he fought the sellswords back in the Kingswood. Every instinct in me screamed to help him. But before I could even think of disobeying ROS and Gage, a new commotion erupted at the edge of the crowd. "Enough of this!" boomed a deep voice. 3 guards, clad in my family's sigil, pushed their way through the throng, their hands on their swords. The crowd parted for them. The arrival of the guards seemed to have a sobering effect on both Theon and Mark. They disentangled themselves from each other, panting heavily. Theon glared at my friend, his face bruised and bloody, but the drunken swagger was gone, replaced by a sullen defiance. His nose was bleeding, and a nasty bruise was blooming around his left eye. Mark, on the other hand, looked like he might collapse at any moment. His breathing was ragged, and he leaned heavily against the inn wall, his hand pressed against his side. A thin line of red trickled down his temple. His left eye was bruised as well as a raw scrape on his cheek. The lead guard, a grizzled man with a salt and pepper beard, surveyed the scene with a frown. "What's the meaning of this fight?" he demanded. Theon straightened up, trying to project an air of nonchalance. "Just a bit of a misunderstanding, sire," he slurred, wiping a bloody smear from his lip. The guard's gaze flickered to Mark, then back to Theon. "Misunderstanding, eh? Looks more like a brawl to me. Do you two know where you are? This is Wintertown, not some drunken sailor's den." Theon bristled, but before he could retort, Mark spoke, his voice hoarse. "He started it," he rasped, gesturing weakly at Theon. "And I fell for it." The guard's eyes narrowed. "Theon Greyjoy," he said, his voice laced with a hint of warning. "Is that true?" Theon hesitated, then mumbled something inaudible. The guard sighed and addressed both men. "Enough of this nonsense. You're coming with me. Lord Robb Stark will deal with this in the morning." With that, the guards, one on either side, ushered Theon and Mark away. I watched them go, a knot of worry tightening in my stomach. Mark looked terrible, barely able to stand. Would he be all right? As they disappeared into the snowy night, I finally broke free from ROS's grasp. "We have to do something," I cried, my voice thick with worry. Gage knelt before me, her face serious. "We will, Arya," he assured me. "But right now, there's nothing we can do. We need to wait and see what your brother decides." Reluctantly, I nodded, feeling powerless in the face of Winterfell's authority. Turnip's eye was still swollen, her concern mirrored my own. I exchanged a worried glance with her before turning back to Gage. "Thank you, ROS," Gage said, his voice filled with gratitude. ROS nodded solemnly. "Thankful to both Roger and you," she added, acknowledging Mark's role in defending her earlier, something on which I agreed. Gage glanced at Turnip and me, a silent request for us to follow him back to Winterfell. I nodded, understanding the need to return to the safety of the castle walls, despite my worry for Mark. With a heavy heart, I followed Gage and Turnip through the bustling activity of Wintertown, my thoughts consumed by the events of the day. The visit to Wintertown, which had started so promisingly, had turned sour. First, the confrontation with Torrhen and Harry's, those oafish Whitehill boys, who dared call Turnip and me whores. And now, this brutal fight between Roger and Theon. A knot of worry tightened in my stomach. How had things escalated so quickly? Gage's hand rested gently on my arm. "Come, Arya. Let's get you both out of the cold." Slowly, I allowed him to lead me away. A bitter wind whipped at my face, carrying with it the fading sounds of the commotion in the distance. My mind replayed the events of the evening, a kaleidoscope of images, the playful fun of the market, the awful confrontation with those men, the tension at the inn when Theon arrived, the ugly fight that erupted. A tear escaped my eye, tracing a cold path down my cheek. It's not fair, I mumbled, more to myself than to Gage. No, it's not, he agreed gruffly. But sometimes, things happen that are beyond our control. All we can do is deal with the aftermath. His words were a comfort, yet a part of me still yearned to intervene, to somehow set things right. But Gage was right. There was nothing I could do for Roger now, not until Rob had made a decision. As we reached the outskirts of Wintertown, the imposing silhouette of Winterfell loomed against the darkening sky. Home. A place of safety and warmth, or so I hoped. Gage, I said, stopping abruptly. Do you think Roger will be all right? He paused, his brow furrowed. I don't know. He took a beating, that's for sure. But he's a tough one for someone who looks like a green boy. With a heavy sigh, I resumed walking, my steps echoing Gage's on the hard-packed ground. The events of the evening had cast a shadow over my mood, leaving me with a sense of unease. All I wanted was to crawl into bed and forget everything that had happened. But one thing was certain, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. I had to find a way to help him, no matter what. I knew Rob wouldn't let him rot, but at the same time, he was also friends with Theon. Such a mess. As I walked, I couldn't shake the image of Mark from my mind. His bravery, his kindness, and the fierce way he had defended us. He wasn't just another knight to me. He was starting to feel like family, like John, but also something more. My cheeks flushed at the thought, and I bit my lip, trying to sort through the confusing feeling. As we neared Winterfell, the familiar sight of its towers brought a small measure of comfort. I hoped that within its walls, we could find some peace and safety, and that somehow, I could help Mark, that I could be there for him the way he had been there for us. And here we go again. The second act of the Wintertown incident, with this time Arya as a witness. To the idea of varying the POVs while my SI is also present is my beta reader's suggestion to diversify the perspective. While initially reluctant, as mentioned perhaps in the author's notes of the previous chapter, I finally conceded and accepted the idea, as it allows my SI to further become another character among others. 3. This chapter still allows to explore Wintertown in new ways and to add other characters, notably Kia from the books. Another example of how book and show elements are merged. 4. The context of this chapter was very interesting to explore because it allowed me to develop one of the flaws of the SI/me, even if it had already been shown in the first ambush chapter. The emotional outburst and the lack of restraint when already on edge. And on the other side, Theon both drunk, jealous, and of course having assumptions about how to behave and how to interact with this mysterious stranger that came from nowhere and rose so high. And as a bonus, Tansy fueling the fire. 5. The insults of the SI/me to Theon were the easiest and funniest ones to get because I had them in mind for a certain while, not to mention the interest of exploring self-inserts when they got pissed off and could let their knowledge expressed in one way or another to hurt characters they know a lot. I'm sure some would get some Japanese reference with one of the insults, but to be fair, Theon is like someone who offers a special stick to strike him with. 6. Of course, when two people are high on nerves, emotions, or high at all, that can end into fight and brawl. And in that end, both the SI and Theon had to spend the night in a cell. It was one of the reasons behind my beta reader's idea, as he wanted to show the imperfections and flaws in avoiding what he calls seagullizing, in reference to one seagull movie he had seen, the character, i.e. making him praised by everyone at any time. In short, the curse of Gary Stu/Mary Sue. I accept his reasoning as it helps to make the self-insert more grounded. And the context helps to offer those opportunities. 7. Next time, a certain lord witnesses the immediate fallout of the Wintertown incident. 8. Have a good reading. 76/High Fallout, Ruzai. There was no better place for peace and quiet than the library. I sat at a table, immersed in a book about the history of the first men. Sadly, the pages were yellowed and slightly brittle. Despite the repairs, the scars of the fire that had ravaged this place months ago were still visible. Charred beams and scorched stonework served as a constant reminder of the castle's vulnerabilities. I turned a page, pondering what I had observed in Robb Stark since my arrival. He struck me as earnest, if a bit green. His sense of justice was commendable, though it might one day be his downfall. His determination to uphold his father's legacy was evident in his every action, but I wondered if he truly understood the mantle he had inherited. Yet, there was an underlying tension, a weight of expectation that seemed to press heavily upon him. The wildfire revelation had undoubtedly added to his struggles. It made me wonder if he had the shoulders strong enough to handle such burdens. He wasn't, however, the only figure of interest here. The mysterious foreigner who arrived alongside Lady Arya and was now serving her family was another intriguing element that warranted observation. I knew other lords and people were wondering what kind of man he was, especially since he had dueled Gryff Whitehill and all the rumors that surrounded his origins or his deeds. I thought about how he was when I met him alongside Roderick Riswell. His manners were cautious, his words measured, and while it could be tied to vigilant respect due to his status, I felt it was as if he knew what kind of person we were. His bond with Arya Stark and the trust he had seemingly garnered from her family added another layer of complexity to the already intricate political landscape. I wondered if he was more than he claimed to be. Loud yells suddenly erupted from outside, shattering the silence of the library. The noise grew louder, a mix of shouts and hurried footsteps as others ran toward the commotion. Rising from my seat, I set the book aside and moved towards the door. As I reached the stairs, Maester Lewin appeared at the top, with a puzzled expression on his face. "What's going on, Maester?" I asked, keeping my voice low. Lewin shook his head, his fingers tugging at the chain around his neck. "I don't know, my lord. It seems to be coming from the courtyard." "Indeed," I replied. Guest rights were paramount, yet the sheer volume of the disturbance hinted at a potential breach. We hastily made our way down the stairs, Maester Lewin trailing a step behind me. The sight that greeted us upon exiting the library had me wondering if we had entered a battlefield. A throng of people, lords, servants, and men-at-arms had gathered in the center of the courtyard. Stark guards wrestled with burly figures clad in the sigil of House Whitehill. Interspersed amongst them were members of the Winterfell kitchen staff, the majority armed and looking ready to kill. The older members were holding clubs as well as various kitchen knives including meat cleavers. It was easier to hold them back than the younger children who were holding pans as well as rocks. The young scullions were trying to get around the Stark guards, some even stopped from slipping between their legs. In the heart of the chaos lay two figures sprawled on the cold cobblestones. Their faces were bloodied and bruised, their clothing ripped and torn. A low groan escaped one of them, his body heaving with ragged breaths. "You damned peasants! You'll answer for this insult to the guest right. Attacking our lord's heir. Shame on you!" yelled one of the men, who was the bullier of the two. I studied the two men on the ground, recognizing Torrhen Whitehill, my former squire. His once sharp features were now marred by bruises and blood. Harry's, the other man, was equally battered. My lips pressed into a thin line as I considered the implications. Torrhen, despite his harsh upbringing and ruthless demeanor, was still a reflection of his father's ambitions and failings. The realization sent a ripple of cold through me. Torrhen's presence here, in this condition, could complicate matters further. The guards' words were met with jeers from the kitchen staff. Accusations of molesters and rapists were hurled back. This was no mere brawl. This was someone trying to carry out a form of street justice. Guest rights were a precarious shield in the face of such primal anger. And it seemed my former squire did something the kitchen staff took offense to. But was it true? Torrhen might have had his failures, but seeing the servants acting out like that was also a bad reflection of House Stark and of young Robb. This was an unexpected development, one that could potentially be exploited to my advantage. The delicate balance of power within Winterfell was teetering on the edge, and I, for one, was eager to see where the pieces might fall. I strode towards the throng, my cloak billowing behind me. The crowd parted instinctively, their gazes flickering towards me with a mix of curiosity and wary respect. The Stark guards, recognizing me, redoubled their efforts, attempting, with some difficulty, to separate the two warring factions. "Enough!" Robb's voice boomed across the courtyard, his young face flushed with anger. His loyal dire wolf, Grey Wind, materialized at his side, like a fearsome shadow. The young lord's arrival momentarily quelled the rising tide of violence. He checked the scene, his gaze flickering between the bloodied figures on the ground, the struggling guards, and the seething combatants. Both the kitchen members and many of the Whitehill men were bruised and bloodied, some having even gashes. Robb straightened his back, his jaw set with a steely resolve. "Explain yourselves," he commanded. "What is the meaning of this outrage?" I watched the young lord, noting the way he carried himself confident, yet still with the uncertainty of his youth. His blue eyes blazed with the intensity of youth and righteous fury. Someone who knew how to push the right buttons could have a hold on him. Lord Whitehill stepped forward, his face a mask of fury. "These kitchen scum harassed my son and his man. They broke guest rights." Robb's face contorted in a mixture of disbelief and fury at Lord Whitehill's accusation. His jaw clenched, and his gloved hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his long sword. A low growl rumbled in his chest, barely contained. The young wolf beside him, Grey Wind, mirrored his master's agitation, baring its teeth and letting out a guttural snarl that sent shivers down my spine. The crowd around us stirred and the Stark guards redoubled their efforts to separate the two factions, their faces grim as they anticipated the young lord's response. The kitchen staff, their faces still flushed with anger, exchanged defiant glares, muttering amongst themselves. A few bolder ones glared back at Lord Whitehill, holding up their choice of weapons. Among them, I could see young Roderick Forrester's face glaring with intensity at Lud. I remembered how both Whitehill and Forrester hated each other, and a scandal involving both the Whitehill daughter and one of Lord Forrester's sons resulted in the exile of the son some years ago. Their rivalry was perhaps more intense than the one my house could have with the Starks, perhaps as intense as the one between houses Bracken and Blackwood in the Riverlands. Torrin groaned on the ground, drawing Rob's attention. The young Stark's gaze hardened. "Speak," he commanded. Torrin's voice was weak, but laced with defiance. "They attacked us, Lord Stark." Without provocation. Rob's gaze hardened as he listened to those accusations. "Is this true?" he demanded, looking to the kitchen staff for their side of the story. A young scullion stepped forward, his face pale but angry. "Lord, these two men," he pointed at Torrin and Harry's, "tried to molest Lady Arya and our Turnip. Those cunts even punched little Turnip in the eye." Roger and Gage stopped them, and then the crowd, well, they wanted justice. The revelation rippled through the crowd throughout the courtyard. Shouts of shock and anger spread like wildfire among the assembled lords and servants. Great Jan Umber's booming voice cut through the chaos. "Guest right be damned. No man lays hands on a Stark without answerin' for it." His son, Smalljan, added with equal fervor, "We won't stand for this." Ricard Karstark's voice rose above the murmurs. "Lud Whitehill," he called out, his tone laced with disdain, "you let your men run wild even within the walls of Winterfell." I observed the scene with a cool detachment, noting the reactions of each lord and the growing tension. My gaze flicked to the Karstark sons, particularly Torrin, whose jaw was set with clenched fists, seething with restrained fury. I also took note of Rob's furious expression as he processed the accusation. Lud Whitehill's face turned a shade darker, his eyes flashing with anger and embarrassment. "Lies. This is a clear attempt to discredit my house." Lud roared, stepping forward. "These men broke guest rights." My face remained impassive, but inside, I felt a surge of calculated interest as I considered the implications of the situation. If Torrin Whitehill and Harry's were indeed guilty of such an act, it would severely undermine the Whitehill's standing. And since Torrin had been my squire, it would reflect on me and my house as it would on his own house. Three emotions stirred within me: disappointment, anger, and a calculation of the implications. Disappointment that Torrin, for all his bluster, had fallen prey to such a base impulse. Or perhaps it was anger, a quiet simmering rage at the sheer stupidity of the situation. Yet, the notion of broken guest rights could also serve as a dangerous precedent if not addressed properly. I may not believe in the wrath of gods, but I knew others did. "Enough," Rob's voice cut through the noise, his expression hardening. He turned to the guards holding Torrin and Harry's. "Can you confirm it?" One of the guards stepped forward, nodding. "Aye, my lord. We found them amid the commotion, and the townsfolk were adamant about what happened. Lady Arya and the young Turnip were nearby, looking distraught. They confirmed the attack alongside Roger, Gage, and another person." Rob's gaze turned icy. "You," he pointed to the scullion, "tell me exactly what happened." The young scullion swallowed hard, but his voice was steady. Lord, I saw Roger and Gage pulling these two off Lady Arya and Turnip. They were shouting about what the men had done. The crowd gathered, and there was a lot of shouting. The guards arrived and took them away before it got worse. The crowd reacted again, a mix of anger and approval at the actions of Roger and Gage. I observed Rob closely, noting how he took in the information, and the way his eyes darted between the accused and the accusers. Lud's face was red, but there was a flicker of fear in his eyes as he realized the gravity of the situation. "This is an outrage!" Lud bellowed. "I demand punishment for those who struck my heir and his man, yikes!" Lud ducked in time as the young scullion threw the pan he'd been carrying at Lud's head. The scullion was promptly carried away by two Stark guards as he yelled more curses at the Lord of the Whitehills. Hugo Wool stepped forward, his massive frame looming over Lud. "Punishment? You should be thanking the gods they didn't kill them. Your men tried to harm a Stark under guest right." "Enough," Rob's voice cut through the noise again, his expression hardening. Silence came back shakily. I took note of how exhausting it seemed to be for Rob to keep hold of the authority he was supposed to have, even though he didn't hesitate to enforce it. It was a shortcoming that could be problematic if he didn't improve on it or heed good pieces of advice. His eyes blazed with righteous fury as he looked at Lud. "Your son and his man stand accused of a grievous crime, Lord Whitehill. If the accusations are true, they have violated the sanctity of guest rights themselves and attacked both my sister and a member of my household. They will face justice." Lud's fury boiled over, which was impressive considering how close Hugo Wool was to him. "Justice? This is no justice. My men were beaten, and humiliated. This Roger should be punished for daring to lay hands on my heir." This brazen attempt to shift the blame sent a jolt of irritation through me, but I quickly extinguished it. Now was not the time for personal vendettas, but that proud fool was going to dig his grave deeper. This impression was confirmed as I heard Ricard Karstard angrily yelling, "You think you can harm my kin and get away with it?" With how threatening the Lord of Carhold was and how close he seemed to joining Hugo Wool and intimidating Lud Whitehill, I realized the underlined warning he was giving the Lord of Highpoint. If the man kept bad-mouthing and protesting, Ricard Karstark wouldn't hesitate to duel him. The tension in the courtyard was thicker than the approaching dusk, threatening to snap at any moment. A murmur of dissent rippled through the crowd. The memory of Gryff Whitehill's arrogance and Roger's decisive victory in the duel was still fresh in their minds. Maege Mormont stepped forward, her voice booming across the courtyard. "Lord Whitehill," she interjected, her tone laced with steel, "perhaps you should consider the precedent your son set when he duelled a guest within the very walls of Winterfell. Does guest right not extend to defending oneself from unprovoked aggression?" Lud turned to face her, his anger momentarily stymied by her fierce gaze. I could see how he feared another reaction from the Wool, dealing with the she-bear or defending his wounded pride. He opened his mouth, closed it, and then managed, "You dare to defend?" "Yes, I dare," Maege interrupted, her tone brooking no argument. "We do not stand by and let men attack women and children in the north. Guest rights are sacred, but so is the protection of our kin. Or are you saying Roger should have stayed idle while your son and his brute molested Lady Arya and the young scullion? And if your answer is yes, then we will settle the matter, here and now." I could see the struggle in Lud's eyes, torn between his instinctive submission to Maege's authority and his desire to defend his son. He knew he would be no match for the angry she-bear. He was also glancing at Hugo Wool as if to check he wouldn't suffer retaliation from the Mountain Clan chief. Gryff, standing nearby, shifted uncomfortably, his gaze darting between his father and the Mormont matriarch. The duel between Gryff and Roger must have left its mark on him, the memory of his humiliation fresh. Lud sputtered for a retort, but before the words could form, Gregor Forrester stepped forward in turn. Lady Mormont speaks the truth. As far as we know, Roger's actions were just. He defended Lady Arya from harm. Any man here would have done the same." Lud, emboldened by desperation, turned his ire on Gregor. "Silence, Forrester. You have no say in this matter," he bellowed, his voice hoarse with frustration. The insult hung heavy in the air. Gregor met Lud's gaze head-on. "The defense of guest right concerns us all, Lord Whitehill," he countered, his voice unwavering. "And I, for one, will not stand idly by when such rights are violated." Lud's eyes blazed with hatred as he turned to face Forrester. "You," he spat, "always siding against me, Forrester. Your family is nothing but—" He stopped himself as the shadow of Hugo Wool was looming over him like a mountain ready to crush him down. His voice turned into a squeak like a pig cut down in a butchery. "I said enough!" Robb roared. Grey Wind, at his side, bared his teeth and let out a low, menacing growl. The crowd fell silent, the threat of the dire wolf unmistakable. Lud flinched, his bravado faltering under the combined weight of Robb's command and Grey Wind's presence. That was the second time that the Whitehill were subdued by the presence of this dire wolf. "Lord Whitehill, your men will answer for their crimes. This is my final word on the matter. Should you wish to challenge my judgment, know that you challenge the honor of House Stark and the North itself." Robb almost barked. I could see he was trying to control himself as it was his sister that had been a victim of the alleged crime. This was a delicate situation, one that could have far-reaching implications. The involvement of Roger, the mysterious foreigner who had garnered Arya's trust, added another layer of complexity. Lud's face turned an even darker shade of red, his hands trembling with barely contained rage. He seemed on the verge of lashing out, but Grey Wind's growl grew louder, more insistent. Hugo Wool, Maege Mormont and Ricard Karstark were imposing their presence on the Whitehill Lord. "Very well," he ground out in defeat. "But this is not over." Robb turned to the guards. "Take these men to the dungeons. We will investigate these claims thoroughly. Justice will be served." I noted the strategic importance of Robb's next move. How he handled this situation would set a precedent for his leadership. His decision could either strengthen his position or sow further discord among the northern lords. Robb squared his shoulders, his voice unyielding. "Lest be known by everyone. I will not tolerate any assault on my sister or any member of my house, nor will I allow the sanctity of guest rights to be violated. An investigation will determine the truth." Before the tension could settle, a new commotion broke out. The crowd's attention shifted abruptly toward a group made of Lady Arya, a burly man who might be the cook, a young girl who must be his daughter, and a guard hurrying toward us. Robb's gaze sharpened, sensing something amiss. He stepped forward, meeting the approaching guard halfway. I was intrigued to know what was going on. A new wave of outraged mutters and cries could be heard as it was obvious that the tale of the young scullion being hurt was true. A swelling was noticeable on her face, and though she was trying to stand strong, I could see how she was wincing. Lady Arya's face betrayed an array of emotions that told me something else was really going on. The guard stopped before Robb and offered a quick salute. Robb returned the gesture before turning his attention to the man, his concern evident. "Gage, are you all right? I've heard of what happened in Wintertown." The man, visibly distressed, hurriedly explained, "Lord, I'm fine. But I know I've struck a guest. But I had to. He threatened my daughter." Robb's gaze softened. I know, he murmured, reassuringly. You acted to protect your kin. Gage nodded, visibly relieved at his lord's understanding but still uneasy about the unfolding events. Rob turned to his sister, his concern evident. Arya, are you all right? Lady Arya, distracted, replied tersely, I'm fine. Rob, realizing something was off, addressed the newcomers. What's going on? Where's Roger? The guard who had arrived with Lady Arya and the others stepped forward, his voice hurried. Lord, there's been a brawl at the smoking log between Theon Greyjoy and Roger Bacon. They've been detained in cells in Wintertown pending your decision. Rob's expression darkened even more. The crowd murmured, realizing the implications of this latest development. Lord Whitehill, sensing an opportunity to regain momentum, bristled with anger. Before he could voice another protest, a low growl from Grey Wind silenced him. That was likely for the best, as he would have dug his grave deeper than it was now. Rob nodded, his resolve firm. Thank you. I'll visit them both to hear what transpired and decide our next course of action. Arya stepped forward, her voice urgent. Rob, don't be harsh on Roger. It was Theon's fault. I'll see about that, he assured her quietly, then turned back to the crowd. This matter will be addressed tomorrow. Until then, return to your duties. The crowd dispersed slowly, whispers and murmurs still echoing through the courtyard. I remained where I was, contemplating the implications of these events. This delicate situation had just become more complicated, and navigating it would require careful maneuvering and a keen understanding of each player's motives and loyalties. As I was lost in my thoughts, I noticed Roderick Reeswell approaching me. Lord Bolton, he greeted me with a nod, his voice low to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Lord Reeswell, I replied, my tone equally subdued. It seems we've had an eventful day. Indeed, he agreed, glancing around before gesturing for us to move away from the crowd. May you have time for a discussion? I inclined my head, acknowledging his request. Of course, Lord Reeswell. Shall we find a more discreet place to converse? Roderick nodded in agreement, and together we moved away from the main gathering, our footsteps crunching softly on the gravel as we sought a quieter corner of the courtyard. The setting sun cast long shadows, adding to the already somber atmosphere. Once we were out of earshot of the others, Roderick spoke, his tone grave. These incidents, the harassment of Lady Arya and the brawl in Wintertown, complicate matters greatly. True, I mused, considering the potential fallout. We need to tread carefully. Rob's handling of this will be crucial. The Whitehills have been humiliated, first by the duel and now by this accusation. Roderick nodded, his gaze shifting to the distant figures of the dispersing crowd. Well, it is his heir that is implied and that could find himself punished, likely by taking the black. Sending Torrhen to the wall, I said slowly, would be a severe blow to the Whitehills, stripping them of their heir. It would also send a message to other northern houses about the consequences of overstepping boundaries with the Starks. Roderick's eyes narrowed slightly. But it could also push Lord Whitehill into more desperate actions. Desperation breeds recklessness, and a reckless Whitehill could be either a dangerous enemy or a useful pawn. I met his gaze, a slight smile playing on my lips. Indeed. If we can channel that recklessness to our advantage, it might serve our purposes well. However, we must be cautious. Rob will not tolerate blatant manipulation, and we must ensure our moves remain in the shadows. Roderick's expression turned thoughtful. Perhaps we could subtly influence Rob's decision. Highlight the need for justice to maintain order while also presenting alternatives that seem merciful yet still undermine the Whitehills' position. I nodded slowly. A delicate balance, but one worth striving for. We must ensure that whatever decision Rob makes, it strengthens our position while appearing to uphold northern values. Roderick acquiesced in approval to my idea before asking, Torrhen Whitehill was once your squire, was he not? I met his gaze, keeping my face impassive. He was. A fact that Lord Whitehill has not let me forget, even more since we have now been gathered here. Torrhen's conduct today reflects poorly on him, and by extension, on those who trained him. Before I could continue, a new voice interjected, dripping with sarcasm. If the son can be blamed for his father's sins, then the squire's failures reflect those of his master. Both Roderick and I turned to see Lady Barbary Dustin entering the room, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and disdain. Roderick's face tightened at his daughter's words, but he held his tongue. Barbary, I acknowledged, inclining my head slightly. Always the sharp tongue, aren't you? Barbary smiled, though it did not reach her eyes. I knew she resented me for the fate of her nephew, my heir. As well as my failed marriage to her late sister. But why should I lose a useful tool and break the kinslaying taboo to satisfy her revenge? That would be easy with how resentful she was of the Starks, but I couldn't afford that. I couldn't help but notice the two of you sneaking off. Discussing the current state of affairs, no doubt. She asked while looking straight at her father and me. I nodded, gesturing for her to join us. Your perspective is always valuable, my lady. What do you make of these incidents? Barbary took a seat across from us, taking her time before responding. A tangled mess, wouldn't you say, Lord Bolton? That harassment of Arya Stark reeks of disrespect for House Stark and a poorly controlled temper from the Whitehill. If they weren't of the North, I would say they made a crude display of southern arrogance, she scoffed, her dark eyes narrowing. The Whitehills are undoubtedly humiliated. Lord Whitehill's fury at his son's accusation is palpable, though it likely masks deeper concerns about the consequences of his heir's actions. Silence settled between us once more. Roderick stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes fixed on the dying embers in the hearth. Sending Torrhen to the wall, he finally rumbled, would be a severe blow to the Whitehills, stripping them of their heir. It would also send a message to other northern houses about the consequences of overstepping boundaries with the Starks. Barbary scoffed. Sending a boy to the wall is hardly a punishment, more like an inconvenience for a house like the Whitehills. They'd likely groom young Gryff, and I've heard how Lud favors him. Indeed, I murmured. But a weakened heir is still a disadvantage. That would make Lud desperate, and a desperate man is predictable. A predictable ally makes it easy to do what we want. A predictable enemy is easily dealt with. A flicker of surprise crossed Roderick's face. A clever point, Bolton. And I'm certain the Foresters would be delighted with the turn of events. Indeed, Barbary confirmed. They hold a grudge against the Whitehills, haven't they? And Lord Glover is their liege lord. He wouldn't be happy with the Whitehills' behavior either. A sound point, Lady Dustin, I conceded. The fallout from this incident could play to our advantage if we handle it delicately. Delicately, you say? Barbary raised an eyebrow. This isn't embroidery, Bolton. We need to be bold, yet appear to be supporting Rob's decision, whatever it may be. A slow smile spread across my lips. Precisely. We nudge him in the right direction, the direction that benefits us most. Let the Starks be the ones to appear strong and just, while we reap the rewards. Barbary's eyes narrowed. And where does House Bolton stand in this game, my lord? She asked suspiciously. I met her gaze unflinchingly. House Bolton, as always, stands with the North, I replied smoothly. However, we also believe in justice tempered with reason. The comment hung heavy in the air. Barbary seemed to be considering my words, her expression unreadable. Roderick, however, let out a sigh. This entire mess is a distraction from the real issue at hand, he muttered, his voice heavy with concern. Indeed, I agreed. The wildfire in King's Landing remains a looming threat. Lord Rob cannot afford to be bogged down by petty squabbles. Barbary leaned forward, her dark eyes gleaming with a mixture of ambition and bitterness. The game board in the north is shifting. Every move counts, and we must be prepared to seize any opportunity that arises. As we stood in the flickering firelight, Roderick's eyes flicked to his daughter, then back to me. And what of this Roger Bacon? His brawl with Theon Greyjoy makes his position at Winterfell precarious, especially given Theon's status. Yet, I can't help but wonder if there's more to him than meets the eye. His sudden appearance and swift integration into Winterfell's inner circle is curious. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Roderick's observation, even though I suspected where he was going. What are you implying, Lord Ryswell? Lord Roderick leaned in, lowering his voice. Have you considered the possibility that this Roger might be more than just a foreign commoner? His knowledge, his ability to gain trust so quickly, it's reminiscent of a certain spider in King's Landing. I have had similar thoughts, Lord Ryswell. He presents himself as a kitchen worker, yet he seems to be always where he needs to be, observing and gathering information. His interactions are not without purpose, and his demeanor hides something more. He may not be as harmless as he pretends. I admitted. What are your thoughts on the matter, Barbary? Roderick asked. I was also curious to hear her perspective given her previous interactions with Roger, not to mention how some servants commented on the proximity they had during the time she encountered him in our presence. It seemed some thought they were having a more intimate relationship. Roger Bacon is intriguing. Our conversations have been enlightening, to say the least. He possesses knowledge and insight that seem beyond his status. While I cannot say for certain if he's a spy master, I believe he's more than he appears. It reminds me of when a magister from Essos visited Barrow Town. But if he is indeed some sort of informant, as you suggest, father, that would explain much. She said. I nodded slowly, contemplating her words. Roger's unique situation makes him a potential weak link. An opportunity, perhaps. This brawl might be a misstep we could exploit. But if he is a spy master of sorts, we must tread even more carefully. Barbary's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Indeed. This is a delicate dance, and one misstep could be disastrous. If Roger is truly Ned Stark's eyes and ears, our actions could have far-reaching consequences, and only the gods know what he may know or not. This foreigner, Lord Ryswell mused, is proving to be a complex addition to our already tangled affairs. His actions today will undoubtedly have repercussions. But more than that, his very presence raises questions. How much does he truly know? And to whom does he report? I leaned back slightly as I pondered his question. If Ned Stark employs him, then we can assume he would report to his son in his absence. What was Ned Stark was playing at? I knew the man despised spies and was too honorable to immediately consider their use. Considering that Roger was said to have joined the Stark's service for having defended Lady Arya against Prince Joffrey, it was the likeliest reason why he offered his services. But this stranger's moves were unpredictable. There was something calculated in them and yet something that sounded sincere. And I couldn't help but wonder if his intervention at Derry Castle was calculated or not. The silence was broken when Barbary pointed out something interesting enough not to be dismissed. You know, he's managed to make friends and allies in a short time. Have you noticed, father, how he's earned respect from some of the lords and ladies here? It's almost as if he knows exactly what to say and do to ingratiate himself. A skill one might expect from a trained observer. Roderick nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth in her observation. Indeed, I've seen the interactions between him and the tall Hart boy. Lady Maedge even intervened to prevent Gryff Whitehill from retaliating against Roger after their duel. If he is gathering information, he's positioned himself well. A formidable position, if he can maintain it. His actions today have placed him squarely amid northern politics. But whether by design or chance, we cannot say for certain. I admitted. Roderick's expression was contemplative. Do you truly believe Roger will escape punishment for attacking Theon Greyjoy? Or could this be part of a larger strategy? Barbary shrugged slightly. Under normal circumstances, Theon's position would ensure Roger's swift punishment. But he remains an unknown variable that doesn't fit any place in the great order of things, not to mention the respect he's earned from others, notably Lady Arya. Robb Stark is also much like his father, driven by a sense of justice and may hesitate to act harshly against someone his sister defends. I acquiesced in approval. But I also suspected Lady Dustin of thinking about how Ned Stark slighted her when he returned with her husband's horse and not his body when he brought back his own sister's bones. And considering how Lady Arya was said to be like her late aunt, and seeing how much young Robb wanted to fit the steps of his father, this was an assumption that could be made. I was also aware we didn't know what had happened to bring both the Greyjoy heir and this strange commoner to blows. But having observed how Greyjoy behaved and remembering how Roger was in our short interaction, there was a higher chance the fight started with him than the other way. You think it's a deliberate move to allow him to make him irreplaceable? I asked, testing her reflections. And it isn't deliberate? I asked as I was pondering on those thoughts. Barbary's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. I can't say for sure. That could be a mistake he made in whatever led him and Greyjoy to fight. In any case, considering his ties, he had a card to play to avoid punishment if he knew to use it well through the ties he had managed to build. I absorbed her words, my mind calculating the potential outcomes. If that's the case, we must proceed with caution. He could be a valuable ally or a formidable adversary. We stood there watching the flames crackle for a little. Then silently, we each left. Ready to see what new surprises would come our way. And here we go again. The immediate fallout of the Wintertown incidents. And a new POV from one of the most infamous characters of ASOIF and GOT. 2. My beta reader suggested me to create Ruza's POV to explore the fallout of the incident, and that was a suggestion I gladly agreed, both because of the character and because it allows to explore the other side of the situation at Winterfell with one of the most mysterious, controversial, dangerous, and cunning characters. 3. The immediate fallout is obviously the big brawl between the Whitehill men-in-arms and the kitchen staff. For a bit of background, the kitchen staff learned from the scullion that left the incident place at the end of chapter 74, and due to the manner he reported the events, they were obviously outraged. 4. This scene was very entertaining to imagine, especially with the changes and edits brought by my beta reader. One of the most interesting things to explore is how Robb is handling the situation, as it is his first real challenge with his bannermen and a big crisis due to the fact that either people of his household broke guest rights or some of his guests broke guest rights and threatened someone of his family and house, one that had already been threatened by others even more. And on the other side, Lord Whitehill, who is trying to defend his heir from what he assumed to be libel and lie, though his bad temper made him face bad backlash, even more from the lords and lady with a strong personality and temper and a dire wolf. 5. Of course, considering it is Ruza's POV, he is observing and calculating the whole situation and all the implications and potential opportunities. And the final part of the chapter is exploring his cunning and plotting side through his interactions with his closest allies, albeit in the case of Barbary Dustin, she's more ambiguous and neutral due to Domrick's death. Imagining those interactions were very amusing and interesting, as it is literally plotting in the shadows. My beta reader suggested me to include the Varys comparison due to how the SI/I act. And of course, with the fallout of the incident, this trio is biding their time for whatever opportunity the events would offer them. 6. Next time, people are reacting to the incidents at Winterfell. 7. Have a good reading. We have caught up with the latest chapter, Last updated December 15, 2024.